Chapter 161. Time. 2. I repeatedly used Mida's hand, relying on the mana recovery offered by the crystal water to apply different effects to first the wood steel, then also my suit jacket, coat, and shoes. Jork's suit shoes, special effect. The foot supports the entire body, so wearing these shoes makes the whole body comfortable. The efficiency of walking increases since the body is well balanced. It easily resists any kind of restricting magic. Mida's touch, level 5. In addition, the jacket and the coat were given anti-magic and protective functions. Multiplication was added to the defensive wood steel, which would multiply it for a short time when activated. For the support specialized wood steel, taping arose after combining them with duct tape for a self-healing function. I'm still amazed by the professor. Eferen spoke then. I answered as I examined the results. What do you mean? You're not asking about what happened in the future, nor are you afraid of why you aren't there. Really? Should I tell you? I raised my eyes to look across from me. The chair remained empty. If I tell you, forget it. I shook my head. Of course, I didn't know how this world would progress or how it would continue. It was unknown how the scenario would be twisted by Kim Woojin's intervention, but it appeared that there was no need to twist it forcefully. No matter how much I thought about it, this kid's future didn't seem too bad, so it wouldn't be bad to continue the same. In the first place, the worst outcome of the main quest was the collapse of the continent. I can't tell you. The future professor asked me not to. I absolutely can't tell you. Eferen forced a brightness into her voice. At that, another 5,000 mana had recovered, and I applied Mida's hand to the last wooden steel. Scree edge. The mana sparked, marking the end. I expected it to last for about a week, but I finished it in just 2 days. Are you finished, Professor? Yeah. I maneuvered each wood steel. No, there was no need to control them directly. The 19 wood steel moved as naturally as if they were alive. At this point, I looked into the dark. The monsters had more than doubled from 2 days ago. Those kinds of garbage are easy to deal with. Yes, good luck, Professor. That's all you have to say. I rose immediately. I didn't need to wait for my mana to recover. The mana consumed by the wooden steel through psychokinesis was 0 anyways. Do you want me to confess? Even if it's a one-sided love. But still, our bond is not to that point right now. The words she blurted out were ridiculous. I frowned and looked toward the chair. As long as you know. Yes, there was no need to continue that conversation any further. I moved over to the darkness where the light of the crystal could not reach. Then, the monsters lying in wait convulsed and rushed me. Their outcries shook the ground, mixing with their stampede to make it seem as if the world was quaking. This garbage, I frowned as I warmed up the wood steel. Guo, all 19 of them were filled up with mana, moving as one system. Shwaa, they cut through the air. Beyond them, thousands of monsters flooded in, but each piece performed its role in the battle. Some dismantled the bodies of the incoming monsters, some swung and shook the ground to trip them, and some rose like a trap to protect me. Division of labor and specialization. I didn't need to lift a hand due to this efficient combat structure. Just one step, then another. I moved in between the monsters. Gara! The sound of flesh splitting and animalistic shrieking filled my ears. Blood gushed, splattering the corridor with filth. All those disgusting things were completely blocked by psychokinesis as I cleaned out the garbage. Meanwhile, Eferen arrived in the northern village where she met the future Deculein with Safian. I think I can find him here, Eferen spoke enthusiastically while Safian sniffed the air. The future and the present had a different air about them. Safian could feel it. Let's see. Eferen looked around the market, quickly finding her target. That's him. Safian's eyes followed to where she pointed. Hey, you! She quickly ran and grabbed a man's wrist. Herbalist. It was the herbalist she met last time. He seemed surprised by her sudden charge, but he nodded when he saw Eferen's face. Oh, yes. Are you the wizard Eferen? Nice to see you. We meet again. Yes. Then Safian approached with her hands behind her back. The herbalist glanced at her in her robe before turning to Eferen. So, you're here again? Yup. I have something to ask. Yes, go ahead. This herbalist was cooperative as expected. He had an unsociable face, but he was kind. Professor Deculein, do you know where the professor is? What? Then the herbalist looked surprised. His eyes, which were as small as a thread, grew large and fixed on Eferen. Why, what's wrong? That you don't know. What don't I know? Ephraim asked back with an unknowing expression. After thinking about it more than necessary, he scratched his cheeks and opened his mouth. You see, the professor. He looked at Ephraim and Safian beside her, in turn like he was reading the atmosphere. He looked increasingly reluctant to say anything, but eventually he spoke with a deep sigh. He's gone, as far as I know. Ha! Ephraim innocently tilted her head, and Safian looked at him seriously. There was a moment of silence between them. The noise of the marketplace rang a little quieter. Gulp Ephraim swallowed. He's gone, you mean back to his hometown? Oh, to his hometown. No, that's not him. After traveling to the Riak kingdom, he came back here, but he scratched the back of his head. Then he snapped his fingers like he suddenly remembered something. Oh, that's right. When I asked him what he was doing, he said he was waiting for someone here. Waiting? Yes, probably. The herbalist looked at Ephraim. He didn't finish the thought, but it was enough to understand the situation. Ephraim's mouth opened blankly and foolishly. Lies. I'm sorry, I thought you knew. Ah, hey. Ephraim recalled the Deculein she met last time, his heart no longer beating. But he said he would live for 100 more years, and he told Ephraim not to worry. No way. You told me you'd live for 100 more years. You're not the type to lie. 100 years. I don't know what you mean. Count Euclid came in person. Due to her momentary dizziness, Ephraim stumbled while Safian remained still beside her, sniffing the air. And a little later, she realized the difference between the present and the future. Is that it? Safian possessed near-miraculous senses. Therefore, the presence or absence of some humans could be distinguished only by the smell in the air. The greater the human presence, the clearer it was. So there was no sensation of Deculein in this world, probably from the moment they arrived. Luna, Safian called out to Ephraim. She turned with a pout to regard Safian. Thanks to you, I found out something important. At that moment, Ephraim couldn't help but be surprised. The expression Emperor Safian wore right now was frighteningly stiff. In the distant future, Ephraim was fiddling with the cube made by Deculein. She was rolling it around with one hand to match the colors. It used to be a toy that didn't suit her personality, but she was smiling a little now. She quickly completed the cube and examined its surfaces carefully. It's done. Satisfied, she placed her chin in her hands and looked around the empty sanctuary of time. Some time ago, she met Eidnik here, Merkin, Demakin, reunited with Sylvia, and confessed to Deculein so many memories passed her by. But now, this place was no different than a ruin. The life of the crystal was almost spent, and there was less time left in the space. Only her, Ephraim Luna, remained, alone. Ephraim recalled memories from Lakrelin and her days with Deculein. Those times felt so vague. She was so happy and so cold-hearted. It was hard to remember those times. Even as an archmage, the moment she left Lakrelin, she forgot more than half of what had happened. I was so discouraged I cried for days. I was sad to the point of death. It hurt like my heart was getting ripped out. Professor. Ephraim put her face to the crystal and called out to him, but she could no longer hear his voice or see his face. Lakrelin was the last time Ephraim had seen Deculein in person. What happened there would remain a secret forever. Here, an answer suddenly came. Ephraim was surprised but soon smiled happily. Are you done? I killed them all. As expected of the professor. She put her hand on the crystal as she said so. Rustle, rustle, a blue leaf fell on top of her head. There wasn't much time left to be connected to the past. Professor. All right, say it. Listening to the most beautiful tone in the world, she promised herself not to forget it until she died. Then Ephraim smiled. Take care from now on. I'm so happy to meet you again. Also, listen carefully. Ephraim still had something to say to him. It was very, very important. If ever the future changed, no, if there were a possibility it would change even just a little bit, it would probably be because of this. This is going to be the last one. Ephraim slowly opened her mouth. Please listen carefully. Hebrew Lamed, Hebrew Pei, Hebrew Noon, Black Black, Hebrew Shin, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Vav, Hebrew Resh, Black Black, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Lamed, Hebrew Tain, Hebrew Vav, Hebrew Zain, Hebrew Bait. Hebrew Lamed, Hebrew Pei, Hebrew Noon, Black Black, Hebrew Shin, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Vav, Hebrew Resh, Black Black, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Lamed, Hebrew Tain, Hebrew Vav, Hebrew Zain, Hebrew Bait. The future Ephraim left those strange words. Even I couldn't interpret it in the rune language, and there was no foreign language that I didn't know of, so it was only appropriate to think of it as the world's interference. I'll remember this. I saved that voice and her pronunciation in my mind and sat back in my chair. Epheren, I called her name, but no matter how long I waited, she did not answer back. The connection between time and space had been cut off. She spent 10 years of her life in just 2 days. Um. I looked at the surface of the tree that glistened like a crystal. Suddenly, I repeated what Epheren had said. I don't exist in your future. What would happen to me in that kid's future? It would be a lie to say I wasn't even a little bit curious. Did I die? Or, I stopped talking for a while and thought carefully. But no matter how many times I thought about it, there was only one conclusion that I could come up with. I must be dead. Death. My lifespan was much shorter than I expected. Considering the volume of the main quest, it didn't matter if I thought positively. I wouldn't last for more than 3 years. In those 3 years, I would die, and this kid was still running after me. What an unfortunate fellow. I didn't know if she was the unfortunate one or if it was me. The moment when I concluded like that, somewhere, not too far away, there was a small presence like a bird. Rustle, fragments of stone rained down, then the sound of someone's breath catching in surprise. All 19 wood steel reacted to my gaze as I turned toward the sound. Wee-eeing, they resonated and moved closer to the noise, but after confirming who this uninvited guest was, I raised my hand to stop them. It was someone I didn't have to be wary of. This is unexpected, I spoke to her. She didn't seem to have planned on being discovered, but when she was, she looked at me with confidence. But her fingers were shaking. Maybe she overheard my conversation with Epheren. Nice to see you. I greeted her with a faint smile. Sylvia. Beyond the fog covered in darkness, she was staring at me. Chapter 162. Time. 3. She was expressionless as usual, with a cold complexion and darkened eyes. Sylvia. Looking at the still young Sylvia, I imagined Sylvia in the distant future. This child was a key named in this world, a talent that could become an archmage who would lead the continent. I didn't know who would be first between Epheren and Sylvia, but the future was certain to some extent. Long time no see. Sylvia said nothing, standing still there like a doll. I slowly rose. At that moment, mana surged all over Sylvia's body, manifesting into a sharp aura filled with murderous intent. Don't come, Sylvia spoke. I paused for a moment. We remained still in that place, where the glowing tree served as the only source of light, as she lost herself in thought. I had a lot of things I wanted to ask Sylvia, like how she came here and why, but I didn't intend on questioning it. Step, I approached her again. The air now felt congested, but it wasn't because of Sylvia. Step, the sound of my footsteps was clear, and Sylvia raised her hand to stop me. Stop! I didn't listen to her. Rather, I spoke to push ahead. You stop! Wee-yang. The wood steel moved, revolving around me and warming up their mana. Sylvia stared at me with eyes full of hostility, but the problem right now wasn't her. The death variable, the dark red energy glaring behind her. SHH. Now Sylvia felt the murderous intent, but immediately thought it was coming from me. So the odd but definite energy of death wriggling in the darkness was, don't come any closer. Sylvia, who misunderstood my movement, mobilized her mana. Boom, she sprinted forward, kicking off the ground and shooting like a bullet toward me. I immediately used duct tape to suppress her. You still have a long way to go, Sylvia. She had great talent, of course, but it was a hard task for a wizard to surpass me in actual combat. Unless you had overwhelming power like Adrian or Rohakan, or were physically much stronger than me like Julie, it was impossible. Someone is tailing you. What? Sylvia, about to retort, closed her mouth. She was still expressionless, but she looked quite surprised. I pointed to the darkness behind her, to the man scattering death variables. He was a strange human. No, saying he was human was too much. He possessed a large body almost 3 meters long and a wide mouth like that of a shark. His skin was corpse pale, and his eyes glimmered red. I had seen that visage before. Is that the ghost that you made? He would be a quite troublesome jerk, given he was able to exert death variables toward me. Sylvia ground her teeth. Release me. Now you're speaking informally. Sylvia creased her brow and twisted her arms. But even opening her mana would be hard because of duct tape. Even if it was Sylvia, magical analysis of the structure of tape would need at least 3 minutes. Still, Sylvia shook her arms around. She was about to break her wrist. Are you losing your temper? No, I dismantled duct tape. At that moment, Sylvia faltered, and the ghost suddenly stuck its sharp tongue out. Clang! The wood steel moved to defend. Friction sparks sprayed off the steel as it deflected the monster's attack. Goo-woo! It was followed by Sylvia's magic that ate into the space. The whole area quickly turned into sandy open terrain as she flaunted her flawless magical ability. You've grown. I don't want any compliments from you. Sylvia's eyes were busy glancing between the ghost and me. Good, then work hard. Sylvia frowned. Her eyes darted to me again, revealing her confusion. It's an opportunity for you to fix your own mistakes. If you tame that ghost, it will become a great help for you. There was no need for me to help. Of course, that ghost was a death variable for me, but that didn't seem to be the case for Sylvia. It had deliberately aimed for me and evaded Sylvia, and above all, even if I helped her out, I would only interfere with Sylvia's growth. I'll look forward to it. The wood steel gathered under my feet. Go, I nodded. I trust you, Sylvia. Why would you? Sylvia stared at me with an expression like one wronged. At that time, the wood steel became a stepping stone and rose in the air while the ghost extended its tongue towards me, but his attacks scattered into dust before drawing near to me. Sylvia's magic was the most basic and powerful manifestation of three primary colors, eraser. At the most luxurious restaurant in the north in the future, called the Deer Antlers Tea House, Ephraim was sitting with Safian. Having been entrusted by Her Majesty to choose a meal, she eagerly looked over the menu, but that faint feeling of depression wouldn't leave her. That bad temper matched the noble before her. Safian's expression was sour, to put it mildly, but this was why she was a little different from Ephraim. Even if Deculein died in this future, it didn't matter much. She could commit suicide and regress. What a fucking environment. Therefore, Safian didn't like this environment right now. Safian had lived for almost 200 years in the imperial palace, where everything was adjusted to her liking. No matter how luxurious the chairs and tables were, they couldn't match up to the imperial palace, so Safian felt a strong suicidal urge. It would be better to go inside the snow globe. At least the air was perfect over there. What? What did you say? Nothing. She felt itchy, sleepy, annoyed, uncomfortable. She was suffering the biggest hardships in her life, but she tried not to show it. By the way, why did your majesty come with me? Ephraim asked the question after she finished ordering. Because this world's evidence is me. At first, it sounded like self-conceit, but Ephraim naturally nodded and asked again. Do you have something more to say? No, that guy is probably. Safian stopped and smirked. No matter how intelligent an animal was, horses couldn't come to the future. But she remembered all of this moment. Therefore, one guess was possible that herself in the future sent the horse personally. Safian's eyes suddenly widened as she looked out the window. Ephraim tilted her head. What are you doing? Look, there's a game of Go. On the other side of the restaurant in the cold park, a great game was taking place, a war between the black and white stones. Oh, I see, Safian smiled. Certainly, the game of Go had been properly passed onto this future. Something worthwhile had appeared for Safian. Here is your meal. At that moment, the food Ephraim ordered arrived. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Almost a dozen plates were set before them. Gulp Ephraim began to drool. By the way, your majesty, I'm asking just in case, but do you have money? I don't. What? Safian picked up her knife and fork and cut into the steak. Her every small movement was filled with grace. On the other hand, Ephraim hurriedly searched her pockets. Fortunately, she still had her allowance for the trip. Hugh! Ephraim wiped the sweat off her forehead, then Safian picked up a napkin and spat out the food in her mouth. Then with a spell, she burned the napkin and food together. Your Majesty, it doesn't suit my taste. She tried another piece. She frowned as if it didn't suit her taste again, spat it out again, and rinsed her mouth with water. Tusk, your Majesty, are you okay? You eat it. Safian stood up. The food quality was terrible, but thanks to that, she had come to her senses. With this, she could move around for another hour or two without dozing off. I am going to relieve my curiosity. Not only for the game of Go, but Safian also moved her legs to pursue the tracks left by Deculein. Oh, okay. I'll also think about the professor. Do what you want. Ephraim didn't dare follow the emperor, but instead picked up her fork and knife. Since she received the order to stay and eat, she devotedly set herself to the task. Wow, you are a master. Safian visited the top goal park and played Go. She would head to the library at first, but she got carried away when she saw them setting down the stones with a steady clack. Everything shines. You're amazing. Where did you come from? I don't think you're from around here. She enjoyed their praises. It wasn't just flattery, but their sincere admiration. Is there someone else here that plays go well? Oh, that elder is in first place. Some woman pointed to the elder that was defeated by Safian. The bald old man avoided her gaze by feigning a cough. There's not much. Then, who is the most powerful Go master on this continent? Someone who deserves to be called a master. Safian was expecting her name. Safian, the great emperor, or something like that. If it's the continent, then, at some point, Euclines, stop. Safian didn't listen any further. It was a future she didn't want to hear. Things seemed to be changing, so she decided to leave the possibility open. He may have mentioned Euclid for fear of bringing up the name of the emperor. It was then, excuse me. Excuse me, is Deus here? A mailman approached. Mr. Deus, Mr. Deus. Safian found the shouting bothersome at first. But in a short while, she realized the meaning of the word Deus, and the very next moment. Mr. Deus, who plays Go? Safian took away the envelope from the mailman with psychokinesis. Ah! The mailman fell in surprise. Safian looked silently at the envelope. To Deus, who is playing Go, Deus meant emperor in the rune language, in other words, herself. Safian pulled out a torn letter from the envelope. Your Majesty, this is Deculein of the distant future. It was conspicuous from the very first sentence. From now on, I will leave my life to your Majesty. Ahem. It was ridiculous and odd, but the more she read, the deeper the smile on Safian's face grew. At the bottom of the crevasse, Sylvia, having run out of magic during her battle with the ghost, was vacantly thinking with her body lying exhausted on the ground. Inside her head was all Deculein, Deculein, Deculein. It was all Deculein. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra, shut up. She quickly shot back at the growling ghost. The ghost, whole body, covered with blood, coughed once and crouched down. Sylvia had taken a while to take control of him, but finally succeeded in taking full control. Since she succeeded, Deculein. Sylvia thought of Deculein again and the conversation she had just overheard. She repeated the words over and over, thinking of the future Ephren and the present Deculein. Hey! Sylvia approached the blue tree and spoke to it. Answer me. There was only silence. Sylvia put her hand on the tree. Arrogant Ephren, answer me. Empty. You talked about this and that with Deculein. Everything that I can't say. Somehow, Sylvia felt like she was doing something foolish. Ephren, it's Sylvia. The polite ghost approached as she fiddled with the tree. Sit down. Grr. The obedient ghost sat and watched her. Sylvia fixed her gaze toward the tree again. I'm going to wait until you answer back. Then she sat down in the nearby chair, the chair that Deculein was sitting in. When she thought of that, she felt nervous, and her body grew strangely hot. But anyway, Sylvia turned the dark space bright with a spell and spoke to someone who might not even be there. I want to know, too. She recalled the face of Deculein from moments prior. Beautiful blue eyes as always, broad shoulders and back, and a clear and cold voice. She hated No, she loathed him. Just being in the same space, breathing the same air, No. At every moment her heart was trembling like crazy. Am I going to kill Deculein? Sylvia was curious whether she would kill someone she loved and hated so much with her own hands. And maybe, no way, whether Deculein wanted her to kill him. Tell me. But there was no answer. Sylvia puffed her cheeks and stared at the tree. Zing, her eyes were almost firing lasers, but there was only silence. You fool. As expected, Ephren was arrogant. Sylvia waited at the tea table until this girl answered. Chapter 163, Northern Wall 1. After some time passed, the wood steel on standby signaled the end of the situation, so I headed back down the rift. Tap, as soon as I touched down, I saw Sylvia lying exhausted near the crystal water. She was sleeping on the table I made alongside her ghost. I took off my gloves and measured the temperature of the area. The body of the Iron Man was different from that of an ordinary human, and now that I had also acquired the secondary characteristic of cold resistance from the snow globe, I hardly felt the cold. But even if this body was fine, she might not be. She must be cold. I walked over to Sylvia, made a blanket out of ductility, and covered her with it. Just in case, Midas Hand Level 2 reinforced the blanket. Good job. Strangely, I felt affection for her. No, maybe she was the only one who allowed me to feel this stupid feeling of guilt. I gently placed my hand against her small head and checked her condition. Then I applied duct tape to her injuries. The healing would end while she slept, and she would just think she got better on her own. Have a good rest. I looked back to the crystal water. Main quest. Time, Demakin's sanctuary. On the surface of this mysterious tree, Ephren's name had already disappeared. The magic expired, and the crystal water returned to normal. Woong, I moved the wood steel to see a name engraved on the rough surface. Deculein. At that moment, the quest called Time was completed. Hey, do you know what that means? It means you want to join Time. Do you know what that is? I heard Eidnik's voice echoing around me. Isn't it a death squad trying to destroy the altar? Oh, it's similar, but anyway, isn't it the kind of thing that you just hate? Eidnik approached and sat across from Sylvia. Then she pulled out a tea set, including tea and a cup. It's been a while since I returned here, though. Hoo-hoo. Eidnik grinned and gestured, pointing at Sylvia's blanket. But it's weird. You seem to cherish Sylvia a lot. I didn't answer, instead of looking at Sylvia. Suddenly, Sierra came to mind, although she was someone I'd never met. She has the talent to be a great wizard. I just respect her potential. In clearing the main quest, not only the player, but also the named were important. It wasn't a scenario a single player could clear. I will go. I straightened my clothes and wiped the dust off my sleeves. You do the rest. As I turned around, Eidnik spoke bluntly. Are you sorry for killing her mother? I stopped. Fragments of memories flooded my mind. Deculein strangling Sierra, anger that poured out like blood, and Sierra apologizing. Each scene permeated my mind. If I hadn't killed Sierra, she would have died. Eidnik stiffened. Sierra was dead. She had no more life given to her. So, you mean you killed someone who was going to die anyway? I shook my head. Deculein probably couldn't bear his anger and killed her. There would be no other reason, no dignity to be found. It is different then and now. Just like now, we will keep Sierra's disease a secret from Sylvia. What? Eidnik frowned. I looked at Sylvia for a moment. Sleepy face, deep breath, slow heartbeat. There was no possibility that she was acting. Now, all that is left to this child is hate. Sylvia was now empty. She lacked the most important element as a human being. So, like a clockwork doll, she couldn't move on her own. If only hating me could bring that talent to full bloom, if she can live. Then a strand of hair fell into her mouth, but I moved it with psychokinesis. Eidnik watched me carefully. That's not bad either. I'm used to being hated, and I can easily accept it. I'll watch her grow up and shine in it. Eidnik sneered. You're just like Glython. I shook my head. At least I think of this child. Ha, you. This wasn't a lie, but one of the few proofs in this world that I am Kim Woojin. These were emotions I would never feel were I Deculein, though few brought them out. Sylvia was one of them. So like she is now. I looked at Eidnik. Let her hate me. Eidnik quietly looked into my eyes until a small laugh leaked out. Now what? It's not just hate that Sylvie has for you right now. You are still mistaken. I waited a moment for her to continue. What was I mistaken about? But Eidnik shook her head. Go now. I fully understand what you mean. I nodded and dismantled the duct tape that had healed Sylvia's body, removing any traces of my mana. Then I began to climb out of the crevasse atop my wood steel. I could hear Eidnik faintly calling from behind me. Bye. I don't know why, but I don't dislike you who's changed so much. A horse strode through the northern fields carrying Safian and Ephren. The landscape of the future wasn't much different from the present. It was no fun either, just sad. Your Majesty, Ephren cautiously called out to the Emperor. Speak. It's been less than 4 years. Do you mean this future? Yes. It meant that Deculein had only 3 or 4 years left at the latest. It was too short a time. Ephren felt strangely heartbroken. Deculein was her father's foe. Deculein's enemy was also her father. Because of her father, Deculein's fiancé, her head was a mess. I see. Then Safian nodded, glancing at Ephren behind her. Luna. Yes, your Majesty. It's nothing. Safian swallowed the words. She had read all of Deculein's letter. From now on, I would like to entrust my life to your Majesty. The letter began with that. The first 2 pages were exciting and delightful, but the next 2 made her serious, and the last 3 elicited emotions that remained hard to describe. Yes, oh yes, okay, I'm not going to ask. You know it well. After reading all of the letters, Safian felt enlightened. I want to entrust my life to your Majesty. The meaning of that was not to save him. Rather, let's go. The comet will return soon. Yeah, your Majesty. The horse moved slowly. Safian felt exhausted, closing her eyes as they rode. And at that moment, Ephraim let out a small sound and pointed to the sky. A shooting star streaked across the distant sky. I returned to the fortress. Ephraim and Safian had disappeared somewhere, but they started the full-scale research and investigation with Alan and Drent beforehand. Any error would be negligible since the sample was already collected. I'm calculating, Professor. The process itself was complex overall, but the steps were simple. The dark energy concentration of the soil and the mana concentration in the atmosphere were collected, and the dark energy mana collision value was calculated based on them. With this collision value, I could predict the future danger of the northern monster wave. The calculation is over, Professor. To explain in detail, the deeper the concentration of dark energy in the soil, the bigger the monsters in the area grow, and the more actively they reproduce. Since this was almost definitively causation and no correlation, I invented a direct formula to calculate those values. The so-called Deculein's magical theorem. Next, the mana concentration in the atmosphere. When the beasts breathe, they emit dark energy. However, when dark energy is mixed with the air, it is diluted with mana, so the breath of a demonic beast leaves only mana behind. After finding the difference between the average atmospheric mana concentration and the northern mana concentration, I could derive my concept of the collision value by comparing it with the soil's dark energy concentration. The larger the collision value, the higher the quantity and quality of the monster wave. Professor. But the results of that analysis, Alan handed me the paper with a serious look. I took it involuntarily and began to glance over the sheet. Isn't the result a bit strange? A death variable was swirling around on the paper. This was the first time I'd seen such a thing, but looking at the collision value, I understood why to some extent. The highest collision value in nearly 20 years was 0.137, right? Yes. Oh, yes. That's right. According to your perfect theory. 19 years ago, the wave had a collision value of 0.137. Hundreds of knights were killed then, Rekordak collapsed, and 33 villages and tens of thousands of civilians were slaughtered. 0.437, more than 3 times in simple numbers. However, since the risk of collision value rose exponentially, its destructive power would be roughly 15 times higher than 19 years ago. Even considering the upcoming main quest, it was an unusual outcome. What should we do? Did we make a mistake in our calculations? No, the calculation is correct. My theory can't be wrong. Just then, the door swung open to reveal Safian and Ephraim. We are here, Your Majesty. The knights of the Imperial Palace rushed to kneel. Each asked loudly where she'd been, but Safian paid them no mind. Your Majesty, you're back. I approached her and knelt on one knee, then handed her the piece of paper. What is this? This is the result of predicting the next migration. Explain it. This wave will be the worst in nearly 20 years, perhaps the worst in the history of the Empire. The eyes of the watching knights widened. Ephraim matched their look, but Safian remained calm as ever. Deculein, are you confident in your predictions? Yes. Can you take responsibility for that? I am willing to share my theory with my life. I answered without hesitation. Safian nodded. She wore a pretty sleepy, pretty annoying, and pretty tired face. But her next move was quite bizarre. I believe you. Safian put a hand on my shoulder. At that moment, the eyes of the knights were about ready to pop out. For me, too, I felt a sense of shock. Safian was someone who pathologically hated touching others. Then the North will need replenishment. Yes. As I answered, hiding my perplexity, Safian raised her hand and grinned. Good. Now I will return to the continent, and we will discuss it properly there. Julie was working in Rekordak at this time. Of course, she was a knight. But since the Rekordak concentration camp itself was under the jurisdiction of Freyden, just like Euclan's Rohalak, Julie volunteered to take charge. I must not neglect training and remuneration. Rekordak was, of course, a concentration camp, but it was also an important wall. If it were breached this winter, many of the people who depended on it would die. The grasses of the countryside shouldn't be allowed to be trampled upon. First of all, we build a wall and gather consenting prisoners to form a detached unit. However, finances are also an issue. Asking for financial support from Freyden is slam. The door swung open and Rayleigh rushed in. Knight, look at this. This is trouble, trouble. She shouted so and slammed a sheet of paper on Julie's desk. It was a report from their superiors of level 3 confidentiality that only officers or higher could read. What is this? Look, look, what is it? I said, look. Julie looked at it without any thought. As she slowly scanned the contents scribed there, her eyes narrowed. What is this? It was serious stuff. Though this collision value was an unfamiliar concept, it was summarized in the conclusion column of the report. Number 3333 estimated damage to be more than 15 times that of the giant wave 19 years ago. That was hard to believe. Does this make sense? Rayleigh cried out. The memory of 19 years ago was clear to Julie as well. There had even been talking at the time that the North might be completely lost. 15 times, 15 times. Then aren't we all going to die? SHH. Quiet. It will be fine. Wizards always assume the worst. Julie first searched for the reliability of this report. Of course, she didn't know much about magic or calculation formulas, as she had just learned a bit at the academy. But when she looked at the name of the person who reported these results, Deculein von Grahen Euclin. Ah, a name that Julie hated so much. However, he was a wizard who received infinite trust from the floating island. In this area, the scholar Deculein could be said to be the king of reliability. Deculein. Ah, ahaha, yes, well, but what do we do with this? His theory has already been recognized. Julie clenched her teeth but then sighed. She was the type to make a sharp distinction between public and private life. Now, she wasn't the human Julie, but Dare, the Knight of Freyden. If it was a prediction Deculein put his name to, she had to believe it even if she didn't want to. What do you mean? Hurry up and send a replenishment request to the Northern Castle, Rayleigh. Chapter 164. Northern Wall. 2. Scholars are those who contemplate the entire continent from a cramped table. They are called dreamers, doubters, or philosophers because of their unique temperaments. They calculate the outside in a seated position and anticipate the flow of history with their theory. However, speculation and formulas without direct experience are not often believed, easily dismissed as absurd or too far from reality. Even if it is close to the correct answer by chance, it won't be important to the empire as a whole. There are not enough reasons to believe it completely. Professor Deculein is, of course, a well-known figure in the world of magic. However, this study is outside magic, and even the floating island is ignoring the proof of the argument. Therefore, it was no coincidence that such controversy arose in the imperial palace. As a scholar rather than a wizard, Deculein invented his concept and devised a calculation formula to predict the size of the monster wave. Of course, we would have accepted any warnings. However, Professor Deculein's prediction is too pessimistic and provocative. 15 times the wave from 19 years ago. The monster wave from 19 years ago was a major event recorded in textbooks. There were still many people who hadn't forgotten the scars of that day, and several villages in the north still hadn't recovered. Simply put, it's the delusions of an eschatologist. If it weren't for the name Deculein, no one would have listened. This sacred place would not have been swayed by such nonsense. This was Romilux, the Secretary of State's remarks. The reaction of the other ministers all varied, but few of them rushed to help. Of course, Deculein's warning was difficult to understand, but it was because of the status of the Euclin family they moved. Sophian glanced to Romilux. Are you saying you don't believe it, Secretary? Yes. Is there no one who can refute Romiluk's words? The faction standing behind Romiluk shouted. I believe that Prince Romiluk is right, Your Majesty. All the rest of the ministers backed off. Sophian found it ridiculous. You're too small-minded. Enough. I will listen to the experts. The Imperial Palace hired university scholars to verify Deculein's theory. I'm Luton, professor of mathematics at the Imperial University. I'm so honored to see Your Majesty. Explain it to these guys. I don't need to hear it. Sophian had already firmly embraced the concept of a collision value. In her opinion, Deculein's theory itself was perfect. However, as she expected, the ministers were having a hard time believing it. Yes, Professor Deculein's collision value is quite complicated. There is a process of calculation I had written. Luton began to explain, pulling over a blackboard prepared in advance. As you can see, this collision value is a very subtle concept. It is presumed that Professor Deculein devised this concept to correct the uncertainty of the monster wave. First of all, it is noteworthy that the element of luck is excluded mathematically. The ministers didn't understand what he said next. They just coughed and watched. Tell us only the conclusion, only the conclusion. Romalek, impatient, hurried him. Luton nodded. Oh, yes. First of all, Professor Deculein's concept is being reviewed positively in our academic community. Of course, other variables will have to be taken into account. So, does that mean that a wave that is over a dozen times larger than that of 19 years ago will come? Well, I'm not sure about that either. We would have to go to the north and compare the soil and the atmosphere to know. If the sample being investigated is wrong, no matter how good the theory is, the result is bound to be wrong. Romalek concluded in his way. Deculein must have taken the wrong sample. Also, isn't it only twice as much as last year's predicted by the existing Luhammond theory? Yes, that's right. According to the Luhammond theory, the risk of this monster wave is estimated to be 1.87 times that of last year. Luhammond, who passed away 33 years ago, was the first scholar to devise a model for predicting monster waves. Romalek bowed again to Safian. Your Majesty, let the right thing stay right. Luhammond's theory has been correct for 17 years. There is no need to waste national money on being swayed by the theory of the wizard Deculein, who is not a scholar. We beg your kindness, your Majesty. Safian watched them silently, looking up and down their disgusting faces before she spoke. If Deculein is right, will you take responsibility? Your Majesty, this is not a personal matter. Deculein said he would take responsibility. He bet himself on his choice. If you're going to babble, at least you should take responsibility. I will strengthen the national defense. As part of that, from today onwards, the munitions of the continent will be monopolized by the Imperial Palace. I will distribute Deculein's report to the frontier territory and tell them to prepare. Ah! Romalek shut his mouth tightly. Safian's decision had never been reversed once her mind was set, but it was what he was hoping for. If Deculein were wrong, no, it would be wrong, so this incident would be an excuse to trample on the Euclid family. Today's conference ends with this, so you too prepare your defenses for winter. Yes, your Majesty, thank you. With that, Safian stood, and Romalek and the ministers left to discuss in secret. Gosh, that bastard Deculein has stopped acting like a fool and suddenly wants to do something strange. It is rather good. He seems to be trying to sabotage the fame he's earned. 15 times. Hasn't he seen too many plays? They say he's sponsoring plays these days. Romalek stroked his beard with a disgruntled look. HMPH. That bastard sponsoring art. In the first place, aren't they a hunting family? An inferior race with blood on their hands. Ha ha ha. It is. Deculein could be said to be the #1 contributor, granting enormous power to Emperor Safian these days. What's the difference between a demon hunter and a boar hunter? That's what I mean. A family that has been hunting wild boars since the start should only be laughed at. But well, the only family that is well treated despite that is probably Euclid. Ha 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 ha. Seriously, you have a great sense of humor too, Romalek. Their anger against Euclid was sharp, so their gossip continued through the night. I don't think anyone will believe it. Returning to the tower, I also presented the theory to Adrian. It was our definitive result from the business trip, but most of the responses had been skeptical because the contents were shocking. Is that so? Yes. The chairman's expression changed as she read the report. I am studying the collision values you submitted. However, the chairman pointed to a certain paragraph. As expected, the conclusion. Isn't this too much? You were there 19 years ago too. I wasn't. The teenage Deculein must have been. I must have been. What do you mean? Anyway, it's hard for me to believe. Believe it. I will need your help this winter. With Adrian's destructive magic, she could block at least one of the territories by herself. It wasn't a metaphor or exaggeration, really, literally, alone. Well, I always welcome the chance to use my magic, relieve my stress, but I don't think the frontier likes it much. Adrian handed me a letter. It was a request for review, directly sent by the 3 northern borders, Freyden, Dehammon, and Delek. If you don't withdraw this theory, they're going to spend a lot of money on defense. If after that, what if the monster wave isn't like you warned? The territories won't be able to recover, right? I know. However, I will not withdraw. Wow, you're so stubborn. Adrian's eyes widened. She grinned and hit her hands against the table. Then, we have no choice but to go to the north to provide support, because Professor Deculein belongs to our tower. Okay. Here. It's a list of places to be dispatched. Adrian held out the document. The difficulty level was marked with stars in a large font. Did you make it yourself? Yes. Anyway, I had to get an application for firepower support, so I made one. The more stars, the greater the difficulty. I instinctively glanced to the top. Recordac, you can die as soon as you arrive. It's a place where you should be very careful. Recordac. Recordac is going to be unbearable. The frontline, Recordac, was probably littered with death variables. It would be difficult even for Julie to overcome alone. Then you go and help. Oh, right. I heard that night Julie is in Recordac too. That made things slightly complicated. I was trying to move away from Julie, but she wouldn't handle the northern storm alone. But thinking of old times' sake, I shook my head. See, you don't want to go either. It's not that I don't want to go. HMPH, what? You're forcing me. What? Adrian startled. Her big eyes blinked like a rabbit's. I am willing to do whatever it takes to become the next chairman, as long as it does not damage my dignity. Adrian understood what I meant, wordlessly opening and closing her mouth for a moment. And you said you would take responsibility for the results of this research. It wouldn't be bad for you to be at the forefront, right? I guess. Good, then I'll have you assigned to Recordac. Is that so? Sure. The final gateway to the chairman's test. 2 months later, you and Ihelm go to Recordac with Knight Julie. I guess I can't help it. I nodded. Adrian raised her eyebrows with a sullen look. Then I'll be going. Yes, go then. It was the result of completely trusting Deculein's warning. Uriel greatly strengthened the defense of the Haidkane frontier, that is, the Rohalak area facing the frontier. She repaired the walls, built watchtowers, fortresses, and gates, recruited troops, and trained wizards. Gosh, that's annoying. Why did he have to say strange, nonsensical things? She didn't believe it. It was so hard to believe that crazy prediction. She wanted to ask what would be different from the destruction of the continent. Ah, if even the family doesn't believe it, your prestige will be ruined, so there's nothing I can do about it. I'm annoyed. Uriel certainly couldn't help but doubt, as the balance consumed right now was 300 million elnis. As winter passed, these costs would increase exponentially. All the money earned through the underground passage was blown away. Miss, I'm here. Uriel looked out the window to the Rohalak concentration camp and the wall in the midst of renovation. The butler waited a moment before continuing. Do you want to proceed with the deployment of troops as scheduled? In the Rohalak concentration camp, tens of thousands of territorial troops and prisoners would be deployed. The plan was for them to stop the wave of monsters together. She didn't know if the two would harmonize, but it was the method that Deculein recommended. Yes, do it like this. Uriel didn't know if it was right or wrong, but now Haidking was overflowing with money. Even if all they earned were lost, it would be worth it anyway. It would be nearly half of their taxes, so it might be better to spend it on defense. If this prediction is wrong, we'll be damned right. Yes, especially the estates that believed our words and spent their money on defense might ask for compensation. There is no legal obligation to compensate. I know, Uriel answered briefly. Then she suddenly staggered under a wave of vertigo. Gosh, what am I supposed to hope this winter is the worst or something? Still, he must have made such a prediction because he was confident. He was sure it was right. If you withdraw now, it will not be too late, miss. Uriel glanced into the rearview mirror to her butler and shook her head. No, still I believe. I have to believe it, she sighed. What a fate. She was not a Euclid but became one. Nevertheless, he recognized her as her younger sister. IMBITH. Yes, it's an acronym. It's trendy among young people these days. It's my brother. I trust him. Ahem. The butler coughed without a further word. However, Uriel clearly saw the smile wriggling at the corner of his lips. Sigh, I knew it. Julie requested support for Freyden's resistance. To be precise, it was a request for Zeit. But the notice that came down was hard. Finances are not enough. Hold on as long as you can and then abandon. It was a cruel message. Or he didn't believe Deculein's report. Whichever it was, Julie had no intention of abandoning this front. Chief, Rayleigh called to her, concerned. Julie looked back at her stiffly. There is a small village just over the creek of about 30 households. It has 4 or 5 children and 6 elders. In the northern extreme, many residents lived around Recordac due to its status as a symbol, to provide a way of atonement for those who deserve to die, to spend one's life in a better way. After passing through the forest, there is another village. 50 households live there. The village hunters went hunting for a wild boar and met a tiger not long ago, so most of them left are children, women, and the elderly. Julie thought about the aspects of the residents she had seen, feeling her mission as a knight anew. They can't run away when Rekordak falls. There is nowhere to go. This was their home. Even if they tried to run away, they would be too worn out. Yes, I know, Rayleigh sighed. There's not much I can do. Whether we hope that Deculein's report is wrong, or we fight until we die. After that, Julie looked at Rayleigh, sharing with her a small smile. Like this, at the moment when the two shared their barns and banter. Knock, come in. Yes. Knight, it was an officer of Rekordak who opened the door. He was holding a sealed envelope. This is an official letter for you, but it is probably a replenishment notice. Nodding, Julie opened the envelope. Wizard firepower support. Rekordak, her eyes widened. In the north, wizards were a very rare and special resource. But a division under Deculein, a division under Ihelm. The above two figures have volunteered for Rekordak as part of the examination process for the position of chairman. The name Deculein was placed on that list. The typeface was engraved so clearly, it coldly touched her heart. Chapter 165. Inroad 1. On the 77th floor of the Magic Tower, in the head professor's office, I sat at my desk and repeated the calculations and research. Dozens of cross-validations, hundreds of sample checks, exploring materials making full use of the university's vast library. However, I didn't take into account the possibility that my expectations would be wrong. It was just to find the difference value by region. Yes, I checked. The Rohalak soil concentration is lower. Uriel spoke through the crystal ball. The impact value in Rohalak was lower than in the north. Even so, it was twice as much as from 19 years ago, but if it were Hadekin and Euclin, it was enough to maintain their defenses. Don't spare expenses. I won't, but I'm hanging up. Hey, wait. Damn, I hung up and made a call to the next person. Professor Deculein, this is Baton. I will pass on the soil concentration. Okay. Yes, no matter what anyone says, I trust you. Just know that. In this way, among the nobles of the empire, some cooperated like Baton and some did not. In particular, most of the North expressed displeasure. Of course, because of the astronomical costs. Professor, Alan spoke up from her spot in the corner of the office. She had turned into a panda with dark circles under her eyes and buried under a pile of documents. This is an interview. The Academy has a request for a lecture related to this monster wave prediction. A strong backlash was inevitable to a breakthrough. If the present weren't a part of the main quest, I would have doubted it at least once. That'd be tiresome. Yes, with a schedule like this, you have to travel around the continent for at least 2 months. I looked outside the window. An endless winter landscape and a pale and withered sky greeted me. I'll do that. From now on, we would arrive at the major turning point in the main quest. But knowing my death ahead of time helped in this situation. Whatever the case, at least I wouldn't die this winter. Yes, I believe in your theory too. Haven't you slept, Alan? Yes, oh yeah, I have a lot of inquiries. About 3 days. You can go to sleep. Yes, Alan nodded her head with dazed eyes. I looked at the official notice she had brought. Number 11,861, to the head professor Deculein of the Imperial Tower. I've read through the predictions submitted by this professor extensively. I know that all kinds of rumors are boiling among the nobles of the Empire. However, your prediction makes people consider causing great chaos and costly damage to the continent, especially in the north. I read the letters of suspicion and regret sent by many families. Sigh, Ephraim was having a hard time these days. In the library, in the laboratory, in the dormitory, she wrote down her worries in a notebook. Why does Deculein die? Ephraim didn't remember what was going to happen in the future. No, she couldn't. She, of course, went to various places, such as the library, newspaper publishing company, and more. But in that future, there was a vanished period. In other words, there wasn't a single record of a point between 2 and 3 years later. What happened? There was, however, one thing that Ephraim did know. Rohan Trading Co., Limited. The only thing was that this Rohan Trading, a currently unknown factor, would hit the jackpot in the future. She found out by chance while talking to the merchants. She didn't know much about stocks, but she memorized the name because she thought investing in them would make her rich. This again, Rohan Trading Co. Limited. Roham Trading Co. Limited. Rohal Trading Co. Limited. Looking through the top stocks, she found Rohan and Rohan and Rohom and Rohal. There were three more. Should I invest in a quarter to each? Eferen sneakily checked her paycheck. 4,000 elnis. It wouldn't be bad if she bought into each for 1,000 elnis. Of course, her sponsorship had already accumulated hundreds of thousands of elnis, but she couldn't afford to use it for this. Her main reason was her pride, and now that she confirmed that the sponsor was Deculein, she would wait until she was fully recognized by Deculein. In other words, after fully understanding the thesis of Deculein Luna. After that, she would use it freely. Hey, a shrill voice called her. Eferen looked back and was startled to see an old enemy, Lucia. What? Did you come here to provoke me? Eferen's eyes narrowed, but Lucia grinned and shook her head. No, to congratulate you. What? I heard you going to Rekordak. Rekordak. Eferen frowned. What kind of bullshit was that all of a sudden? What? We just came back from the north, all right. I know. What do you know? I said we just came back. What are you saying you don't know? What? When Eferen asked again, Lucia held out a piece of paper with a face that angered her further. Eferen's gaze shifted to the document. What is this? Her eyes widened. Eferen jumped up and she went out sprinting. On the first floor of the tower in the lobby, her club members had gathered, including Julia. They looked all concerned about her. Iffy, I heard the news. You're going to Rekordak. What? I didn't know. Eferen was perplexed. Knock, 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 knock. I could already tell who it was. As soon as I opened the door with psychokinesis, a student hurried in and stood before my desk. Professor, professor, professor. Rekordak, what is that all about all of a sudden? We're going to Rekordak during our vacation, maybe in 3 months. Ah! Eferen's jaw dropped, and her eyes grew as large as a soccer ball. Professor, how about reconsidering it? Not for me. She paused for a moment as she moved her lips. Gulp, swallowing hard, avoiding my gaze, scratching her temples. She finally spoke after showing the full range of her nervous habits. We never know what might happen, even you. It's okay, I shook my head. It doesn't matter if you don't come with me. I, not you, decided arbitrarily. Eferen stared at me. I didn't say I wasn't going. I'm going, but I nodded. Then get ready. Get ready for what? Practical training starts today. Oh, I had a lot of work to do during this season. I was responsible for advanced lectures, thesis-related questions and answers, and the expectations I presented. There wasn't a single day that I was free. I traveled across the continent by airship and train. Of course, there were many people I had to meet who didn't understand my theory, shouting and jumping about like chimpanzees. It was Deculein's unique sense of choice to think that. I tried to suppress it, but it was difficult. I also started training Eferen. She was put through the ringer at the Magic Tower training ground, but her progress was commendable. Are we leaving around next week, Professor? It was immediately after training. Eferen, whose body was wet with sweat, approached me and asked. I stared at her quietly. Oh, Eferen wiped herself with cleanse, and only then did I answer. Probably. Okay, I will work hard to prepare. Eferen left the training room. I could still hear her complaints as she walked down the hallway. It's my vacation, and I can't even take a break, gosh. I'm exhausted. My body hurts. I also need to buy stocks. Thinking of stocks, I remembered something. The other day, I invested in Man of Great Wealth. It had been a while, so I would have to check it out. I guess there's not much left. Then, all of a sudden, a thought popped up in the corner of my mind. Now I could meet Julie. Was it mine or Deculein's? As I moved away from her, a certain emptiness seemed to gnaw at every corner of my body and mind. This is stupid. Even if I couldn't be with her, just being able to see her made this heart beat. It was a dull feeling. Rekordak. Julie was sitting quietly in her office chair and meditating, thinking about the one who would soon arrive. She pretended that she was okay, but she couldn't help it. She desperately suppressed all her feelings, and at the same time, she thought of the naive inhabitants of the North. Julie could cooperate with her enemy for them. As a seeker of chivalry, her distinction between public and private would be thorough. Knock, knock. Julie was startled, but she cleared her throat and spoke. Come in. The door opened. Julie stared at the person peeking through the half-open gap, noting his yellow hair and white face. He walked in with a soft smile. It's been a while, right, Julie? It was Ihelm, one of Deculein's former gang members and Julie's college senior. He was the small obstacle before meeting Deculein. Julie answered with dignity. Yes, long time no see. Please sit down. Okay, wow, I even had to come to Rekordak because of the chairman test. I shouldn't have applied. Ihelm sat down in the chair with a sound of pain. Are all the people exercising out their prisoners? Yes. Whoa, they have great physiques since they have killed some people, right? They seem to have some skills too. Yes. However, a magical device is connected to their heart, so we can immediately intervene if they get into trouble. No need to worry. I know. It was Deculein who invented it. Julie calmly nodded. Anyway, Deculein will be a little late. Yes. Well, but I don't think he wanted to come to Rekordak. That chairman is such a mean kid, isn't she? She must have sent him, saying, "It'll be fun since the two of you are breaking up." Ihelm watched Julie while mimicking Adrian's voice. It was a joke, but Julie responded without any expression. I know, it's fine. You don't seem fine. Relax your face, woman. My face is always like this. Julie was completely expressionless, except for perhaps one eyebrow furrowed a little. Ihelm chuckled. Yeah, bullshit. It's not. Please go, we will arrange accommodation for you. Okay, but don't get me wrong. I don't mean to make fun of you, just isn't it a little weird? Don't you think so too? Ha, what now? Julie let out a small sigh as if she was tired. Ihelm stood slowly and shook his head. There was no one who loved you like Deculein. Of course, the way he did it was quite crazy. Why suddenly would he? Crackle. Ihelm could hear Julie grind her teeth. Easy, easy. Ihelm raised his arms in embarrassment. Ihelm, go. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, I will go. Oh, right, take this before I go. Ihelm held out a document. What is this? It's a replenishment list. Julie looked at the document. However, the names on the list were so disconcerting that she read it with widening eyes. Isn't it curious? A new dorm will be built soon. It'll be a mansion. Gwen, Raphael, Sirio. The knights close with Julie and Masters, who had reached the pinnacle of their swordsmanship, such as the highest mountain Jalan and the fire sword Eufle. It's since Deculein is coming. In this remote area, the Imperial Palace and several other knights are clashing for support. They're trying to build some connections with Deculein. Connections? Yeah. Oh, do you know that too? Deculein's earnings, this time from stocks alone, are 500 million elnis. 500 million elnis. 500 million elnis. Julie's mouth opened slightly. Ihelm noticed it and muttered with a smirk. Why? Do you regret it? You're in hell, but your ex-fiancé flies like this. For a moment, Julie's expression hardened again. Ihelm, I won't say it a fourth time. Oh, you're too nice. It's usually 3 times, but you took it 4 times. Your nickname wasn't White Retriever for no reason. Ihelm, you're at 3.5. It was the last warning. Ihelm smiled and stood. Okay, I'm going. See you later. We will be staying in the same space for a while. Julie stared at Ihelm's back as he left, waving his hand. There are a lot of people who make money from stocks these days. We also need money to protect our borders. Julie's attention was again focused on recruiting lists and now stocks. Before leaving for the north, I stopped by the Imperial Palace for the 3rd game of Go that I scheduled with Safian. You're going to the north again. But Safian was wearing a dress today, like a modern Elizabeth, a splendid and old-fashioned attire suitable for the emperor. Yes, you look beautiful today too. Iliade gifted me this. Glython bought this himself. Is that so? Glython of Iliade. It was a pretty annoying name, but there was no need to be sarcastic. Anyway, it's the 3rd match today. Are you confident? If you lose this match, we don't have to do the rest. I have never been unconfident. HMPH. Safian twisted her lips, and then she stood. I looked up at her with slight puzzlement. Follow me. Yes, I stood without question. Safian left the teaching room and walked down the hallway. You say you are very confident, and there is no one on this continent who can play Go as much as you and I do, so today. Safian stopped in front of the gate. I thought I knew what her intentions were as she turned to me. I will have a great game in front of all the ministers. Are you okay with that? I nodded without hesitation. Yes, I'm fine, but I'd rather ask your majesty that. Are you okay? What do you mean? Because I am not a person who will lie to save your majesty's face in front of your ministers. Did you go nuts? Safian almost reflexively cursed. Her veins bulged at the sides of her head. I'm warning you. I won't accept any more than this. Don't even try to save my face. Try as hard as you can. I will try hard to crush you in response. On this continent, you are the only person who will benefit from my efforts. Yes, I won't hold back. Nodding, Safian opened the gate. Immediately, I could hear the loud shouting from countless ministers. Your Majesty, Safian. They bowed to greet Safian, and I could see the place for the game was already prepared. Boards and stones were laid out on a vast battlefield. This is the professor that I hired to show you Go. He's the one who caused quite a stir this time by predicting the monstrous event to come. Deculein, Safian looked back at me and shouted. I approached her with my body bowed. I, Deculein, have arrived at the command of your majesty. Enough, sit down and stop talking. Yes, your majesty. With countless servants watching, I sat across from her. Safian looked at me and twisted her lips. Before he leaves for Rekordak in the north, we will start the third game. Let the ministers dictate the notation and learn it earnestly. This professor and I are going to show you that Go is just like this. At Safian's words, all the ministers shouted at the same time. We're honored, your majesty. It was noisy. Chapter 166. In Road 2. Of course, the officials of the imperial palace were learning Go. To put it bluntly, it was at the level of scrambling before an exam. In the empire, the emperor's favor was no different than royal benevolence, and the only hobby that the indolent emperor enjoyed was Go. Let's start. Therefore, all the ministers watched this match with nervous expressions. This professor was the only one who was a match for Safian. Are you ready? Yes. Deculein, on the other hand, nodded, far from nervous or anxious. Safian handed him the stone's box. The emperor would be black, the professor white. The two, each pulling their stones, faced each other. Referee. Yes. At Safian's call, an old man in a uniform appeared. He was a master from the archipelago who could write commentary and notations. I'm Aldo, the interim referee. Then, he looked to Safian and Deculein, amused, and announced the start of the match. Let's start the third match of Her Majesty Safian and Professor Deculein. Tap. Simultaneously with the game's opening, Safian, the black side, placed her stone in the lower left corner first. Deculein, the white side, chose the upper right corner. Next, the black stone at the lower right corner and the white stone at the upper left corner. It was an ordinary exploration, but everyone watched it breathlessly. Surely, it seems that Professor Deculein is a match to Her Majesty. Look at Her Majesty's seriousness. It's very impressive, and it deeply moves me. She grew up so well. The ministers admired it, but the old vassals, including Romaluk, were quite displeased with Deculein's show of force. Tap, Your Majesty, I have a question. Suddenly, Deculein spoke. Safian slowly raised her head to look at him. Facing that cold gaze, Deculein asked, Why is Your Majesty so passionate about Go? Then he placed the 30th move. Safian felt a little annoyed, wondering if it was bullshit to distract her, but she answered, It's because it's fun. Tap, Safian made the 31st move. It was a move combining offense and defense to penetrate the gap in the upper right corner. Is that so? Deculein skillfully blocked it. Safian's brow trembled. This guy, the gesture with which he just placed the stone, was extremely light. Was he always this relaxed? It wasn't only about the gesture or his posture. His whole energy relayed his comfort. Why are you curious about that? Safian made the 33rd move while asking back. The black and white stones on the board were forming a tight match. Because Your Majesty's passion is moving. Bullshit. Deculein was silent for a moment and focused on the game. The stones on the wooden board slowly formed their ranks. So when they reached the 54th move, now you will pour that passion into national affairs, the continent, and the development of yourself. That's what I believe. Deculein spoke again. Safian grew uncomfortable with those words. At that moment, she held a slight advantage over Deculein, but the actual difference was so subtle that a single mistake could overturn the game. Both were walking on thin ice, but Safian didn't want to admit it, so she answered calmly. Arrogant bastard, do you dare bring your passion to me? Okay, I'll ask you this time. Safian stared at Deculein, her gaze cutting into him. However, Deculein didn't avoid her eyes. Professor, you know who tried to poison me in the past? A cold stillness fell over them. Deculein and Safian looked at each other with the board as a wall between them. They were calm, but the ministers between the two were thrown into a spectacle. From the moment Safian uttered those surprising words, they began to look more like toads than humans. Their eyes dilated as if they were about to pop out, and they couldn't breathe properly. The only other sound was the stones rattling against the board. White's 76th move. It happened like a ripple across the water's surface. But then Safian wasn't looking at the board but Deculein. That poison has given me the gift of boredom and sloth. Safian's voice lacked even the slightest bit of emotion. I just let it since it was too cumbersome to look for it, but Deculein watched Safian. Look. What? His tone was one of arrogance. Safian cut off his words, but she belatedly looked down at the board. The crimson eyes judging the situation filled with astonishment. A single move destroyed the balance between the sides. All thoughts in her head were erased, and her hand holding the stone trembled. Safian blankly looked at the board. This, she struggled to understand the sudden upheaval. He had a trick planned that she hadn't even thought of, but with Deculein's 76th move, the thin ice below her began to crumble. Safian felt the rope tightening around her neck. It was the first time in her life that she felt this way, but she had nothing to worry about. From experience, Deculein lacked the ability to lead the game until the second half. If she simply responded calmly without being shaken, he would show his flaws. Tap, tap, tap. Safian didn't give up. Her ghost stones fell like drops of water. The composition and power were reversed in an instant. Black, who had a bit of advantage, now had to chase after the white side desperately. In this state, where her ruin was predestined, Safian mobilized everything she could plan. The match wasn't over yet. The way out must be somewhere. There was no certain loss in Go, so she hadn't lost yet. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of the Go stones stopped at some point. Safian's hand halted. The white stones she couldn't catch up with had already become an impregnable fortress, dominating the midfield. Safian clenched her teeth and raised her eyes to reflect Deculein. Her lips twisted, and fire rose from the bottom of her heart, but she tried not to lose her composure. Is that it? That is the difference. I won. Safian stared at Deculein. Her eyes slowly broke, and a trembling breath escaped between her purple lips. Ha! I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I feel like I have grown a bit. Safian didn't show her expression, but the sound of something breaking in her head was clear. Safian's hand went under the board. Deculein watched with calm eyes. This fucking crash. Safian threw the board high. The woodblock soared like a rocket and stuck to the ceiling. Around the split board, numerous stones sank and scattered, in the black and white that fell like snow. Are you angry? 30 minutes later, I managed to question the calmed Safian. Safian leaned her body against the back of her chair without a word. We were once again in the teaching room. Your Majesty, I thought I might lose, but when I lost, a really strange feeling surged up. Safian put her fingers to her temples and murmured, Independently, your 76th move was great. Of course, it's still annoying that you scratched my nerves by saying strange things before that, but it's also my fault for falling for that psychological battle. I smiled a little. Why are you smiling? That makes me want to break your head. I'm glad. I placed another ghost stone on the board. It was the review of the great match that was just played. What do you mean glad? Because the emotion you just felt is not anger. You cheeky bastard. Who are you to judge my feelings? I shook my head. The emotion Safian showed as she flipped the board was far from anger. That was what Safian needs the most right now, that thing that sparked a passion. It's not anger. It's the desire to win, Your Majesty. Safian closed her mouth for a moment. After staring at me for a while wearing a stern face, I immersed myself in studying the record again. The next match will be in 2 months. I will not lose then. Yes, neither will I. Go away. I stood. Watching Safian studying Go and overcoming defeat, I took a step backward and left the bedroom. 2 months was not enough time to convince the continent, but it was enough to force them. It was a thought that came to mind while traveling almost all over the continent. Do I need to persuade them like this? Do I need to explain the principle of a lighter to a chimpanzee? Shouldn't I just make them use it? The villain's dominance and terrifying image were effective in this case. I pressured those who wouldn't listen to my predictions. Emperor Safian accepted my methods, so there were many ways to go about it. An investigation that mobilized the royal guards, the imperial palace books, a threat through Euclin's bank funds. These were just the tip of the iceberg. Professor, expenses beyond this run the risk of bankrupting the estate. Please, because of that, some pretty annoying guys had shown up. I forced them into saving their estates, but the lord and nobles were begging. I stared at the nobleman standing in the doorway of my mansion. Is it Jahan? Yes, Professor. Our family can't afford. It's better to go bankrupt than to be destroyed, and to use the assets you wasted on something good. Ah! There were only 13 local lords who came to my mansion, each of which were scumbags who neglected the defense of their territory below the basic level. Professor, please, I'll do anything. Go away. I pushed him out of the mansion with psychokinesis and turned to the car waiting in the garden. Through the open window, a familiar face appeared. "You're here." It was Yriel. I opened the door and sat next to her. "You are the object of total fear these days. Do you know? Almost as bad as the Grim Reaper." "Ignore it." HMPH. Yriel shrugged. "By the way, are you going to Rekordak? It has already been confirmed." "I mean, that woman is there. That woman." She suddenly stopped talking, clenched her teeth, and growled. I looked back at her, wondering, why do you hate Julie so much? Yriel bit her lip for a moment without saying a word. She crossed her arms. "When I went to college, I was the only one alone, because someone was going to the swordsmanship contest." "Jealousy." "No, it's not," Yriel yelled. I nodded and sat back, taking out a book. "Hey." As she watched me turn the pages, Yriel stuttered. "Did you hate me back then?" As I heard that voice, I pondered. Did Deculein hate her? He must have. "Yriel." I put my hand atop her head, my leather gloves rustling her hair. Yriel looked up at me as I answered softly, looking into those round and cute eyes that didn't resemble Deculein at all. "I don't hate you." Yriel stiffened, standing so still she might not have been breathing before she suddenly pointed out the window. Let's get out. We're here." We had just arrived at the station. "Okay." Ren climbed out first and opened the car door. "I will protect Hadekin." Then Yriel made her declaration. "It's our estate." I glanced at her. She was coughing heavily as if embarrassed, but there was a part that bothered me a bit. "Yriel, what? Don't stop talking with honorifics with me. I never allowed it." Slam, I closed the car door. Through the window, Yriel was wearing an absurd expression. "Ren, go." "Yes, master." I sent the car ahead and climbed up to the platform. Immediately, three heads caught my eye: Alan, Drent, and Epheren. They were gathered and talking about something. "Here, take a good look at this. One of these four companies will unconditionally soar." "Really? I see they all have the same name, huh? How much did you put in, Leaf?" 1,000 Elnis in each of them. Every time my paycheck comes in, I'll divide it up and invest it all. After the business trip, it'll double or triple. In 3 years, it will go up to 100-fold. This will be our future asset, and Pillar, Epheren was stirring them up. When I deliberately walked up to them, making sure my steps were heard, all three turned. "Oh, the professor is here." "Hello, you're here." Hearing different greetings from each of them, I looked at their clothes. Alan and Drent were normal, but Epheren was absurd. "Epheren, do you think you are a knight?" "Yes." Usually wizards wore robes. If they were heading somewhere dangerous, they wore enchanted leather armor. But Epheren was in chainmail. However, iron armor was of no use to wizards. Rather, it inhibited the manifestation of magic. "Oh, this. There are a lot of flying animals around Rekordak, so ouch." I disassembled her armor with psychokinesis. "No, this was expensive." Meanwhile, Julie was waiting for someone to arrive soon at the entrance of Rekordak, along with the warden, numerous knights, and Ihelm. "When is he coming? I'm freezing." Ihelm murmured, dissatisfied. Julie glanced at him and turned around at the faint clopping of horseshoes. The characteristic scent of Deculein was blown by the wind. Julie clenched her jaw. "Oh, he's here." The knights of the Imperial Palace pointed to two horses running on the horizon. The one in the lead was Deculein, and his riding posture was textbook perfect. "The professor looks like a painting, ahem." The knights of the Imperial Palace glanced at Julie and coughed, but she showed no reaction. The horses' hooves were growing louder, and the temperature was getting colder. The mana that Julie unconsciously emitted froze the air. "Gosh, it's cold, it's cold." When Ihelm, who wore a fleece robe and coat, complained to Julie, the horses' speed gradually slowed until finally Deculein halted before them. "Good to see you, Professor." The knights of the Imperial Palace approached Deculein and displayed their courtesy. Deculein greeted them with a nod and dismounted with his assistants. "Hey, Deculein. Leaf, long time no see." Ihelm shivered as he greeted them. Epheren turned her face with a HMPH. Julie looked at Deculein, but she couldn't move her lips. She couldn't say anything. Had she known to curse, she would have cursed him. However, not in her entire life had Julie ever put abusive language in her mouth. It would remain that way for the rest of her life. On the other hand, Deculein glanced over the landscape of Rekordak with an open eye, empty space, and a bleak winter that didn't go well with Deculein. "From there to there." Deculein pointed to the coniferous forest around Rekordak. "Cut down the forest and build our lodgings." "Oh, good idea. Rekordak is the property of Freyden." Julie intervened. When it became part of her job, she had to say something. You can't just cut them down. The forest serves as a good barrier, and herbalists make a living. I knew you would say that. Deculein looked down at Julie with cold, sharp eyes, but she didn't avoid his gaze. After staring at each other for a while, Deculein motioned to his assistant. Alan. Yes. Alan handed Julie a piece of paper as she continued to glare down Deculein. Check it. With that said, she looked at the paper. Her eyes were fixed for a little while. Freyden-Euclan Agreement. Zeit, head of Freyden, and Deculein, head of Euclan, transferred 51% of the rights and duties of Recordac Camp to Euclan by mutual agreement. In return, Euclan pays Freyden 30 million elnis, and Recordac will be directly owned and managed by Deculein or a person appointed by Deculein. In other words, it meant that Deculein had acquired Recordac after paying 30 million elnis for this useless land. Julie was speechless. Recordac belongs to me. I thought it would be uncomfortable, so I acquired it in advance. Deculein looked around as the knights of the imperial palace admired him. There will be no special greetings, and we will maintain the system now. Soon, his gaze returned to Julie. Assailed by a strange sense of helplessness, Julie clenched her fist and stared at the crumpled paper in her hand. We will start with logging. Use the prisoners as labor. Yes, sir. The knights of the imperial palace responded vigorously, and Deculein passed by. Julie, still standing there, suddenly noticed someone poking her. You have to give me that document. It's an important contract. It was Alan, Deculein's assistant professor. Julie nodded. Oh, yes, sorry. Here, take it. Hey, you don't have to be sorry. Go quickly, too. It's insanely cold. Alan grinned and followed Deculein. However, Julie was left alone to watch their backs. Whoosh! A cold wind swept across her hair. Chapter 167. Inroad 3. The Floating Islands Inn. In that restaurant thousands of meters above the sky, which was nothing more than a resting place for the named, Rohakan was reading the hard-earned report from Deculein. Statistics made up of facts. The continent's path forward. The continent is entering an era of upheaval. The frontier is no longer an extinct place that stays there. Rather, it will come before our eyes as time goes on. In addition to the cracks in the empire, new challenges appear from outside the continent. Therefore, I would like to present a whole new theory of controlling external risks. This theory completely excludes the element of luck and is based only on practical observations. I hope you will study, understand, and accept this to benefit your generation. Explanation of collision, values page 157, monster wave calculation formula based on collision values page 53. A total of 210 pages of formulas serve to make Rohakan's head dizzy. Is it difficult for you to understand too? The woman opposite Rohakan suddenly asked the question. I don't know. Red pigtails and typical fighter attire, Ganesha. Adventurers who weren't wizards weren't allowed to enter the floating island, but her adventure group used an unofficial route. I can do the calculation. But I don't know if I've grown so old that my brain has hardened, but I can't understand the logic of the derivation of this collision value. Deculein, this guy has become a scholar in no time. Ha! Is that all you have to say? It was very hard to find it, so please read it properly. It's not just anyone who can acquire this. It's so popular and controversial. Ganesha narrowed her eyes, prompting Rohakan to clear his throat. Aham, what can I do if I can't read it? I mean, it cost 300,000 elnis to get it from the Adventurers Guild. Who told you to get that, huh? Did you forget you told me to bring it? Forget it. Just take what we agreed upon. Rohakan handed Ganesha a prosthetic hand. Ganesha lifted the artificial arm, then nodded after a moment. Made by Arlos, that's right. Thank you, old man. Ganesha's tone grew serious. Then Rohakan pointed to the kid next to her, who was asleep on the table. Carlos, the boy, not yet 10 years old, was missing one of his arms. What happened to that kid? A lot. Ganesha avoided the answer. Rohakan didn't ask any more. Can I read it? That cute voice belonged to Leah as she pointed at the paper in Rohakan's hand. Of course, read it. Rohakan smiled kindly and handed it to her. Thank you. Leah's eyes practically emitted lasers as she scanned the paper. Ganesha and Rohakan watched with delight, and dessert came out just in time. At that moment, Leah's concentration broke as fragrantly sweet desserts were placed atop the table. The scent of one object resembling macarons shook her. She stretched out her hand blankly as if possessed, gabbed the macaron, and slowly put it into her mouth. Oh, seeing the child melt away, Rohakan smiled. Was it a good read? Oh, then she came back to her senses. Leah nodded. What do you think? That Professor Deculein is smart. Can't we believe it? Of course, the calculation itself was difficult to understand, but there was a hardcore trigger in the main quest, an unexpected event in which countless demons descended south from annihilation. Anyway, even if it wasn't that, now that the main quest would soon arrive, the stronger the defenses, the better. She didn't know Deculein could help in this way. Haha, is that so? After giving a short answer, Rohakan stared at Leah a little while longer. You look alike. Eh, Ganesha responded for Leah. Do you mean Deculein's ex-fiancée or something? She's heard it a lot already. I think she will hear it a lot more in the future. Haha. Rohakan rummaged through his pockets with a silent smile instead of responding. Take this. He produced a scroll. What you want is in the north, so go there. I'll open the way. Leah's eyes widened at Rohakan's words. Main quest. Inroad finally. It was the beginning of the full-fledged script. I started developing the northern border. The design plan and scale were more than any knight's order, but there was no need to airlift materials. The coniferous forest in the north was of acceptable quality. The skeleton was erected in one day. The construction provided by competent wizards, such as Epheren, Drent, and Ihelm's division, was more efficient than the labor of 1,000 workers. This should be enough. However, my psychokinesis was dedicated only to the construction of the mansion. I didn't want to stay in the same building as the prisoners for even a single day. Wow! Epheren, Alan, Drent, and the 13 men of Ihelm's division looked up at the mansion in amazement. All 5 stories had been built in harmony with the northern forest using aesthetic sense. Even I was satisfied with it. Whoa, this is crazy. How did you build this in one day? Ihelm was amazed. I opened the front door without a word and led the wizards inside. It's empty inside. Well, we can fill it. More importantly, Deculein. Ihelm kept talking to me. It was growing annoying. Some rumors are going around these days. Big money earned in stocks, beating Her Majesty, and even more strange rumors. I stared at Ihelm. He smiled as if he were familiar with it. Deculein, I heard you know which family tried to poison Her Majesty. In this world line, the crime of that day remained as an attempted poisoning. Of course, even that would be a mortal sin enough to destroy a noble family. So immediately after the match with Safian, it grew pretty noisy in the imperial palace. Ihelm, get out of here. Hey, can't you build a house for me too? Or would you like me to stay here? I can pay rent. Go before I kill you. Gosh, I'm going. You're too sensitive. It looks like there are a lot of rooms, but what's the problem? Hey, let's go. Ihelm took his group and left. On the other hand, my pupils Epheren, Drent, and Alan looked up at me with eager anticipation. Epheren was the one to lead the charge. Professor, should we just go too? You stay here on the first floor. Awesome, I mean. Yes, I'll bring the luggage. The 3 of them ran back while I moved out to the porch to look around Rekordak. In terms of man of great wealth, this area wasn't the worst. On the contrary, it occasionally produced golden shards. It was probably the best place to use as a base camp if the annihilation expedition began. It would be better to build the facility first. Right now, the top priority was construction, transforming this damn prison to have minimalistic self-sufficiency and developing it so that it could become Julie's base. It was fully doable. Darks that even the eye of a fool can recognize. Volume 1. Julie was studying in the office, scribing diligent notes in the book she bought. The first rule of stocks: never lose money. It was because she was quite disappointed with herself, who had been ignorant of financial techniques, as she watched the record act taken over by Deculein in an instant and saw the dramatic changes as soon as he arrived. The second rule: never forget the first rule. Knights should stay away from wealth. Maybe she was too caught up in that old-fashioned view. She needed money to protect her comrades and to maintain order. This is hard. Never lose money. A knight should not pursue money, but it wasn't right to neglect it too much. Even if it was a late realization, she was glad it wasn't too late. Julie, taking notes, slowly raised her head. Rayleigh was reading a book on the couch. Rayleigh. Yes, she looked this way. Julie pondered a little and shook her head. Nothing. What? Oh, are you studying stocks? Rayleigh closed her book and shuffled over. She looked at Julie's notebook on the desk and smiled. Don't lose money. Basic quote analysis. The basics of stock trading are to use people's psychology. You've studied hard. You work hard in everything, our knight." She was proud of those words, but Julie looked at her watch without expression. It was 9 a.m. Soon it would be time to start Deculein's discourse. But don't bother with stocks if you can. More people lose. Deculein is the weird one. How did he earn 400 million elnis? Or is it 500 million elnis? I know. That's why I plan to study hard and start with a small amount. Really? Then well, Rayleigh nodded lightly. Then Julie stood. It'll be time soon. Let's go. Are you going? Deculein's discourse. In other words, it was time to gather all the people involved in Recordac, preach her will, and give orders. For now, Deculein didn't seem to want to change the big picture of Recordac, and he recognized Julie's status. But she didn't have to attend the discourse like an ordinary knight. Julie was a Freyden with a 49% stake after all. There is no need to be stubborn, and if he gives orders that are too absurd, I am the only one who can stop him. Indeed, that's right. Okay, well, let's go. Julie left with Rayleigh. Stomp, stomp. As they were walking down the shabby hallways of Recordac, a thought flashed in Rayleigh's head. Clap, she clapped Julie's shoulder. Oh, right. Do you know that, our knight? I don't know what it is. No, not long ago, there was an attempt to poison Her Majesty, right? Yes, Julie nodded. After the attempted assassination, the imperial family had been overturned. But Her Majesty, while playing Go with Deculein, she said Deculein knows the inside story. Rayleigh's expression stiffened in horror. Really? Yes, that's what I'm saying. So now the imperial palace is in an uproar. If that crime is revealed, and if it is the work of an imperial nobleman, wow. Just imagine. Rayleigh trembled as Julie pondered, and together they reached the training grounds of Recordac. Among the knights, guards, wardens, and wizards of the imperial palace, Deculein was already on the podium. Nice to meet you. I will not give an introduction or speech. As the owner of Recordac, I first issue duties and orders. Deculein spoke as if giving a lecture. The steady task this winter is to thin out the area. We will advance into the annihilation area and exterminate the monsters in advance. The first goal is to kill as many monsters as possible before the wave begins. There was no amplification magic, but his voice reached through the entirety of Recordac, and his unique charisma dominated. For this mission, 4 knights and 1 wizard will team up, and you can mobilize as many prisoners as you want. Then someone tapped Julie's arm. She turned around to see Gwen. Julie nodded to Gwen, who mouthed, "Long time no see." At that moment, "Who is chatting now?" Deculein's cold voice fell over them. Gwen coughed, and Julie bowed her head without saying a word. Also, once a week, the entire army of Recordac will advance and destroy the beast's environment. Deculein looked around the knights' faces for a moment. Gwen, Raphael, Sirio, and the knights of the imperial palace were loyal to Deculein. There were a lot of people to lead, but I'll leave it to the knight Dare. Deculein chose Julie. He knew that her talent was the most outstanding when it came to commanding battles. At that moment, everyone turned to Julie, and she silently nodded and accepted the responsibility. Rayleigh, who was right next to her, whispered in admiration. Oh my, you two, the distinction between public and private is really strict, isn't it? Julie clenched her fists. Recordac daily life, the 3rd day. My job here was simple. In the cold morning, I practiced magic, and when I consumed enough mana, I did some writing in the mansion. Also, when I had free time, I went outside to make maps or enjoy hunting. My 3 assistants took care of the other chores, so it wasn't that different from life on the continent. Values pursued by this era, the magic of statistics, magic economy, theory of economics, in this cold winter. For some reason, it was easy to write. Someone said that one of the reasons why there were so many great writers in Russia was the harsh temperatures. I think I could tell the origin of the author's principle to some extent. The days were so harsh, and they had nothing to do but write. What is all this, Professor? Ephraim, who came to the library to borrow a book early in the morning, pointed to the manuscripts on the desk. Read it. It will only help your empty common sense. What? No. Ephraim's expression darkened. It's not empty. Why do you always talk as if you're looking down on me? You say stupid when it's stupid. What would I say other than the word stupid? If you don't want to be told that you're stupid, study hard. Gosh, how many times have you said I'm stupid? I'm leaving. While saying that, she picked up the manuscripts. And the screening process starts tomorrow, so I volunteered. I looked at her and nodded. Just don't die. Oh, all right, I won't die. Even if you lose all your limbs, you can live with prosthetics. What? Yeah, yeah. I will come back alive. Thank you for your concern. Efren pouted as she walked out. The library became quiet and peaceful again. I suddenly looked out the window. In the training ground below it, Julie was training swordsmanship with Gwen, clashing swords and mana. Clank, clank, clank. Friction between mana and metal. Just as the embers and sparks rose, Gwen suddenly looked up. Ha, Julie. Look there, your ex-fiancée is over there, that damn woman. Julie looked up at me. At that moment our eyes met, but I clenched my jaw. I contorted my face and pulled the curtains down. Tusk! I leaned back in the chair and took up my pen. Strangely, my heart was aching, but if I didn't express it, no one would know. It would also feel better soon. In the first place, Deculein was cold-blooded at the same time. Ah! Efren was in the resting room on the first floor of Recordac, her mouth gaping. The cause was the book borrowed from Deculein, The Magic of Statistics. The concepts contained in this book stimulated Efren's neurons and synapses. This is revolutionary. The combination of statistics and magic. Efren instinctively felt it. Interpreting magic with statistics, that was, predicting the damage and size of magic through probability. I want to learn this. Efren hastily pulled out a pen, drawing attention as she began to move loudly. She attracted the attention of a few wizards who came to support the mission. Hey, Professor Deculein's assistant, Efren, right? Yes, oh yes. What is that? Yes, oh that's, what are you reading? Can I read it together with you? Yes, I still didn't. Did Professor Deculein write this? Yes. Oh yes, but, oh, let me read one line too. One line only. Yes. Starting with one or two wizards from the Ihelm division, the battle wizards dispatched from Freyden, and several knights and executives attracted by curiosity. Almost all the high-level personnel who were standing on the first floor flocked to her, and the kind-hearted Efren couldn't help but agree. Yes, yes. Then together, she read the principles of Deculein with them. Chapter 168. Inroad 4. The world was swept by a pure white curtain that covered the sky and crushed the ground under the weight of snow. A blizzard raged over the muddy ground, the wind frozen and biting. I'm cold. It's okay, Leo. Just a bit more. In the northern mountains, Ganesha heard the children's voices muffled behind her back. The adventure team, including Lohan and Desmura, had already left for other missions, so the current climb was too dangerous. A blizzard like this could kill someone. Guys, let's stop for now. Hey, gather around me. Hurry, Ganesha summoned the staggering children to her side. She held them in her arms and checked the temperature. It was minus 33 degrees. The mana of the blizzard itself, added to this maddening chill, was enough to be called the Lonely Ghost. It was a magical cold that nullified even artifacts. Guys, guys. Ganesha patted the three children's faces, but they had already turned purple. Their breathing became faint, and their frozen eyelids were tightly closed. Guys, you can't sleep. If you sleep, you will be scolded. Wake up! She tried to shake their small bodies, but they quickly collapsed. Seeing their weak movements, Ganesha suddenly grew scared. The road they walked together was too long to send them off in vain. Too much time had accumulated. The memories they had together were too deep. Gee, guys, wait! It was then. Whoom! With a certain metallic sound, the blizzard around them cleared for a moment, and a strange hut appeared. Warmth radiated from it. Ganesha hurried closer with the children by her side. She tried to open the door, but a sign was blocking her. Post house. Post house. The post house is a shelter for lost travelers, adventurers, residents, and soldiers. In this place, built to overcome the harsh northern conditions, everyone can rest, but to enter, you must engrave your name on a list and swear by 3 vows. First, don't commit a crime. Second, don't fight. Third, do not damage the post. If you respect the above 3 pledges, the post office will become your shelter from the cold. However, if you neglect your pledge, the magic noose inherent in the post will bind you. Also, I will punish you in the name of Euclin. Euclin. Along with the name of the family, neat and beautiful handwriting was engraved on the sign. Just by looking at it, it was clear who made it. Professor, you've created something interesting. She was just grateful for now. Ganesha quickly bit her finger. With the blood, she swore the oath on the sign and wrote her name on the roster. Kriek, the door opened automatically, and a wave of warmth washed over her. Ganesha hurriedly pushed the children in first. It's warm. The inside was surprisingly spacious, even including a bed. Ganesha first checked the condition of the children lying on the floor and was delighted to see the color returning to their faces. Gosh, I thought everyone was going to die. She sighed in relief and leaned against the wall. Then she looked out the window. We survived thanks to that guy. If it hadn't been for this post house, they would have been buried in snow already. Of course, Ganesha would be fine, but it would have been fatal to the children. Ah, just then Leah raised her torso. Leah, are you okay now? Ganesha purposely spoke to brighten the mood, with her hair flapping like a propeller. Leah matched her with a smile. Yeah, I'm fine now. Right. Then take a good rest. Oh, but by Professor, are you talking about Deculein? Leah's face was already limp with exhaustion, but it seemed she couldn't hold her curiosity. Yeah, I think it's a facility that the professor built, but thanks to him, we were able to live. Ah, but these days, aren't there some strange rumors? What rumors? I heard it on Floating Island before I came here. That Professor Deculein knew the motive behind the attempted poisoning of Her Majesty the Emperor. Suddenly, the lamp went out. Ganesha stood, trembling with a momentary chill, and quickly turned the lamp back on. Leah, yes, that's a dangerous statement. Don't say that again. No matter how much the treatment of commoners had improved in recent years, commoners were still commoners. Since Leah was a commoner from the archipelago, she shouldn't dare even think about the imperial family's unofficial stories. Yes, I won't. I will reflect. Leah knelt on the floor of the room and raised her arms. She closed her eyes like that and reflected on it, then slowly fell asleep. Hoo-hoo, the child is very curious. Ganesha chuckled and leaned her body against the wall. Woo-woo-wash. Watching the raging blizzard through the window, she thought about the altar that would arrive soon. She imagined the existence of the god they were trying to manifest. It won't be easy from now on. She must be prepared to die too. Ganesha sighed and closed her eyes. For the first time in almost a month, a guy named Suma came to visit. Rekordak was now completing the temporary Knights Templar. Like the actual Knights Templar, it was to build a complex site that organically connected various facilities, such as a battleground and training room, an arsenal and tactical discussion room, a cafeteria, and a lodging center around the main building. Hey, get moving, guys. Don't spill anything. The Empire sent an architect who directed the prisoners according to his design. Professor, how about this spire? The scenery is also very nice. I watched it all from the spire of Rekordak. On the northern side of the Rekordak site, a huge wall separated the unexplored areas from Rekordak, and this spire was the only place where you could watch over the wall and the whole of Rekordak. The knight Julie also came at the right. As he was speaking, the warden covered his mouth. It appeared that my relationship with Julie halted him. He bowed. I apologize. HMPH. Apologize for what? Then from somewhere in the spire I hear Rayleigh's voice. The warden pointed. Oh, it's the knight's lieutenant, adventurer Rayleigh. I know. I approached her. What, why? Rayleigh, mumbling bluntly, was sitting at an easel. She had been painting a landscape with a palette and brush in her hands. Is painting your hobby? I like the scenery here. HMPH. Julie's cousin Rayleigh was quite similar to her. Although she had silver hair, not white, her personality wasn't as calm as Julie's. Scenery. I looked where Rayleigh was staring. I had no interest in admiring the scenery, but I was startled. Beyond the Rekordak wall, the whole world, wrapped in snow and wind, was foggy and dreamlike. When I stared into the endless horizon of the unexplored land, the aesthetic sense in my mind was activated. Step aside. What? What the hey? What are you doing? Hey, I pushed aside Rayleigh with psychokinesis and stole her brush and palette. The chair she was sitting on was wiped with cleanse. Look at this, Professor. Why are you doing this, hey? I was thinking of painting. I naturally ignored Rayleigh yelling next to me. My mind was concentrated in one place. I was in a trance. All I could see was that bewildering landscape, and I moved as if possessed. Oh my, Rayleigh exclaimed in surprise soon after I started drawing. I stopped at some point, my gaze fixed on the canvas and landscape returning to reality. It was due to an unexpected notification. Production. Art of the Age store currency, +1 mana +50. I saw my painting. First, man of great wealth reacted. A brilliant golden light was swaying like a wave over the portrait. The following item information was a little more mysterious. Deculein's canvas, untitled information. A portrait was drawn by Deculein van Grahen Uklein, A magical illusion resides in this landscape painting. Category: unique artwork, special effects, top quality air purification. The air in a radius of 500 m becomes clear. It is a great help in recovering mana as well as enhancing vitality. Advanced fascination. If you admire this picture, your mental strength and concentration will increase for half a day. Muse, a timeless art. Proof that my canvas had become a unique item. Maybe it was because I'm considered an NPC, not a player. Awesome, Professor. The warden admired it, putting his hands to his cheeks, and Rayleigh moved her lips in dissatisfaction. Both their eyes were fixed on my painting. It's beautiful. What is the title? I pondered briefly. Let's call it Winter. Then the name and effect of the item were changed. Eternal Winter, special effects, top quality air purification, advanced fascination, Muse, Eternal Winter. The magic of winter permeates the canvas. Julie awoke at dawn. First, she checked the condition of her heart. The pain that felt like it would tear her apart every time she woke up had subsided. This is enough. At least she wasn't going to die far away from home. She walked out into the hallway as usual, but soon noticed the air was strangely clear, and a painting, which she had never seen before, was hanging in the hallway. Hum. As soon as Julie saw the landscape painting, she nodded. She found herself naturally admiring it. It was a painting depicting the scenery of the unexplored land beyond the Rekordak in a dreamscape. The simple title of Winter suited it very well. Did Rayleigh paint it? Rayleigh was the only person who painted at Rekordak. Had her talent grown this much? Even she, who was ignorant of art, found it beautiful. She felt proud for some reason. Julie, about to head outside with satisfaction, noticed a person in the sports ground outside and stopped. Deculein. He was running. At dawn, when the sun hadn't yet risen, under the indigo blue sky, he was running. She ground her teeth and felt her nails dig into her palms. A fire rose from within, but Julie suppressed it. She began to count without realizing it. 30 seconds, one lap. One lap every 30 seconds. Although she already knew before, Deculein's physical abilities were superior to most wizards. 2, 3, 4. Julie recited the numbers and waited for Deculein's exercise to finish. 77. His record was 77 laps in 30 minutes. He didn't mobilize any mana or spells, so he could even be considered at the top of the list of knights. When Deculein returned to the mansion, Julie went outside. Hugh! She stood still in the middle of the sports ground and took in the cold air. 1, 2, 1, 2. She did deep breathing and warm-up exercises and loosened her stiff joints. Then she started running. Her goal was 77 laps in 30 minutes, just like Deculein. The curse on her heart may make it a little difficult, as it seriously damaged stamina more than anything else. I won't lose. Julie recalled Deculein's appearance and felt herself burning. She would never, ever lose to that villain. It was 10 a.m. in Rekordak's conference room. I was sitting at the top of the filthy, cramped stage. I was in a bit of a bad mood. No, it wasn't a bit. With 200 people, including knights and wizards, in the space of about 1,000 square feet, my head was dizzy. I see that 137 people applied. I saw the list of knights and wizards. 137 people, including Julie, Ihelm, and Epheren, volunteered for the thorough process. First, this afternoon, we will start the actual training to form this 137-member team. It was easy enough to figure out the strengths and weaknesses of the 137 people. I planned to build the most effective team that, if possible, would not take any fatalities. We will also refine the supply routes and open roads leading to the rear. Professor, the road isn't designed to connect with the interior. Then the warden intervened. Because when this wall of Rekordak falls, if there's a road, the speed of the monster's advance would be exponential. It won't fall. I looked at him and pointed at the knights and wizards around him with the tip of my chin. The purpose isn't to collapse in the first place, but I can see that Rekordak is like this since you have the mindset that it will collapse. Sorry. I went back to the point as the warden bowed. In the future, we will evaluate your performance and take corrective punishment. And, Professor, this is an official letter from the Imperial Palace. Slam. A messenger rushed in and began to shout. I was a little annoyed, but I nodded. Bring it. Here. I took the letter bearing the Emperor's seal. I explained the content after reading it with a sigh. In addition, Rekordak will also host its own Go competition. This is Her Majesty's command, so it would be good to learn Go whenever you have time. And I am not participating. What is this? The Imperial Palace. Emperor Safian frowned. On her desk were piles of tickets issued by court wizards. The eunuch Jarlang explained. The wizards of the Imperial Palace want to go on a business trip to Rekordak. What? The Emperor was disconcerted, finding it a difficult situation for even her to understand. I heard that wizards hate cold places. There's no way those cowards would volunteer to the north. Is it true that they want to go to Rekordak? Safian pushed her glasses up her nose with the tip of her finger. The large, round glasses that occupied about half of her face were an artifact that helped her study Go. Yes, it's because of the rumors. Rumors. It is rumored that Professor Deculein is writing countless books at Rekordak, and each of very high quality. It's that guy again. Safian was perplexed. She grinned and raised her glasses again, but they kept falling off as they were too large. Yes, that's right. I heard that each one is worth being stored on the floating island. HMPH. That means that it's worth dying in the cold. Fine. However, since I cannot send them all, I will send only 10 of them. Yes, but Your Majesty. Then Jarlang shook his head. His body wriggled like a bean worm. Your Majesty said something the other day while playing a game with the professor. You mean about the poison? The incident was driving the Imperial Palace crazy these days. But Safian didn't give much of an answer. Jarlang's body shook violently. Yes, yes, Your Majesty, maybe that Deculein knows who it is. But I will wait until he opens his mouth. Jarlang stopped breathing for an instant. He slammed his forehead to the floor. Kill me, Your Majesty. What do you mean kill? Were you the one who poisoned me? No, Your Majesty. How could I kill me? The eunuch was shouting in his mosquito-like voice. Looking at him, Safian smiled mischievously. Enough. To even kill, just go back. I am busy studying Go. Yes, Your Majesty, I'm honored. Get out of here. After sending Jarlang away, Safian's expression calmed. That's weird. She rested her chin on her hand and looked at the board. Even if she played alone, she didn't get tired of it anymore. She was seriously thinking about what move Deculein would make in this situation. Still, why do I feel this empty and strange feeling? She wished he were in front of her. She wished the guy who kindled even the smallest spark in such a boring life would be here now. What was this kind of annoying feeling, a feeling of I miss you? Tusk, that's stupid. Safian shook her head and went back to playing Go. Chapter 169. Secret 1. She introduced the purpose of magic in my mind. She selected a series suitable for the purpose and composed the circuit. A process expressed in 2 sentences. It didn't have to be that complicated. She believed in her talents, so she just focused on the condensation and heating of the magic itself, rather than flashy individual skills or high-level techniques. The theory of the Iron Man was taught by Professor Deculein. Carrying that theory into her body and mind, Ephraim slowly reached out. Her artifact, the bracelet, glowed blue first. The magical energy emitted from her spread into the atmosphere, and a strong air current condensed around her arm. Here, Ephraim stretched out her hand with that. The magic to be manifested held the wind attribute of the destruction series call of the convection. Whoosh! The gale that soared from her grasp scattered and shattered the rocks before her, turning them into small fragments. Foo-foo. A perfect result was blending magic composition, power, and efficiency. Nothing lacked. Ephraim laughed triumphantly, and then the wind blew away the smoke that lingered in her hands. Then, with a proud expression, she looked back at the professor who was evaluating her from afar. Ephraim, is the trial over? Deculein was checking something in a document. This was the so-called capacity assessment, assessing the skills of knights and wizards before starting the mission to form a well-rounded team. Go back. Yes. Again, there was no praise. That was a little dissatisfying, but Ephraim just retreated to the tree stump and sat down. She then watched the next assessment. Now it was probably Drent's turn. Ha! Ephraim's eyes widened. She found a familiar figure on the passage leading to Rekordak. Professor Luina. At Ephraim's cry, Luina looked to her. She smiled at Ephraim. Ephraim and Luina went together to a restaurant to speak. He has less than 5 years to live. Are you sure? Yes. I can't explain in detail why, but I'm sure. The two decided to speak comfortably. Ephraim's efforts had broken Luina's stubbornness. I knew it. I expected it, but it feels a bit empty knowing it's true. She looked at her plate with a very disappointed expression. Ephraim understood her feelings. But no one is sitting over there. However, as if more than that was uncomfortable, Luna changed the topic. Eferen glanced over. Deculein's fiancée, Julie, and the Lieutenant Rayleigh were there, just the two of them. No one wanted to sit near. I know, right? The place is full, but no one is sitting by them. The restaurant was full except for around them. Luna muttered in a low voice. Well, it's because she broke up with Deculein. What? Oh, but that's not official yet, is it? Hoo-hoo. Maybe it's because it's between two great families, Eucline and Freyden. They're probably saving face right now. Ah, in response to Luna's answer, Eferen nodded. Then someone sat down next to her. Who is it? Who is it? It's me, Leaf. It was Ihelm, his brow furrowed as he looked at Luna. Are you here too? Yeah, hi. Hi, since when did we meet each other? More importantly, Leaf, are you doing well? I've heard that you've been publishing Deculein's work at random. No, we just read together for a while. Ha, Ihelm, Luna. A clear and refreshing cry resounded, drawing everyone's attention. A blonde knight approached with a bright smile. Luna's eyes widened. Sirio. Yeah, it's me. Eferen was startled. The deputy commander of the Knights of Iliade, quick swordsman Sirio. He was quite famous. In addition, Raphael, Gwen, and other equally famous knights all sat nearby. Why are you guys sitting here? Ihel murmured, dissatisfied. Sirio still answered with a smile. What's the problem? It's good to see all of our classmates after a long time. It's been a long time since we've gotten together like this. Classmates? Eferen asked in surprise. Yeah, we're all classmates with Deculein. If only Julie, sitting over there alone, could come. Sirio spoke aloud for Julie to hear. Julie stopped using her spoon and chopsticks for a moment, but instead of coming over, she immediately stood and left the restaurant. Damn, you ruined it. Gwen lightly hit Sirio on the shoulder. He patted his shoulder and smiled bitterly. Oh, my bad. Still, since all the classmates have gathered, wouldn't it be nice if we reconciled? What reconcile? Don't you know Julie's personality? Now she won't even come to the restaurant and will only eat in her office. I guess so. Guess so, my ass. Eferen listened to the conversations of celebrities who often appeared in the media with amazement. Against the background of a blizzard outside the window, I was making a list for the mission. 1. Julie 2, Gwen 3, Devrin 4, Drent 1, Sirio 2, Lillard 3, Dimant 4, Eferen 1, Raphael 2. Ihelm. It was an arrangement considering compatibility, so that no matter what kind of monster they encountered, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. I consumed 3,000 mana with understanding while making this list, so the outcome was certain. Knock, knock, I opened the door with psychokinesis. It's Night Dare. It was Julie. As the de facto head of Recordac, she was also in charge of this type of work. This is a report on the condition of the Recordac prisoners. Julie put the report down. I looked at her with vision. Her lifespan was increasing by years. I nodded with satisfaction. This is a list of missions. Distribute it. Yes. Also, you have work to do at night. Yes. I handed her the full-length mirror. Julie, holding the mirrors the size of her own body, looked at me with a face holding no emotion. She wanted me to explain. This is a map. At the same time, I pulled out a map. It was the artifact strengthened with Midas' hand in time. I marked the key points, put a mirror in each. Be careful not to break it. My new origin mirror. It could be used for all the properties of mirrors, such as reflection and refraction, and methods such as connection and passage. Therefore, I could go anywhere in the north where this full-length mirror was installed. Of course, there were still limitations due to the low quality of magic, but my range of movement expanded exponentially. Yes. Julie didn't ask any questions. She left with the mirror on her back. Truly, she was a woman suited to the north. Now she won't get lost, I muttered. Julie's characteristic was bad with directions, but that map would cover it to some extent. Then I was about to start on my only hobbies in the north, painting and writing. However, tap, tap, a stone hit the window. Tap, tap. What? I frowned and stood. When I opened the window and looked down, I saw a certain postman. Oh, Professor, I'm a messenger. He was an adventurer who delivered letters. Take this. He took the letter out of his bag and swished through it. I caught the soaring letter with psychokinesis. Then I'm going. Woom. And the way he flew away was pretty amazing. The postman disappeared over the horizon in an instant, so he must have been unnamed. The world was wide, and there were many masters. I opened the envelope. Deculein, it must be night in the north. You might be bewildered by my private letter. But there is no special reason for me to send this letter. It was an unfriendly letter that didn't reveal its sender. But I thought I knew who this person was from the first paragraph. I just didn't want to use a crystal ball or something. Sometimes I get this weird feeling. I want to use something other than magic, haha. I was familiar with these phrases for some reason. It was a style I read somewhere. And practicing Go to Defeat You, I also spent a small amount of time on magic and swordsmanship. But these fucking subordinates, they want so many things, man. The more I think about it, the more annoyed I get. I smirked. Was it universal? At such moments, Safian's age could be glimpsed. She was an elder who had lived for hundreds of years. Of course, she had only experienced death, so her mental age wasn't as mature as that might imply. I heard that you are passionate about writing, so I thought about it. Try to write a book related to Go there. I mean, I'm going to entrust the distribution of Go to you. There might be someone, somewhere who could beat you and me. Go. If Go became easy to spread, Safian would like it too. It was my duty as a servant to find things to please Her Majesty. I considered myself to be Safian's servant. Of course, this feeling was, to some extent, due to Deculein's emotions and personality. I'll stop here. It's been almost 100 years. I don't know if it's 100 years, but I'm not good at this since it's the first time I'm writing a letter. You don't have to reply. You cheeky and arrogant bastard, work hard in the north. For some reason, that was the end of this sweet letter. I took a piece of paper out of the drawer. I would send it to Her Majesty, so I imbued it with Midas' hand and wrote a single sentence on it. Yes, I will do my best according to Your Majesty's will. Meanwhile, Julie was on a night mission with Rayleigh. Snow was falling heavily in the sub-zero temperature, but there wasn't a single complaint about it. He did that to screw us over on purpose, you know, but Rayleigh was pissed off. Julie covered her ears and shook her head. I get it, I know, you don't have to repeat it. Gosh, what kind of night mission do you use advanced personnel like us for? And what a mirror, a mirror. Go and put it there. It is a key point. Julie pointed to a basin on the side of the mountain. HMPH. Rayleigh stomped over and put the mirror in the area Deculein had marked with a bang. It'll break, Rayleigh. Whatever. Gosh. It was at that moment. Whoosh, the blizzard intensified. Rayleigh was startled. It wasn't a typical blizzard any longer, but a chill was raging with mana. Ah, again, a magic blizzard of all times. Don't worry, there is a station nearby. Julie unfolded the map. She had found it very convenient thus far. Of course, her location was currently displayed. Please guide me to the station. Saying this, it would guide her to the nearest station in this area. It was a very helpful and grateful instructor. Where is it showing? Let's go. Follow me. Yes, yes, hurry up. If I stay here any longer, I will freeze to death. Ah, she lifted the noisy Rayleigh with both arms and ran in the direction the map marked. Ha, there is someone there. She found someone on the other side of the road. At first, they were nothing but a dark silhouette, but as they drew closer, they could make out who it was. Leah! Rayleigh jumped from Julie's arms and ran towards her. Julie followed close after. Oh, it's Rayleigh. There were 3 children total, each of them smiling brightly to see Rayleigh. I see Leo and Carlos are here too, huh? Nice to see you guys. Long time no see. Yeah, the 4 greeted each other. Julie, who was watching with a blank look, spoke up. Rayleigh, do you know them? Oh, yes, right, guys. This is Knight Julie. Hello. First, the girl looked at her and smiled. She seemed to be a child named Leah. When Julie noticed the child's face, she became a little curious, but she wasn't entirely sure why. There must be a station nearby. It's cold, right? Follow me, Knight. Ah, okay. Right, let's go. Follow me. Please guide me to the station. Julie walked with the 3 children. The station appeared soon after, exuding warmth. I don't know how many times this saved our lives. Really, how can our Leah be so kind? Julie first swore an oath, then opened the door. Come in. When she looked back and said that, and looked forward again, a shiver went through her. There were already people in the station. 3 people were sipping teacups together. One was a beautiful blonde, and the other was a civil servant with navy blue hair. Julie was familiar with both of them. They were Sylvia and Primian, respectively. However, there was one more than the 2 of them combined. A knight who was so familiar to Julie, but sometimes even more unfamiliar and frightening than any other. You're here, Julie, Zeit von Bruggen-Freyden. He scratched the back of his neck with his bearish hand. What? I ended up coming here too somehow. Ha ha ha. Ahum. Julie looked blankly at the three of them. Sylvia glanced at Julie and then turned her head away in dissatisfaction. Next, Primian nodded while gazing at Julie. Finally, Zeit. She didn't know why he was here, but he chuckled and avoided her gaze. It was an unexpected combination. What are you doing there? Just come in and sit down. It seems like there are others. Yes. Julie let the children in. It was cold outside, so she couldn't help it. Come on, everyone inside the station. Ha! What? Rayleigh sat down, more surprised than Julie. Leo, Carlos, and Leah, who followed, were no different. The children staggered backward with anxious looks. They felt Zeit's absolute strength with their bodies. It was understandable with Zeit's body, face, and grand majesty. If it were a normal person, the moment they met, they would have collapsed. Zeit frowned as if dissatisfied. Hey, are you looking at a monster, you guys? Just come in. Chapter 170. Secret 2. The Winter March, Freyden's family, was once an independent kingdom. However, the dynasty couldn't be maintained for long due to the expansion of the unexplored land and the barrenness of the north. It was incorporated as an allied power when the kingdom of Krebim advocated for an empire 300 years ago. Thus, Freyden was the cornerstone of the empire. Those damn things say that the Empire's negligence weakened the North, or that the North would have been defeated long ago without the support of the Empire. Zeit explained the history of the North to the little ones. Carlos and Leo listened to him with sparkling eyes. But we have always been protecting the continent. While the Empire was at war with the kingdoms, the Northerners fought a bloody battle with the beasts and monsters. You have to know that. Those Central guys don't know that, but you should. And when I was a kid, each beast was the size of a house. In particular, I remember a whale named Behemoth. I had a really hard time killing it. Since the history of the North was a series of wars and struggles, the two children who normally hated studying appeared to be interested. But where did your leader go? Zeit, having repeated back in my day dozens of times, suddenly asked. Leo answered, Ganesha. Yes, that tomboy with pigtails. Tom. I don't know what that is, but Ganesha is away for a while. Zeit nodded and glanced at the people next to him. Julie, Sylvia, and Primian. The three's gazes were burning him. If there's anything you want to ask, ask. Instead of just staring, okay. Julie opened her mouth as if waiting. My lord, why did you come up all of a sudden? For exploration, to see what's going on with the Recordac acquired by Deculein. But more importantly, Zeit pointed to Sylvia. Why did the Iliade's daughter come here? Are you a spy? I have work to do, Sylvia replied, unintimidated. Zeit, feeling embarrassed, beckoned to the official with a ponytail next to her. Who is that central government official? I'm on a mission. I can't reveal the details. Primian answered only like that. Zeit shook his head with a rather dissatisfied expression. Anyway, what secrets do the central guys have? Aren't there a lot of secrets from Freyden too? In an instant, Zeit's pupils dilated. The atmosphere of the station cooled in an instant. There was an unrelenting pressure that shattered the teacups and bore down on them. Primian endured his hostility and pulled out a piece of paper. Don't be too angry. I am also from the north. Zeit narrowed his eyes. Freyden sponsorship certificate. Igoris von Krail, Freyden commoner. Advantage the commoner above possesses outstanding talents and qualities by Freyden's judging. So we sponsor the Academy Admissions Scholarship. Guaranteed by Igoris, the protector of the North, commander of the Knights, and the rightful heir of Freyden. Were you supported by my father? Yes, Primian answered shortly. Zeit couldn't help but laugh. Ahaha, you should have told me. I almost misunderstood. With a big hand, he slapped Primian's shoulder. Primian shook like a paper doll. If you touch me one more time, I can sue you for personal injury. Ha ha ha. Look at her sense of humor. I guess you're a northerner indeed. Seeing that you have been holding this certificate for a long time, you seem to be loyal, right? How did you stand out to my father's eyes? My father had an eye for character, but seeing that you have risen to a central position. Zeit was chatting about this and that. Julie sighed and looked out the window, but the blizzard was still raging. Lord. Ha! Julie looked at Zeit. Why did you come? Zeit's expression hardened. Sylvia and Primian looked away, pretending not to be watching. Zeit took a deep breath. You don't need to know. Zeit had something to talk about with Deculein. It was because he had heard some reasoning from Josephine. Yes, Julie answered briefly, causing Zeit to chuckle. You're sulking. I'm not. You still think I am a child. What do you mean you're not? You're making the same face from when you were young. Was it 17 years ago? She made a similar face when she couldn't use her sword for a while due to an injury. Don't mind me. Okay. Zeit turned his attention away from Julie. He used to listen to things like this, but this time another child Leah was staring at him. Hey, brat, do you have anything to say? Swallowing hard, Leah gathered her courage. Perhaps. Can you take a look at my martial arts? The child was bold. Seeing this, Julie realized the identity of the sense of incongruity she had felt before. She resembled the woman Deculein once loved. Martial arts. It's fine if it's an unreasonable request. Even while saying that, she was already taking the attitude that Zeit was her master. She displayed a typical northern courtesy, her knees squatted back and her arms stretched forward and pressed to the floor. She was so cute that Zeit laughed. Okay, fine, I'll take a look. Are you also from the north? No, I am from the archipelago. Oh, archipelago, you're a rare one. Good, all three of you I'll take a look when the blizzard is over. Wow, thank you. Julie watched Zeit and the children for a little while. Among them, her eyes were particularly attached to the child named Leah, Knight at the station. Josephine, having followed Zeit, sat on a branch outside and watched Julie sleeping soundly. She could see her younger sister through the window, her face stern even as she slept. Poor Julie. Mumbling softly, Josephine pondered. Rumors are circulating in the imperial palace. Josephine was thinking a lot these days about the rumors circulating in the imperial palace now, and Safian's attempted poisoning. Behind it was the former head of Freyden, that was their father. Deculein must know that, and Deculein knew. She had been researching and deducing from all the shadows, so she was confident that he did. The reason Safian pressured Deculein in front of all the servants wasn't a big deal, however. It was a political move. However, probably because he loves you, oh. Josephine raised her hand and touched her mouth. She needed to lower her voice a bit. Of course, if Julie woke up, she could tell by the sound of her breathing alone, but there was nothing wrong with being careful. Anyway, Josephine closed her eyes for a moment and organized her thoughts. Professor Deculein still loved Julie and left his position as her fiancée for her safety. And now, even under Safian's pressure, he protected her. If he became disliked by Her Majesty, his end would be in death. Josephine opened her eyes again and looked up at the sky. Deculein, the man with the purest heart. Contrary to his appearance, he was a very beautiful man. Perhaps he loved Julie more than herself. However, it's a secret until you get better. Josephine put her hands together and prayed. She wished for her happiness while watching Julie. Please, get well soon. Get well and fly happily. Advancement began early in the morning the next day after the blizzard had stopped. Each team was armed, and some prisoners were recruited as porters. This would be the first planned thinning. I will open the door. Along with that shout, there was a roar of cogs whirring. The huge wall of Recordac opened. Beyond that, Julie, Epheren, Drent, Allen, and several other named were going on an expedition. I watched them from the middle of the mountain that wrapped around the right side of Recordac. Not everyone needed to be sent on the mission, and we needed some to protect the base. In addition, the concentration of mana in the north was quite thick. Surrounded by trees on all sides, its density was great. In other words, it meant it was the best place to practice. Hugh, I made a chair in the middle of the mountain, then sat and took a deep breath. It was a practice known as studying. The purpose was to complete memorize status, intermediate psychokinesis, 36%, intermediate fire control, 22%, intermediate earth control, 31%, metal reinforcement, 99%, and to imprint that 99% metal reinforcement on my psychokinesis. Start by circulating mana through my body with the breath and complete the circuit of strengthening with that mana. It was time to turn the hard work of the last half a year into tangible achievement. Ha! Inhale and exhale. There was a pain as if my raw flesh were being torn, but there was no need to overdo it. Black smoke burned from below the ridge, standing in stark contrast to the pure white world. It was a warning that an outsider had appeared. I looked at my watch. 3 hours had already passed. Fire arrows. A shout rang out from not far away. I rode down the slopes on the wood steel. Fire. At the wall of Recordac, prisoners were firing bows under the guidance of the guards. Their target was an ice wolf beyond the barrier. They must have attacked as soon as they confirmed the large-scale deployment. Wolf-type beasts had exceptional intelligence, after all. The wolf died without a sound as my wood steel pierced its neck. Professor, a guard pointed from the wall, and I followed his line of sight. In a snowy field not far away, several more white beasts were forming into an attack formation. Wheeing, I sent the wood steel floating up and quietly looked over the battlefield. The ranks of ice wolves stretched out downhill, likely numbering in the hundreds. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra. As I watched, the wolf vanguard roared and rushed forward. I put the wood steel through its snout, splitting its head in two. Suddenly, another one appeared from the side. The steel cut through its throat neatly. However, the numbers hardly decreased. More than 100 wolves rushed forward, and more began to circle to the flank. Whatever they intended, I focused on killing the wolves in front of me. I slammed a piece of wood steel beam down on their foreheads. Their skulls ruptured, and their brains splattered, but all splashing filth was blocked with psychokinesis. Like chopping firewood, I walked through the snow, slaughtering all the raging beasts. Those who ran at me from the front were smashed, and those who jumped at me from the side were torn apart. While I was walking like that, boom, a mole burrowed off the ground and bit at my wrists. I tore through its torso with the wood steel, sending bone shards and intestines flying all over. I casually looked at my wrist. It was only a scratch. No, even that was already healing with the help of Iron Man. Professor will help too. The guards and prisoners came off the wall with their weapons raised. As if to respond to the replenishment, a new horde of enemies arose in the distant field. The 19 wood steel seemed a little insufficient, so I stole the weapons held by the prisoners and guards with psychokinesis. Ha! The guards were bewildered, but I propelled their axes forward. Like a boomerang, the blade flew, killing dozens of wolves. Their maces were used similarly. 19 pieces of steel, and of course, dozens of weapons floated in the air, cutting down wolves. The prisoners and guards were speechless. They blankly watched the scene of carnage Deculein created alone. He was breaking the pack of wolves, tearing them apart. Ha! The weapons revolved around Deculein like satellites. The monsters caught in the orbit were torn to shreds, dead before they could even scratch him. In the midst of that, Deculein gracefully strolled through the swamp of carcasses. He was an out-of-standard existence that crushed the battlefield. What are you doing? Cover these guys. Do we need to? But it wasn't surprising. They just forgot for a moment the demon hunter, Deculein. The lineage and long tradition of that family was by no means a lie, and Deculein was the most legitimate heir. Still, we can't let him be just like that. Charge! The rest rushed in late. Meanwhile, at the same time, in the peaceful palace. Here, it's a letter. Safian received a reply from Deculein. The specially recruited adventurer delivered the letter without being noticed by the eunuch. A reply. I told you not to send one. Safian looked at the envelope with a rather dissatisfied face. It was neat and sophisticated, as expected from Deculein, and sealed with mana. Tusk, what kind of grandiose statement did you write? Safian twisted her lips as she pried it open. Deculein's writing was famous on the continent, so she was sure it would be like poetry. She opened the envelope slowly and carefully read the letter. Yes, I will do my best according to your Majesty's will. 3 seconds was enough to read the whole letter. She looked at it blankly, then turned it over. Was there more on the back? There wasn't. She flipped it over again. Swish, then again. Swish. There wasn't anything new. Safian tilted her head. If the Emperor sent a long message of more than 20 lines, shouldn't he at least return her sincerity? Could it be that this savvy bastard believed no reply is necessary straight away? No, of course. She didn't need a reply. Then a thought suddenly came to mind. One more letter, maybe. She took the envelope and looked inside. There wasn't one. Nothing. Deculein's letter was indeed one line. Safian grabbed the letter tighter. Fuck! She threw it away and lay down. She had work to do today, but she didn't want to do it anymore. It felt like she had been insulted for some reason, so Safian suddenly became annoyed with state affairs. Chapter 171. Secret 3. There was no vegetation in the frontier. The land was dead, suffocated by an oppressive fog of dark energy. Therefore, in annihilation, the danger came not only from the beasts but the very ground below them. Julie, you're bad with directions, so why do you keep trying to guide us? In such a place, Julie was taking the lead. Gwen was disconcerted, as Julie was someone who got lost even inside the knight's training grounds. It's fine. All I need is this map. Nevertheless, Julie moved forward with the map in hand. The team members, Gwen, Drent, and Devron, were curious about what that paper held. This red dot is where we are now. Thus, Julie stopped and looked around. It seems to be here. Let's set up the station. One of their missions was to set up new stations in unexplored areas. Gwen paused, unsure. Is it here? Are you certain? Yes. Look, Julie showed her the map directly. Where they currently stood was marked with an X. Ha, I guess this is an artifact. Ha, nice purchase, Julie. I didn't buy it. Then, it's mission equipment, Sir Drent. Yes, it's mission equipment. Julie and Gwen put down the materials they had brought. The wizard, Drent, built the station with magic while Gwen watched. But I don't know why he wants to build this here. The beasts will destroy it anyway. We'll also put this mirror in. Julie set down the mirror without listening. She didn't know why they had to install the mirror, but it was their mission. Then a scream cut through the air. The three knights glared toward its source. Oh, that's fine. But hearing that voice, Drent waved his hand as if not to worry. It won't be a big deal. It's Leaf screaming. Leaf, Epheren, she's my colleague. Then shouldn't it be a bigger reason to help? Drent smiled and shook his head at Julie. Number Leaf, her talent is unusual. She also received practical training from Professor Deculein. That's right. Well, if it's Epheren, she's the wizard on the team with Sirio. Sirio will take care of it. Gwen chimed in. We just do what we have to do. It's not polite to help blindly. Julie, you know that too, right? Yes. When Julie nodded woo-wash. Beyond annihilation, the air sharp as steel engulfed the world. It was an advanced destruction magic that blew away the scream. I guess that your friend Epheren is good at making a fuss over nothing. Rather than making a fuss, I would say that she still doesn't know how strong she is. Why? That level, the wind Epheren created was a blender grinding everything caught within. Oh, as I said, she received practical training from the professor. Since she only lost to him, she still doesn't know that she is strong. Hum. Gwen thought for a moment, and then nodded. Indeed, because Deculein is a sorcerer specialized in practical combat, it was written that way in the scout report too. That was part of the advanced information provided to members of the Imperial Knights. Julie cocked her head. You mean the report? Yeah, among the wizards, the Deculein report is the longest. When a knight and a wizard cooperated, mutual recognition of their abilities was necessary. So these days, the knights shared the wizard's information beforehand, and among them, Deculein's report was the longest. Is that so? Even if not taking into account that he's a magician, his fighting ability is outstanding. He's very cool-headed. He doesn't mind killing. The general summary is even more amazing. That, it seems that he doesn't need to cooperate with the knights. The third knight, the quiet Devron, who was still until now, cut in. The middle-aged man was a famous knight belonging to the Imperial Palace. I have never seen such a wizard report in my lifetime. In general, a report emphasizes the how to protect aspects of a wizard. His seems to state that we don't need to protect him. I was perplexed. After hearing those words, Julie looked at her watch. She pretended not to be uncomfortable, and Gwen was also deliberately trying to ease the mood, but it wasn't helping. There is not enough time. Now let's head to the second position, move out. Okay, hey wizard guy, are you okay? Can you run more? Yes, of course. Okay, let's go, but you're kind of cute. How old are you? The four of them advanced even deeper into the wilderness. The battle was over, leaving the snow-covered fields littered with the carcasses of wild beasts. The world that was such pure white minutes ago was dyed red. A metallic scent emanated from the blood and intestines that had spread here and there, but I was focused on the system message. Action bonus. Due to fierce battle, the attachment of Iron Man will bloom. Completion of attribute experience. Acquire the attachment Steel Bone. Perfect kill. Killed more than 33 beasts in one battle. Acquire the rare characteristic Beast Slayer. First, Steel Bone. I didn't know in detail, and the only explanation provided was that bones grow stronger. On the other hand, Beast Slayer was easy to grasp. Beast Slayer rating, rare description. Achievement realized through large-scale battle. The larger the size of the monster you are dealing with, the greater your magic power. Professor, are you all right? The guards and the wardens came running, each wearing a matching expression of fright. Take these bodies away. You will be able to sell it for a reasonable price. Why, yes, I killed them with that in mind. There were 3,000, but I didn't want to damage any of their hides too badly. Oh, farewell. Take a good rest. Leave this to us. I walked through the gate feeling dizzy for a moment, but I endured it. My remaining mana was 0. All of it had been consumed during this battle, yet I did not stumble. I was forced to maintain a regular stride length. Thus, I returned to the mansion. I wiped my body clean, put on a robe, and lay flat on the bed. I closed my eyes. Meanwhile, Zeit and his party arrived at Rekordak. "I see you, Lord." The guard guarding the entrance stood up straight and saluted. After all, no one in the north did not know Zeit by sight. "Step aside. Keep it a secret that I came." Yes, of course. Thanks to that, the other 5, Leah, Sylvia, and Primian, were able to safely enter Rekordak without further notice. But what are you going to do? There isn't much to do here. There is nothing to spy on for Iliade. It's not espionage. Sylvia shook her head. Zeit grinned, and then Leah answered, "We are waiting for Ganesha here." Lastly, Primian, "I have a separate business to discuss with Professor Deculein. I plan to wait in the prison office." "Good. Anyway, let's do our own thing here. The brief meeting with your star-like talents will end here, but our reunion is not far away. May your journeys be completed safely." "Yes. Thank you. Goodbye, King of Winter." The 3 musketeers, Leah, Leo, and Carlos, bid him farewell warmly, and Primian showed him the courtesy of the north. Sylvia was already gone. Zeit, now alone, crossed his arms and looked up at a tree. The shadow wavering there took shape before his eyes. "Are you here, Josephine?" She looked at Zeit with a smile. "Where is Deculein?" "Ha, right away. Every minute is of value. That's the only reason I came. I want to hear directly from Deculein if your reasoning is true." Just like a true northerner, he was too quick-tempered. Josephine shook her head. "Fine. I'll guide you. Instead, I'm first. Follow me quietly. The professor is sleeping right now." I opened my eyes with the sudden feeling that I wasn't alone. Oh, there was another set of eyes in front of me, big with white irises resembling Julie's. "Are you awake?" It was Josephine. I looked out the window. The moon was already up. After half a day of sleep, my stamina and mana were completely restored. "What's going on?" I checked my clothes first. There was no such thing. I was wearing a nightgown. Josephine took a step back and smiled a little. "I came here because I have something to ask." "Something to ask?" "Yes. Rumors are circulating these days that you know who was behind Her Majesty's poisoning." I looked at Josephine and knew roughly why she came. Glancing here and there with the villain's fate, I found no death variables. No, there was a very small trace outside. A very faint trace that could not have been caught if it weren't for the eyes of Iron Man. It was someone who completely hid his identity. Who could it be? Perhaps the person who would be with Josephine right now was, "Is it true?" I continued calmly. There was nothing to be embarrassed about, as it was something I saw as a player to the point I got sick of it. "It is true. Safian's poisoning was planned by Freyden. It was a pivotal point of their character quest. However, what was important now was not that kind of quest. I know." I was engrossed in how to remove the death variable coming from Zeit. "I know." For a moment, Josephine's heart sank. On the other hand, Deculein's complexion was calm. Josephine couldn't read his expression. "What do you know?" Deculein stretched out his hand without saying a word. A wine glass and a bottle flowed into his hands. 678 Gorwine, one of the best. The cork popped out, and the red liquid poured out into the glass. "What I know means that I know. What more do you want?" Deculein responded sarcastically and took a sip of the wine. His facial expression, gesture, and dignity were all reflected in Josephine's eyes. It was an indescribable charm. "I am curious. If you know, why are you silent?" He stroked his chin. "Silent, do I need to say? If you've seen me before, you'd know. I am not a vagabond who flaunts his mouth." Deculein looked at Josephine, his gaze piercing and straight. "Still, come on, you might be able to buy Her Majesty's hatred. Aren't you afraid?" "HMPH. I have no such thing as fear. In any case, there is no benefit in exposing that fact. Rather, it will plunge the Empire into chaos." "Chaos." Deculein's hand holding the wine glass stopped. He frowned for a moment. "Don't test me when you know already, Josephine. Your moves are too shallow." "It's not like you," Josephine pouted. But this time she had nothing she could do. Zeit was watching not far away. "Is it because of Julie?" To that, Deculein reacted. "Julie. That's right." He took a sip of the wine. Josephine licked her lips. "It could be." As expected, she smiled. "I want Julie to be happy." However, the following words were quite unexpected, "and I don't want the North to fall." "North?" Josephine's eyes widened a fraction. Deculein nodded, and he said the line that Zeit would love. The North has sacrificed a lot so far to the Empire, to the people and nobles like us. Josephine blinked a few times. The Sacred Horse incident 17 years ago. The Northern Crisis 13 years ago. Rohul Grossen's summoned beast incident 20 years ago. The execution of Balrog 23 years ago. The Ropama disaster 22 years ago. The Behemoth advance 11 years ago. And the Great Lake 9 years ago. Other than that, constantly fending off monsters. Deculein recited the major events of the North's history one by one. They were facts he read in the game's script, played as a player, and understood as the history of this world. Thus, Freyden has done something he shouldn't have in the not-so-distant past, but I'm sure it must be the result of a misunderstanding or being deceived by manipulation. Josephine looked into his eyes. There was unshaken confidence in there and a transparent belief. The ego of a human named Deculein. The Freyden are different from the other central scum, very different from the insects that call themselves nobility. That is why I believe in the North, that trust and cause. Why was Deculein saying this? Did he respect the North so much? The reason I don't tell Her Majesty about that. Even at this moment, Josephine, of course, showed no emotion. She didn't care what her own family did, how it was treated, or what circumstances it was in. Her interest was only in Julie. Of course, it's partially because I love Julie too. But Deculein's confident appearance was so bizarre and charming. But the first is because the North is nobler than any other I've found in the central continent. Josephine smiled. Secondly, it's because I don't want to play around with other people's business. The full moon appeared through the window, illuminating him. Is this enough to answer you, Josephine? Deculein looked at her. Even if the mortal sins you all committed are revealed. His hair was a little messy. I will protect the fate of the North. Josephine rested her hand on her chin. Without realizing it, she looked at him as if appreciating a beautiful portrait. So just as I trust them, they just have to believe in me. Reflecting on those words, Josephine thought, he was a very strange person, confident in every word he said, and that was why he seemed so truthful. Also, he loved Julie more than anyone else in the world. Okay. For some reason, Josephine wanted to trust him. No one in the world made her feel faith except Julie, late at night in Rekordax Field. Zeit sat in the dark and clenched his jaw. As a Northman, he rarely experienced this kind of feeling, but something inside him soared. Gosh, he's a decent guy, that professor. He is a hero. He is a real scholar. He looked up at the large moon and thought of Deculein, a man with love, purity, and faith in his heart. Contrary to his appearance, which resembled a parasite, he was a very genuine man, full of faithfulness, no, the incarnation of loyalty. Who would have thought that the professor respected the North? I will reflect on it. I'll admit it. I had bad intentions for a second. Boom. Zeit clenched his fist and slammed the ground, shaking the earth. Josephine watched him with a shrug. So noisy, it's a secret from Julie, though. He will wait until she is healed. Josephine, I'm also a man that has loved before. Zeit responded, and Josephine shook her head as if she found it pathetic. The two looked up at the full moon for a moment longer, however. Sniff. Josephine looked at him with a puzzled expression. Zeit was holding his face. No way, are you crying? Who's crying? Zeit lifted his face again. His eyes were already red. It was the first time she saw him cry. It could be fake, don't be too impressed. Fake. He was the first man to acknowledge the North's part. Even for the Northerners, the professor was aware of incidents unknown to anyone other than the family of Freyden. There is no such fake in this world. Josephine, you should know. Indeed, Josephine raised her eyebrows in agreement. You're right, there were no lies at all. In particular, the Sacred Horse incident and the Northern incident must be tragedies that the imperial family systematically concealed. I know. Even that, Deculein knew. Zeit let out a big breath and let a soft smile rise to his lips. For the first time in almost 40 years, it seems that there is a reliable guy around. I would go to the battlefield together with him 10 times over. I'd leave my back to him. Josephine, who was nodding and carefully listening, realized a certain absurdity in what he said, and swish, she glared at Zeit. Wait, then. Are you saying you don't believe me? I'm going, Josephine. I have a lot to do. Zeit stood quickly and wandered off. Chapter 172, Tiger. 1. In an unexplored forest overflowing with dark energy, Alan sat under a moving tree and its thorny vines. 1, 2, 3. He counted the stars in the sky. Small but large motes of light reveal distant worlds. Alan closed his eyes and pondered over his and his family's future. He must be working. It doesn't matter if he's not here. He heard a voice then. Alan looked back. Take this. Lilia Primian stood there, a stack of files in hand. Burn it as soon as you read them. Report on the Demon Blood kinship. Status of terrorism by the Demon Blood clan. Management of Demon Blood prison camp and the case settlement of prisoners. Development of Baton's distinguishing magic. Prison camp gas chamber agenda. Rohalak expansion. A total of 4 confidential documents related to the all-out suppression of the Demon Blood clan. Alan noted one in particular. Gas chamber. It's an enclosed space full of toxic air. Alan shut his mouth. No matter how much he thought about it, he could never know when the continent became like this. Was it the fault of the Demon Blood because they were born as they were? How long are you going to keep acting beside Deculein? If this bill goes into effect, it will be too late then. Alan looked at Primian. She was expressionless, but Alan knew the complicated feelings hiding behind that mask. Do you know what the professor said to me? Primian shook her head. Deculein's name also came up a lot on the agenda. There are many things the professor himself agreed to. His name is not on the gas chamber. Anyway, it is the truth that the professor has agreed to the oppression measures. The amount of demon blood that he's murdered could fill a truck. For those demon blood living in hiding, the name Deculein was more frightening than the Grim Reaper. Rather than be caught by him, many would rather be killed by a tiger. He even put children in Rohalak. But there are no children who have died in Rohalak, and the professor said that children are different. Children hold no fault in whatever era and whatever moment. Primian clicked her tongue. What happened to the most cold-hearted child in the Deculein family? What in the world are they seeing in Deculein? The higher-ups want to assassinate the professor. No, as the leader, that command is. Elessal is hoping for it, your flesh and blood. Alan looked at Primian. Elessal was a name that he hadn't heard in a long time. The leader doesn't have much time left. Now that Caraxel is in Rohalak, Elessal will command the demon blood. If you assassinate the professor, the oppression of the demon blood will intensify. We are ready for the war. Rather than being trapped in gas and the clan dying purposeless deaths, rather than doing nothing. Primian was feeling the tension slowly suffocating them these days. With the distinguishing magic invented by Baton, there wasn't much time left. It's a gas chamber, Alan. There is no record of slaughtering humans like this in any history of the continent. Then Alan asked back dully, "What do you think? Do you want me to kill the professor?" Primian didn't answer. The truth was, Deculein remained as a special memory for her too, so she shook her head. Leave during the winter. Since it's Recordac, you can walk away easily. Your new identity has already been decided. And even if it weren't for you, Elessal would try to kill Deculein anyway. It's now time to go back. Alan stood. He took a step forward, and with that stride moved thousands of meters. In simpler words, he disappeared into the forest. Primian, left alone, looked at her watch. It was 4:13, and dawn was breaking over the mountain. Deculein must have woken up already, too. Scratch, scratch. I wrote the techniques and the magical circle using a fountain pen. It was the last remote test of the advanced lecture. 1. The following is a magic circle that applies the theory of the Iron Man. Interpret correctly and predict the usefulness and outcome of the magic. A question that collected only the essence of what I have taught so far. If there was an answer sheet for this test, and a student submitted a proper answer, it would be longer than most research papers. So I was quite proud of the level of difficulty. It was brutal. Scratch, scratch. The volume of the test question that I wrote so far was 7 pages, and the mana I consumed was roughly about 5,000. I was planning on making 6 questions, but I hadn't even finished one, and I would probably need more than 8,000 mana and almost 2 weeks to complete it. Scratch, scratch. I looked at the clock after using about half of my mana on understanding. It was 5 a.m. Knock, knock. I opened the door. "Professor, how are you?" The guest waiting outside bowed. "Primian, what's going on?" "I brought the plan. Can I come in?" I nodded, motioning her to come inside and sit. It was silent for a moment. I looked her up and down in her attire as the deputy director of security. She wore a thick padded jacket and a fur hat. "Do you hate the cold?" "Yes. I thought you were originally from the north." "I hate the cold. Even if I'm from the north, I can still hate the cold." Okay. Primian put a total of 3 crystal balls on my desk. This is for the conference about Sylvia. If you can participate, please do so. Each was connected to executive members of the Intelligence and Security Bureaus. The demand for a meeting was sudden, but I agreed to serve as a consultant regarding Sylvia. Of course. Then start the connection. When she nodded, Primian blew mana into the crystal. Can you hear me, Director? Director, Hey, I can hear you, Primian. Yes, the professor is beside me. Professor, nice to meet you. I'm the Director of Security, Dran. Nice to meet you. Primian also connected with the second ball. This time it was for the Intelligence Bureau. Nice to meet you, Professor. Please do understand that I cannot tell you my rank and name due to the nature of our service. I don't mind. Let's get to the point. Yes, we are reinforcing Sylvia's surveillance rank. The reason is, the circumstances where Sylvia and Rohakan have made contact have been determined. I listened silently, showing no expression. Primian tried to read my face, but it was only amusing to see her trying so hard. Rohakan is a black beast-grade criminal. Therefore, those who have made contact and cooperated with him, despite knowing his identity, are subject to the Empire's legal surveillance. Also, Sylvia has communicated with him not once but several times. Do you have evidence? Yes, Primian has it readied. She handed me some pictures of Sylvia and Eidnik conversing with Rohakan. What do you think? Did the Intelligence Bureau take it directly? It's evidence that was tipped off to us. There's no crazy person in this world who would take a picture of this and report it. They have no class. If such paparazzi were discovered, it would be over. Yes, I clicked my tongue. Anyway, as long as her contact with Rohakan has been verified, it's a given to reinforce her surveillance. Yes, that's right. That was the answer the Intelligence Bureau wanted. But refrain from physical contact or close contact as much as possible. Yes, but the two of them are not the only ones to be monitored. Deputy Director Primian. Then, Primian handed over a few more photos. Evidence kept popping out from that padded jacket. I looked at the pictures without a word. Likewise, a guest from the floating island. It's the Red Garnet adventurer. Ganesha and Rohakan were sitting facing each other. There was no problem with that. Ganesha wasn't a named. But you may be unfamiliar with the one beside Ganesha. They are the children named Leah, Leo, and Carlos. They are from the archipelago. I put down the picture. The moment I saw the one that resembled you, Ara, I felt calm, and the moment my eyes crossed over to the half-blood, my anger flared up. All of them have made a deal with Rohakan. So, what do you want me to do? They have nothing to do with me. Primian answered this time. They are here in Rekordak right now. These guys, are you certain? I naturally frowned. Primian nodded. Yes, I have personally made contact. The professor is the only wizard in the Empire that can rival Rohakan right now. Also, they might try to make contact with him. So if the professor makes a move, Her Majesty, Safian, would award you. The only wizard that could rival Rohakan. If Rohakan had used all his power, I couldn't respond before I was cut into pieces. Did they exclude Adrian on purpose because she had a bad relationship with government officials? Did you report to Her Majesty? Not yet. I looked to Primian again. If they make contact, will you just let them be? No, I can't possibly ignore that. Primian raised her arms to reveal the mana gathering in her fingertips. I attached a string to those children. They are still in Rekordak. I nodded. We should wait first. We're at the height of our investigation, so there's no need to make a commotion. Yes. Then where should I stay? Professor, please tell me, Primian asked shamelessly. Stay anywhere in the prison. Yes, this mansion looks big. Just let me stay in the living room, thank you. Primian bowed her head. Then she trudged down to the first floor. Just let me stay in the living room, thank you. Sylvia opened her eyes, having just overheard the conversation between Primian and Deculein. Demon blood. But the important part was before that. Sylvia was suspicious of Primian suddenly appearing in the north and secretly observed her. The truth that she discovered, Primian is a demon blood, as well as Deculein's assistant. She couldn't blame their carelessness for this discovery. In the first place, no one could live in the demon's forest, so it was normal that there would be no one to hear them. In addition, Sylvia's magic wind was developed for use against Deculein, making it impossible to perceive unless one was close to becoming an archmage. There was a demon blood beside Deculein, holding resentment against him. A demon blood that ordered his assassination was lurking under his feet. Sylvia closed her eyes, thinking hard. No, but she couldn't just wait and see what happened. No, she shouldn't wait and see. Deculein must die by her hands. She was the only one who had the right to kill Deculein. She couldn't concede to the demon bloods. She slowly rose and left her temporary residence underground to a white and cold world. Sylvia walked slowly over the snow-covered ground. Crunch, crunch, she trampled over the snowfield. Meanwhile, by a bonfire in the wilderness, Ephren counted the beasts that she hunted with Tim. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there's 33. A total of 33 beasts. It was a considerable achievement. She felt proud. What about everyone else? Ephren asked Julie's team, whom they met by chance. Julie responded briefly. We have 31. Congratulations on your victory. Hee hee. Oh, I think the food is almost ready. Ephren took off the pot that she had put on the bonfire. Today's meal was chicken soup with steamed potatoes garnished with tomato. Okay, let's eat. While Ephren was distributing the food, Gwen, spaced out next to Drent, snapped her fingers like she remembered something. Then she produced some documents. Ah, that's right, Julie. Do you want to read this? What is this? Wizard Scouting Report. You don't know it yet, but there are other people aside from Deculein. Arg, Ephren showed interest. She approached quickly after handing over the soup to Sirio. Can I look at it too? The professor's report. She grew wary of Julie, but the knight shook her head. It's okay. Let's read it together. Oh yes, thank you. Ephren carefully crept in and sat beside her. Imperial Knight's scouting report. This is confidential. Don't tell anyone that I showed it to you. When she nodded at Gwen and was about to read the report, Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr and they went for their weapons. In an instant, a terrifying silence fell over them. Ephraim could sense what had produced that roar. Tiger, her bracelet flushed with color. She had experienced the appearance of a tiger before in the voice. SHH, don't panic. Fortunately, it's far away. The echo vibrated like it might tear up the sky and mountains. A wave of mana spread with it like a storm. Shwar, the surging wind swept over them. It was as sharp as the spirit, and mana mixed into it. Guys, this is no joke. At this point, Ephraim wasn't the only one perplexed. Julie, Gwen, Sirio, and the knights were also feeling goosebumps. Is it a wild one? Wild one. A wild one was the most extreme type of tiger. Even if the Archmage Demacan and the Guardian Knight Jeffrid fought together, their victory wasn't guaranteed. No, it's not a wild one. If it was, there's no need to worry, Julie spoke. Just as she said, the wild one didn't fight with people or demons. It was an immortal that transcended the world. It's a great tiger, Gwen spoke. Great tiger was a rank below wild one, marking a leader. Now that I hear it, there's also an evil tiger among them. Evil tiger. Ephraim's breathing grew rougher. An evil tiger tried to fight, break, and kill everyone that they met. Grrr. The third roar was accompanied by a thundering explosion on the far ridge. That level is that of a great tiger, I'm sure. Let's retreat for now. I'll also tell the other teams. Julie picked up the crystal ball. Of course, everyone would have heard that scream, but for now, it was necessary to convey the message through the central reporting system. This is Julie. We've detected a great tiger. At that time, a warning alarm rang. The energy of death suddenly passed over them. Julie carried Ephraim and ran at the front of the group. Gwen carried Drent on her back, and Sirio brought up the rear. Baram! A flash of lightning struck nearby. Shark waves distorted the space around them as a mysterious creature, wrapped in mana and blood, arrived between their ranks. Its eyes radiated a vivid yellow. Grrrr. The tiger moved so fast it didn't even leave an afterimage. Oh my gosh! The tiger reached Julie's group in less than a second, pouncing with its mouth wide open. Chapter 173. Tiger. 2. I went down to the living room on the first floor. Primian, lying on the living room sofa, was having a conversation through the crystal balls. Good luck. It's an opportunity for you to be noticed by Her Majesty. She appeared to be talking to the Director of Security. I watched her as I leaned against the wall. Yes, you're a noble, so don't be rash. Yes, Primian listened to him with a sullen expression. Why is your answer so half-hearted? Yes. Ah, no. What? Yes or no, choose one. Yes. Ah, seriously, what should I do with you? Don't you know how to socialize? If you want to be the director, put effort into your social life. You still have a long way before becoming the deputy director, but society is yes. Don't just say yes, yes. Do all the homework that I gave you. Go is popular these days, so learn that. Stop bothering with stocks. Just deposit your money to the bank. You're only losing money anyways. You still haven't saved up anything, right? There are rumors in the office that you've lost money. The nagging continued. Primian repeated her yes and no's with a swelling face. I'm hanging up. Seriously, do a good job. If you don't do well this time, say goodbye to being the director. Don't be pushed aside by your juniors, okay? Yes. Miss Yes. Hey, don't you have anything else to say aside from yes? When I was in your position, I couldn't even imagine giving a short answer like you. What kind of a nut job would talk like that to a director? Oh, my bad. Primian hung up, pretending that she had made a mistake. Then she muttered as she stared at the crystal. Nut job, my ass. The director, who? You have a dirty mouth. Primian looked up at me, chewing on her lip. You may not have noticed because of my refined appearance, but I'm from the north. Not everyone from the north is so foul-mouthed. They also don't talk behind someone's back. You'll know it too when you work as a public official, Professor. It was then. Bam, 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 bam. Someone was making quite an impolite racket instead of knocking normally. Professor, there's a report that a great tiger has appeared. Hearing that, I understood why. I met Primian's gaze. We nodded to each other. Let's go. Yes, the basic principle of running away spread out. In an instant, the 8 teams were divided into 6 and ran away. Gwen carried Drent on her back, and Julie was in charge of Epheren, while Sirio lured away the great tiger. It was so natural it was a habit, as it was a knight's duty to protect the wizards during emergencies. As a result, Julie arrived at the demon forest. She didn't mean to, but she ended up being driven there as she was running away. She looked to Epheren. Miss Epheren, are you okay? Epheren wore a scowl over her pale face. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead. No, a little. The knight belatedly checked the wizard's condition. All she had to do was look down a little to see what had happened. Epheren's pelvis had been bitten into, tearing apart muscle and flesh to reveal bone underneath. She was caught up in the great tiger's mana as they were fleeing. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. Julie bowed her head and stretched out her hand. Firstly, she spread out a thin curtain of mana to staunch the bleeding. All the while, Epheren wore a bitter smile. What do you mean sorry? It's not your fault. The tiger is just too strong. Stop talking now. Julie calmly examined Epheren's wounds, but she could tell her condition at a glance. The knight Sirio, will he be okay? Yes, Sirio is the fastest among us, so don't worry. Worry about yourself first. That's good. Ha ha, Epheren breathed heavily, but the smile on her face never left. Ah, I should have learned healing magic. Healing magic no longer exists, Miss Epheren. Ah, I see, but it's okay. I won't die here. Epheren was unstable. Her blood pressure and pulse were gradually dropping, and her body felt cold. Julie diagnosed her quickly and rummaged through her pockets, but she couldn't pack emergency supplies because she was running away in such a hurry. We should get out of this forest first. This forest had a high magi concentration, which wasn't helping Epheren's condition. She closed her eyes for a moment to locate the great tiger by spreading her energy out. There was no need for that. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. A growl tore through the air, followed by Sirio's provocation. You're slow. Are cats that slow? The tiger was still distracted by Sirio, but the barrier was still too far away. Therefore, getting out of this forest was dangerous in another sense. If they got too close, it would smell Epheren's blood and change targets. Ah! She suddenly thought of something. The relay station. Julie quickly took out a map. Fortunately, there was a relay station that was set up by another team in the area. There should be medicine inside. Please hold on for a little more, Miss Epheren. I'm telling you I'm fine, hee. Oh, it tickles. Julie ground her teeth. Epheren's condition was serious if she imagined sensations. We're going. Lead us to the safest way, Mr. Map. Julie spoke to the map. Then the map marked not only their path, but also the current location of the tiger. Thank you. Julie moved with her head down. Quietly, without breathing, she followed the map's guidance. We've arrived. Miss Epheren. Eventually, they arrived at the well-hidden relay station. However, Epheren had already fainted. Oh my! Julie threw open the door of the station immediately. The first thing was she was the full-body mirror standing up against the wall. Julie looked a little absent-minded in the mirror as there was someone inside. Deculein, the professor, was staring back from the other side. Julie instinctively looked back, but Deculein wasn't there. She looked at the mirror again. Deculein was still there. "How is this?" "Tusk, you saw me." He clicked his tongue and took a step forward out from the mirror. Julie was confused about what type of sorcery this was, but there was no time. "I need medicine." Deculein picked up Ephraim by psychokinesis. "I will take this kid." He applied duct tape to Ephraim's injuries. It proved a versatile characteristic that could be used in all aspects such as healing, support, attack, and defense. The tape completely stopped the bleeding by blocking the damage to her internal organs. "You go and save the other knights. They don't have to walk over here. Tell them to look for my mirror, and I will transport them. Let's start with the wounded." Julie nodded silently in response. Then Deculein moved back inside the mirror with Ephraim. Julie was curious about the principles of that mirror, but this was an urgent situation. Rescue came before curiosity. "It's Julie. Professor Deculein is helping with the rescue. Go look for the mirror in the relay stations." She ran while delivering the message through the crystal ball. Ephraim opened her eyes. For some reason, she felt fuzzy. Lights were spinning across the ceiling above her. What happened? Was she dreaming? "There's no tiger." Blink, 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 blink. She repeatedly blinked until she heard the rustling of papers from nearby. Swear it was quiet and peaceful, like white noise. Ephraim turned to glance over. Ag! The pain began to radiate from her pelvis, but that wasn't the main surprise she found. "You're awake." Deculein sat beside her, watching over her. No, he wasn't exactly watching. He was reading a book like he wasn't even interested. "Just lay down. You're still being healed." "Oh, yeah." Ahem. Ephraim looked at Deculein while lying down. She couldn't believe that she was looking at Deculein for some reason. He looked almost grand. Professor, the tiger wasn't a dream, right?" "It's not." "Oh my. What happened to the knights?" Schwa, Deculein spoke as he flipped through the book's pages. 9 people were killed and 11 seriously injured. The injured were transported by Knight Dare alone. Ephraim's mouth fell open. 9 people died, a fact that was too heavy to just consider it as a number. "Schwa, is your body okay?" "What? That. Oh my God. Oh my God. Deculein is asking about my well-being. Is this a dream? There are 9 people dead, so it would still be nice if it's a dream. Are you not okay?" "Yes. No, I'm fine. It just hurts a little." Ephraim spoke while scratching her temples. "I'm not going to die anyway. I met the future me." Clack. At that time, Deculein closed his book. Then he stared at her with his scary eyes. "You don't know that?" Yes, that's true. You'll die if you're so certain." "Yes, I'm sorry." Ephraim lowered her head in apology. "Russell." At that moment, someone was listening in. Both Deculein and Ephraim looked over toward the open window. "Ha!" A cold wind swept through the window, rustling past a note that had been left on the sill. Deculein grabbed the note with psychokinesis. "What is it, Professor?" Deculein read the note without responding. His expression turned grave. "What is it? What is it?" After her third question, Deculein looked at her. Ephraim flinched. "Shut your mouth." "Yes." Ephraim tightly closed her mouth as Deculein burned the paper, turning the note to ash. "Get some rest." Deculein stood, dusting off his gloves using cleanse. "What?" "Oh, yes." It seemed serious, so Ephraim didn't dare ask about it. "Right, thank you, Professor." But she did make sure to convey her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." Standing tall, he looked back at her with a gaze that could kill. "I remember everything. The professor has cured me. There's no need to be thankful." Bam! Deculein closed the door behind him. He must be shy. Meanwhile, there was an emergency meeting at the prison. Each person around the table wore a grim look as a heavy atmosphere oppressed them. This was thanks to the great tiger that appeared. If it's a great tiger, we should abandon Rekordak. He killed 9 knights with a single blow and crippled 11 people. If this were a war, he would be close to a general in rank. It's the best solution. Those were the words of the warden, whose complexion had lost all color. Let's leave Rekordak. The second line of defense, I disagree." "That won't do," Gwen and Julie objected. Deculein glanced at the two. "Why not?" But the Imperial Knights refuted their opposition. "It's a great tiger, a great tiger. They are looking down at us from the mountain right now, and it'll be hard to protect Rekordak unless someone like Lord Zeit comes. We can run while the prisoners buy us time. Don't you think so, Professor?" The great tiger is a variable no one expected, so Her Majesty would understand. The knight Derek asked Deculein. Then the hall went silent for a moment. Everyone in the conference room, including Ihelm and Julie, looked to Deculein. That's a reasonable plan, if there's no one to step up. That's right. The professor is very insightful. No, Julie stepped up as expected. Deculein shook his head as if he expected it. Upon seeing Deculein's reaction, the Imperial Knights burst into laughter. Their ridicule was directed at Julie. The tiger should not cross this barrier. When it enters our mountain, no knight will stop it, and all the villagers in these mountains will perish. Every one of them, not a single person will survive. Deculein's icy gaze focused on Julie. Sirio, you went up against the great tiger. Then all eyes were on Sirio. He shrugged. I couldn't go up against him. It's too strong. Wow, I didn't know that beasts could be faster than me. I barely made it away. See, it's no time to worry about the villagers. The Imperial Knights glared at Julie. She clenched her teeth, and Deculein tapped his fingers on the table. Tap, 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 tap. It was like a metronome. The knights drew their attention to him, and everyone held their breath in silence for him to speak. That tiger will go over the barrier. He is aggressive, so that he will attack the barrier several times a day. Just as Knight Dare has said, there will be no way to pursue him if he enters the mountain. So, I'm asking, is there someone who would hunt the great tiger beyond the barrier? He looked around. There was no one. Sirio was already injured, Gwen and Raphael looked unsure, and the Imperial Knights were all looking the other way. But there was one person. Julie raised her hand. Aye, good. Deculein nodded. The people in the conference room roughly knew what he would say next, to abandon Rekordak. Then he looked at the face of each knight there in turn. It seems like there's no one else, so I'll do it. Silence hung like a curtain over them. Julie froze with her hand raised, and the rest wore ridiculous expressions. One knight cleared his ears to verify if he heard correctly. However, Deculein continued calmly amidst all the shock. Why are you so shocked? You said I'm a wizard that can rival Rohakan. In the prison's hospital room, Epheren, who was about to fall asleep under the haze of painkillers, woke up at the sudden sound of the door opening. Miss Epheren, are you okay? I heard about what happened. It was Alan. Epheren grinned after confirming who it was. Oh, yes, I'm okay, he. You don't look fine. She shook her head at the flustered Alan. No, okay, but he. Epheren, as she tottered, looked like a ghost. It was needlessly frightening. Alan, stepping back, Crunch stepped on something. What's this? What? Ah, the note that Deculein burned earlier. It's a note that Professor Deculein burned. I don't know who it's from. He. Epheren laughed again because she felt itchy, and Alan took the remains of the note with a light smile. After reading the note, his expression suddenly became stiff. Hair. Oh, I see. Why did it become stiff? I don't know. Keek. Alan gathered the debris and pretended to throw it into the garbage can, but instead used the magic replay. Clack, clack, clack. The ashes gathered in his hands and burned again, returning to their previous form. He, keek. Alan was wary of Epheren, but soon enough the note returned to its original form. Alan's expression went blank. Chapter 174. Tiger. 3. I'll step forward. Deculein's words turned the conference hall silent. The Imperial Knights opened their eyes and jerked their heads around. They were dumbfounded. Why did Deculein suddenly say that? But even so, a wizard couldn't match a tiger. Swallowing, Derek was the one to break the silence. But Professor, you are in charge of Rekordak. That's why I'm stepping forward. Deculein grinned. How much do you think I invested in Rekordak? I did not spend that money just to run away from a tiger. But still, it's not just a tiger, it's a great tiger, that. Julie, Gwen, and Sirio all had different reactions to Deculein's actions. I know, if a tiger ripped apart a village, a great tiger could destroy a city. But I don't care how many villagers from the mountain die. Julie clenched her fists at the professor's words. The people on the northern mountain have a useless pride only good for dying, so don't hate me if I leave them to die. Gwen exclaimed like she was speechless, and Sirio wore a light smile. And the prisoners who have to spend a lifetime here in Rekordak, I want to leave them all dead right now. But Deculein put his finger on the file on the table. When Her Majesty leaves for an expedition in the future, this place will become a strategic point for her. It will become her base camp. The Imperial Knights were shocked once more at the mention of Her Majesty. This isn't for those disposable prisoners or the parasitic villagers on the barrier. It's for Her Majesty." Deculein looked at the faces of each of the knights. He shook his head as if to smirk or laugh at them. "But you seem to be afraid of the tiger, so I'm stepping up." "No, me too. Forget it." Julie raised her hand, but Deculein's cold eyes glared her down. The injured should just shut up and get lost. Sylvia returned to her island. Eidnik, researching magic at a table, smiled as soon as she noticed her. She looked so sullen. "Hey, kid, didn't you have something to say to Deculein?" "I sent him a note," Sylvia answered briefly. The content of the note she sent to Deculein was, "Assistant Professor Allen and Primian are demon blood. Do you think he'll believe it if you just leave it there without any evidence? If he doesn't, then it's his fault." Sylvia sat in her rocking chair. The swift hawk and the bear approached her to welcome her home. Eidnik put a hand on her waist as she watched. "Then, what are you going to do now? Are you going to watch Deculein again?" "I won't watch him anymore." "Is that so? Then why do you look like that?" Sylvia didn't say anything, but what she just saw kept lingering in her mind. Deculein was taking care of Epheren. Epheren was being cared for by Deculein. She felt strange. Arrogant Epheren. Epheren stupidly got hurt. Why did she have to get hurt? She said she was going to solve it herself, so then why was she getting help? "You're jealous." "No, I'm not." Sylvia jerked her head back and stared at Eidnik's grinning face. "Okay, I'm not. Why would I be jealous of Epheren?" Okay. Eidnik is a fool." Sylvia pouted her lips. Then she buried herself in her chair and used wind, but she did not observe Deculein this time. She was just going to watch happenings of the far-off Rekordak. Rumors spread quickly in the north that a great tiger had appeared. However, the villagers residing nearby made no plan to evacuate. "What do you think?" Luina had a cast around her arm. It was an injury she received while working on recon. "It's pathetic. It's outrageous." "The residents," I nodded. Then I looked out the window of the mansion. In the military training ground of Rekordak, Julie was sparring with Rayleigh's support against Sirio. Rumors had spread that she was furious over what I said last night. "Why is it pathetic?" "It's pathetic that they won't leave and are readying themselves to die. It's outrageous that the inner barrier can't protect them." "Ha ha!" Luina laughed a bit. I glared at her. "What are you laughing about? Even the boss won't abandon it. It's something precious to the boss more than anyone else. Am I right? Even though it may break, it didn't bend and wouldn't give up on something it truly wanted." Deculein's personality was a combination of conviction, belief, and pride, so there was nothing to refute. Was this what having double standards meant? "Get out." "I will. But there's someone else outside, boss." Luina smiled brightly and opened the door. Behind it was the assistant Professor Allen. She bowed hesitantly to Luina. "Come in. I'm almost done." Yes. Allen hesitated to walk inside. I looked at her face carefully, noting her worry. "Will it be okay?" Looking at me, she spoke sluggishly. "What do you mean, Professor, that the great tiger, it is clever and cunning?" "The great tiger knew how to fight. It wouldn't allow anyone to surround him, and it didn't act rashly. In other words, it wouldn't fight 100 knights at once. Therefore, there should only be a few people recruited to hunt the tiger. It will be hard." Even now, I could still feel his spirit beyond the barrier. This was a warning, and he was waiting. If persuasion is possible, then that would be the best. They haven't carried out a mission aside from recon. However, as confirmed by my wood steel outside, the great tiger was killing everything that entered its territory, human or monster. Persuasion, is it possible? I shook my head. The possibility is very slight. Tigers are usually born with a particular temperament, and if they are that ferocious, they have to be killed. Then, Professor, you have to fight it after all. Alan bowed her head deeply. Her reaction felt unusual. I also don't rush in without a way of winning. Then Alan looked up. "How is that?" "It's a secret." Zzz. There was snoring from the sofa in the office. I glanced over with narrow eyes. Primian was cuddling the heater as she slept comfortably. "Wake her up and kick her out." Was she some kind of an idle youth or what? If you didn't pay attention to her, even just a little, she would sneak into your warm office to sleep. "Oh yes, excuse me." Alan shook her shoulders. Primian slowly opened her eyes. "You can't stay here. The professor is working." "Ah, it's cold outside." "What?" "Oh." I watched them have their awkward little conversation. "It's cold." Eventually, Primian, who was kicked out, began looking through her stuff. There was a note left by Alan inside her jacket. Professor Deculein got a tip. A report that the deputy director and I are demon blood. Primian paused, then she looked around and stuffed the paper inside her mouth. Chew, she went out of the main building chewing it up. The snow-covered ground and the fucking cold. Even though the great tiger appeared, the Night Orders building was still under construction. Primian found a bonfire and a chair sitting nearby as she walked around. She immediately ran up and sat down like a cat, then reached out her hands to feel the warmth. Clang! She heard the sharp sound of metal clashing not too far away. Primian raised her eyes in search. Clang! Boom! Boom! Julie and Sirio were sparring not far away. Weirding. Whenever Julie swung her sword, a freezing wind wrapped around her. Primian took out a book from her inner pocket. Number 3333, How to Analyze Charts for Stock Masters, she thought while reading. Alan said that Deculein received a tip, but she didn't know what kind or from who. Primian was quite confused. Would Deculein believe it or not? Or was there a need to believe it or not to believe it? Oh, are you investing in stocks? Are you a stock master? A voice woke up Primian as she was lost in thought. She glanced up to see Julie. Sweating, she glanced over the cover of the book in Primian's hand with weird eyes. How to Analyze Charts for Stock Masters. Primian closed the book without saying anything. Then she wriggled her legs and stretched out her neck to look at Julie. I'm Primian, the Deputy Director of Security. How can I help you? Oh, Julie was the one who had her bonfire and chair stolen away, but she brought another log to sit down without a complaint. Yes, I am the Night Dare. I know. I've also read your report. Julie closed her eyes and bowed her head like she was apologizing. There's no need for that. Why are you here? Julie blinked and thought about how to answer. Why did she come here? But this was a place she originally made herself. I'm also studying stocks a little. Primian became more arrogant after hearing Julie's words. I see. Do you know stocks well? Well, I do have 15 years of experience. I predicted the rapid rise of Roten, the food system, Zablok Construction Company, and the Rebel Toy Company. She did predict them. It was just that she didn't invest in them. Oh, Julie's eyes sparkled. Primian crossed her legs to the other side. Why? What's going on? Then Rayleigh approached with a towel in hand for Julie. You got really angry during the sparring session. Oh, it's Deputy Director Primian. Nice to meet you. We've met before, right? Through the adventurer's entry to the dungeon. Primian just nodded. Julie swallowed. Then is there any chance, Deputy Director, that you can tell me about investing? I can teach you a little. Sharing doesn't reduce knowledge. But why is a knight interested? Julie's expression grew bitter at Primian's question. I've belatedly realized that to protect my people, I need money. Her words contained some complex emotions. Primian thought about it. It wasn't a situation where she could push aside Alan's message to teach someone about stocks. But, it wouldn't be a loss if she became close to Julie using her knowledge. Moreover, she was Deculein's former fiancée, so she possessed some value. Primian was indebted to the North, especially to Freyden. Please, I ask of you, this is a whole world that is too much for someone to study alone, Julie asked politely. Primian pressed her temples and thought it over, while Rayleigh blinked as if she didn't know what was going on. Yes, all right, I'll teach you until I leave. At that moment, she clenched both her fists. She took Primian's hand and shook it. Thank you, I'll do my best to learn. Julie expressed her sincere gratitude. The Emperor of the Krebame Empire, Safian Ekater von Yigas Jifrin. Her work efficiency was unrivaled. It was only once a week, and for only 2 hours. Still, Safian personally handled official documents, including news, appeals, and disputes throughout the entire continent, and keenly settled all of them. Her speed of thought and judgment was already at a level beyond human. Even though it looked like she was just blindly flipping over the pages, she discerned the situation and offered a clear solution. A great tiger. Safian, who was doing her work, as usual, found a report from the north. A great tiger appeared in the north. Yes, your majesty, it did. Safian nodded at Jarling. A great tiger would cause even Deculein a headache. She didn't think much about it. Deculein managed Recordac, and it was up to the knights to catch the tiger. Or, it's also not too bad to just abandon Recordac. It was the most efficient measure. Abandon Recordac and deal with the great tiger and the knights at the second line of defense. From the rumors that I've heard, Deculein isn't going to do that. Safian nodded. That's just like him. What an inefficient guy. Yes, but he says he's going to hunt it himself. Safian's mouth shut, and she reread the report from her position on the ground. Jarling quickly bowed. Deculein said that he would go out alone and hunt for the tiger. The great tiger is a better opponent for him than Rohakan. At that moment, Safian's brow bunched up. What's with this guy? He would deal with a tiger himself. The moment she read that sentence, she felt angry without knowing why. He suddenly went nuts. Is he crazy? A lone wizard against a great tiger? Jarling didn't say anything. She pretended not to hear anything and pressed her forehead against the ground. Do you think this makes sense? Jarling answered carefully. I think it would be hard, but there's a lot of great knights in the north, but still, I don't think he should do it by himself. Safian gritted her teeth. Strangely, her forehead was feeling warmer. Indeed, it was a physical omen that she wasn't sure how to interpret. Crazy bastard. Of course, Deculein wasn't some hero who would die in the north. She still didn't know how he would die, but it wasn't in the north. No, the possibility was good enough. If he were injured badly while dealing with that tiger, then, over time, they would worsen until she still didn't know how Deculein would die. Ah, Safian called out to Jarling. Yes, your majesty. Isaac, no. Now that Keron wasn't here, the strongest unit that the imperial family could call upon was the vice-captain Isaac. However, if Isaac were used for private matters, it could put her in a politically disadvantageous position. Safian wasn't that short-sighted. No matter what happens to Deculein, whether he was fatally injured while fighting against the great tiger or gradually withered away, he could take care of himself. Forget it. He didn't tell me a single word, so that fucking bastard should take care of it himself. Get out. Yes, thank you, your majesty. Safian returned to her tasks and kicked out Jarling. Then she lay in bed to cool off the heat filling her. Not a single word to me. He could have written a letter, or spoken through the crystal ball. It wasn't the duty of a liege to decide on such serious issues without giving any reports. Therefore, Safian didn't have to worry about it. It was just ridiculous. Do what you want, Safian shouted, then covered herself with a blanket. Chapter 175, Darkness. 1. Under the starry night sky, a fire was crackling. Beyond the barrier, the energy of the great tiger remained, but some peaceful conversation was being exchanged at the Recordac training field near the forest. I have two favorite ways of trading stocks, trend and general affairs. The deputy director of security, Primian, provided a lesson on stocks. Julie, Sirio, and Rayleigh were sitting on the ground and taking notes while recovering from their sparring. Trend is about adapting to whether the entire market is on a rise or falling. All three of them were quite serious, their eyes sparkling as they wrote down Primian's every word. General affairs is what's popular. A year ago it was toys. 6 months ago it was the distribution of food, and so on. Some stocks soar or plunge, depending on the situation of the continent. Julie was laser-focused on the deputy director. But in the short term, excessive investment, severely overheated events are accompanied by an inevitable plunge. So you always need to be cautious when jumping into what's popular, and if you gain some profits, you need to be realistic. Primian bit her lips while talking, suddenly remembering an experience from her past. One of her stocks rose by 10 times, but she held on to it and didn't sell, and in the end, she ended up selling it at a loss of minus 25%. The moment she sold, it rose by 5 times again. Please keep that in mind. No matter how much a stock price rises, it's not a profit until you sell it and receive more than your initial investment. Julie nodded. It felt like her empty head was slowly filling up. Yes, I'll keep that in mind, teacher. I have a question. Rayleigh raised her hand. Yes. How much have you earned? It was an innocent curiosity. However, it was a difficult question to answer. What? Shut up. What? I told you to shut up. Anyway, that's what Primian wanted to say. It hurt her pride to say that she had lost everything that she had earned over 10 years. It wasn't that she lost it because of her lack of skills. She just wasn't lucky. Who would have thought that the imperial family would suddenly open Marek? Night Dare, how will Recordac deal with the great tiger? I can't help but ask you, a member of the Freyden clan, because the security department asked me to take charge of Recordac. Primian asked Julie. Julie, who was still scribbling notes, looked serious again. I'm still thinking about it. Professor Deculein said that he would take care of it by himself. Julie looked at Sirio. He was mumbling about trends, general affairs, accumulated profit, distribution of stocks, and the like. Lord Sirio, please spar with me again. Again. Fortunately, she succeeded in changing the topic. Primian sighed with relief and Sirio grinned. Ha ha ha, I don't mind. But you plan on following him, right? Julie didn't say anything. For a while, there was only the crackling of the fire. Primian and Rayleigh were wary while Julie fiddled with her sword. Deculein said he is going alone. Sirio spoke. Julie glanced up. You can't send him by himself. He's still a comrade. He's also a nice friend. Nice. Rayleigh twisted her face. Sirio grinned and nodded. We're comrades. Excuse me, we went to the same school. Not everyone is nice just because they're your schoolmate. You're his junior. Ah, seriously. Then that nice person, is he insulting our knight by calling her injured? He told everyone to shut up and get lost. Ah, that. Deculein used to be bad, but he's been better now. Also, she's indeed injured. No, you can't say it even though it's true. Injuries are crucial for knights. The words that Julie heard gradually dwindled. Julie looked toward the brush and focused. The world was moving further away like it was being pulled into a vacuum, and she was lost in her thoughts. Julie spoke. Deculein is bad, not bad. Deculein earned money from stocks. What does Deputy Director Primian think? The three who were busy talking suddenly paused. All three of them stared at her. I still have a lot to ask him. She grabbed her sword. A chilly spirit rose from her. Ahaha, Sirio smiled, jumping up and pulling out his blade. That's right. He shouldn't die so that you can ask him, so let's go train. Yes, Julie followed him. Primian tended to the fire and buttoned her jacket to her neck. I'm coming. You go first. Yes, hup. If Julie used her mana, this whole area would freeze over in seconds. Clang. In the night sky, in a northern field below the full moon, there was only the sound of swords clanging. There were 11 seriously injured people in the temporary ward. Each had been missing a limb, but now, miraculously, those lost limbs had been stuck back to their bodies. You're amazing. The doctor that the imperial family dispatched spoke in awe after seeing the duct tape in action. I've never seen magic like this before. I thought healing magic doesn't exist anymore. Technically speaking, it's not healing magic. I just stuck it on. That much is amazing enough. Look, the bones and flesh are stuck back together. Isn't it because they're knights? Once attached, they would recover by themselves. It was a knight's characteristic to have excellent physical regeneration. It was interesting to see. Even regular knights were like this. What would it be like if I added that to the Iron Man in my body? I don't see anyone dying. Yes, the first aid was good, so if you administer antibiotics and medicinal herbs on time, they will recover. I nodded. Then the doctor looked at me with obvious worry. By the way, are you going to hunt the great tiger by yourself? A great tiger. In terms of difficulty, it was impossible to fight it. Even if I used the wood steel and the snowflake obsidian simultaneously, I wouldn't be able to win. But there's a way. The tiger and the north had a natural connection. The main quest was designed to let me meet a tiger at least once, so I knew their weak point. Maybe I was the only one in this world who did. Just focus on their treatment. Yes, I will, the doctor nodded. There's a way, just focus on their treatment. In the window of the temporary ward in Recordac, Leah, who was looking through a telescope, found Deculein. What is it? Why is the professor like that? Because of his added setting as a fiancé to her, she could now understand him. Even so, it was a great tiger this time. Based on the pattern of its body, it was the named Basilita. Leah, what you just said, is it true? Ganesha, having returned, was surprised the moment she heard what Leah said. Yes, I was also surprised when I heard it. The professor will take on the great tiger alone. This professor, did he take his medicine? I'm also amazed. Has Professor Deculein always been that strong? Ganesha tilted her head without saying anything, like she had absolutely no idea. Leah, what are you talking about? Deculein is strong, you know that, Leo shouted, and Carlos chimed in. That's right, I was scared. I don't ever want to meet that professor again. It was normal for Carlos to be scared of Deculein. With how the demon reacted to the blood of Eucline, Carlos was right to instinctively fear him. Leo, do you also think that Deculein is strong? Yup, Leo had accurate senses. Strong enough to beat the great tiger. I don't know about that. The tiger is also very strong. What is that? Ganesha watched their conversation with a grin. Let's just see for now. If something happens, she thought for a moment. It was usually better not to be noticed by Deculein, but they received help from the professor before. At that time, We can think about it then. Ganesha swept back her pigtails and looked at Deculein. She could feel it every time she looked at him, and as expected, the professor is so handsome, I can stare at him all day. Like she appreciated a work of art, she smiled happily. Leah was a little dumbfounded, but this was the work of his character. Hee, slurp. Looking at Ganesha drooling, Leah had to hold back laughter. I put my hand to Ephraim's forehead. Her fever rose considerably as she recovered, but this much was still fine. Task. But as a result, my palm was now slick with her sweat. I felt nauseous for a moment before I wiped it off with cleanse and disinfected the room. I looked into the dark dawn sky again. It was early, but my mind was awake. Professor Deculein, I've completed my task. I looked down from the ground. An adventurer was smiling and waving up to me. Should I take it up there? There's quite a lot. I'll go down. I slowly went outside. The adventurer quickly ran up to meet me and handed over a box. Here you go. The payment is a family check. Yeah. Yes. Cheers to the VVIP. Thank you for the money. Rich customers are always welcome. The adventurer playfully saluted and left. I took the things out from the box in the cold wind. I grasped the cold steel grip of the revolver that I received as a gift before. Revolver information, a custom-made revolver. The power was amplified by Mida's hand. Category, weapon, gun, special effect, an artistic revolver. The accuracy and destructive power increase. Intermediate damage. A bullet fired through this revolver does additional damage. Mida's hand. Level 4. There were many other items on the box, all of which were materials for the production of special bullets. Each of them was insanely expensive, but I spared no money. The materials are reliable. Roughly 30 million elnis, including the commission and material costs. From now on, I was thinking of making 5 million elnis worth of bullets, and fortunately, it wouldn't take much time. Should I start right away? When I was about to start my work, Professor, a loud voice called me from behind. I glanced back. Professor! Alan came running in as naturally and as innocently as before. If she behaved like that now, then she would trip over a stone. Ah! I took 3 or 4 steps towards her in advance and caught her. Alan, who was expecting to hit the ground, was spread out in my arms, looking up at me with wide eyes. I knew you'd fall. Alan blinked and nodded. Ah, thank you. No, I'm sorry. Alan stood up, straightened out her clothes, and reached out something from her pocket to me. You're too much. You're leaving. And you didn't even tell me. I wasn't leaving yet, but Alan's expression was near tears as she spoke. She wasn't just worried, however, and I could tell there were other emotions mixed in. Alan, I thought I knew the reason. Yeez. Right now, a death variable was glimmering around Alan. It was repeatedly blinking like a fluorescent lamp about to die. She thought about whether to kill me or to let me go. If I die, what would happen to you? So my voice naturally became serious. Yes, what do you, exactly as I said. If I die, what would happen to you? I smiled a little. Rather, my lips were smiling, but my eyes weren't. Where would you go? What kind of life would you have? I'm curious about that. I observed Alan's tiny movements and tremors in her face as I spoke. Don't say things like that. I don't even want to imagine it. Alan didn't stop acting, but at this point it was easy to distinguish between her acting and what she felt. You can stop doing that now. No, Professor, not that, but the acting you're doing right now. Your lines aren't convincing. At that moment, Alan's body began to tremble. Nevertheless, she didn't let go of this charade. She innocently wriggled her fingers as usual, but she bowed her head like she had been discovered. I couldn't see her face. Oh, a dark red death variable flared up next to Alan. The air that caressed my skin was cold, and the night watch atop the barrier was dozing off. There was no one around here except her. Since when have you known? What are you talking about? What gender you are? Yes, that. Then Alan acted, thinking that I might still not know. I smiled a little. Seriously, she was clever until the end. Double disguising is a common method. If you become immersed in an outer shell that is nothing special, you'll forget the more important inner shell. But gender has nothing to do with it. What was hidden under that first layer was the true secret. Alan, you're not understanding. I am used to your lack of scent. Tack, the tension in the air vanished. Only then did Alan quit pretending. I see. She froze over, going completely still. The silence weighed heavily over us. Schwa, her aura rose through that silence. I see. In a way that she'd never shown before, Alan took hold of the entire space. Chapter 176, Darkness. 2. I see. Alan closing her mouth, poking at the inside of her cheeks with her tongue. She moved away with a blank expression, and I took a step forward after her. At that moment, the world completely changed. We were definitely inside the barrier, but I stepped through a snowy field. Snowflakes landed on my shoulders, and a sharp wind cut at me. Was the space around us folded, or was the ground getting closer? Whatever it was, we were driven out of the barrier. You're amazing as expected. Clap, clap, clap. The lines on her face were different from usual. Maybe it was my desire to not get caught. I looked at this Alan differently. However, my intuition insisted that this current Alan was like a worn mask or the top layer. Yeah, you're greedy. At that moment, snow flared up around us. Now the spirit Alan was subconsciously pouring out was beyond that of a master, swaying like an aura around them. Even if I used all my mana, I wouldn't be able to touch her. I could sense instinctively that she was specialized in killing. But still, don't mind me too much. Alan spoke, her eyes turning dark. Anyway, this week, before she could get out another word, a group of monsters appeared through the ground. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra, Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. Blue-eyed hyenas are known as the Dark Winter. Alan spared them a second glance. Crack. Their bodies twisted. Crack. It was a strange sound. Their bones were twisted and their flesh crumpled. Then, as if caught up in a black hole, their shapes became indistinguishable. This week you'll be killed in battle, but that day became today. I know you didn't mind me, but... Alan wriggled her toes in the snow. Then she approached. One step, two. Her feet were heavy as they fell. A frightening yet natural sense of oppression washed over me. Professor, the demon blood are watching you. Alan stood mere inches away from me. I will always be watching you too. This is a warning. Alan spoke formally, and my stiff body gradually loosened, perhaps thanks to the resistance of Iron Man. If the clan's patience reaches its limit, I will not hesitate to take your life. So, Alan stared straight at me, the shyness and youth she showed before it vanished. Take care of yourself. What she said didn't match. I didn't bother to look for her death variable. Were you by my side just to keep an eye on me? Yes, of course. I never thought that I would ever get caught, but since when have you known? Was it because of the report? I was frustrated with her questions. I shook my head. From the beginning to the end, you know nothing about me. From beginning to the end, Alan pouted her lips slightly. Oh, really? I was going to be satisfied if I knew one or two things. Oh, well. That's too bad. Listening to Alan grumble, I looked back through my memories. Since when had I known what she was? It was quite a long time ago, but when I became convinced was clear. The train going to Burkt. It was then. Then Alan's eyes widened. Since the train? Yeah. Then why? Was it earlier than she expected? Alan looked down. After a moment of silence, she smiled a little. Is that so? Anyway, it was fun, thanks to the professor. It was an honor to be with Lord Eucline. The moment Alan smiled radiantly, I sensed a very small gap. At that moment, I moved my fingers. It feels like my experiences with the professor will become part of history. With the momentum gained by putting my fingers together, I flicked her forehead. Bam! A light blow, but Alan faltered and backed off a step. She touched her forehead dumbfounded, feeling the red bump slowly rising. Oh, she looked at me vacantly, searching for a reason why. She wore an expression like she had been betrayed by the world. Punishment for deceiving your superior. Take it nicely. Alan stood still, letting the hem of her robe be swept around by the winter wind. Soon, she laughed. Yes, I nodded. Then I walked towards the barrier. I didn't think we needed to speak further. If she were going to leave in the first place, I wouldn't catch her. Ah, Professor. But Alan grabbed me. Goodbye. Snowflakes brushed down past her shoulders, driven by the biting wind. I called out with a name that wasn't real. Alan. Yes. You may not know, but there are only a few people on this continent who make me feel like myself. Deculein would probably have just left now with no regrets, satisfied with leaving the death variable called Alan be. One of them is you. But I'm not Deculein. I'm still Kim Woo-jin, and there are certainly people in this world who make me feel like I am Kim Woo-jin. Not the past you, but you. This fact won't change even if you leave. Alan had no words, staring at me with her deer-like eyes. So, Alan. Alan nodded for me to continue. Have you learned a lot during this time? Alan nodded again. Was it fun being an assistant professor? Alan nodded. I put my hand on top of her head for a brief moment. Then, good job. Alan's eyes shook, but I continued to say what I wanted to say. It was you, Alan, who saved me from Veron. She quickly bowed her head, hiding her face from me. Taking the life of the one who saved mine does not match the dignity of Euclid. Whether you're here to keep an eye on me, whether you're looking for a chance to kill me, it doesn't even matter if you're part of the demon blood, Alan. I'm just thankful. That's not. Then Alan shook her head. Not just once, but several times. I thought she was going to deny those achievements even in this situation. Ellie. My expression became rigid for a moment, and my heart grew cold. Thankfully, Alan was looking at the ground. My name is Ellie. She said so in a low, shy voice below the starless skies. Ellie. Yes, I'm Ellie. I'll remember that. Yes, don't forget it. After saying so, Ellie pushed my back. Her hands were strong. Stumbling a couple of steps forward, I glanced back again. Then, goodbye. Ellie disappeared. Ellie. The field where she left was empty. It didn't matter because I already knew that she was going to leave someday. I just looked up at the sky. Dark snow was falling around me. I looked down at my hands. Ellie. Ellie. A name that I knew and one of the strongest in the continent. Someone with a sad past and an overwhelming history. At the same time, she was the user of the overwhelming attribute space and sense. Was such a person cleaning up after me? Who did I just hit? I was still dumbfounded. A tree stump fell off in the dense forest. Sitting on it, Ellie was rubbing her palm against the bump on her forehead. Roll, 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 roll. It hurts. It hurts. My head feels like it's about to break, but not just because of the pain. Strangely, her heart hurt too. I should have told you not to get too close to him. The voice came from behind the tree. Ellie looked over to see Primian. Anyhow, this is good. If it went on like this, you would have been dragged away by a lessal. Take this. Primian threw a parcel to Ellie. Looking inside, Ellie found an ID card and new clothing. She modified her appearance to match the one on the ID. Keeping her form, she changed her hair color, nose, and the size of her eyes. What did you say to Professor Deculein? It's a secret. Okay, I can just ask a lessal later anyway. Ellie raised her eyes to stare at Primian. Primian took a closer look at her. Are you crying? What? No. What are you talking about? Ha ha. Ellie quickly shook her head, laughing. I don't think I could cry. Primian nodded. Her eyes were moist, but there was no need to be so shocked. She was someone who had never cried once in her life. She didn't even know how to pretend to cry. Then, go ahead and meet with a lessal. I have something to do here. Ellie looked at Primian with dissatisfaction. She felt jealous and annoyed for some reason. The professor has known for a long time now. A very long time. I know. Ellie came out safely, and neither of them were injured, so Primian roughly knew. At that time, when he was eating with Baton, why did Deculein say such strange things? Darn mushroom soup. Primian shook her head. Ellie, tilting her head, breathed out a low sigh. Hugh, I might have used this leather for too long. She lifted the mirror and looked at herself. She was a man again this time. It looks like my old leather. Ah, change it. That's because your old one was your real face. Don't spout some nonsense. Primian pushed Ellie's shoulder. Her next stride was farther away. Ellie, now a dart on the horizon, waved. Yes, I'll get going first. Unbelievable. The more she saw her ability, the more amazing it was. It was an all-around ability that could teleport, be used for disguise, and was optimized for killing. The concept of space that Ellie used freely was quite fatal, so killing was possible just by changing the position of a person's eye and nose. This was especially so for regular people who lacked mana resistance. If she wanted to, she could eradicate 98% of the continent by herself. Primian looked up at the sky. The moon covered by clouds was now peeking through. That's amazing, she murmured without expression. Deculein, called a devil by the clan, was the one the demon blood was most scared of in the Empire. He who cold-heartedly and mercilessly hunted the demon blood. But he was also the only wizard who defended the demon blood in Berkt. Furthermore, when they were in danger of being discovered, he concealed the truth even though he knew that they were demon blood. I don't know. Primian didn't know Deculein, what he was thinking, and what misunderstanding there was. Was it a noble's appearance, or was it just some sort of whim? Absolutely. Then Primian turned around and took out a piece of a letter. It had been barely delivered from the faraway military camp, a message sent by Rohalak's guide Kerixel. It was written in a code that only the high-ranking officials of the clan could read. Rohalak isn't a difficult place as you think. Professor Deculein is keeping his promise to me. There will be no gas chambers installed in Rohalak, and we are preparing for the winter with Hadekin's troops. There are many friends to play around with. Of course, we keep a line and formality, but I think we can become close like this. I'm crying a little while writing, but I'm not lying. I am happy here. The professor is like a torchlight. He brightens the darkness of the coming future. There's no more space, so I'll leave it here. P.S. Burn this letter as soon as you read it. You should never tell anyone what's inside. The same goes for the clan. You know there are many people from the altar spying on us, right? Hum. Reading the reality of Rohalak, which was completely different from expectations, Primian's heart felt fuller. Special metals and ammunition were needed to hunt the tiger. The metal was black iron sand, and the materials needed for the ammunition were pulverized unicorn horn and Bloy's queen bee's stinger. Since the materials were hard to obtain, mass production wasn't possible even if the recipe was publicized. Even if the materials were already prepared, if the mixture wasn't accurate to the gram, there was a high probability of failure. This was also the case in the game. Therefore, I intended to properly utilize my mana and understanding in union with aesthetic sense. Firstly, melt the black iron sand using ultra-high temperature. Use psychokinesis in place of the mold pipes that I couldn't find to shape a bullet that fits into the revolver. Is that not enough to make that little thing? A dainty voice came up. I raised my head calmly, feeling a sense of déjà vu as a new uninvited guest waited in the window. I clenched my jaw when I saw her face. Professor, that revolver. The child named Leah surprisingly resembled Uara. I moved closer to her with the wood steel. Oh, wait, just wait. Hear me first, Shwara. Jaira. Several of the wood steel paused in front of the child's face. It surrounded her without leaving any openings. Ah, the child shivered. Where? Have you gone crazy? Do you want to die? No, no, I'm just. Leah hesitated and pointed at something on her back, a rifle tied to her by a long string. Tiger rifle, information. A rifle from the archipelago, specially made for hunting tigers. It exerts a particularly destructive power on tigers. Category: Treasure Special Third Stone Special Effect. The bullets fired with this gun gradually destroy the tiger's skin and muscle tissue. A tiger rifle. It was a hard-to-find treasure, even for an adventurer. Tiger hunting will be easier if you use this. So together with us, not Carlos, with Ganesha and us. What do you think? I glared at her, taking the rifle using psychokinesis. This is a dangerous item for a child like you to handle. What? Child, I'm good at using such weapons. I opened the cartridge and checked the insides, calculating the size of the ammunition needed. No, I came here to ask you to fight with us. We also want to help you hunt the tiger. The kid accidentally bit her tongue as Bam. I closed the window on her. Tiger rifle. I fiddled with the brilliant barrel of the tiger rifle and used meters hand level 4. The moment I confirmed that a special effect was added, I nodded. This should be enough. If the ammunition was made properly, my chance of winning was certain, even if I was up against a great tiger. Clang, 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 excuse me. Hey, that's a treasure that we barely got. Clang, 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 clang. Give it back if you're not going to hunt with us. I'm going to report you to the police. The child continued to tap the glass window with an expression like she had been tricked, but I ignored her and closed the curtains. It was a face that was too much to look at for too long. Chapter 177. Hunt. 1. I tied the tiger rifle around my back and holstered the revolver at my side. The bullets I made were loaded into each's magazine. Clack. 2 shots for the rifle and 3 for the revolver imbued with mana. During an actual battle, the time needed to reload was a rare luxury. I looked at the clock. It wasn't yet past 4 a.m., and darkness still consumed the snowy world outside. Suddenly, I frowned, noticing an unnatural shadow around the curtains. I pulled them up using psychokinesis. Creak. I remained motionless with a smirk upon my lips as I gazed through the window. Snore, snore. Jack Frost was there. A sleeping child, completely buried in snow, leaned against the window. I drew closer to her. I examined the snowman, noting her small face and frozen hair, eyes, nose, and lips. This child whose name I didn't remember. They look alike. However, I could roughly understand the background behind this child's birth. I was sure she was some sort of an Easter egg. Adding similar NPCs was quite common in this area. The child tossed and turned, her frozen eyelids creaking open. Her lips drew a thin line as cold tears welled up in her eyes. My gun! I closed the curtains. Clang, 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 clang. The kid started knocking on the window again. Clang, 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 clang. Give me back my gun, you bad man, outside the barrier of Rekordak in the forest. Wow! Lear illuminated a small piece of paper with mana. There was evidence here and there that this was authentic and couldn't be a counterfeit. The number that seemed to never end was also definitely not a lie. How many chocolates could this buy? How many macarons? She felt so happy that she spun around like a ballerina. Ukraine family check, 10 million. Ha ha ha. Of course, the Tiger rifle was taken away. No, it was sold through coercion, but it was not a loss. Rather, it was fortunate that it was taken away by Deculein. Even if it were a treasure, if there were no demand, its price would plummet. And even the treasure that was the Tiger rifle wouldn't normally be sold at prices like this. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Leah sealed the check with mana and put it inside her pocket. Then she ran after Deculein. The Tiger rifle was strapped around his back as he moved with his long stride. The great tiger hunt this time needed to be cleared as a player. A huge reward would be waiting. That was also why she came to look after Deculein. Leah glanced at Deculein as they walked. At first glance, he was cold as ice and sharp as a blade, a cold-hearted fellow that could cut down a person with just his words. He looked like Kim Woo-jin, but he was a completely different person, not a named. She wanted to look closer at his face. Hush! Then Deculein stretched out his hand. Leah quickly stopped. Gia ra 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 ra. The great tiger's growl resounded from nearby. Almost at the same time, the wood steel flooded in that direction. Is it okay if you don't say anything to the headquarters? Now, Deculein was on pursuit by himself, without telling anyone or asking for help. Leah was anxious about that. It was true that Deculein was stronger compared to the original scenario, but he was no hero to jump in the tiger's jaws by himself. Suddenly, Deculein looked at her, his gaze sharp enough to maim. Yes, Leah quickly answered and closed her mouth. The distance of the shot exceeds 10 km. What? One feature of psychokinesis is specialized in the shooting. It keeps the trajectory constant and amplifies its power. At the moment of the discharge, psychokinesis was applied to the bullet. The expected velocity of the synergy lightly transcended the speed of sound. Therefore, the bullet should hit the tiger. If only we can pick up its location, we can launch an attack that it cannot evade. Leah nodded. It was a good plan if the great tiger could be killed with one blow. Can one bullet kill the great tiger? I will shoot 5 shots in a row. Aha, Leah was convinced. Deculein belatedly trudged up the mountain, looking for a highland where he could fire easier. Then, Professor, a voice came from above them in the branches of a darkened tree. Leah and Deculein looked up at the same time to find Ganesha. Nice to see you. How long has it been? She swept her hair back as she looked at Deculein. Where did you hide the half-blood? I hid him. Here. Ganesha jumped to the ground, and Leah shuffled over to stand beside her. The great tiger hunt will help you too. There's no need. Are you saying I can't guarantee your victory even if I use all my power? Professor, you shouldn't do this alone. Deculein didn't say anything, glaring at Ganesha. Professor, you cover. I will attack. Don't you think that's perfect? Deculein was still silent. The wind blew between them, and Leah swallowed her nerves. Then suddenly, Deculein looked at her. Leah smiled as soon as she met his eyes. Is this kid any good? Of course. Leah is such a remarkable talent. Soon, she will be stronger than me. On the other hand, Julie received a shocking report after doing her morning exercises at Rekordak. It was news that Alan, Deculein's assistant professor, was attacked by the great tiger. Is this true? Yes, it is, Rayleigh urgently spoke. Her face was filled with shock and restlessness. I heard that the tiger got assistant professor Alan. They also found a piece of his blood-stained robe. Julie picked up her sword as soon as she heard it, tying back her hair. She adjusted her leather armor. The moment she came outside and approached the barrier, she found Sirio and Ihelm discussing with the scouts. Julie looked at Ihelm's hands more than anything else as he held a torn piece of robe stained with blood. We think it is his. Ihelm spoke as he brushed his hair back. Julie quickly ran up to them. Lord Ihelm, Lord Sirio, what happened? Oh, you're here. Ihelm clicked his tongue and shook his head. It would seem that Deculein's assistant was attacked by the tiger. Ihelm stored the robe in a bag of mana. If it was true, then it was difficult to expect him to come back alive. Therefore, it would be right to preserve his things for Deculein. Then, where did Professor Deculein go? Oh, that's... Ihelm shut his mouth with a grim face, and Sirio scratched the back of his neck. I guess he's really mad. He rushed out at dawn without saying a word. Ihelm paused a moment before adding, I didn't know that his personality would be like this. He looks to have gone away without much preparation. He also left his horse. Julie began to shout, Please open the barrier. Yes. Ah, right now. The prison guard nodded his head in a moment of confusion and opened the door of the barrier. Screech, Helmet, I leave the friends of the assistant professor to you. Wizards will only be targeted if they come out anyway, so... Don't call me Helmet. Don't worry about those guys and just go. Ihelm scrunched his nose, and Sirio laughed a bit. Yeah, I will be back. Sirio readied his armor. Julie stamped her feet while waiting for the door to open. Hey, what's going on? Professor Deculein has left. The other knights also arrived one by one behind them. Julie and Sirio ran at full speed as soon as the door cracked open. Naturally, all the knights flocked towards Ihelm for answers. Lord Ihelm, what is going on? They say that Professor Deculein flew into a rage. Because of what? Why are the knights so interested in such rumors? Ihelm frowned and hid the piece of Alan's robe. You'll only get in the way even if you go out, so just sit still here. What? Hey, Ihelm, don't you remember our times at the Imperial Palace? The Imperial Knights rushed in with their eyes glaring, but Ihelm simply ignored them. But as he recalled the assistant professor that he saw last night, he let out a deep sigh. He was a guy who was always smiling brightly. Oh ho! When Ihelm found the traces of the assistant professor, he thought of Deculein rushing out. He understood what he must have felt. I thought he was just a cold-hearted bastard. That Deculein lost his composure and was so enraged, he moved without concern for himself. It was only natural since he was an assistant he had been with for several years. So you are just a normal person, too. Ihelm looked over the barrier and mumbled. The sadness of losing a disciple was something that he had experienced as well. Tusk! Ihelm put away the robe fragment that would soon become a precious piece of memorabilia, although it was too soon to refer to it as such, and he walked back to the prison. Hey, is it true that Professor Deculein went out by himself? Several knights asked for the truth as he went back inside the main building, but he didn't dare answer. Secrecy was the most basic courtesy of a wizard. In an undeveloped land covered by darkness, Deculein stood atop a large rock with his jacket fluttering around him. His wood steel roamed about in search of the great tiger, but he maintained a safe distance. Even if for the great tiger, it would need at least 3 seconds to cross 10 km, and his bullet would prove much faster. Clack! Leah opened the lid of her lunch box. Ganesha and Leah were on the tracking team, and Deculein and her were on the patrol team. Do you want to eat, Professor? Deculein looked back at Leah. She was startled and flinched every time she received that gaze. It was very chilly, but also resembled Kim Woo-jin. I'm sorry. I'm the type to not be able to use my strength if I don't eat. It was a characteristic of healthy eating habits. In the case of an empty stomach, all body specifications such as physical strength, stamina, and the likes, except mana, were reduced. But they would increase up to 1.5 times if she were full. She learned that if she ate 3 meals right on time, there was no penalty. Clack! She heard the sound of a firing pin being pulled. Leah, who was eating her lunch, jumped up. She looked at Deculein, remaining silent. The horizon was covered with dark clouds pouring down a blizzard, but his gun was aimed somewhere far beyond that. Deculein had his finger on the trigger. A quiet wind blew past them, and Leah swallowed. Tell this to Ganesha. I am going to attack first. Can you see the great tiger? I can. It's crouching down in the bushes and is remaining vigilant of Ganesha. Yes, I will tell her. Leah took out a crystal ball. Immediately after, Ganesha's answer returned. We heard it. We are watching it now. Okay, did you hear that, Professor? Deculein nodded. The moment when he was about to pull the trigger, Deculein's eyes widened a fraction at the tearing tension and murderous intent filling the air. He squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang. The shockwave of the 2 bullets shook heaven and the earth. Ah! At the same time, the bullets careened right toward the great tiger. The beast surged up suddenly, overtaking the distance of 10 km in an instant. Deculein threw aside the rifle and drew his revolver, firing off 3 bullets in rapid succession. Bang! The rifle bullets cut through the tiger's shoulders, and the revolver's bullets swept over the tiger's eyes and forehead. but the tiger was already before his eyes. The speed of his dash imbued with mana was akin to a flash of lightning. His jaw gaped open, fangs bared, while Leah moved toward Deculein. When she was about to shove aside Deculein and faithfully carry out her mission, a smile appeared on Deculein's face. Leah stared at him vacantly. It seemed as if time had slowed down, and he spoke to the tiger through his expression. "You thought I didn't know." The great tiger's face twisted as they felt this new danger. It contorted in the air to change its direction toward Leah instead as she stepped toward Deculein. But it was Deculein who moved this time. He was relaxed even at this moment. With a low rumble, he put his arm in the tiger's mouth. Munch! The great tiger bit down Deculein's arm. Then she heard the sound of a pin falling, probably about 1 second until here. Leah looked at Deculein, who was protecting her. No, he wasn't necessarily trying to protect her. "I dropped a grenade inside your mouth. Prepare yourself." This was what he planned on doing from the start. Chapter 178, Hunt. 2. The great tiger was cunning, possessing intellect beyond most humans. Therefore, an elaborate and unsophisticated plan was needed. That was why I made a grenade. In the case where the initial volley failed, I prepared this for a surprise attack. And now, wind whipping against my skin and time flowing through the world like cold molasses. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra, the wild beast's bright yellow eyes met my own. This was probably the first time a human had their arm in his mouth. Crag! He tried to rip it off, shredding muscle and sinew. However, strong will and Iron Man were persistent. In the first place, this method was impossible if not for my characteristics. Enduring, I grabbed his tongue. And then, the grenade inside his mouth exploded. The extreme heat licked at my arm, and fragments of black steel scattered inside him. But I wasn't done. I used psychokinesis on the metal fragments in unison with all 19 wood steel to pierce the tiger's flesh. Whack! The great tiger swung his front legs, moving fast enough to break the sound barrier and sending out a shockwave. I prepared for his next blow. The damage would be massive. Humph! Something small flew in like a mosquito, taking the blow for me. Ah! The mosquito named Leah was sent flying away. But that was enough. The great tiger put his paws around my neck once again. Clang! This time a sword blocked it. Phew! I'm not late! Sirio's exhilarated cry spread out. Arriving like a burst of wind, he flashed me a toothy grin. "Are you okay, Deculein?" "Oh, you don't look okay." Sirio looked at me from head to toe. Gra. The great tiger shook off Sirio's blade in that short moment and sprinted toward the forest. Oh wow, I can see the tiger's back. He's running away. This is such a rare scene. "Hey you, where are you going?" Sirio yelled while chasing after the great tiger, and another knight arrived from a little farther away. Step! The newcomer halted. We remained still, matching each other's silence. But after a moment, Julie spoke. "I heard. Help Sirio. The tiger's injured, so he won't be able to run far." Julie, closing her mouth again, nodded. Then she followed after Sirio's tracks. Schwa! A cool wind blew, and the swaying leaves rustled in the song of nature. I looked at my arm lying on the rocky ground. It was cut off in the end. Strong will and Iron Man held out as long as they could, but this must also be the majesty of the great tiger. I took the arm and attached it using duct tape with the little mana I had left, and then, aha, og-ku. I glanced over at the young adventurer, wriggling on the ground while clasping onto her stomach. That was the price of protecting me using her own body. I moved closer to take a good look. There was no external bleeding, but her internal injuries were severe. Ugh! I made her pass out by pressing a point around her neck. Then I used the wood steel to open her abdomen. Splurt! Blood spilled out, revealing her burst intestines and torn muscles. "You even have the same personality." I wrapped tape around this reckless child's injury. An hour later, Leah was blinking away her fatigue while sitting on the ground with Leo. The pursuit of the great tiger was still in full swing, but Leo was sent to protect the injured, Leah and Deculein. The two children stared at Deculein. He had his arm bitten off by the great tiger, but he was amazingly standing straight up, regal as always. "Are you all right?" Leah asked the question, and Leah was also curious. No one had survived being mauled by a great tiger to this extent. Leah had been hit in passing, but it was already game over due to the great tiger's unique toxin. Then Deculein looked back. Leo and Leah flinched. "Oh, this is nothing. It's not too serious. Right, Leo?" Yeah, this was the right time to cut down the sprout called Deculein. Deculein was not a bad person, but a villain with no room for a new life. A villain of pure evil who only tormented players. But today, Leah found a possibility for persuasion. Deculein, of course, it was impossible to conclude that he wasn't a villain still, was by no means the original Deculein. Why did you come here? What? Ah, we are going to Mjolgi. Mjolgi. Yes, there's a way to purify Carlos over there. The moment Carlos was mentioned, Deculein froze with the unique aura of the Eucline. Leah continued. We thought to prepare for dealing with the devil's blood. The key is probably in Mjolgi. He stared at Leah, unmoving. Then he added with a smirk, You're trying too hard. It's useless. Of course, Leah nodded. She was convinced again now. Just like how she saw the possibilities for the worst named Deculein, there was also a possibility in purifying Carlos. Tusk! Suddenly, Deculein clicked his tongue. Leah tilted her head. What's wrong? Your face. I don't like it every time I see it. She thought she knew the reason why, but it made her upset. Leah bluntly retorted, I feel the same way. Deculein was silent, scowling. Leah quickly added, I'm joking. He shook his head. Then he sat leaning against a nearby tree. Like he was about to pass out, he closed his eyes for a moment. The forest suddenly became quiet. Leah whispered, Leah, is he sleeping? Leah looked at his face. Certainly he appeared to be sleeping. Yup. Hugh, she felt more comfortable now. Leah let out a sigh and inspected her wounds, but there were no problems. Deculein's opening and suture skills were flawless, and thanks to that first aid, she was already recovering. So amazing. Who would have thought that Deculein would heal anyone? Wait. By the way, wasn't Deculein's injury quite serious? How did he treat it so perfectly in that state? Leah looked around the sleeping Deculein. Suddenly his arm caught her eye. Oh, it was a treatment far from flawless. The tape reattached it, but it was too short, and the bleeding hadn't yet completely stopped. Leah looked at her own very comfortable state, and the incomplete state of Deculein in turn, suddenly becoming rigid. He treated her instead of himself in a situation where his mana was limited. His reason was probably Leah's heart ached. Leo, give me the emergency kit. Ha! Oh, here it is. Leo reached out with his bag. Leo went to Deculein with the bandages and herbs. Gulp! She was nervous. He would suddenly open his eyes and glare at her. She pressed the herbs to Deculein's arm, wrapped the bandage tightly around the wound, then washed off his blood with water. Quest completed. Great Tiger Hunt. Defeat the demon tiger of the Altar Basilita. Acquire rare Constitution catalog. The long-awaited quest completion notification popped up in her mind. The snow didn't stop falling in the north, to the point that after a few days, it was easy to be fed up with it, without stopping for a single day, falling every hour. Ephren. Ephren was watching the snowstorm outside the window. Ephren, behind his desk, the professor sat and watched her. Ephren, answer me. Oh, what? She belatedly came to her senses. Then Deculein handed over a large envelope. Take this. It's a test paper. Oh, that's right. Yes, yes, yes. Dark circles and tears were smudged around Ephren's eyes. Yes. It had been 3 days since Alan was attacked by the tiger. Deculein succeeded in hunting the great tiger, but he wasn't able to find Alan's body. Pull yourself together. What? Oh, yes. For Ephren, what happened that day remained as trauma. She was the last one who had seen Alan. If only she hadn't been out of her mind with painkillers. Balm. A fountain pen smacked Ephren in the forehead. Ah, I'll kick you out if you keep doing that. Ugh, the exam period will take 1 month starting tomorrow, and you can carry on with your missions at the same time, or not if you don't want to. I will carry on. Ephren bowed her head as she answered. I'll get going now. She quickly went outside before she cried, and Deculein watched her leave silently. Thud, the door slammed shut. Primian, who was hugging the heater on the sofa, flinched. When did the deputy director sneak in again? Deculein frowned. When are you planning to go? Primian shrugged. I still have quite a few things to deal with. Moreover, are you okay, Professor? With what? Well, you lost your assistant professor. Deculein scowled at Primian. The sightings of the scouts and the witnesses guarding the barrier were clear. They had all seen the tiger taking Alan, thanks to Primian's characteristic. She could materialize and embody her thoughts and insert manipulated memories into other people. This was the reason why she was able to become the youngest deputy director. I'm okay. Where? There was the sound of someone crying in the hallway. It was probably Ephren. Is that so? That's good to wear. That's good to hear, Primian nodded. Another assistant wear. I didn't think you had another assistant. I blocked the noise outside using silence. Growth is a companion to loss. Well, that's true. How is the professor's arm? It has healed enough for me to continue my mission here in the north. Primian looked at his arm with an ambiguous expression. He had recovered quickly. More than that, Professor. Are you just going to leave them as they are? Primian pointed outside the window to where the red garnet adventurers had set up camp. Ganesha and Rayleigh, alongside Leo and Leah, were enjoying the warmth of a campfire. There's no reason to restrain them. The red garnet adventurers have immunity, and I don't see the half-blood. But he stopped speaking and handed over a mirror to Primian. It was a regular hand mirror. Give this to the red garnet adventurers and tell them not to throw it away. Okay. She didn't know what his intentions were, but Primian nodded for now before standing from the sofa. Do you have any plans for the assistant professor's funeral? Deculein buried his body in his chair. He seemed to be thinking deeply. If his body is recovered, we can do it then. Yeah, that is a good plan. Primian spoke without an expression, but she was smiling on the inside. As soon as Primian left Deculein's office, she joined the adventurers at the campfire. He said if his body is recovered, then he would hold a funeral. It was the standard procedure of a double spy to convey words to each party to earn trust from both. Oh, is that so? He seemed like a sincere guy. He must be like that in reality, too, if he was able to earn the professor's heart. Ganesha's eyes were watery. Leah, Leo, and even Rayleigh were the same. They all looked up at the sky for a moment, sparkling stars and embers. In there, the bright and innocent wizard's face seemed to flicker. Professor Deculein, he's not such a snake. It's very unexpected. To change the gloomy mood, Ganesha smirked and muttered under her breath. Leah also smiled a little, and Rayleigh twisted her lips. Recover the body. Maybe that guy doesn't want to acknowledge it either. A voice cut in from the other side of the fire. Everyone looked over to see Ihelm holding a bottle of whiskey. Well, that's what happens when you lose your disciple. That guy hates losing something or having something taken away. Ihelm took a sip of the whiskey and sat in a nearby wooden chair. Then he looked into the flickering flames. He has to overcome it himself. Then Rayleigh glanced to where Julie was standing behind a tree. She wasn't hiding, she was just standing there. Everyone knew that Julie was there. Yes, of course. Moreover, what are you all going to do about the mission? She seemed to hate this gloomy and clammy mood, but when Ganesha was about to shake off the subject, Leader Ganesha. Primian called out to Ganesha. Ah, yes, Ganesha replied with a bright smile. Primian held out the vintage hand mirror. This is a gift from Professor Deculein to you. A gift from Deculein. Everyone looked at the gift with surprise. Leah asked on behalf of Ganesha, who was in a daze. A gift from Deculein, that professor. Primian nodded flatly. That's right. Why is there a problem? Chapter 179. Dream and Memory, Voice 1. This is a gift from Professor Deculein to you. Primian handed Ganesha the hand mirror. Ganesha had several questions as she accepted it with wide eyes. Deculein's present, out of the blue like this. Leah was the one to inquire. A gift from Deculein, that professor, Primian nodded. Yeah, is there something wrong? No, it's not that. Leah didn't give it much thought. She only wiggled her fingers and then started thinking again about what physique she would choose. A thought flashed in Ganesha's mind as she looked between Leah and Primian. No way, snap. She snapped her fingers. An electric current ran through her body as goosebumps prickled her flesh. I think I know. What? Ganesha looked at Leah for a moment. What? The child, who resembled Deculein's old love, tilted her head innocently. He must feel complicated whenever he sees this child. Of course, he didn't have evil intentions. The professor wasn't that much of an evil idiot. However, the thoughts and feelings of that time would vaguely mumble in his heart. Maybe one day he would painfully recall the person with him who filled his heart. Leah, did the professor say something? Leah shook her head as if she didn't know Ganesha, but she quickly recalled something that had happened earlier. Oh, what? Just before she passed out, Deculein had said something. His voice shimmered like morning mist. He did say something like this. Leah coughed, then she mimicked Deculein's voice. Is her personality the same too? At that moment, everyone's attention turned to her. Of course, not only Ihelm, but Julie, Luna, Gwen, Sirio, Raphael, who suddenly appeared. There were many of Deculein's colleagues now watching her. PFFFT. Ganesha burst into laughter. That's it then. Leah, yes. This is our Leah's. She handed Leah the mirror. Why? You used your body to protect the professor, so it's right for you to take this. Oh, come on and take it. Ganesha had a slightly disappointed expression, but Leah took it. She secretly checked the item's value, first using the adventurer's job characteristic, the adventurer's intuition. Deculein's handmade mirror, value, treasure, a treasure. It was a handmade hand mirror, but a treasure. When Leah's eyes widened, Knight Julie, why don't you come and sit down now? Ganesha motioned at Julie. Julie approached. Ganesha teasingly jabbed her shoulder with her elbow. Are we talking too much about the professor? No, it's fine. Julie calmly shook her head. Ganesha raised her eyebrows slyly. I guess you got over your anger now. Leah glanced at Julie. The relationship between Deculein and Julie was a pretty important element of their independent quests. It's not that. She spoke through gritted teeth and stared at the bonfire. The flames froze. Nothing. The knight went silent, cooling the mood. A thick silence enveloped them as Ihelm looked uncomfortable and quickly left. Then Gwen and Sirio went to fight each other. At that moment, a soft and warm voice flowed through to banish the chill. I think you are a very kind person. Julie looked at Leah. The child regarded her with not-so-childish eyes. Thank you. Then Leah laughed bashfully. And you're so cool, that armor. I want to wear tiger armor like that someday. She became a child again. Julie was taken aback for a moment, but soon shook it off. Yes, I was like that too when I was young, Miss Leah. Oh yes, you don't have to be anxious. I'm not. Just being an adventurer at that age is a great achievement. So in the future, Julie's lectured her and offered advice for the next 13 minutes. I tried moving my arms. Quest completed. Great tiger hunt. Defeat the demon tiger of the altar Basilita. Acquire rare constitution catalog up, down, left, right, east, west, north, south. The sutures were fine, but not as natural as before. It would probably take about a month of recovery and training. Constitution. Next, I looked at the Constitution catalog. I have already decided which one to choose. A body suited for meditation rating, rare description. The less you're surprised, the more you maintain your composure. Depending on the period and degree of calm, the quality of the body, characteristics, and mana becomes clearer. In other words, it was a stack type that benefited from a calm mind. However, if you were surprised even once, the entire stack was blown away, so the penalty was huge, and its versatility was narrow. If it were for a normal NPC, it would probably be useless. Do you want to acquire a body suited for meditation? Of course, I wasn't normal. My mind was close to a crystal-clear mirror as it didn't experience big emotional fluctuations, and I was invincible in the case of mental interference. I acquired it without hesitation. Physical acquisition, a body suited for meditation, calm stack, 0, knock, knock. I have the mission report. I opened the door. Today's visitor was, after all, Julie. She stomped over and officially submitted her paperwork. The third mission went smoothly. There were 0 casualties and 3 injured. The total number of monsters killed was 1,305. After the great tiger was killed, the thinning operations resumed smoothly. I nodded. I received the report. Let the knights know that you have dismantled the dead great tiger. Half of the leather will be given to Her Majesty, and the other half will be mine. The participating adventure team and knights will receive useful parts such as teeth and nails. Yes, Julie agreed without any complaints and left immediately. However, though it was very short, I was quite satisfied. It was only 30 seconds a day, but I could still see that face. Of course, it wasn't to the extent that it would affect the Constitution. Leather. The leather of the great tiger was the real reward of the quest. I could make a robe out of it with Midas's hand. The skin pattern stood out too much, though, so it would need to be dyed black. While I was thinking of pleasant things, I suddenly grew curious. A piece of a robe was placed on the desk. Alan, no, Ellie's last item that Ihelm preserved and handed over. Seeing this made me want to know where she was now and what she was doing. Ellie was in the desert. It's hot. Now out of the north, she reached the depths of the desert. There, facing the bedrock near the oasis, was a small town. It was a shelter where the demon blood people lived, in and out of narrow passages winding through the earth. I'm here. Ellie went down into the deepest part of the cave to a conference room with operation boards and magical items scattered around. There, a woman with short hair resembling Ellie, but wearing a sharper impression, was glaring at her. The next captain of the demon blood, Alessal. Alessal clenched her teeth and moved her hands. "You're late." She signed the words. Ellie nodded. "Yeah. Sorry. Why didn't you kill Deculein?" Swish, swish, her hands blurred. "There was no need to." "A large-scale sweeping of the demon blood village. It will be done. We can't just watch. Deculein is demon blood's enemy. Killing the professor won't stop that. The Empire intends to eradicate the demon blood. War is inevitable to survive. Mutual, confirmation, destruction. It is the last way left for us." Alessal presented the documents to Ellie and busily moved her fingers. "A plan to kidnap him. It is already being implemented." Ellie glanced over the contents and responded firmly. "We can't catch him." "You. Are you thinking of revealing us?" "No," Alessal signed with a sullen face. Her gestures grew in intensity. You don't obey me now. You weren't like that before. You fool. Have you been brainwashed? You. It's not that I don't obey. I was just saying that we can't. How can you be so sure? The professor is smart, much more than you." For a moment, Alessal's face hardened. She gritted her teeth and sprinted out of the conference room. Slam! The door closed, and Ellie, scratching the back of her neck, wondered why Alessal was upset. Ellie lacked when it came to emotions, so it was sometimes difficult to grasp these types of situations. "I don't know." It was true that Deculein was smarter than Alessal. It was a fact that she had sent through her reports so far, but if she was angry with those words, the professor doesn't get angry about this. Ellie pouted and looked at the closed door, then glanced around the conference room. It was a completely different landscape from the tower. A basement where no light entered, hidden in a barren desert. In the tower, she could meet the professor by opening just one door. Letting out a light sigh, Ellie suddenly thought, "Can we meet again, someday?" Epheren was in the north, in Rekordak. She felt worn and shabby, but was studying while looking at Deculein's high-quality test papers. Sigh. It had been 2 weeks since Alan left them, and Epheren was still unable to adapt to that reality. It still seemed that if she looked around, Assistant Professor Allen would appear, asking, "Are you okay, Epheren?" Ah! Suddenly, tears flowed down her cheeks. Epheren wiped them away with the hem of her robe. She cried so much, but there were still tears left. "Why don't my eyes dry out?" "Whoa, you scared me." Drent, who was studying for the exam beside her, trembled. "Now, shake it off, Leaf. The assistant professor wouldn't like you doing that either. Did you know that the new year is over?" "Of course." So far, a total of 13 screenings and 2 advances. Epheren took part in it all and grew stronger day by day. Now Ephren's opponents were knights. Last night she had a match with Holland, the last of her age, and won. "I'm not a fool. Do you think I don't know the time, Ham?" Seeing Epheren yawning, Drent smiled. "You're going to rip your mouth. Get some sleep. You must be tired because of the fight from yesterday, so rest. I'll wake you up." "Huh, then, okay. I'll sleep for 5 minutes. No, 15 minutes. Okay. Wake me up. Oh, and don't steal what I studied." "I won't." Ham Epheren yawned again and collapsed on the desk. Perhaps she was too tired, as she fell asleep without even dreaming. Epheren. A deep, dreamless sleep. "Epheren, wake up." Epheren opened her eyes to the voice calling her. She murmured as she tried to come to her senses. "What? Has it been 15 minutes already?" Epheren swallowed her words. Here, there was a familiar and shabby house around her, a dwelling that was in danger of collapsing soon. Of course, she knew where this was. This was her old home. "Epheren." And someone called out to her. Epheren turned around in surprise. For a moment, her brain stopped. It felt like the whole world was shrinking into this space right now. "Epheren, you are finally awake." It was a face she missed so much, and a voice that had already been forgotten. He was the person she loved the most. The person standing before her was Kagan Luna, her father. Dad." "Yes." No other words were needed. Epheren moved toward him. To him, to her father whom she missed so much, as if possessed. "Epheren, come on, hug me." As he smiled kindly, a cold wind blew through Epheren's hair. Whoosh, the wood steel vibrated inside her robe. Epheren stopped. "Wait." A cold doubt, analysis of the situation, and the reasoning befitting a wizard of her rank. She took the wood steel out. It glared at Kagan and vibrated. "What are you doing? Epheren, why aren't you coming here?" The smile on his lips was much darker than before. "I wanted to meet you." The trembling wood steel suddenly stopped. Epheren stared at Kagan. "Are you my dad?" "Of course." August 13th, 10 years ago. Say the contents of the letter I sent you. Ha ha. Then Kagan, or someone wearing that mask, smiled as if she was cute. At the moment he opened his mouth and was about to say something stomp, she felt a movement behind her. Efren turned. Whoa! Surprised, she fell on her butt. What, Professor? In front of her was Deculein. He lifted her with psychokinesis. Where did you suddenly come from, Professor? Deculein didn't answer. He was more expressionless than usual. No, more importantly, Professor, where the hell are we? I am not the Master Deculein. What? No, what are you? I'm your defense mechanism. Blink, 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 blink. What do you mean? Just as I said, I am not the Master. I'm an artificial intelligence designed with your mana based on a mutual understanding with the Master. His words were ambiguous. But anyway, this meant that this Deculein wasn't Deculein. Then, maybe, Eferen showed him the wood steel. Are you this? Yes. Deculein, no, the wood steel nodded. Eferen's jaw dropped. You don't have to worry. The wood steel stepped forward and put Eferen behind him. As long as the Master and I are here, they won't be able to kill you in your dreams. Metal shards soared out of the wood steels. That was Deculein's inner pocket. The expression of the man imitating her father distorted as Deculein faced him. Now you head back. With those words, Eferen woke up. Ah! She took a deep breath and stood up, quickly checking her surroundings. Again, she was in Recordak's lab. You woke up early. Drent looked at his watch. It hasn't even been 15 minutes yet. Eferen searched for her wood steel without answering. Oh, it was lying flat on the table. Eferen quickly stretched out her arm and snatched it, letting out a sigh of relief. Thanks. Then something a little strange happened. Mana flowed from within the bracelet she wore, seeping into the wooden steel. What is this now? Eferen frowned, but she got up without further thought. It must be a mana phenomenon. Where are you going? Oh, I just had a dream. It's so annoying. I'll get some air and come back. It's snowing hard today, so don't go too far. There are many beasts. Yeah. She opened the door and went outside. However, as soon as she walked out, she ran into someone. So first you be the chairman, Deculein. Deculein was in the hallway on the first floor. Next to him was Ihelm. The two looked toward her. Oh, Leaf. Ihelm grinned and Deculein remained silent. Oh, yes. Hi. Hello, I see you're not crying now. I heard you've been crying every day since. I didn't cry every day. Eferen, embarrassed, glanced at Deculein over and over again as she recalled her dream. So to say, in her dreams, Professor Deculein, or the wood steel that resembled him, was always on standby. Ihelm waved her off. Forget it. There's going to be a monster wave soon. Be prepared. Also, the red garnet adventurers were looking for you. Yes, okay, Eferen replied roughly, trying to pass by them, but she was caught by Deculein. Eferen. Gulp. Yes, did you have a dream? Eferen was surprised, putting her hands to her chest and groaning. How did he know? How? Ihelm answered that question instead. What do you mean, how? You have hair and saliva on your cheek. What? Eferen touched the corner of her cheek. Oh, I'm sorry. As she lowered her head, she glanced at Deculein. Even then, his blue eyes were fixed on her. Did he capture some kind of energy that was more bothersome than her impurity? Eferen asked stutteringly. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Chapter 180. Dream and Memory, Voice 2. I sat Eferen in the office chair and looked into her eyes. I shone a light across her pupils. Hick, Eferen hiccuped. Is there a problem? Then she pouted her lips. You are too close. Since the examination was over anyway, I sat back a bit. Eferen, I've detected dark energy in your pupils. Yes, dark energy. It was a substance that drove me wild, even with the smallest particles. It was the biggest enemy of the Constitution ability I learned before, but I didn't worry too much about it. Deculein's wrath, although he spoke a bit harshly, it was his nature to freeze in the end. Oh, Eferen hesitated, avoiding my eyes. Tell me. That is, my father came into my dream. I stared at her without a word. But it wasn't my father, I was deceived. I put those words together. Dream, father, deceit, dark energy. Did anything happen in the dream? Yes. Oh, Eferen opened her eyes wide. Her face was blushing as she wriggled her hands and feet like an octopus. It was strangely disgusting. Keep your hands still, before I cut them off. What? Cut them? Something happened. As I continued to stare, she slowly began to explain, and I listened quietly. She met Kagan Luna in her dream, but it didn't seem like he was her father. If she had approached him, it would have been a disaster. She lived thanks to the mental power class. It must have been a demon. Demon. Yes. Of the five senses, what do people forget the most? Hearing. Right. It's easy to deceive because you can't remember the sounds of a distant past. People forgot voices the fastest. Therefore, it was the most deceptive sense. Do not be fooled by the voices you hear in your dreams. In a world where recording methods weren't common, the voices of people who had already died were easily forgotten and disappeared. The voice was the demon that dug into that opening. His name is Voice. Ha! I've been there too. It was a ruin, Ephraim shouted. I nodded. He's a concept and a phenomenon that embodies a world. In those ruins, people's memories, dreams, wishes, and hopes are embodied. They sell strange things there. Oh, right, they did. I have this too. One day, Roha, that old man gave it to me. Ephraim took out a brass coin from her pocket. It was 10 cents. But why did I have such a dream? I examined Ephraim's head without responding. The crown, temples, forehead. Suddenly, Ephraim narrowed her eyes. Why are you looking at my lips like that? Are you crazy? I beg your pardon. I leaned back against my chair. Anyway, you have been officially invited. Perhaps all the memories of Deculein, Kagan Luna, and others in your head have flowed to him. Then what will happen? In the ruins, the door of your memory will be opened. He'll give that coin to those who challenge and clear it. I pointed to the brass coin. Clear, clear, clear. Ephraim's expression became strange as she thought about it. Clear what, my memory? It's like a dungeon. The villains of your memory will appear and so on. Aha, the villains of my memory, Glython and Rolu, Lucia and Deculein. While mumbling like that, she stiffened. Deculein is now neutral, so he's out. Enough with your silly play. In any case, the difficulty of your memory is probably the highest. Ahem, but why is the demon doing this? For what purpose? Domination of the continent, I answered simply. Ephraim blinked a few times. Is that possible? There's no reason for it to be impossible. The more people are passionate about the ruins of the voice, the stronger his power will be. If he comes to a dream and manipulates your memory, he can control people. Its purpose was to control the world through people. However, it wasn't a complete disaster. Rather, it provided an opportunity to be strong. Then, if I was invited, what about you? I have already been invited. How do you know you've been invited? Shoulder. Shoulder. I lowered the hem of Ephraim's robe with psychokinesis, exposing her shoulder and collarbone. Of course, Ephraim made a fuss. Ah, why are you doing this? There. This professor went crazy. I clenched my teeth and waited for her to calm herself. Look at your shoulders. I beg your pardon. There will be a tattoo. Ephraim made an opaque magic wall before checking. What is this? She yelled when she checked her shoulder. The magic wall disappeared again, and Ephraim, with a slightly red face, looked at me. Why is this? The tattoo can set the timing of entry. There is still not enough time for the voice, so the entrance is only once a week. I'll let you know later, so be on time with me. Ephraim scratched the back of her neck and nodded, avoiding my eyes. Yes, Professor. Winter at dawn. Julie awoke. Pant, 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 pant. It was hard to breathe. Her whole body was covered in a cold sweat, and voices still echoed in her ears. Captain, please take revenge for me. Captain, they were the voices of Rockfell and Veron, respectively. Rockfell asked for revenge, flailing with his missing limbs, and she could see Deculein's wood steel lodged in Veron's heart. She had a nightmare. She calmed her pounding heart, forcing herself to meditate. But time wasn't on her side. Night, this is trouble. Julie immediately stood. She wiped the sweat from her body with a light cleanse, then equipped herself. She tied back her hair and swung open the door. Immediately, Rayleigh approached. This is a disaster. What happened? Hurry. You can see it for yourself. Rayleigh led Julie to the conference room. There were many knights already meeting inside. Hey, you're here, Julie. Sit down. Gwen welcomed her, but the Imperial Knights wouldn't even make eye contact. This is the landscape described by a scout who made it quite far into annihilation. There was a picture on the board in the conference room. As soon as Julie saw it, her eyes widened. The demonic beasts are advancing toward annihilation. Their number is currently unknown. Their goal is, of course, this barrier. Julie couldn't believe it even as she looked at the picture, but there were too many to count. The Imperial Knight Delric spoke. Professor Deculein was right. Even though they gathered in this place, they remained skeptical of Deculein's prediction. What will you do? In a week or so, this mad horde will arrive, and by then they will be even more starved and ferocious. Julie frowned. She knew the meaning behind Delric's words. I am leaving. Sir Delric. Julie stood to restrain him, but Delric shook his head. Corrupt knight, be still. She clenched both her fists. A fire blazed inside her. It is pointless to hold on at Recordac. Of course, the Knight Dare will naturally say to endure. No. If things are that bad, at least I'll tell them to leave with the people of the mountains. Okay, whatever it is, it's fine. Anyway, creak. The door to the conference room opened again. Everyone jumped up and bowed as Deculein strolled in. He glanced around the conference hall. Is this a meeting of only the knights? No one answered. There was only silence and stillness. Deculein walked between them and sat down at the table's head. The Knights of Recordac will soon become empty too, because there are so many people leaving. As he said that, he looked around. Delric, meeting Deculein's eyes, opened his mouth slowly. Are you not going to leave, Professor? I think I said that from the beginning. Delric turned his head, hiding his expression. A moment later, he glanced back at Deculein with a carefree look. But look at this report. Hundreds of knights and thousands of prisoners are not enough. This time it's different from a great tiger. The wave will grow as time goes on, and if it is like this from the first wave, it will be a battle every waking hour. Delric was desperately trying to persuade him. It is also a quality of life issue. To defend this wall, we will be fighting for a whole month, even if we don't die physically, mentally. His speech went on for quite some time, listing off his reasonable excuses. That was a good reason to listen to, Delric. Deculein nodded. Delric's face turned pale, as did the other knights who sympathized with him. How many people want to leave? At first, no one raised their hand. Don't be afraid to raise your hand. But when he spoke the second time, they raised their arms, starting with Delric. Deculein looked at them all and smiled. Good, leave. Delric was relieved. After all, did Deculein feel it was impossible to? Yes, if that is the case, then after considering the opinions. But suddenly, Deculein's face hardened. No, he was still smiling with his mouth, but his eyes were hard. I predicted this with the concept of collision values. Deculein spoke in a low, deep voice. You should have known that, too. One of the characteristics of the villain in novels and many, many worlds. However, the cost invested in the acquisition and development of this prison is astronomical. If you had said you wouldn't follow me, I wouldn't have spent it. First, he especially hated sunk costs. Of course, the extent of the damage is irrelevant, but my title of chairman is hanging on this wall. Second, he was obsessed with honor and power. Wealth was always the ultimate goal of a third-rate villain. Of course, I don't need to be the chairman, but if there is a knight to leave. Third, it will be better to think that you won't be returning to good graces. His resentment lasted for years and was strong enough to kill people. What do you think? Conversely, this was the advantage of the villain. He could mobilize the manpower he wanted to without the need for forced persuasion like Julie. Are you going to leave anyway? The smile on Deculein's lips deepened. In the eyes of the knights of the imperial palace, that smile was as evil as a snake's. Or do you want to at least gain honor in death by fighting here? Deculein buried himself in his chair. He always maintained the noble and constant dignity of his household, but his next words were quite bloody. Think for a day and make a decision. There is no corner of this empire beyond my reach. There might be an accident on the way to the continent if you leave right away. Deculein laughed and stood. All the knights were looking at him, but they didn't dare to say anything. They only watched his back. Creak. The door closed again, but silence remained heavy over the conference room. Each of the knights looked at the scout's report with mixed feelings. There are too many to count. Roughly speaking, a full march across the horizon of annihilation. Sigh. Delric's deep sigh filled the air like cigarette smoke. Meanwhile, Safian received a book from Deculein about Go. This guy wrote it well, she nodded. It was placed on her desk, next to Charon's snow globe. More importantly, Your Majesty, is it true that the professor hunted a great tiger? Safian stared intently at Credo sitting before her. This guy came out of nowhere asking about the rumors in the north these days. Yes, that's right. Whoa, as expected. Why are you asking that? Haha, I'm currently writing a biography about Professor Deculein. Did you go nuts? The imperial family writing such things, I'll tear it apart. Oh, of course, it's under a pen name. They won't know it's me. Moron. Safian shook her head with a dissatisfied expression. Oh, rumors of the wave coming soon are circulating. How's Professor Deculein? How is he? He must be doing well. I'm busy with the demon blood. At that, Crito smiled bitterly. Carefully, he glanced at her. But your majesty, why do you hate the demon blood so much? Saphion was silent for a moment. She stood still and stared at Crito. There is a reason for my hatred. Yes. Well, you must have one. Your majesty is wise. Anyway, didn't the professor predict that this wave would be pretty dangerous? Right. He said that it'd be significantly harsher than in previous years. I wonder if that will be true or if he will be dishonored. Saphion grinned. I like the professor, but I hope that prediction will be wrong this time. Be quiet. Tap. Saphion handed Crito some documents. Deliver these to the Minister of the Interior on the way. You read it too. What is it? It is a policy related to the demon blood in the future. Crito read the document with a bitter feeling welling inside him. His heart stopped for a moment. Gas chamber resolution. Established from the Bethan concentration camp. The matter of the annihilation of the demon blood village. Unreported demon bloods will be consistently treated as a kill on sight. Also, as the Emperor, I have a letter to deliver to a certain minister. Crito raised his head. Yes, yes, a letter. Yes. Saphion realized that her letter was a little off. Aside from her writing skills, it was too old-fashioned. Give me some help with it and go. Yes. Crito put the papers he was reading down and nodded. Then he asked without thinking, but to whom are you sending it? That you don't need to know. What? But Saphion reacted quite violently. It's the Emperor's matter, so you don't need to know. Crito was a little curious, but he quickly answered. Yes, yes, all right. Chapter 181, Winter's Moon. 1. There was a clear pond in the uncharted forest of Rekordak. It was a mysterious place that didn't freeze even in this cold season, perhaps due to the mana it contained. Plop, I was fishing there now. Thanks to the option of attract fish on the fishing rod that I improved with Mida's hand, it wasn't so boring. In this way, if I cast the lure, they would quickly catch the bait. I flicked the fishing rod up. Splash! A fish breached the surface, helpless to stop me from pulling it in. When I was about to check the size and species of the fish and put it in the bucket, I want to ask. A familiar and unexpected voice drew my gaze. Why do you want to become the chairman so much, Julie? She stood upright, looking straight at me without even the slightest emotion in her transparent eyes. Why do you want so much power? My eyes slid back to the pond. Throwing the lure, I responded. Protecting Rekordak isn't what you wanted. Yes, but the ones who will leave should do. If everyone leaves, do you intend to die here? I am a knight who knows how to step back. When millions of monsters are your opponents, the Rekordak's only purpose is to buy time. I am willing to make time for them. Another 1 bit. Julie's eyes followed the shaking line. I heard that you are investigating the Rockfell and Veron accident in your way. I changed the topic. Julie's body trembled. I heard you commissioned a famous adventurer, even though you're a broke knight. Give up. There is nothing you can find. Julie's gaze sharpened, but I hoped she didn't learn what was inside Rockwell. Even with the betrayal of someone she trusted, she would blame it all on herself. Then let me ask you, did they die in an accident? Wasn't that written in the report? Then Julie's head bowed. A shadow fell over her eyes. Really, you? I casually picked up the fishing rod. Splash. Drops of water wet Julie's shoulder as I pulled another in. Okay, as you said, I want a lot. That greed might stab me in the back someday. Julie raised her eyes, cold as the winter around us. Satisfied with them, I laughed. But I don't care. If I were going to regret the words I would hear someday, I wouldn't have lived like this in the first place. Julie clenched her teeth. Now I ask, are you regretting your life now? This was a question that penetrated to the core of Julie's identity. She didn't have her own life. This child was born by killing her mother. She thought so herself, and she eventually gave up on everything for herself. Yes, I regret it. Every moment that has anything to do with you. I gently nodded. It's pitiful, you. It's like you're trying to fill that life with a knight's identity. Are you insulting me? Right, because you are a person whose true meaning has been inverted, who made the job of a knight the purpose of your life. At that moment, Julie's body swelled with mana. The air around me dropped in temperature sharply. Here, ha! Julie's anger subsided for a moment, and we looked toward the young voice that cut us off. Among the bushes were 2 children. As if they had come to go fishing, each held a large fishing rod on their backs. Lear and Leo. Hello! Leah bowed, and Leo mimicked her a moment later. I thought they would leave right away since the atmosphere was serious. However, sit here, Leo. It's easier to catch here. Instead, they stretched out a simple chair and sat down. Julie and I stared at them blankly. Okay, do fish taste good? Of course. Let's catch some, and I'll grill it for you. Plop, plop, their fishing hooks sank into the pond. I looked at Julie, our eyes meeting for a brief moment. I'll just go. I have a mission. Okay, so Julie left, and I went back to fishing. Splash, I caught a fish. The two children stared at me. Splash, I caught one more. The two children pouted. Splash, a third. They whispered to each other. Leah, why aren't we catching anything? I think the professor is catching them all. Splash, a fourth. Just as their resentful gazes found me, I left. The knights of the imperial palace were deeply troubled. Whether they would ignore Deculein's warning and leave Rekordak, or pretend they were crazy and join forces with him. Of course, if they succeeded in defending, they could gain enormous financial and social benefits, as well as the honor of the knights. The problem was that the chances of that happening were very slim. It would be rather fortunate if they deserted in the middle and saved their skins. Hey! With all those thoughts, the knight Delric, who was patrolling the wall with his lieutenants, witnessed an unusual scene. One of the guards was fiddling with some machine. Yes, knight. What is that? A bizarre object with a handle attached to a large crossbow. The guard answered Delric's question. It's an automatic crossbow. Automatic crossbow. Yes, the guard hefted it up. It was invented by the professor. The power is amazing. All crossbows are the same. Take a shot. Yes. Then the guard took his stance. First, he grabbed the handle of the automatic crossbow, and dozens of bolts rattled off in an instant. Delric and the knights were astonished. 200 arrows consumed in 10 seconds. Of course, the accuracy is lower, but it is very good against large numbers. That's what it seems. Is it the professor's invention? Yes, it seems that he's planning to craft dozens of them in the future. It seemed that his preparations were well at hand. It was then Wuong. Someone came up from under the barrier. The wind blew past, sending their red hair fluttering around their face. Delric bowed almost instinctively. Aren't you Captain Ganesha? Yeah. Oh, how are you, Delric? I'm fine. I heard you failed to escape. You were caught by the professor. Ganesha laughed and joked. Delric matched her cheer, cursing inside. Ha ha, yes. It wasn't that I was caught trying to run away. I was persuaded by the professor's personality, but where are you going? I want to help too. At those words, Delric and his lieutenant's eyes widened. Help, or have you been assigned a mission by the professor? Hoo-hoo. These dangerous missions start with at least 50 million elnis. It's just free help. We also go way back. How? Do you know why the demonic beasts come in winter? Isn't it the moon and their hunger? Ganesha laughed softly. Yes, that's right. That's right. In winter, blue and red moons appear alternately, and they are too hungry to keep their sanity right. So they go south as if possessed. Thanks to that, I can interfere even by myself. Ganesha started stretching out. She clasped her arms and pushed them up and down, then her legs left and right. Then a horde of beasts alone. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to drive them away. I think I can delay the march for a week or so. Delric's mouth fell open. That huge army, alone for a week. So, until then, work hard on the preparations. Don't even think about running away. Ganesha grinned. I know the professor very well. It will be less painful to die here than to run away. She said the cruel words with a smile, killing even the smallest thoughts left in the knights' minds of fleeing. Why don't you answer? Do you intend to run away? Yes, yes, and no. No, run away. As a knight, I never run away, ha ha ha, right, guys? Of course. Ha 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 ha. Delric looked at his lieutenants and forced himself to laugh. The next day, I started a full-scale inspection of Rekordak. We have about 2 weeks left on food, 3 weeks if we save some, 8 weeks if we starve the prisoners. What about the supplies? Oh, that. Rekordak's food warehouse. The administrative supply officer scratched the back of his neck with a slightly vague look. Tell me. The top is reluctant to supply us. Now, maybe it's because the prediction that the monster wave is more than usual is spreading to some extent. It seems like they're stocking up. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't want to be blunt. It's okay. I nodded and handed him the fish I caught today. There were a total of 13 in the bucket. The officer was amused. Oh, thank you. I will salt it and store it well. The fish you catch are also very helpful. Already 40. Enough. Just tell me their names. Yes. Say it. I'll make the supply come in 3 days. Oh, yes, the most famous in the north are Rotlin and Viola. I wrote their names in the killing book. As soon as I left, Ephraim and Luna approached. Since Alan left, her position had been occupied by these two. Ephraim, transmit this. Yes. Ephraim inadvertently looked at the sentence written in my killing book, her eyes going wide as saucers. I've heard that Rotlin and Viola's record act supply will be delayed. Don't say it loudly. Oh, okay, Ephraim whispered. I can forgive this degree of delay, but if it grows any later, I have no choice but to file a lawsuit for breach of contract. Of course, I'm sure you all have your problems, but I don't care. This is because your contract with Euclid must be kept. Even if you have to reduce what you give to other families, we will surely receive our supplies. If that's hard to do, think of Euclid's myth, or maybe there is at least one demon blood among you. Even if you say there isn't, is there not even one? I will not accept a reply. Just send the supplies. Ephraim swallowed hard. Boss. Then Luna tapped my shoulder. I glared at her. I think something's happening there. Luna pointed to the other side of the wall, to the entrance to Recordac. As she said, it was bustling. Next time, don't touch me. You are the same sensitive boss as before. I clicked my tongue and walked towards the commotion. Hey, what's going on? Oh, yes, Professor. The jailer answered, flustered. The mountain villagers are flocking in. Residents, here. Yes, they say that even if the barrier blocks them, there is a high risk of leaking outside if the number of beasts is so large, so they would rather help out in this area. I looked out the gates. Open it. Yes. The guard ran quickly and opened the gate. Krieg. Ha, it's opening. It's opening. Thank you, guards. Thank you. We brought a lot of food too. I have my body too, so that I will help out. Before it could be fully opened, a roaring voice pierced my ears. Clear rays of sunrenobes.net the other side. I stood up straight and looked over it as Luna walked up. There's a lot, boss. There were a lot of people. In the distance, there were crowds down the road. Their innocent faces and clear eyes were looking up at the prison. Right. I didn't know that there were so many living in the mountains around Recordac, but now I had a vague understanding of why Julie was so protective of this line. Thank you. Hey, don't come in yet. No decision has been made. The guards stopped the residents from entering. They listened obediently. Oh, that's the professor. It's the professor who came to Recordac. Nice to meet you. That voice with a thick accent bothered me. I didn't like their smell either. I shook my head, dissatisfied. Their faces darkened in an instant. Oh, we'll do our best. Shut up. The whole crowd grew quiet. Someone reached out to slap the cheek of the man I just spoke to. What will you do? Luna asked, while the guards and all those refugees were looking at me. I pondered. Of course, they didn't suit this personality either, covered in dirt and surrounded by flies as they were. I looked back without a word. Ephraim approached. Ephraim. Why, yes. Ephraim nodded a little nervously. I looked ahead again, catching the tense crowd once more in my eyes. Staring at them, I spoke to Ephraim behind me. You can make a temporary shelter with Drent, right? Oh, of course, Ephraim replied loudly. I also nodded and turned back without a word. The villagers were silent, but Luina and Ephraim came forward and beckoned them. Everyone, what are you doing? Come inside. Hurry up. Oh, yes, thank you, thank you. There were a lot of people rushing in. The sound of footsteps and carts resounded through the prison. But it wasn't just people. The villagers entrusted the guards with all their livestock, including chickens, cattle, and foals. What is this? The knights came running late to join the crowd, Julie among them. I called the warden who stood by them. Hey, yes, yes. From today, block the road leading outside of Recordac. Ah, yes. We will stop them here for sure. Chapter 182. Winter's Moon 2. The procession of mountain residents was endless. They entrusted Recordac with all the wealth they had accumulated in the mountains, including the bags on their backs, their wagons loaded with grain, and their livestock. It's not much, but please take good care of it. Thank you. I won't cause any trouble. Boy, say hello, respectfully. Hello. Ephraim listened to their voices rumbling past. They were people who reminded her of her old country days. Were they good memories or memories she didn't want to recall? Ephraim, immersed in thought for a moment, looked back to Deculein. Guard, he called a guard. Yes, Professor. From now on, grab the commoners I choose. Yes, oh yes, all right. Ephraim watched Deculein carefully. He first carefully scanned the influx of residents. Then he picked one, and the guard shouted in his stead. Hey, you over there, come here. Yes, come here. Oh, okay. Residents caught on Deculein's radar were separated to a nearby vacant lot. Everyone wore frightened expressions. Hey, you over there too. From then on, he picked people like cattle. You too. Come, come here, don't hesitate. The number of people in the mountains exceeded 10,000, but the number taken by Deculein was less than 100. Ah, Zuffen. Among them, there was a guy who had met Epheren before. His name was Zuffen, the herbalist. Even in the not-too-distant future, he was a proud child who still lived in the mountains of the north. Epheren greeted him, half-joyed and half-worried. Why are you here? My hometown is nearby. Oh, still, can't you run away since you have short legs? Zuffen shook his head. I have 6 little brothers. Oh, I see. That's a lot. Did everyone get here safely? Yes. That's fortunate, ouch. Then someone pushed Epheren. Deculein stood behind her. This is enough. Now there is no one else to choose. Yes, the guard nodded. Epheren wondered why they were selected. Each of you, write down a special skill of yours that is worth recording and submit it. We will assign missions according to your specialties, and you will be rewarded accordingly. He pulled out those that stood out to the eyes of man of great wealth. Those who would earn him money were worth helping. Even non-named people must have specialties and talents. This is unusual. Then she heard a voice and footsteps approaching. Epheren looked around. You accepted even these dirt-stinking commoners. It was Deculein's colleagues, Ihelm and Julie. They watched the procession of villagers with wildly different expressions. Guardian, take this and eat it. Ha ha, you'll like it. Hey. As a thank you, without you all, we would have died without moving. Deculein took the list of specialties from the guards without saying a word. Epheren squinted at it over his shoulder. Herbalist, shooter, woodcutter, chemist, ginseng digger, hunter. There were many specialized occupations unique to the mountains. Hey, Deculein, Ihelm spoke again. Deculein replied, clicking his tongue as if annoyed. I need a labor force. Labor force. What about the supply with the food that commoners brought? I don't think that's enough. You don't have to worry about that part. Ihelm frowned, but then nodded shakily. Indeed, you've always said that commoners are a class that dies instead of aristocrats. Julie's eyes trembled slightly at those words, but Deculein didn't respond. It was a statement that she had no choice but to agree with to some extent. Deculein turned to the guard. Give the selected commoners a record-act pass. There's a lot to do. Yes, all right. There was a lot of talk about Deculein's tolerance toward the mountain villagers. Although it was such an exceptional situation, the Imperial Palace Knights who saw his ideas and actions didn't accept them in a good light. Still, if there are many people, even if things go wrong, it will give them time to escape, so I guess he accepted them too. What will change if tens of thousands of commoners are employed, only more people to feed? Hey, still gaining a second per person is enough. Also, didn't the commoners bring all their wealth? Using it as supplies, giving all the dangerous missions to commoners, wouldn't we be killing 3 birds with 1 stone? Well, considering that professor's extraordinary tricks. Those words flowed through the hollow recordac, but Deculein paid them no mind. He knew the rumors, but he didn't try to eradicate them. He just quietly put their names on the killing list. His grudge was to strangle people to death, tightening around their necks like a hangman's noose. In any case, part of the Recordac site was reconstructed due to the arrival of the new residents. Epheren, Drent, and Ihelm's division, and the various wizards from the Imperial Palace totaled less than 40, but they instantly built hundreds of communal houses. Wow. In addition, the new main building of Recordac had finally been completed. Julie and Rayleigh looked up at the building with the other knights. This building, it's such a waste. I think I can understand why the professor was making a fuss. Imagine the loss if this breaks. How much would have been spent in vain? If it was too high, it became a target for flying monsters, so the floor height of the main building was kept below the wall. The wide and heavy exterior was pure white, reminiscent of the northern winter, with the black pattern of the Euclines sparsely engraved in an old-fashioned style. In addition, the trees surrounding it acted as a natural protective wall, and there were many facilities to the left and right, including a dormitory, an armory, and a training center. He sure invested a lot. Gosh, Delric, the knight of the Imperial Palace, laughed as he felt disconcerted. Just then, Deculein appeared from the new building's entrance. Everyone, come inside. From now on, I will assign offices to individual knights and wizards. The knights and wizards and several uninvited guests, including the Red Garnet adventurers and Primian, followed him. Office assignments were based on achievements at Recordac. I ordered the hundreds of knights according to accurate figures and gave them each appropriate office. Where will our adventure team stay? I haven't been assigned yet. However, these guys were unexpected. Leah, Leo, and Primian, respectively. They followed me, and when the assignment was finished, they asked for their quarters bluntly. Just stay at the dorms. I'm still the deputy director. Shouldn't I have an office? Yes, that's right, us too. We're an adventure team. The other members will come soon. I glanced at Ephraim. The half-sleeping girl yawned as she met my gaze. We still have rooms 301, 303, and 306 on the third floor left over. Choose. The first to get there can take the room. Oh, okay, Leo, follow me. I have one I put my eyes on. Yeah. Leah and Leo ran as soon as they heard, and Primian grabbed at the children's ankles with her magic. Thud. Ah, ouch. In her early 30s, the deputy director chuckled with satisfaction as she looked at two children flat on the floor. Hey, what was that all about? HMPH. Compassion is a virtue, little ones. Room 303 is the widest, so you go to room 301 or 306. That's absurd. Let go of me. I ignored them as they began arguing and opened the door to my office. I said, let go of me. Where's your respect? Ah, Leo, get ready. Yeah, stay still. Are you trying to fight back? Stop there. Run. Hey, I told you to stop. Hey, something was going on outside, but the inside scenery was satisfactory. It wasn't much different from the 77th floor of the tower. I deliberately designed it to be something I was familiar with. Whoa. It's the same as the 77th floor. I miss you there. I think it's already been a month or two, maybe even 3 months. Your seat is here. I tapped the desk. Yeah, where? At that moment, Ephraim's expression hardened. On the other side of the office, there was a seat that was nothing more than a secretary's office, where Alan originally sat. Ephraim made a nasal noise and turned around. Sniff, 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 sniff. After a few more annoying sniffles, she sat still with her back turned. Sorry, I'm sorry. Her eyes were red, but she didn't say anything. Paying her no further mind, I started writing a letter to Safian and the ministers. Scratch, 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 scratch. Ephraim slowly closed her eyes, then opened them again. She yawned, stretching out her stiff shoulders. Oh, I almost fell asleep. The white noise of the professor writing almost lulled her away. Ah! She stretched her hands behind her neck and yawned a few more times, then mumbled. Oh, I didn't sleep. No wonder I'm tired, huh? Ephraim looked around, but she wasn't in the office. Here. This was Luna's old mansion. Yes, the time when the family still had a mansion left to their name. Before being stolen by Glython, this is my room. Ephraim looked around the room with a blank expression. Bed, carpet. There were also luxuries such as a wardrobe. You're here again. Ephraim raised her head abruptly. At the entrance to the room, there was Deculein, no, the wood steel. Phew, you scared me. She put her hands to her chest in surprise, glancing around. Is this my dream again? Yes. Deculein, who borrowed the power of voice, will come to visit soon. Ephraim sat down on the bed with a slightly confused expression, grabbing the duvet. She missed the touch and smell of this space, even though she knew it was a dream. You know, Ephraim looked at the wood steel again. It was reading a book just like Deculein. But how do you think and move so perfectly? Because I have a clear mutual understanding with my master. Your quality and abundant magical powers are provided to me, and above all, because this place is in your dreams. Mutual understanding. Yes. Ephraim suddenly became curious. Then, do you know what the professor feels? Yes, until I was given to you the moments I was with him. Oh, then he turned to Ephraim. Are you curious about what the master thinks of you? Suddenly, her body trembled. What? She pretended not to, but it was true that she was curious. How Deculein felt about her, no, it was a bit strange to talk like this. Rather than the feeling, his thoughts. Wait, can you tell me that? I can. How? Won't the professor be upset about it? It doesn't matter, because now I live with your mana. In other words, you are my new master. Whoa, Ephraim smirked and raised her eyebrows. Then obey. He did not react. He only kept reading his book. Why aren't you obeying? Let me correct what I said. Rather than my master, you're a child I should take care of. So I refuse. Gosh, Ephraim was a bit annoyed, but there was nothing she could do. He was right. But I'm curious what the professor and my dad thought of each other, And what happened? She talked about the sensitive issues, pretending like they were nothing but her idle curiosity. The wood steel stopped suddenly. In return, Ephraim's heart rate soared. Why don't you talk? Do you even know about that? Oh, you don't know. I know. Really? What was it? What could it be? I'm not curious, but well, try telling me. What did he know? Would he even speak? With a squint, she glanced at him, fiddling absent-mindedly with the dolls of a rabbit and a dog on the bed. However, no matter how long she waited, he didn't say anything. Ephraim moved her lips and looked at him. He was staring off somewhere else. What are you doing? In an instant, an unfamiliar voice resounded through the room. Deculein hated your father. An eerie sound. Ephraim shot up as a part of the room wall was dyed in darkness, and an aura of metal rose around the wood steel. Who are you? Kid, can't you tell even after hearing my voice? The one who spoke in a phlegmy voice and appeared from the darkness. It's me, a monster that resembled Deculein. Rather, Deculein inherited his appearance from him, this older and more terrifying monster. Deculein, Ephraim said the name as if spitting. She warmed up the mana through her body, burning with the will to face him. Right, it's me, Kid. Deculein smiled. His face was bizarre and corpse-like. Ephraim felt momentarily nauseous. Kid, Deculein hated your father. He despised him. Hated him because his fiancée died. Shut up. And I guess you didn't know, but then the wood steel reached out and stopped him. He threw metal at Deculein, but he wasn't real. The metal passed right through. The wood steel turned to Ephraim. Ephraim, cover your ears. Despite his warning, Deculein's voice seeped into her ears. Your father hated you as much as he hated Deculein. He hated you with his same blood, so terribly. Ephraim's head emptied for a moment. That was how much she couldn't understand the bullshit that her brain was rejecting. He said you shouldn't have been born, Ephraim shouted back at Deculein. Enough with the bullshit, you fucking asshole. Chapter 183. Winter's Moon 3. Enough with the bullshit, you fucking asshole. Her curse echoed through the room like a lion's roar. The whole house shook violently, and Ephraim slammed into the ground. This son of a I, the wood steel gripped the back of her neck. Stay still. Let go of me. Let go. Ephraim fluttered like a fish on a hook, but the steel calmly restrained her. It is your dream. If you get shaken, it will be your loss. No. Think of what you have learned so far. How long are you going to act immature? Those words certainly sounded like those of Deculein. Thanks to this, Ephraim, calming, glared at Deculein. He was smiling. Kid, you will find out someday. Your destiny started from the moment you were conceived. At that moment, the metal fragments scattered by the wood steel resonated. They blocked the very air, drowning out Decalein's voice. Decalein's mouth moved, but she couldn't hear him. Ephraim looked up at the wood steel, then stared back at Decalein. Soon, Deculein shook his head, but Ephraim read the movement of his lips. You are alone in this world. Trust no one. Deculein disappeared, leaving her drowning in silence. Ephraim sat across the bed and took a deep breath. What's with that guy? Ephraim frowned. She looked up at the wood steel as she murmured, that pig damn skeleton. Even his bullshit should make sense. Is that it? Then the wood steel looked down upon her. She was expressionless. Right, how would Dad hate me? PFFFD. He thought he could deceive me. Still, there was no answer. Gosh, that's ridiculous. Ephraim's face, forming a tight grin, hardened a moment later. She looked back at the wood steel. But you, the one who took the form of Deculein, still kept his mouth shut. Why don't you say anything? Ephraim didn't know why. No, she thought she knew, but tried to deny it. The wood steel resembled Deculein. He had his memories, and he never spoke a lie. He'd rather be silent. You, Ephraim stared with blank eyes. A fragment of emotion fluttered in his cold pupils. Remorse. Why? Snap. The wooden steel snapped his fingers. At that moment, the room in the mansion shrunk, and Ephraim awoke with a start. Ah! She raised her torso, looking around, but something was strange. She couldn't see ahead. The world around her was submerged in darkness, as if she had lost her sight. I can't see. Ah! A strange voice came out. I glanced over. Ephraim, who had been sleeping on her face, appeared to have finally woken up, but perhaps because of her saliva, she had a piece of paper stuck to her face. A working document called Record Act Dissemination Survey. She looked around in that state and flinched. Then she screamed. I can't see. No way, no way, that bastard. What bastard would she be talking about? I shook my head, and Ephraim waved her arms in the air. I can't see, no, why, I can't see. She was pathetic. As the days went by, her head seemed to be growing even emptier. I can't see. I peeled off the paper, sticking to her face with psychokinesis. Flutter, flutter, flutter. The paper glided to the floor, and Ephraim silently followed its descent. As if she had finally grasped the situation, she looked back up at me. Oh, Chijijik, steam raised from her ears, and her face burned red. Sorry, I fell asleep for a while and lost my mind. I handed her a piece of paper. It's an apology. Write down the cause properly. Yes. I picked up my fountain pen again. However, I found no progress. This letter was to be sent to the imperial palace, taking the form of a battle memorial to some extent. It would be delivered to the emperor and her ministers. But it was difficult to write because it wasn't academic at all. The proportion of books I read in this world overwhelmingly leaned toward academics, humanities, and magic. However, there was a very famous pre-battle letter on Earth, the ancient sage's memorial. It was the record of Zhuge Liang that anyone interested in historical games should have read at least once, starting with the first line, Xin Liang is calling. I closed my eyes and began to trace the remaining sentences in my head with understanding, referring to his feelings at the time when he was writing it. Although Ephraim, who was squinting at me, was annoying, I wrote my lines down. These days, meetings were in full swing in the imperial palace. Meetings were held several times a day, and violent remarks came and went whether Safian was present or not. The subject was their course of action. This was because reports of monsters infesting the mountains and forests in the central region and on the borders of the continents, including the northern and western regions, were serious. Rohalak is perfectly defended, but the problem is the north. Safian sat and looked down on her ministers. As a result of Rekordak's reconnaissance, it is said that the number of beasts is near endless. The report from the north caused astonishment in the imperial palace, the description of millions of monsters gathered sending a shock through those gathered. It means that Deculein's prediction was correct. Yes, for now it was. Everyone in the hall bowed their heads for a moment. The servants who criticized him and ridiculed him as a prophet couldn't raise their heads. You always attach something. For now, idiots. Safian clenched her jaw and scolded them. We're sorry. I hate to hear that. Whatever you do, it's always, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Don't do anything for which you need to apologize for in the first place. Okay, tell me what you think. Would it be right to support the North? The ministers looked into each other's eyes. They had something to say, but they were afraid of Safian. If Professor Deculein's prediction is correct. Then the old Romaluk stepped forward. It would be unrealistic to stop such a formidable horde in the north. Then, Romaluk continued resolutely, currently, Professor Deculein is holding on to Rekordak, intending to become the chairman, but I think it is right to summon him and defeat the demons in a safer place. You mean abandoning the north? For now, it is considered to be the most efficient method. Also, we'd be only giving up half of it. The key point is the Gettle Gate that runs from the north to the center. It was a reasonable plan. Indeed, if it were the most threatening monster wave in the history of the Empire, it would be beneficial in the long run to surrender about half of the North. In the first place, the North wasn't bountiful land, so there would be little impact on the rest of the continent. The Gettle Gate is a blessed and rugged terrain perfect for large-scale battles and sieges. If possible, if there is an all-out war with the beasts, Nark Safian and her ministers look to the door. What is this? What kind of cheeky bastard dared to intervene during a National Assembly meeting? Romaluk groaned. Who is it? A letter has arrived from Rekordak. Rekordak. The ministers stiffened for a moment and looked at Safian. Come in. Thank you, Your Majesty. Creak, opening the door, an adventurer trudged in. He held a scroll in one hand. Romaluk frowned. Who sent it? The sender is Deculein van Grahen Uklein. It is the status directly from Rekordak. Romaluk chuckled. Ha, what? Then Safian crossed one leg. She nodded in that arrogant posture. If it came from the local area, it would be good to hear it. Come and read it. Yes. The adventurer got down on his knees first, then opened the letter. Ahem, he coughed, mindful of the minister's watchful eyes. Soon, his loud voice reached the ceiling. I, Deculein, send a single statement to her distant majesty. The ancestors died without living up to its splendid will and banner, and your majesty was willing to take on their sacred task at such an early age. I always wanted to be a help to your majesty. I always tried not to be indolent to repay your majesty's word, that undeserved generosity. All the knights and servants of the imperial family will be no different from me, and each one will always devote himself to be a strength to her majesty." Safian listened without a change. The servants were embarrassed, and some were a little impressed. Deculein's words defended the servants whom Safian despised. I didn't take a unique path as a professor of the magic tower. I was just a selfish man obsessed with my achievements. Your Majesty has made me a teaching magician, believing in the trivial words I uttered from time to time and laughing at my foolish remarks. I was so moved by that I decided not to spare my body. Did I ever? Safian pondered over those words and traced back her memories. Thus, I predicted that would be of some help to Her Majesty, considering the facts and figures scattered throughout the continent. I hoped this brief thought wasn't right, but the sky was indifferent, and a cold and strong wind was about to blow over the continent. But I will not let our enemies, both inside and outside, cause trouble in the empire. Therefore, now is when the imperial power and the priesthood should hold hands in unity, and a determined will is needed. When the harsh winter winds blow, the scholars and warriors of the imperial palace will surely become your Majesty's strength. At that, the servants bowed their heads for a moment. Deculein's words continued, speaking of the great loyalty of the harsh north, his worries about the continent, encouragement for her servants, and speaking of Her Majesty's grace. I always want to aid Her Majesty, as Her Majesty has always believed in me. I'm obligated to repay that belief. Your Majesty, the North has always been in charge of the affairs here, but I will remain here to show Your Majesty's will. Even in this winter, even if countless demons cross the borders, I, Deculein, will never turn my back. I will show Your Majesty's will. Safian leaned back in her seat. Her body stretched out, and a small sigh left her parted lips. You're a hero who will be the beacon of the empire and the continent, Your Majesty, a quality that no other can match. I believe in Your Majesty and will stay here this winter. I wish you all the best, peace and happiness. With that, the long letter was concluded. The adventurer, who was focused only on reading, put down the scroll and bowed his head. The last sentence remained in Safian's chest. I wish you happiness. Why is this guy so obsessed with my happiness? If I'm happy, will you benefit somehow? However, what was more unpleasant than that? Someone who writes letters so well. Why did you send just one sentence before? Bring that letter here. Safian clicked her tongue. She opened the letter again and read it with her own eyes, listening silently to the professor's thoughts. I will keep this letter. She put the scroll in her pocket and pointed the tip of her chin at Romalek. Romalek, continue what you were saying. Romalek, who had insisted on abandoning the north before Deculein's letter arrived, was struck temporarily dumb. Rekordak, in the old-fashioned Euclan mansion built in the middle of a snowy forest. It can't be helped that Deculein keeps appearing in your dreams. I entered Ephren's room, speechless for a moment. Some pink things were sticking all over the place. Oh, this. It's not like I'm decorating it. No, I mean, why did you come all of a sudden? Ephren was embarrassed. I threw away the rabbit doll that was on the bed with psychokinesis, shaking my head. Anyway, today we enter the voice. Oh, okay. Ephren nodded and hugged the pillow in her arms a bit tighter. Go to sleep first. We will meet when the time is right. Okay, well. Ephren hesitated and laid down on the bed. I sat in a rocking chair near the fireplace and opened a book. Professor, can I sleep like this? I nodded without a word and began to read. Can I just sleep? I stared at her. If you ask me one more, gosh, I won't. Ephren finally shut her mouth, and I started reading again. Suddenly, I wondered what would happen to the letter sent to the Imperial Palace. I sent it in hopes of receiving support. You know, Professor, Ephren opened her mouth. I blocked her snout with psychokinesis. Go to sleep. Ephren looked at me and shook her head. Swish, turning her back to me, she covered herself with the blanket. I wondered if she would sleep now. Snore, snore, snore. Ephren fell asleep in about 3 seconds. It was an absurd talent, but it was rather convenient. I approached her and put my hand on her forehead. Tusk! The feeling of bare skin touching bare skin was disgusting. However, there was nothing I could do about it. I forcibly closed my eyes and unleashed my mana. The magic to be implemented was from the Harmony series, Dream Contact. With this, we would be able to enter the voice world together. Chapter 184. Demon Beasts Moving South. 1. Snore, snore, snore. Ephren quickly fell asleep. I planted the dream connection in her head. It was a difficult spell, and it didn't fit my aptitude, but thanks to the link established through the wood steel, it worked. Whoosh! The magical connection was established with the whistling sound of the wind. I glanced at Ephraim sleeping soundly. She had a kind of cute side when she had her mouth shut. Everything she did was sloppy, and she was a fool who didn't know her talent yet, though. This was probably what I felt as Kim Woojin. Stupid kid. I picked my book back up. I was currently studying concepts related to knights, going from swordsmanship and martial arts to training methods and even breathing methods. Now, I probably knew more than most knights. Turning the pages, I waited for the dream that Ephraim would have. If Deculein appeared again, I would know right away. After a while, I finished the first book, and then I grabbed the next on quick swordsmanship at that moment. You know, Professor, she suddenly spoke. My eyes flicked up. I told you I met Deculein in a dream. Ephraim suddenly woke. She was looking at me with bright eyes. I closed the book. No, but you know. That guy, no, your father. Call him that guy. Both as Deculein and as Kim Woojin, Deculein was someone I didn't want to call father. Yes. Do you know what he said to me? Ephraim narrowed her eyes, pretending it was okay. However, drops of sweat were beading on her forehead, and her pulse quickened. He said my dad hated me. Just as much as my father hated you, he hated me too. It doesn't make sense. Right. I watched her quietly. Kagan Luna hated Ephraim to the extent that he named the child Drop or Fall. I didn't know the reason yet, however. No, I think I was vaguely aware because of the unconscious use of understanding. Even facts I didn't know were put together like puzzle pieces in my head. Stop talking and sleep. Ephraim had never met her mother. That must be the reason Kagan hated Ephraim, but it's Dawn. I didn't want to say that to her. Ephraim calmed a bit. She lowered her eyes for a moment and grabbed the blanket. Then she smiled a little. Yes. Again, she closed her eyes. Whoosh, a strange echo rang out. Are you here? I asked that question, and as if in answer the world changed. The voice swallowed me up. A dark and empty space, holding only one person, the young Ephraim. Wah. When I saw her cry, I had a gut feeling that the voice wanted to show me Ephraim's past. Kagan, Ephraim is your daughter, a voice from somewhere. I looked over. HMPH. Kagan Luna and his mother, Ephraim's grandmother, were there. She's the daughter of that bitch. Kagan spat the words, staring at Ephraim with daggers in his eyes. I hate that face and that damn grey hair of hers. The child, misunderstanding that gaze, simply smiled. She reached out to her father, asking for a hug. Anyone would find that adorable, but Kagan clenched his fists. Kill her or let her live, do whatever you want. I won't raise a kid like that. Did my father hate me? Ephraim wondered blankly, those doubts like a mist in her mind. Even though she knew it wouldn't be true, she kept wondering. Why did he hate me? What did I do wrong? Were all of his smiles, letters, and words full of affection and devotion lies? If he hated me, why wouldn't Deculein say it? Did he think I wouldn't believe it? Indeed, I wouldn't. I wouldn't believe it. Rather, I would yell and run. But what if not? Ephraim remembered the words that Deculein had left her one day. She recalled the reasons that made her start training again, her father's death. From that day on, she decided to become a wizard with the sole intention of taking revenge on Deculein. If so, no way. Did my dad pass on Deculein's revenge to me? Did he leave the unfinished work to me? Did Deculein accept me even though he knew that? Why? Why? Ephraim. Ephraim's eyes shot open. Her body was drenched in sweat. Ha! Deculein was sitting in a chair beside her. The sun was already shining outside the window. Did you have a nightmare? Ephraim looked at him blankly. No, it wasn't a nightmare. She shook her head as she answered. I did some thinking. Were you here the whole time? The spell can only be maintained when the distance is close. Ah, your condition seems to be quite serious, so from now on, sleep where I can see you. Oh, okay, I mean. I beg your pardon. Ephraim raised her torso. At that moment, she was startled to find her sweat-soaked clothes were half transparent. Oh, she hurried up and covered herself with her arms. Deculein looked at her as if she were ridiculous. Oh, where are you looking? Before I kill you. W what? Tap. Deculein flicked Ephraim's forehead. A burning pain rumbled through her skull. Ouch. Get up. I have a lot to do with you from today on. Ouch. Deculein stood and left the room. Ephraim followed after him, fiddling with her swollen forehead. Oh, right. What about the voice? I had a good sleep. How can you say you slept well after sweating that much? At Deculein's words, Ephraim quickly responded. It wasn't a nightmare, though. I went to the voice by myself. Hey, why? Didn't you want to go with me? The voice revealed your past. You cannot go into your past. For a moment she shook her head, not understanding what he meant. But soon her face turned red, and she grabbed Deculein's suit. Ah, what? How much have you seen? Why did you peek? Quiet. How much did you see? How much? Deculein ignored her. Rekordak, accepting the mountain residence, became a city. Every morning there was the pleasant smell of cooking and the sounds of people full of energy and laughter. There was a smile on the faces of the guards and the villagers as well as the prisoners. Yet if the walls were to fall, they would all die. Are all automatic crossbows installed? I went to patrol the wall early in the morning. It was cold on the path above the wall, but I could endure it. Yes, a total of 500 crossbows were installed on the wall. Also, since the villagers collect firewood and ore every day, I think we will be able to replenish our arrows and bolts without too much trouble. The guard responded vigorously. Secretary Luna was surprised. Oh my goodness. Were there mines here too? I know, it's surprising, isn't it? Secretary 2, Ephraim, was also curious. Ha ha, we didn't know, but the locals have been an immense help. Thanks to them, I found out too. Aha, the two nodded at the guard's words. Ephraim glanced over his shoulder. Then, can I shoot this crossbow too? She seemed curious, so I looked down from the wall. Julie was on the training grounds. Phew, she was running as usual. Now that the wave wasn't far away, her routine was only training and fighting. That form of training was bad, however. For Julie, who had a weak heart, there was a better way to go about improving herself. In addition, as a result of observing her battles, there was also a problem with her swordsmanship. To be precise, she had a bad habit. Her good-natured character was revealed as such during battles and duels. I wanted to convey that fact and correct it, but there was no proper way. No, I found a way. Sirio. Ha! The handsome man leaning against the wall was the good swordsman Sirio. He was the deputy commander of the Knights of Iliade, but also Deculein's colleague. As the head of Rekordak, I have a mission for you. Ha! Julie was running. Her biggest problem was stamina, so of course, her focus was on aerobic exercises. Pant, pant. Although Rekordak's training ground was enormous, her goal was 100 laps per day. Even if her heart felt like it was about to burst, she persevered. If even that was hard, she thought of Deculein, his face looking at her with contempt. Hugh, using that anger as fuel, she completed 100 laps. Ugh, Hugh, sweat dripped like rain off her. Julie wiped off her sweat before greeting Sirio. Yes. What's going on? Shall we spar? Spar? Yeah, this wasn't the time for a spar. Julie blinked a few times. Why all of a sudden, sniff, sniff. Sirio's body was covered with a familiar smell. It was the scent of nobility that everyone knew. Have you met the professor? Ha! Sirio was flustered, beginning to sweat as he was bad at lying. Julie's eyes narrowed. You met him? How did you know? It was a guess. If she said it was because of his smell, he would be more careful next time. Why did you meet with him? No, that's... Sirio scratched the back of his neck and pulled out a piece of paper. What is that? A script. A script? Yeah, everything about your swordsmanship that Deculein pointed out is written here. What? What does that mean? He pointed out. Yeah. Oh, it's not just you. Deculein gave other knights feedback. Aren't you curious? He's good at theory, swish. Julie stole Sirio's script. Julie's swordsmanship maintains very simple habits. It's pathetic and frustrating. First, Julie telegraphs where she is going before she even swings. If you figure out the pattern, you will know all her tricks. Also, she is a grotesque person who remains rather considerate of her opponent's weakness, so she deliberately pretends to be hurt. You will see some very interesting results. Those are just her problems of habit. The next is the technical problems. Technical problem. As she muttered, her expression froze over and chilled the air around her. Sirio shivered. This is from one who has never even held a sword. Julie clenched her teeth and rubbed her temples. Ha ha ha, I understand. Me too. I get angry when someone points out my swordsmanship. But if you read carefully, it's not wrong. A fire burned in Julie's eyes, forcing Sirio to shut his mouth. Julie, crumpling up the script, clenched her jaw. Sirio, are you on the same side as Deculein? Hey, don't say it like that. We were all colleagues. Forget it. She shoved the script into her pocket. Then she marched off. Where are you going? If the professor is great enough to analyze my swordsmanship, I should spar with him, not with you. It's the first time I've heard that he also majored in swordsmanship. Ha! Whoa, hey. Are you going to beat up a wizard? It's a spar. Julie began to climb over the barrier where Deculein was waiting. Imperial Palace, in the teaching room. Far from the north, in a more cozy and warm place, Safian was still reading Deculein's letter. But not alone. She was with 10 servants. It's very good, one minister spoke. Safian glanced at them. Those 3 ministers who wanted to record Deculein's letter had been admiring it since they heard it read the first time. The text, of course, the handwriting is really beautiful. It is a harmony between prestigious writing and inscription, and it is also a memorial in a form that has never been seen before. Each letter was beautifully written in his handwriting. They analyzed Deculein's letter with magnifying glasses. Safian mumbled, "Is that so?" "Yes, Your Majesty. Such a memorial is unprecedented. It shows unfiltered loyalty to Your Majesty, humbles himself, and displays aristocratic pride, full of novel and mysterious phrases." At that moment, the old Romuloc spoke. "Furthermore, Professor Deculein euphemistically asked Your Majesty not to hate the ministers too much." Safian stared at him, but he was right. It wasn't good to trust the ministers too much, but it wasn't right to reject them outright either. All she had to do was catch and kill the altar's spy. The reason why she called the ministers here was partly that she was impressed by him. But I am curious. Why does Professor Deculein want to protect Recordac that much? To say that it's just to become the chairman, it's a bit. An unknown servant asked Romuloc the question as if talking to himself. Romuloc shook his head. Rumors abounded due to Deculein's obsession with the chairman test and his astronomical investment costs, but that didn't feel quite right. I have something to talk about with Deculein regarding the annihilation expedition. Yes, Romuloc's eyes widened. Your Majesty, how could you have such an important discussion only with the professor? To explore, we need Recordac. Then all the servants gathered at the room looked up at Safian. This guy said all sorts of things in that letter, but the truth is that he's determined to help me. Ha! He must want to show that sincerity through his actions, protecting Recordac. I didn't even order him to do it. He is such a fool, Safian spoke calmly. He's not crazy about power. The chairman of the tower. If I permit it, he can take that position tomorrow. He doesn't need to stay in Recordac. The servants were speechless. Only now did they realize why Deculein had gone to Recordac and why he was obsessed with it. It was different from the rumors that said things like madness, honor, or glory drove him. Rather, it was an insane sense of loyalty. I guess he was just trying to hide his thoughts on the annihilation expedition. He pushed the reason that it was the chairman test and ensured rumors spread that he would only protect Recordac for the sake of his achievements. Even Deculein's smallest words and actions held political intent. It was a saying that was floating around in the imperial palace these days. Safian felt proud that she had read Deculein's mind. "That's true loyalty, Your Majesty." A servant spoke in a voice choked by emotion. Romuloc stared at him. The priesthood had to keep Deculein in check. "But Your Majesty, leave now." Safian kicked them out. Her order was impossible to refuse, so the servants had no choice but to fall back. "Yes, Your Majesty. Take a good rest." Safian, alone, sat still and looked at the letter. She had read it dozens, if not 100 or more, times today alone. It was a mysterious letter that she discovered new meaning in every time she read it. Letting out a small sigh, Safian thought of Deculein. She remembered the man she had been with for hundreds of years. Of course, those years weren't in his head now, but Safian was curious. "For what reason are you so loyal to me? I want to know that." She muttered softly and picked up her pen and a piece of paper. The Emperor wrote her reply to her servant far off in the north. Div equals GTX strands, style equals position, absolute, left, 203 px, top, 2229.4 px, div class equals GTX strands icon, /div chapter 185. Demon beasts moving south 2 on the wall. Ephraim grabbed an automatic crossbow, following the guard's instructions on how to hold it. "Yes, now just press the trigger." Tat-a-tat, tat-a-tat-a-tat, tat-a-tat, however, instead of firing, she made a shooting sound with her mouth. Shooting real arrows would be a waste. The guard watched with a smile. "You can shoot it yourself. It's okay. Sometimes I hear the sound of thunder at night, and maybe it was this." "Yes." With this crossbow, even trolls can be subdued without difficulty. Whoa! Ephraim and Luina admired the weapon. A troll was a beast that was difficult to subdue with physical force. Did they add magic to this crossbow? Whoosh! A wind kicked up around them, and two small children jumped over the wall. As soon as Ephraim saw them, her eyes widened. Leah, Leo. Oh, Ephraim. Hello, Ephraim, the two adventurers and her friends. The children gave Ephraim a welcoming smile. Where have you been? We went out to communicate with Ganesha. We also caught a wild boar on the way. Oh, right. Your captain is buying time right now. Ganesha of the Red Garnet Adventure Team was truly a great character right out of a fairy tale. She alone would delay the hordes of monsters approaching, but a wild boar. Yes, look at this. Leah pointed to the wild boar Leo carried on his back. Ephraim licked her lips. It looks delicious. God, where is the professor? Suddenly, a voice colder than a winter blizzard cut in. Everyone turned to see its owner, Julie. Why is she looking for the professor again? She seems very angry. Luina muttered under her breath. The story of Julie and Deculein was so famous that Ephraim also couldn't help the bitter expression on her face. But why did they break up? Night Dea, no matter how you look at it, she doesn't have the personality to be corrupt. Well, I do not know. Luina shook her head. The external reason was the corruption of Julie and the Knights of Freyham. However, no matter how much one thought about it, Julie was not that type. Ephraim, have you heard anything from the professor? No, not really. Nothing. Yes, the professor didn't seem to dislike Knight Julie very much. Ephraim replied that way. After all, Deculein wasn't the type of person to reveal his inner feelings. Luina nodded, but oh, her eyes widened as if she had realized something. Ephraim drew closer, sensing she had a revelation. No way. What is it? Luina felt lightning strike in her mind. Ephraim swallowed hard. What is it, Professor? Luina glanced around her. Leah and Leo, the two children, were watching her. Follow me. Luina took Ephraim to a secluded area. I always wondered, so why did I realize it only now? Julie isn't the type to do anything underhanded. Why was this professor suddenly like this? Ephraim only blinked. Assistant Professor Ephraim, don't you know? Yes, I'm still an assistant. Come here. Lend me your ear. Luina approached, speaking low. Maybe it's because he loves her too much. Even then, Ephraim didn't know what that meant. However, what Luina said next enlightened her. You know that too, that there isn't much time left for Deculein. Belatedly, Ephraim's eyes also widened. With just that, she was convinced of the whole story. It was a cliché that often appeared in novels. No way, Luina nodded earnestly. I think that's the case. Maybe that's why he broke up with her. He wants to be hated before she gets hurt more because of him. No, still, that's too. I know, it's not a good way. But Deculein doesn't care if it's for a purpose. Their conversation halted. Just as the two women glanced into each other's eyes and shared a solemn look, Julie approached. Have you seen the professor? Ephraim scratched the back of her neck. Perhaps he went to check on the villagers. Yes, thank you. Julie nodded and went down the barrier. In Rekordak, children's laughter echoed through the world's worst concentration camp. A pet dog brought by the villagers gave birth to pups, and now the knights and guards were playing with the cute animals. This is the herb that I dug up in the mountains today, and I was teaching 4 herbalists, including Zuffan. Good. If so, I will ask you one by one. Zuffan, what is this? I took out a herb with a purple stem and green leaves. It's Veralin. No, it is similar to Veralin, but the shape is slightly different. This is a medicinal herb called Bella. It is quite effective for hemostasis. I see. Yes, Veralin is this one. Zuffan took out another herb. This time it was a proper Veralin. Right. What is the efficacy of Veralin? It helps to calm one down. It might be if you just chew it, but if you crush it and extract a concentrate from it, it can be used as a high-intensity anesthetic capable of putting knights to sleep. Refine it. Then the herbalist Zuffan looked up at me with surprise. How do you know so much? You must have never worked as an herbalist. I admit what I don't know and try to learn. Sort the collected herbs according to their respective effects and take them to the hospital. Yes. The old building of Rekordak, that is, the former main building, had been reconstructed and was now being used as a hospital. Since the monsters didn't start moving south yet, they were focused on treating the residents for minor illnesses. Hey, Deculein, support has come. Check it out. Then Ihelm called out to me from the doorway. I didn't like the way he always talked. What are you doing? Follow me. At the entrance to Rekordak, the guards were already clinging to the carts and checking the items. Upon noticing our approach, the merchant in charge of the carts came running with a bright smile. "Ha ha, Professor, nice to see you. You're pretty late." "Yes, sorry, there were so many bastards trying to sell out. We got here late since we had to deal with them. However, I brought much more than what we signed up for. I also heard rumors that you accepted the villagers from the mountains. Check it out, and you will know." Just then, the supply officer who had finished checking the cart arrived. He wore a proud expression as he chimed in. "Yes, he's right. With these supplies, combined with the rest of the food, it will be enough to feed the entire population, including the residents of Rekordak, for 3 to 4 weeks. In addition, the supplies from the other upper ranks are on there." I nodded, satisfied. The merchant fiddled with his cheeks before holding out a contract. "Then, please sign the confirmation of delivery here. Haha, I would appreciate it if you could remember my name." "Okay." As I signed, "This is terrible, Professor." Beyond the entrance to Rekordak, in the distance, a silhouette appeared. "This is terrible, Professor. Professor," he ran to me with a loud cry and knelt. "There has been a landslide on the mountain road leading to the city." "Landslide?" "Yes. As a result, the supplies that were coming were eradicated, and the road was blocked. We believe that the demon blood are behind it." I frowned, but I had expected this to some extent. From the standpoint of the altar, Rekordak was a land that must be destroyed. Such an unfortunate thing, then, will be going." The merchant and his mercenaries turned around slowly. "Didn't you hear? There was a landslide." "Yes. Rekordak is a natural stronghold, so there is only one way out and one way in. That is the gateway to the mountains you have passed through. If there were a landslide, it would mean that the road out has collapsed." Then, you are stuck here." I counted them. 40 people in total. The number of mouths to feed increased again. "But you managed to get here." That's true. And no, this is not the time. Wouldn't it be possible to forcibly go over the mountain?" "Wouldn't the demon blood know that simple fact? Wouldn't they lurk in the mountains and try to kill you?" These fucking demon blood bastards." The merchant roared and trampled the ground. In any case, they were trapped in Rekordak. It was difficult to expect support from the central government as beasts were infesting the area, so the biggest problem was food again. I looked around. Rekordak's wall, the reconstructed new building, snowflakes, and a group of villagers, trembling with their hoes in hand. Where are they going? "Oh, it is said that there is arable land nearby. They said the seedlings also grow in winter. It's hard to believe, but I'm letting them try." Hearing it, it sounded like a magical space. "I'll go there too. Guide these guys to the dorms." "Yes, oh yes." I followed the villagers. "Go, go, go, let's go to work." They hummed as they worked with plow and hoe. Shortly after I heard the sound of digging, they began to sow. Dozens of villagers gathered to work the fields. Stomp, I deliberately walked loud enough to be heard. The residents who were sowing fell to their knees in amazement. "Oh, Professor, what are you doing? Get down on your knees." "Yes, yes. What an honor." "Gosh." I approached them slowly and went down on one knee to check the field. I touched the ground, confirming it with my vision. High-quality land information, a land imbued with mana. Category: Space Magic Special Effects. Grains won't die easily. Although the quality was low, it was truly a magical space. However, it was too dim when seen with man of great wealth. Maybe I should give Midas' hand to this land. I didn't know if it would work or not, but there was no harm in trying. With my hands on the ground, I manifested Midas' hand. 4,000 units of my mana seeped into the road's surface, and the earth rippled like waves. After that, I looked at the ground with my vision. One more line was added to the special effect of the ground. Special effects: grains won't die easily. Grains that receive nutrients from this land grow quickly. Midas' hand. Level 4. This was enough to be a land to provide military supplies. A bountiful harvest was, of course, impossible, but commoners must be accustomed to boiling and eating barley. If we ever go hungry, I could feed them barley porridge. "It's a good find. Keep farming here." I spoke to bowing residents. "I will send troops to protect you." "Oh, yes. Oh, Professor, thank you very, very much." It was night. I searched for more cultivatable land, but it was in vain, and when I returned to the main building, I found the knights sparring. Clank, clink, clank. Two swords danced wrapped around a fiery bonfire. Flames scattered like petals. At this time, the training ground was always theirs. Oh, it's the professor. Then someone pointed at me. It was Sirio. Gwen, standing next to him, crossed her arms. Look who it is. Aren't you the professor who said you were going to teach us swordsmanship theory? I approached her and nodded. Theoretical errors are easy to fix, Gwen. Your swordsmanship also has flaws. What? What are you saying now? I'll write down what you lack later and deliver it to you. Fix it. Gwen's mouth opened and closed blankly. She squeaked like a goldfish and then uttered as if she were stunned. That's ridiculous. I thought so too. They couldn't distinguish between theory and practice and only gave qualifications for evaluation based on the state of their swordsmanship. Ignorant bastards. Yes. At that moment, another knight appeared from among them, Julie. I read your evaluation of me well, I answered immediately. Right, your sword was especially problematic. A vein popped out on Julie's forehead. You are too honest. Maybe it's because of your personality, but it's a pity that you maintain that even in battle. That's ignorant. Ha! Julie exhaled and slowly closed her eyes. All other knights were silent. This time, they appeared to be on Julie's side. After all, I was a wizard who had never held a sword from their point of view. I can show you with my own body, Dare, the way to destroy you with pure swordsmanship. Chijik, at that moment, the flames froze. Julie clenched her fists, but I couldn't see her expression as she looked down. Yes, fine. Julie handed me a sword, lifting her face. Anger, resentment, shame. She looked at me with moist eyes full of emotions. Tell me. I will learn humbly. It was what I was hoping for. With the body of Iron Man and sturdy, I would be twice as strong as the current Julie. Ha! Guys, wait. But Sirio suddenly pointed to the sky. I looked up. It's a red moon. The moon was dyed red. It was a signal to announce the full-fledged southward march, but the knights only nodded and said nothing. It was Gwen who broke the silence. A red moon is a red moon, and there is no need to stop it. The corners of her lips twisted. Show me, Professor, where and how did you learn swordsmanship to look down on knights like us, without magic or mana, with the pure skill of sword? I nodded without hesitation. I was sure this would also be the foundation for Julie's development. I'll show you. How to break a dull night. Tiktok Safian was tapping her desk, nervous and annoyed. How long are you going to fix it? Safian showed her reply to Deculein's letter to Creto. Well, first, I have erased all but one mark, including the quotation marks and commas. Things like, you bastard, too. Why? It would seem too serious if I left that out. Safian fluttered her royal robe. Creto shook his head. Not at all. The professor will know your majesty's intentions very well. But, Creto rubbed his chin, it's a personal letter anyway, so it wouldn't hurt to add a sentence at the end. What do you mean? This professor's memorial has received great acclaim in the imperial palace. In return for giving out a prestigious letter that will remain in this era, Safian listened intently. Creto smiled a little under her gaze. I'm looking forward to meeting you, would be all right, I guess. You won't seem to be overly concerned nor ignoring him. Safian pondered, considering it over 100 times in the passing of 3 seconds. The result was, it's no big deal. Fine, then I'll send it that way. Yes, Safian took her pen and scribbled it in, and then she unfolded it and read the full letter once more. It started with, I received your letter filled with your loyalty. Your Majesty. Do you know that? However, Creto suddenly asked something out of the blue. Safian glanced at him. What? Then he smiled. Your Majesty is smiling now. What bullshit. Safian moved her fingers quickly and touched the corners of her mouth. Strangely enough, the shape of her lips was strange. Creto grabbed a mirror and held it up to confirm. Safian had a smile. It was not a forced or silly smile, but a real one that appeared unconsciously. I'm also satisfied, Your Majesty. Chapter 186. Demon Beasts Moving South 3. A silent training ground filled with fragments of embers fluttering in the night wind below a full moon dyed red. Of course, it would be better not to overdo it since they're coming soon. I grabbed the hilt of the sword. It felt quite different from the magic wand I was used to. It is a pure battle that doesn't use mana in the first place. Your body will be fine. That is if you have the skills to match your confidence. There was no emotion in her voice. I didn't plan to hit her directly from the start, but I didn't think I would lose. Okay. The most effective way to use understanding in battle was for analysis. Dismantling the characteristics, strengths, and weaknesses of a swordsman fiercely and accurately, then responding with appropriate tactics. But one last question. I stood stalwart atop the packed dirt ground. Julie borrowed a sword from a nearby knight. Swish. Even now, there's no use in only talking. I'll say it quickly. Knight Dare, your basic movements are especially trash. What? No, Julie yelled. Her face contorted with anger and resentment. Her swordsmanship was simply the connection of basic movements in the most effective method. In other words, it was a sophisticated theory. However, it was ultimately descended from one's ancestors. It was developed according to the body and strength of its creator, and it wasn't reasonable for individual knights it was passed down to. Therefore, they changed the movements according to their taste and skill. However, most of the transformations weren't efficient at all. They didn't care about efficiency in the first place. From physical factors such as the ratio of the upper body to the lower body, the length of arms and legs, the size of hands and feet, the quality of muscles and the shape of the skeleton, and even leg strength, grip strength, elasticity, and other motor skills. Not to mention mental factors such as temperament, speed of judgment, and intelligence. The sword style had to be tailored considering all one's strengths, but it was difficult to achieve this level without careful analysis. The ignorant nature of knights that hated this kind of analysis didn't help either. Come. Today, I would teach Julie efficiency. Julie's grip tightened around her sword. She didn't let her guard down, but she wasn't afraid of defeat. Competing purely with swordsmanship was an opportunity to open Deculein's eyes. Not to mention, there were colleague knights here. Now that she had been insulted in front of all of them, she couldn't afford to back down. Of course, she didn't let excitement take over. She let her body and mind cool even more, blocking her emotions. Julie was taking this duel that seriously. On the other hand, Deculein showed no enthusiasm. He didn't show anything special in his posture, and he looked like he was annoyed. His sword, which was drooping toward the ground, rattled. Of course, this was to be expected. He must have never properly learned how to use a sword. Are you ready? Deculein didn't answer. The brittle northern winds whipped around the fire. Answer. You talk too much. He cracked his knuckles, provoking her to attack first. He remained still, looking like a beginner. Julie's lips twisted. I don't know what you believe you can teach to a knight, but if you concede the first attack, I will gladly crush you with all my strength. Julie leaned down and sprinted at him. I conceded the first attack. Julie stabbed with a sword less than 1 million in length, matching the one I held. I raised my blade to block. Then, by scraping the blade upward, I tried to deflect Julie's sword. However, Julie promptly retreated, backstepping. My sword drew a trajectory to the right one step late, and Julie, who had escaped from the sword's path in advance, dug straight into the opening. I forcefully twisted my joints and brought the sword down. But Julie read even that. Clank the blades brushed against each other. Julie lifted her arms, dodged my sword, and jumped in close as if to be embraced by me. I pushed Julie with my shoulder after she took a step forward to reach my chest. Bang! Ah! Julie, hit by this sturdy body's shoulder, was thrown back. I glanced her up and down, then shook my head. In the absence of mana, the difference in weight was a significant condition. Julie frowned and came running again. This time she carefully controlled the distance as she swung. Her sword strikes flowed like a stream of water. Fighting her directly, I could tell that it perfectly embodied the knight's standards. I blocked Julie's attacks in my way. Clank, clink, clank, clank. A sword-to-sword encounter, rotating and scraping each other's weapon in close combat. However, my sword was different from the textbook. It looked rather crude, but Julie couldn't reach me. This was because her style was extremely standard. She might think she was mixing tricks in her way, but they were all within the predictable range. This was Julie's first problem. Clank. As our swords danced, violent flames scattered, echoing through the training grounds. On the other hand, the knights were slowly sinking. Gwen's eyes, at first holding a smirk of disdain, had long since frozen cold. Clank. The slow-flowing time, the haze of frictional heat, and the chilled air. Past it all, on the other side of my blade, Julie was glaring at me. Clank, clink, clank, clank. As I blocked Julie's sword, I changed my breathing. This was the blooming of Iron Man and sturdy body, a method that strengthened one's body with breathing. A strange vibration rang in my ears. Then my field of vision opened, and I could feel the weight of the objects around me with my skin. The rustling dirt floor of the training ground below me, a dying ember. The scrapping of the cold night wind. My enhanced five senses were sensitive to all these things and more. grasping the enemy in front of me and thoroughly implementing my formula for victory. Don't let your guard down. I swung at Julie as she said something. My momentarily amplified strength broke her balance. Flustered, Julie jumped back, half tumbling. Silence blanketed us. Everyone in the training ground was staring at us, holding their breaths. I see you weren't all bark and no bite. I responded with cynicism to Julie's praise. Dare, you are not Zeit, but you are following his swordsmanship. This was Julie's second problem. Julie was not a monster like Zeit, whose height was close to 2,010 cm and weighed 150 kg. Therefore, rather than using the movements she learned from Zeit, it would serve her better to actively transform them. Zeit's swordsmanship is not yours. Shut up. I took a long breath and stretched my sword out. Then Julie's brow furrowed. I emptied my body of strength, and the tip of the blade touched the ground. This posture was full of weaknesses. Still, Julie didn't come running in. She suspected that it was a provocation, a trap, or a trick. Indeed, you don't have faith even in yourself. Could such a knight make her path? At that moment, Julie hefted her weapon. 1 second. My drooping sword drew an upward arc. Julie's gaze moved along the tip of the sword. She bit her lip, her eyes glimmering with rage. She put strength into her legs, tensing. 2 seconds. Boom! The ground burst as she exploded forward like a bullet. The focus of her attack was only me. If I tried to block her with my sword, I would be too late. To control the enemy who rushes in like a rhinoceros, I moved my body, not my sword. Twisting my feet to the side, I moved slowly and in small steps. My hanging sword also changed its position naturally. With that, I scraped past the sword Julie wielded, and the tip of my sword, drooping, was inserted into the path of Julie's blade. We clashed, and Julie's body swayed. But the knight was not embarrassed. She twisted her body and raised her blade again. Boom! I used her power against her. I raised my sword to block the slash, and as a result of that reaction, I escaped from Julie's range. In this situation where the distance between us naturally widened, I took the advantage as my arms were longer than hers. In other words, only I could attack her. Of course, the countermeasure was simple. She just had to block. 3 seconds. My sword descended upon Julie, and she predicted its path to block it. But Julie didn't know that there was a blow before the sword. Ah! I kicked her shin. Julie's eyes widened in pain. At that moment, her normal posture collapsed, and the ensuing kick smashed into her side. Crack! I could hear cracking bone. At this point, the battle was over. No, it should have ended. Ah! Julie was almost on her knees, but she shoved her sword into the ground and tried to turn the tables even at that moment. Swish! Her sword swung up, kicking up dirt and wind. It was an attack gambling everything she had, so I decided to take it with all my might. Whoosh! My sword swung down to meet it, powered by the body of the Iron Man. So we collided. Bang! Sparks illuminated the training ground, but the clash suddenly ended with the sound of iron shattering. The one that collapsed was the knight's sword. The steel shards of the blade scattered in the air before slowly sinking into the snow. Julie stared vacantly at her broken sword. Several pieces had hit her, carving long scratches in her flesh. Drip, drip, drip. Drops of blood fell to the ground, staining it red. Blood was dripping from her hands as well, marking the price for not letting go until the end. No matter how strong you are compared to your opponent, you can't destroy their weapon. It required dozens of times the strength to break steel with steel. Nevertheless, Julie's sword was broken because, although our swords were the same outside, they were completely different internally. Broadsword 3333, Midas hand. Level 3, it wasn't just a difference in power, but the characteristic of the sword that broke Julie's weapon. I looked around without saying a word. The knights and soldiers were all focused on us, having watched us determine who the winner was. Could there be such a humiliating situation? A sword without mana is blunt. Saying that, I plunged my sword into the ground. The loser who sat down said nothing. Suddenly, the fire flared up, and the air around us began to flow again. The knight continued to hold her broken sword. The territory of Deculein, the Rohalak wall. A huge siren sounded out, and the soldiers began to climb up the wall fully armed. Report the situation, Yiriel, who arrived on horseback, shouted. The head of Rohalak answered. The hordes of beasts are coming. There's at least 100,000. Also, terrorists from the demon blood are inside. Demon blood? Yes, it seems that they have come to save the people of Rohalak. Uriel clenched her teeth. Those bastards. We've been too kind, okay. First, prepare for battle. Yes, bang. Black iron balls fired from the wall and filled the sky. Boom. Lady Uriel, this is terrible. Just when Uriel was about to cast her magic, the butler of Deculein rushed to her. What? What's going on? The butler answered without holding his breath. Rekordak has been isolated. What? Guerrillas from the demon blood cut off the road to Rekordak in the city, and because of that now, boom, boom. Explosive shells shattered the monster's rank. Beneath the smoke that covered the moon and stars, Uriel ground her teeth. Those bastards. We have available troops so that we will send reinforcements. Okay. The moment Uriel nodded, she noticed a woman in the middle of the battlefield holding a sketchbook. The woman looked at her without a word. Who are you? She moved her hands. It seemed to be sign language, but she couldn't understand. What? I didn't learn that. Then she wrote in a sketchbook, I'm here to kidnap you. What? What a crazy bitch. Uriel's world went dark. Chapter 187. Demon Beasts Moving South. 4. Crack, crack. The crackling fire was the only sound filling the air. Most of the people at the training grounds had already left, but Julie and her colleagues remained. Gwen watched Julie, her head held down. Raphael and Sirio did not move as they looked at each other. Wasn't that a trick of magic? No, what kind of knight kicks their opponent in the first place? Oh, he's not a knight. Gwen broke the silence, then looked to Raphael and Sirio for help. Magic, I don't know. I mean, I watched how Deculein wielded his sword. That guy looked like he had a lot of weaknesses, but that wasn't the case at all. If it were me, I'd probably be hit at least once. It's the first time I've ever seen such skill. Hey man, what is that? Gwen's eyes drilled holes into Sirio. I'm just saying he was like the wind. Of course, he's not faster than me. Ahaha, Deculein's swordsmanship was as elegant as a waltz and as graceful as an aristocrat. He broke Julie's sword as if he were dancing. That's right, Raphael cut in. Also, Deculein's physique is strong even at a glance. Even for you, Julie, it's a physical difference that would be difficult to overcome without mana. It was difficult, even for a knight, to overcome a distance of 20 cm without mana. I'm fine. Yet Julie said the words in a voice that didn't sound fine at all. I admit it, I lost the fight. The professor accurately and thoroughly analyzed my movements. Julie closed her eyes for a moment, recalling their fight. His every movement, down to the trembling of his sword and fingertips, were all natural. Her blade was predictable, and her movements were easily thrown off balance. Ha! Gwen sighed as Julie rustled in her pocket and pulled something out. It was the document covering all of Deculein's points. She's obsessed with standard rules. At first glance, she seems to mix variations, but even that is regular if you look closely. For example, after a simple sideways slash, her only option is the upper left or the upper right. Julie recited one of the paragraphs. Gwen, Sirio, and Raphael trembled. Also, she can't give up on that Freyden style, especially that of Zeitz. So she just rushes charges. Ah, that's really true. Knowing that in advance, Deculein put his shoulder out to block you. I knew his response was too quick. Did that hurt? Ha ha! Sirio clapped and laughed. Julie bit her lower lip without a word, and Gwen glared at him. Be quiet, you. Oh, sorry, sorry. At that moment, Julie jumped up, turned away, and stalked off. Gwen patted Sirio on the back and called after her. Julie, where are you going? I have something to say to Professor Deculein. Don't follow me. Nothing will happen. Rustle, rustle. Behind the mansion, I was wielding my sword across the snow-covered ground. I had nothing like a special move or unique sword style. I merely moved the blade along the most efficient path. Swish, following along the tip of the sword, 19 pieces of wood steel flowed like petals behind the blade. It wasn't a bad way to utilize them. Combining Iron Man and sturdy body would be useful for sword dances, sparring, and actual combat. Actually, it was still curious. How did Julie endure these shoulders and legs, stronger than most metals, without any magic or armor? Not bad. Anyway, this sword and body training was fine. Rather, it was good enough for practical use. The problem was, again, the absolute value of mana and these personality flaws. It was hard to incarnate the power of a sword with a wizard's talent, and even if that could be supplemented by completing metal enhancements soon, it was difficult to bear even the thought of sweating. Metal enhancement was also stagnant at 99% proficiency. Was that called a bottleneck stage or something? At this point, I stopped swinging as I felt someone approaching. Dare? I looked over to where Julie stood in the dark, her head lowered. Yes. Why did you come? I threw the broadsword into the snow. Julie hesitated before answering. This is because we need the opinions of our opponents for a healthier recovery. I nodded. You're right, but is there anything to recover? All your moves were in my head, and your movements were predictable. Just with the shaking of your blade, I could tell what was next. It is a habit that must be broken. There is a problem with your entire style right now. Julie clenched her fists but did not object. How are you so sure, Professor, that I was wrong? As you said, I am not a knight. But pure learning has no absolute or vocational limits, and I gladly acknowledge my ignorance, learn by acknowledging it, and understand it as learning. Julie thought about my words, and then she let out a small breath, letting go. She wasn't the type of person who would remain stubborn about this. Then, I'll send you all of your habits that need to be broken and my analysis all together. There are many knights other than you that need analysis, but they won't admit that I know better than them. Yes, Julie answered in a low voice. But before that, I glanced Julie up and down. I already knew her height, 173 cm. However, the knights were special cases in which I couldn't estimate their weight by appearance. Do you weigh about 65 kilograms? For a moment, Julie's mouth tightly shut. Surprised by the question, she glared at me. I waited for her to answer. The silence grew long, and I frowned. Answer me. Then Julie's lips moved. 676. Just say it, the exact number. Stuttering, she mumbled the answer. It's a lot more than I expected. Well, that's a night for you after all. Go now. Julie looked at me, let her eyes fall to the ground, glared at me again, then looked down again. After repeating this a few times, she turned and walked away. I entered the mansion considering factors such as her height and weight, the proportions of her arms and legs, and her strength as determined by the sparring. However, you're here. Oh, the professor is here. You came, sir. Greetings from Ihelm, Epheren, and Luna respectively met me. The three of them were sitting at the living room table, eating and having a drink. The red moon is up. It seems like this will be the last time we drink and chat. Ihelm tipped a bottle at me. Epheren, a glass of wine in hand, grinned. Ah, drinking this makes me a bit dizzy. You can't even speak properly. I'm fine. Epheren forced her eyes to open wide. Where did the merchants end up? They were put in the dorms. Everyone seemed to be quite nervous. Luna answered. Right. What's wrong? I looked out the window, thinking about the guys I met today, 40 mercenaries and merchants in total. Tusk. A laugh of disdain suddenly left me. That's stupid. I didn't even get angry with this. Rather, this wretched brain was too ridiculous. Were they looking down on me, or was this deliberate provocation? What? What's going on? Ihelm posed the question, but I turned to Luna instead. Luna. Huh, yeah. Why, after all, did only these guys arrive at Rekordak? If they wanted to cut off the supply fully, they could manage it. Was it a miracle? Or were they lucky enough to depart first? Were these mercenaries skilled? That couldn't be the reason. Therefore, it was correct that the question should be changed to, why did the demon blood send only these guys to Rekordak? Rather than, how did these guys get to Rekordak? Monitor the dorms they're staying in, quietly so you won't be noticed. The next question was who out of 40? Was he the boss, a mercenary, several of them, or if not even that, maybe all 40 were demon blood or from the altar? Yes. Recognizing that it was unusual, Luna put down the wine she was drinking. Ihelm noticed the changing mood, but Epheren, whose cheeks had grown twice in size from food, was savoring the wine alone. It tastes like grape juice. Meanwhile, Uriel woke in an unknown place. Drops of sweat beaded down her forehead. Her body was bound, her mana wouldn't move, and a red-eyed woman was looking down at her. Ah, she tried to speak, but her mouth wouldn't open. It had been taped over. Ah, Ubv, the woman watching Uriel wrote in a notebook. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. Uriel moved her tongue without saying a word. She intended to lick the tape off, but the woman reached over and she ripped off the tape. It felt like her lips were torn. Uriel glared at the woman with tears in her eyes. Hey, who are you? Do you know who I am? The woman replied in writing. You are Uriel, I am a Lessel. You do this knowing that. You're really in trouble, you know. You've been in trouble for a long time, but we won't kill you. What? Uriel felt something strange in her response. She killed her temper and spoke in a low voice. If you kill me, it will be a bigger problem. Forget it. I think you can understand me, so I'll just speak. Let me go. If you let me go, I'll forget about this. The estate needs me right now. If you let me go now, I won't blame you, I promise. Don't worry. A puppet is replacing you. There will be no chaos in Euclid. What? Then why did you kidnap me? No, enough with the bullshit and just let me go. Uriel frowned. She couldn't understand that attitude. If that was the case, why was she kidnapped? You have something you don't know. Gosh, okay, tell me. What is that? Let's hear it. If I hear it, will you release me? I can't tell you that yet, but we need you. Why? Negotiation. Negotiation. I will use you as a negotiating card with Deculein. Uriel bit her lip. She could tell who this bitch was now for sure. You're a demon blood, but what will you do? Don't you know? Deculein hates me. In preparation for a time like this, she deliberately pretended not to be close to him, all to lower her value as a hostage as much as possible. Of course, I know Deculein doesn't like you. However, tap, tap, tap. Elessel let out a sigh as she tapped her ballpoint pen against the notebook. Phew, this damn bitch, hey, Uriel yelled. Elessel startled and backed away. She couldn't hear her, but the air pressure messed up her hair. Come to think of it, that's ridiculous. Seriously, these bastards don't even know gratitude. Our camp didn't even have a gas chamber installed, you know. We didn't agree to it. Go harass Baton instead. Alessal shook her head with a bitter expression on her face. I know. That's why I'm thinking, so keep resting until we arrive where Deculein is. What? Oh, wait, arrive. It was then that Uriel focused her attention on the space around her. Rumble, rumble, there was a very small shake. It meant that she was in a wagon, train, or at least some means of transport. On the next day, as the morning sun rose above the training ground, Julie received a report from Ephraim during her training. It's something the professor wanted me to give you. Yes, thank you. Yeah, Haram. Ephraim, sleepy today as always, nodded. Julie thought she was cute as she accepted the report. There were only 2 pages, so she thought there wouldn't be much to fix, but it was magic paper. Each piece of paper contained 100 pages, so the total length was 200 pages. Julie read slowly. The night dare has long arms and legs compared to her height, and is heavy because of her strong muscles, but she still has very good agility. It is appropriate to evaluate that her strength is above average. Still, her body's elasticity, including agility and flexibility, is at a very exceptional level compared to other knights, so it is right to take full advantage of its strengths. Thus, no, I'm not that heavy. Ah, who is this? Knight Dare, isn't it? As she was reading, a sarcastic voice caught her attention. It was the Imperial Knight Delric and his group. She's the knight who lost a fight to a wizard, ha 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 ha. How could I trust my back to her? Ha 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 ha. The laughter of the Imperial Palace knights resounded over the training grounds, but Julie endured it. It was true she was defeated. Well, from what I heard, it sounds like you let your guard down quite a bit, but this will damage the honor of the knights. Oh, have you already lost it? Ha ha ha. Julie stared down at Delric. Sir Delric, would you like to spar with me later? Suddenly, even with the red moon. It doesn't have to be now. After all, we're going to win here. However, we only need to do it once before going back. It's the same, isn't it? 2 wins and 2 losses. That was the record between Delric and Julie. Delric was a strong knight with a bigmouth and was nominated as the next vice leader of the Knight's Order. Ha ha ha. Gosh. I told you I went easy on you at those 2 losses. Well, fine. After we win, let's fight. I'll teach you my tricks. At least you won't lose to a wizard. Yes, let's win. Good, great. Julie lowered her head. Delric, about to pass by, suddenly noticed the paper in Julie's hand. What is that? Professor Deculein gave it to. Ha, what? The document that the professor is using to teach knights. Did you get one? Delric smiled as he thought it ridiculous. Julie answered honestly. Yes. Wow, oh my, how far will your knight's honor fall? Tusk, no, more importantly, what's the relationship between the 2 of you? Didn't you call off the engagement? The moment when Delric clicked his tongue, stones began to fall from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Even with the group of rocks thrown out of nowhere, the knights glanced into the sky without panicking. Delric clenched his teeth. It's an air raid, flying monster. Everyone get ready for battle. Yes, in the name of Zifrine. Following the shouting knights, Julie drew her sword. Boom, 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 ah, ah, ah. Monsters covered the sky, carrying ground troops up and over the wall. They were trolls and gargoyles. the spearhead of the monster's assault to announce full-fledged war. Chapter 188. Younger Sister 1. Gargoyles and Trolls. The two beasts were famous as the vanguard of the Southern March and the waves that signaled the start of the war. Forest trolls were particularly fast-footed, and gargoyles were very aggressive flying beasts, making them perfect for kicking off the attack. I looked down on them from Recordak's wall. One group was shaking the ground, and the other was soaring through the sky. They weren't special opponents, but their ranks stretched out to the horizon. Get ready. I raised my right hand. 19 pieces of wood steel floated behind me as the soldiers' automatic crossbows aimed. Mana from the knights rose from the road. Fire! Straight lines, more suitable for the expression harpoon than bolts, swept the earth and sky in sync with my command. A series of similar attacks followed a heartbeat later, then again. The bolts broke through the trolls and gargoyles, tearing wings and piercing flesh. Swish! In the meantime, the wood steel ripped through those unfelled. Backed with my mana, they already transcended the speed of sound as they moved, cleanly targeting only the monster's vitals. Ah! A roar rang out from beside me. Ephren. She condensed the wind like a blade and fired it, splitting a gargoyle in two. Ah! Sirio is here. After that, the knights, led by Julie and Sirio, advanced. They gladly jumped down over the barrier. They rebuffed the enemy hordes with their swordsmanship and mana. Among the hundreds of knights, my eyes unconsciously locked onto Julie. Her swordsmanship was like a soft flower blooming amidst the bloody battlefield. Boss, what are you looking at? Luna tapped my shoulder. I threw the wood steel again. Gwaw! The shouts of trolls and gargoyles reverberated through the air. However, only their capacity for noise was great, as the barrier remained solid. They couldn't deal with the rampant knights, and those not felled by swords were mowed down by spells and bolts. It was a massacre. I leave this to you. Luna nodded as I turned away. I had something else to do. At that moment, when the battle hit full swing, the demon blood Jacon, having infiltrated the upper parts of the prison, crept along. He came from a tribe with nothing but malice toward the Empire, so he proudly joined the altar. From the beginning, he only intended to destroy Rekordak. Ahem. He pretended to look around and left the dorms. He told his clan to keep an eye on the front line and moved toward the food warehouse. There it is. This was the lifeline holding food and supplies for the entirety of Rekordak. If they destroyed it, Deculein wouldn't survive long. He put up a strong one. The warehouse had a triple magical security barrier, but of course, that much was expected. He put a spell in the warehouse, a superlative detonation spell bestowed upon him by the altar. But the moment he was about to apply mana to the spell, "What are you doing?" Jacon jerked, feeling like his intestines were being twisted. What are you doing?" When he finally calmed down and turned around, he found a lone child standing there. "You can't go out now. Something's happened." Jacon shook his head and relaxed his grip on his stomach. "I know how to protect myself. Hey, you go in." "What is that? You just attached it to the warehouse." "You don't need to know. Are you a villager?" Jacon hid the spell with his body. "No, I am an adventurer." "Adventurer?" "Yes. I'm Leah, this kid, an adventurer." Jacon glanced her up and down. She was about 150 cm tall, tall enough to be mistaken as a teenager, but anyone would say that her face looked too young. He frowned. "That's ridiculous. Don't lie and hurry along." At that moment, the child moved. She reached the warehouse in only one step and examined the detonation spell on the wall. "Hey, what are you doing? This is a detonation spell." What are you shit?" Jacon pushed the child away. But when he tried to activate the spell with his mana, "If you move even the slightest bit, I will kill you." A dagger thrust under him. Jacon rolled his eyes to look behind him. The child named Leah was staring at him with eyes sharper than any blade. Gulp. Don't even swallow. Stomp. Footsteps approached. Jacon and Leah both turned to look at the newcomer. "Were you here?" It was Deculein, but he wasn't alone. He was with Jacon's group. The 39 mercenaries, excluding him, were right behind the professor, all tied to him with steel cords. "Jacon, is that your name?" At his words, Leah put down her dagger. Deculein approached Jacon, glaring at him. Jacon's body was already drenched in sweat. "Kneel." Before I rip off your limbs and kill you." The force of his words weighed on Jacon. Before he knew it, he knelt. His legs felt rubbery. Leah took off the detonation spell and brought it to Deculein with a smile. "Why will you praise me? The supplies have already been moved." Deculein passed by Leah, leaving her still smiling and moving her lips blankly. Deculein grabbed Jacon. "You fool!" He tied the man up with a steel wire. "Ah, people like you're pushing back the future of the demon blood." Leah observed Deculein for a moment longer. His face resembled Kim Woojin, but with an infinitely colder personality. Jacon, this guy wasn't even named, but while the courage he showed entering the tiger's den was commendable, there was no chance he'd survive now that Deculein caught him. Professor, what are you going to do with them?" Leah asked innocently, pretending to be curious. Then Deculein glanced at her, responding with indifference. "I said earlier I'm going to tear their limbs off." He was going to tear their limbs off. Arriving at the ridge of Rekordak, Alessel watched the whole scene. She hugged her knees and pondered. "What are you going to do?" Delkin, the watchman of the desert, asked her cautiously. Alessel signed her response. "How is she?" "Yiriel now. Looks like she's sleeping in a barrel." Alessel nodded. "He did something stupid. Jacon of the demon blood tribe." "Yes, that's right. The Imperial Palace can't hear of what they did. When they hear that the demon bloods had attacked Deculein, their gas chambers would be activated immediately. Therefore, when they assassinate Deculein, they must make it impossible to identify a suspect. There's no other way. We must use our methods." "Methods, Elder. May I ask what happened to the Great Elder?" "Once you know, I'll have no other choice." "Yes, okay." Delkin shut his mouth, and Alessal recalled the day she met the Great Elder. Even then, Alessal had insisted on Deculein's assassination. While the Great Elder tried to stop Alessal, he eventually handed her a book when he realized he couldn't. In that book, the Great Elder's characteristics, the names of the demon blood were recorded. "We will deal with Jacon," Alessal signed. "For that I enter alone, tonight to Deculein." "But Elder, the opponent is Deculein." "It's okay." She looked behind her to the space warp wagon created with Ellie's talent. Inside it, Yiriel was asleep. "This time he will know that there's no other way." Boom, 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 it was night. A large moon and stars loomed overhead, and frost hung heavy in the air. But the battle was not over. Of course, the number of trolls and gargoyles had decreased, but their legion was still innumerable. "Julie will be going first." Gwen gave her a nod. The knights who fought for 8 hours weren't tired, but they looked quite bored. "Yes, take a rest." Julie volunteered to stand guard. There were still 500 monsters coming in every hour, so it wasn't something that could be overlooked. "Yeah, you take it easy too." Julie leaned against the wall and read Deculein's report. However, she wasn't alone. Rayleigh stood by her side. "Is that report worth reading? These are the right instructions. I mean, a knight knows swordsmanship better. I thought so too, but this must be acknowledged. The professor is theoretically competent to teach anyone anything. Still, oh, there, troll." Rayleigh pointed to a group of trolls holding wooden sticks. Julie drew her sword and ran to cut them down. "Ah, gargoyle over there." They were in the sky this time. The swarm of fluttering gargoyles was repelled by an icy wind. "So after about 5 short battles, are you okay?" A voice came from above. Julie tilted her head upward. Above her was Deculein's assistant, Epheren, and her colleague Ihelm. The two looked down at Julie and waved. "Yes, I'm fine. You've been busy. We're here too, so you don't have to push yourself too hard." Julie shook her head to say it was okay. Ihelm sighed. "This idiot is so inflexible that she can't listen to our words." Julie narrowed her eyes as she regarded him. Ihelm raised his eyebrows. "You know I'm right. You were always so inflexible that you forcibly accepted that engagement to Deculein back in the day." Rayleigh and Epheren trembled. Julie answered in a low voice. "Don't talk about that. I think your personality is self-inflicted. Well, you should have chosen me, though it's already too late." "Ihelm, be quiet," Rayleigh yelled, but Ihelm grinned and shook his head. "Hey, Leaf, what do you think?" "About what?" Epheren responded bluntly. "Deculein and that stubborn knight." Julie pretended to be uninterested as she listened to their conversation. Epheren glanced between Ihelm on the wall and Julie below before speaking. "Professor Deculein doesn't seem to hate her that much." "Oh, is that so? But what now? That knight Dare hates Deculein enough to kill him." Julie looked up again. However, what he said was true. She still hated Deculein, and she would see the grudges of Veron and Rockfell be repaid one day. "Don't do that. Both of you might regret it." Epheren cut in. Mumbling in a bittersweet tone, she scrambled away hurriedly. "What the?" Ihelm was bewildered, and Julie watched her go blankly. But they didn't have time to relax. Gware! On the horizon, another wave of gargoyles and trolls was incoming. Gware! In Recordak's mansion. Standing by the window, I looked in the direction of the scream. Beyond the wall, another wave had appeared. This would probably be repeated many more times throughout the migration period. I wouldn't be able to sleep or rest comfortably. I took a sip of wine before turning to the one standing behind me. Speak. Someone had been creeping about for a while now from the entrance of the mansion, an uninvited guest with no intention of hiding themselves. I looked over to see a monster wearing a fox mask. Who is it? You don't need to know. The woman responded in sign language. Sign language. Woman. With these two clues, I already had a vague idea of who she was. Are you of the same race as those I've imprisoned out there? The woman nodded. Are you all from the same group? No, we have come to punish them on your behalf. Aren't you demon blood too? They cooperate with the altar. We are independent. We're not the same. I grinned. We're not the same. It wasn't wrong, but for some reason it felt off. What do you want? Are you asking me to release them? The altar would have known that the demon blood would fail this mission. You mean it was a trick? Yes. If you report today's incident to the Imperial family, the gas chamber will be activated immediately, and innocent demon bloods, young and old, will be slaughtered. Are you asking me not to report it? Yes, I nodded. Fine, I'll investigate whether what you say is true, and if it is, I won't. But whoever I catch, I will kill. I can't let that happen. Why? No matter how bad they are, they're our race. We should kill them, and you'd better follow my advice. I quieted down for a moment. What she said bothered me. Is that a threat? Do you know who I am? It's not a threat. It is a fair exchange. Exchange? Yes. Then she snapped her finger. As her mana flowed, a certain image floated in the air. It was an image of an imprisoned Uriel. Tomorrow at this time, in a place out of Recordak's gaze, we'll exchange the hostages. I looked at her. My expression turned cold as rage welled inside me. She continued to move her fingers. If you don't accept this exchange, we will reveal to the world what you do not know. What I don't know? Yes. I crossed my arms. She glanced me up and down before responding. Your younger sister Uriel is not of Euclid blood. I already knew that fact. Even so, it shouldn't be revealed to others. The wood steel in my arms emanated a murdering aura. Also, Uriel's bloodline, the moment when I fired my steel with the intent to kill her, she's from our race. That is, the demon blood. The air in the mansion turned stagnant. Chapter 189, Younger Sister, 2. A month ago, Alessal went to the elder with her sister. They found him in a tent wrapped in the desert wind. The leader of the demon blood greeted them with a weaker face than she had ever seen before from the man. Hello. Long time no see. Ellie spoke and Alessal signed. The great elder gave them a small smile. It's been a long time. You've grown up so fast. No, this is not the time to talk about the past, but there is no need to hurry. Alessal narrowed her eyes. The benevolence of the great elder didn't appeal to her these days. Take this. Alessal held out a stack of papers containing the plans for assassinating complicating factors, including Deculein and the liberation of the concentration camps. You have prepared many things. The elder read the preface with a stiff look. However, his answer wasn't different. Kid, it's just a chain of hate. Then, bang, Alessal knocked on the table. What do you think of it, great elder? The clan is at the crossroads of extinction. Kid, what do you think? It's simple. Resist, so that the costs of suppressing the demon blood outweigh the benefits. If the Empire could receive 100 elnis of profit by suppressing the demon blood and confiscating their property, retaliate with 200 elnis of harm. Let them find no value in suppressing the demon blood. What does the Empire gain by oppressing us? They are oppressing us for nothing. No, they wanted our land in the past. This time they want wealth and talent, hence mutually assured destruction. That's our way. If they have nothing to gain and know that their lives are precious, they will grow tired. To do that, we also need weapons and strength commensurate with the Empire. Do we have the power to destroy them? Yes, the demon blood have power. There is the talent that the continental people call the power of the devil. Alessal looked to Ellie. She wore an affronted expression. Ellie can kill all the officials of the Imperial Palace alone. But why haven't you done that yet? They don't listen to me. They only listen to you. Bang, bang, bang. Alessal pounded on the table angrily. The great elder looked at Ellie without a word. Ellie gave him a small smile, and he returned it in kind. Ellie, you didn't kill Deculein. Yes, I thought there was no need. Bang, the elder stopped Alessal from hitting the table again. Why did you think so? Yes, if I kill him, the situation becomes irreversible. I think I know Alessal's feelings too, but isn't killing him also what the altar wants? Yes, the elder nodded. Alessal, I commend you for building such a massive facility underground, for building a city and embracing so many demon bloods, but you shouldn't be too radical. Silence. Alessal put her two hands together in a square shape. Just as the Gifrine imperial family made a mistake with the demon blood, we also did. Forgiveness between each other is necessary to resolve our old strife. Now is just not the time. The discrimination and scorn that the demon blood had been subjected to, disdained and looked down upon expulsion and oppression, their bitter history. On the other hand, the crimes committed by the demon blood in retaliation and their collusion with the altar. It was impossible to determine which of the two was wrong first. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? The answer to this stupid question is to stop thinking about it, to become a person who does not need to have answers to those questions and create a better world. But this continent is taking too many lives to find an answer. Alessal bit her lip and then shook her head. I know. When I was a child, too, I thought that your opinions would illuminate us beyond that. But now there is no way. Alessal knocked on the table. The Empire does not believe that we have anything to do with the altar. I have already sent them numerous letters. I am the one who begs for diplomacy and negotiation. But even if we shout out loud to believe, in the end, they have no choice but to decapitate us. Safian acts like that in the current situation. When the gas chamber is activated, our clan will die. I just can't stand the actions of those devils. The elder, staring at Alessal, immediately smiled. It was painful anger, but he was proud of her feelings for their kind. Take this, Alessal. Now you can take my inheritance. The elder handed a list to Alessal. It was the demon blood records made of his mana. What's the point now? The elder opened to a certain page without saying a word. Alessal and Ellie both tilted their heads. Read it. The two looked to where the elder pointed. Uriel von Grahan Uklan. Alessal paused. She blinked a few times before turning to look at Ellie. Ha! Ellie was also blankly opening her mouth. Returning to the present, to the mountainous areas around Rekordak. Alessal looked at Uriel. Now out of the carriage, she was still bound, but she was staring somewhere else. Her target was a squirrel on a sapling among the bushes. He approached Uriel when their eyes met. Rustle, rustle, then, he gnawed at Uriel's straps. Stomp. When Alessal brought her foot down on the road, the critter turned around in surprise, but instead of running away, he bared his teeth and threatened her, acting as an escort knight. Alessal looked at Uriel. The animals follow you. Gosh, I said I don't know sign language. She wrote in a notebook again. Deculein knew it well. We have different fields of concentration. To read magic books of each country, a knowledge of the language is required. Instead, I have focused on managing the economy and human resources. If I need an interpreter, I call someone. Alessal pondered about whether she should tell her the truth or remain silent. Of course, Deculein said that it didn't matter. Their relationship wasn't good, so it could be his attempt to discard Uriel or destroy his sister. What did you just say? I noted that animals follow you well. Yeah, since I was a child, I could communicate with them to some extent. It's a talent different from magic. Didn't you ever get suspicious? What's suspicious? No, what? More importantly, Uriel shrugged. He said he wouldn't come, right? He will. What? Why? Hearing that she negotiated with Deculein, she began to yell. It was a reaction she didn't expect. No, did that mean that they didn't hate each other all that much? What is the negotiation condition? Release the 40 prisoners held captive by Deculein. Is that all? You and Deculein don't get along, right? There were other important agreements, but she wasn't going to tell her. Uriel nodded. See, didn't I tell you? I am useless. Alessal sat on a rock and looked up into the sky. The winter air bit at them as she turned to look back at Uriel. A crowd of squirrels was openly gnawing on her ropes. Even after the hostage exchange, you can escape. Even though you cannot do it now. Someday, I will give you a chance. What bullshit is that? Are you crazy? Did you go nuts? Alessal let out a little sigh. If it were revealed that Uriel was a demon blood, Deculein's and Uklan's dignity would be seriously damaged. Even the central authority was likely to be put into jeopardy. In the demon blood's perspective, It was their opportunity to slowly weaken Eucline's position and slow down the suppression or change its direction altogether. Your life is not the condition I'm negotiating with Deculein on. Of course, Deculein wouldn't strive to meet her otherwise. After all, without proof, there was no way to find out that Uriel was a demon blood. So, what is it? The best way to get rid of evidence was death. Uriel could be murdered by Deculein. Alessal moved her fountain pen. That we will not announce that you are from our blood, Uriel. Uriel's expression stiffened for a moment. Silence rose beneath them as Alessal wrote more. Uriel, you are not a Eucline. You are demon blood, our race. Noon over Recordac. I was digging a grave in the middle of the mountains. Have mercy. Professor, I was wrong. I'm sincerely sorry for whatever crimes you think I've, Professor. It was a grave to bury Jacon and the others alive. Boss. Still, this is. Luina next to me tried to dissuade me, but I didn't care. I stared at the ones to be buried. Weren't you expecting this, coming to Recordac? No, Professor. I was wrong, Professor. The pit was completed while they were screaming, and I raised the steel wire that tied them with psychokinesis. Ooh. Please, Cug. I dropped all 40 people in the pit. Luna lowered her head as she couldn't stand to watch, and Ephraim ran away. Can you treat captives like that? Ihelm asked the question with a dismal tone. They're not captives, they're demon blood. Whatever they are, your fiancé will hate it. They could make an article, Going Beyond the Grim Reaper, and a parcel of live burial, or something like that. I moved the soil with the wood steel. Thunk, thunk, thunk. With every pile of dirt added to the grave, desperate screams and supplications came out. No, Professor, please. We were wrong. We made a mistake. We didn't commit any crimes. Only Jacon. What are you talking about? You guys also said you would burn his body. Fuck when? Of course, they wouldn't die. This didn't fit my personality. The purpose of this grave was an exchange rather than murder, in a way none would suspect. Please, thunk dirt stuck in their mouths. I clicked my tongue as I stared at them. It was truly a disgusting scene. Please, please, please. Their pathetic begging stopped at some point, and the pit was filled. I looked back. Luna covered her mouth, and Ihelm was scratching the back of his neck. The knights of the Imperial Palace and Delric watched with their mouths open. Go first. I will watch until these guys die. What? Oh, okay. Yes. All right, everyone. What are you doing? Move. They returned the way they came, and I stayed behind to wait. After a while, a small fire rose from the nearby peak. That was Alessal's signal. Uriel, you are not a Eucline. You are a demon blood, a race. The proof is a barren mountain where no human beings existed, in a region of extreme cold where even the leaves had died. Uriel was staring at the ground with bemusement. Her body shook like a reed. Should I run away now, or should I just die? Uriel raised her eyes to look at the branches. It looked strong enough to hang her. Rustle, the sound of leaves being moved, stopped her thoughts. At the same time, she heard a voice that shook her heart, a voice she wanted to deny. Uriel. Uriel looked over to see the person she wanted to see the least right now, Deculein. Deep in her throat, nausea swelled. You have come a long way. Uriel trembled. Standing at the foot of the mountain slope not far, he took one more step. Uriel quickly stopped him, stretching out her arms. Stop, he asked sarcastically. Why? You know. Why? What do you mean? She managed to hold back the tears about to burst. Uriel didn't know Deculein's feelings right now. He was the one who tolerated her even if she wasn't of his blood and not even his real sister. But if she was something he hated the most, how he would treat her. It was excruciating. Don't come near me. Don't talk like that. Don't come near me, please. No. What do you want? Uriel yelled. Aiming for that chance, Deculein took a big step forward, and Uriel, startled, turned around to run away, but she was caught by the nape of her neck. Ouch! She looked up at Deculein with teary eyes. He wore the same expression as always, unchanged. Uriel clenched her jaw. I know everything. What do you mean? At that moment, she glanced at Deculein. Why did he pretend not to know? That I am not your sister. I'm not your sister. I'm not. Still, that much I know. But Uriel, Deculein interrupted her. He forcibly sat her onto the chair he made with a quick spell. You're pathetic. That has nothing to do with it. What? Saying so, he looked at Uriel. She couldn't meet his eyes. Listen carefully. I don't want to hear it. Listen, don't run away. Now, what was he thinking? What did he feel? Was it a sense of betrayal, irritability, hate, or the desire to murder? Uriel didn't know. She couldn't know. Of course, she had never been inside his mind. I never have. So even now, she was a little suspicious. I never stopped thinking of you as my sister. No matter what blood flows through your body, while listening to his constant voice, no matter how you look on the outside, knowing that he was someone who never told a lie, you are still Uriel and you're still my sister. What her body moved erratically. Her lips trembled, her heart thumped, and she couldn't breathe. So annoying, so listen carefully. Her throat was blocked so she couldn't say anything, and Deculein looked hazy because of her tears. Her arms and legs were shaking, and her head felt dizzy. Her body was well out of her control. One day, even if Euclan abandons you. Yet her ears remained open. She could hear his tone, as cold as always, as clear as ice. I will not leave you. She listened without missing a single syllable. Chapter 190. Younger sister, 3. I also had a younger sister, though now I could no longer remember her voice. Someone who was sometimes annoying, at other times grumpy for unknown reasons, and would glance at me up and down when I called her name. Of course, that girl wasn't Uriel. Uriel wasn't that girl. It might be my misunderstanding that their personalities were similar at first glance, or even felt similar. Maybe I just wanted to replace her with Uriel. Ever since I first met Uriel, I might have begun to harbor those selfish thoughts without realizing them. However, there was nothing more foolish than wandering into the source of an unknown emotion. I hated philosophies that contemplated and explored oneself. I didn't waste time looking for reasons behind my emotions. I had pride in this unchanging self, so I would never lie. So I could be sure of Uriel, who found me first after I became Deculein. Whether Uriel was demon blood or not, nothing changed. I already thought of her as my younger sister. These were my words, I who was Kim Woojin that became Deculein. Uriel. I looked at Uriel. She had her mouth shut and her two large eyes shook. Go back now. Go, take charge of your estate. Euclan needs you. Then Uriel swallowed and wiped away her tears with her sleeves. What did the demon blood ask from you? Uriel was curious about it, but Alessol didn't ask for much. Do not operate the gas chambers in Rohalak. Don't randomly execute political prisoners held there, and once every 3 months, allow them communication with Rohalak. You don't need to know. Uriel met my eyes. Then, what do you want to do with the demon blood from now on? I can't reverse the flow. Now, the Empire, the continent, and the Emperor seek the suppression and destruction of the demon blood, and I cannot go against the waves. Safian held a grudge against the demon blood. They were the only way to reach the altar. The demon blood and the Empire have gone too far. I will still suppress the demon blood, but one day, when the time is right, I will be able to convey one thing to Her Majesty. Sacrificing the demon blood to clear the main quest. Of course, it might not be the right way, but a villain chooses any means and methods to achieve his goal. If I could break the altar more efficiently, I would gladly do so. Even if I paid the price someday, I would be satisfied. I have a question, Uriel stuttered as she approached me. You used to hate me, but her voice cut off and curled back inside. All brothers and sisters grow up fighting. You should return to your estate. HMPH. Uriel had eyes swollen as if stung by a bee, but instead of leaving, she crossed her arms. What are you doing? You told me to go, but I don't know how to get back from here. I'm thinking. It was then a cheerful voice came up from the hillside. Ah, you are here, Professor. Uriel and I looked around. There was the talented adventurer who delivered my letters to the Emperor. Here, Your Majesty's reply. He handed me a letter as he went down on one knee. I bowed my head to show courtesy before accepting it. Wow, you did a really good job on the last letter. I was amazed as I read it. The adventurer stood with a grin. I stared at him. Then I'll be going. Wait, I caught the man before he left. He tilted his head. Can you transport people? You mean carry someone? I looked at Uriel. She frowned upon realizing what I meant. Yes, oh, it is possible. What? Leave me to the postman. He's an adventurer, not an ordinary postman. No, still, quiet. Ignoring Uriel, I looked at the cost of the postage. The price was quite high, but what? 5 million elnis. It's highway robbery. The transportation of materials doesn't even cost that much. Uriel, glancing at it, was dazzled. I covered her mouth and sighed. Take her. Yes. I'll take you very safely and comfortably. Miss Uriel. Uriel looked at me with a mixture of dissatisfaction and sorrow. Uriel. What? Don't make that disgusting face. Keep showing respect to your brother. I mean, what? As if nothing had happened. I brushed off the snowflakes on her head with psychokinesis. Stay like that, in the future as before as now. Uriel looked up at me without saying a word. She clenched her teeth and her fists. Then she lowered her head toward the floor and took a deep breath before meeting my eyes again. I got it, I nodded. Uriel trudged over to the adventurer, and she whispered to him, Hey, still 5 million is way too expensive. Can't I get a discount? Professor, Miss Uriel, got it. I'm going. Let's go. I watched the adventurer carry her down the mountain. A night in the north under a starry and moonlit sky. Returning home with the adventurer, Uriel went over Deculein's words. One day, even if Euclan abandons you, I will not leave you. The uncharacteristic side he showed her. Though she could still hear it in her head, his voice still felt like a dream. So Uriel was suspicious. Am I worthy? Did she have the right to hear such words? Was she worthy of receiving this kind of love? I'm the one who hated Deculein. I'm the one who hated him so much. I hated him madly and even wanted to kill him. That thought alone made her heart ache. Uriel clutched her chest. Since when? Since when did Deculein know? Perhaps he had known from since she was young, or maybe he at least noticed vaguely. So maybe he hated her. Ha! As a child, she wanted to be loved by him. She tried hard, but in the end, Uriel gave up, saying it was impossible, and protected herself by turning that love to hate. While she remained stagnant, he lost the one he loved matured, and that was why he eventually forgave her and accepted her. I didn't even know that, and I was laughing at him, saying that it was punishment when his fiancée died. THBBFT. Uriel blew her nose. The adventurer walking alongside her glanced over. Are you crying? What? Why would I cry? When did I cry? My nose was itching. More importantly, I told you we should negotiate again. What kind of negotiation are you talking about? I mean, don't treat my brother as a pushover. What, from here to Eucline, 7 million elnis is enough. I'm giving you directions and escort. Uriel puffed her cheeks and glared at him. Instead, I will take you as safely as possible. You know that the Eucline family has a big hand in the Adventurers Guild, right? No way. Still, the professor believed in me, and no, I mean, why is the price going up if he's trusting you? It is normal to give discounts to regulars. If you do business like this anywhere, you will be stoned. No way, my ass. So I'll just ask you this. How much did you get from the royal family? Yes, Uriel patted her pockets. I mean, you must have received money from the imperial family to deliver that letter. The imperial family sets the price for a mission, so that's the maximum price, right? However, if one family gives more than that, problems may arise. Um, no, more importantly, does the guild know that you received this much? You don't even report the amount. To avoid taxes. Ahem, the adventurer coughed loudly. 5 million. I beg your pardon. Let's say 4 million elnis. Even 4 million elnis wasn't enough, but she would have to spend at least a day with him to barter him down any further. HMPH. Okay. After the mission is over, take a break at Eucline. We will pay all the costs. Deculein buried the demon blood that had intruded into Recordac alive. That shocking rumor spread across the continent in an instant, marking him as a cruel person who buried people alive. It was shocking enough to be a topic of discussion even in the winter during the worst migration in history. The imperial family, the magic tower, and various territories in the empire were discussing the matter. Boom! A huge meteorite struck the ground, waves of mana rushing out. The spell's name was Meteor, an overwhelming attack that only one person on this continent could implement. Phew! Adrian blew embers from her hand into the wind. Now it's a bit cleaner. Remnants of fire clung to the earth and writhed dimly. On the other side, where countless monsters had been crying out until 3 minutes prior, however, there was nothing except a large crater now. Wow, as expected, Adrian, you are an archmage. Adrian came to support the north. She was sent to the northeast, alone so as not to drag anyone else into danger. It's easy. Oh, more importantly. Adrian quickly pulled out a thick sheet of magic paper from her pocket. It was Deculein's advanced lecture exam. This test, which had been going on for a month, remained unsolved. Even those addicts hadn't solved it. Oh, it's hard. It hurts my head. Adrian read the formula a few times before she frowned. Right. Didn't I say it was difficult? She glanced to Rose Rio, who held a copy of the same paper. Isn't it better to put this in the symposium? Gosh, I tried hard for the first 2 weeks, but what can I do if it's too hard? That's right. I think it's the fault of the person who created the problem. Adrian and Rose Rio put down Deculein's test paper. Advanced Lecture Final Exam. Despite the test's simple name, it was attracting more attention than the migration on the floating island. Of course, since Deculein didn't distribute the test paper publicly, those not participating in the class couldn't see the problem officially. But because the difficulty was too great, it was inevitably shared. They couldn't solve it alone. It wasn't an exaggeration. They really couldn't solve it. Not even the first problem, which should be the easiest, could be solved. But a lot of people say that Professor Deculein buried people alive. If it's that bastard, it's very likely he did. I heard that it was the demon blood. Then it's natural. I think the live burial method is a bit harsh, but they said they broke in first. Rather, please take a look at the solution to the first problem I figured out. Rose Rio handed her solution to Adrian. It took up 300 pages. There are too many. Shorten it up a bit. I can't reduce it, so that's why I'm showing you. I don't know. If I look at other people's solutions, I'll confuse them with mine. Take it back. Rose Rio pouted and stuffed the paper back in her pocket. Gosh, how the hell did this guy make this difficult thing? Boom. A loud rumble interrupted them. Rose Rio and Adrian frowned. Ah, that again. Today alone, that was the 30th vibration that signaled the descent of the magical beasts. Wizards were flocking to Recordac. Breaking through the rough road full of magical beasts, even those who lived on the floating island were approaching Recordac one by one, but Julie and the knights didn't know why. Wizard of the floating island, Lumia Grade. Is that correct? Yes. A group of 3 came to visit today. Although Julie greeted them, her expression was a little distant. If you excuse me, may I ask why you came? As a knight, Julie didn't initially ask for a reason. However, as this bizarre procession continued not for 1 day, not 2 days, but over a week, it eventually became unbearable. There was still a horde of monsters beyond that wall, roaring even now. Why did they come to Recordac despite that? They weren't adventurers or knights who enjoyed danger, but wizards who were usually sensitive to their safety. Yes, Recordac is very dangerous, isn't it? You may not be able to survive here. Oh, we know. However, we came for knowledge. Knowledge? Yes. The 3 young wizards tried to peep over her shoulder. There are books that can only be read here, and we heard that if you come here, the professor gives you an exam paper. Professor? Are you talking about Professor Deculein? Yes. I guess you don't know because you're a knight, huh? So, the wizards kindly explained why they gathered here and how the procession would continue in the future. Professor Deculein's unpublished writing is in the library here. That's the first reason. The second reason is similar to that. There are still test papers issued by the professor in the library, and they say that you can read all of them for free. In other words, Deculein's writings and exams that normally couldn't be read no matter how much money one had were here for free. So these days, on the floating islands and in the magic tower, Recordac was treated as a sort of El Dorado for magical knowledge. Yes, all right. First off, here's your pass. Don't lose it. Julie nodded with a sour look. Yes, thank you. The wizards pumped their fists, and Julie watched them leave, though she still felt unsure. A wizard who comes all the way here in search of learning. Still, it was romantic. Hiring mercenaries paid only in knowledge and the chance to study at Recordac where they might die. The road to Recordac must have been very difficult, but regardless of the demon blood's intervention, they still came. She didn't know how they found their way. Julie glanced to Deculein's mansion in the distance. Then a strange thing happened. She saw Deculein standing in the window and their eyes met. He was looking at her. Julie quickly turned away. Fortunately, there was work to focus on. The guard beside her pointed out over the road. Here comes another wizard with an escort knight. Yes, I see it too, Julie answered awkwardly and straightened up. Chapter 191, The Voices World. 1. The wizards in Recordac were suddenly growing in number. Epheren, who was currently studying in the library, didn't know why. This was Recordac. Their provisions had been cut off by the altar and the demon blood, so why would people come here? Yet there were 5 or 6 new people every day, sometimes even as many as 10. Epheren quietly looked around the library. There were many new faces aside from the imperial wizards who had been there from the start. Excuse me. Tap, tap. Epheren flinched and looked back. Yes. By any chance, did you finish reading that? The male wizard pointed to the book on Ephraim's desk. Magic of Probability, an in-depth view. It was Deculein's writing consisting of the foundation, basics, and an in-depth explanation of the concept of probability in magic. Oh, yes, I'm almost done. Then the next one is, there's no specific order. I'll lend it to you once I'm done. Thank you. There weren't many books in the underground library of Recordac's main building, as most of them were in Deculein's mansion. Therefore, there were only 4 bookshelves, all of which held Deculein's latest writings. Magic of probability, magical analysis of phenomenon, action-derived techniques, and more. There were 340 books total, including the 17 copies of ones he wrote while in the north. Did you come here for this? But the wizards that Ephraim knew weren't intense enough to abandon their safety to come to Recordac. At that moment, she noticed a robed wizard. She quickly hid between the shelves, but Ephraim could tell who it was. Striking blonde hair like pure gold could only mean one person, Sylvia. That girl. Well, when it came to books, her eyes would light up. Ephraim smiled a little but pretended not to notice her. She continued studying. Until the next wave arrived. Haram. Ephraim yawned and glanced around. Of course, Deculein told her to rest only in front of him, whether napping or sleeping, but was that so easy? Ephraim was slowly falling as I knew this would happen. Ephraim jumped up at the sudden voice. Ha! Is this a dream? Everyone in the library looked to Ephraim. There was no response from the wood steel. She didn't think it was a dream, but what was that voice just now? What? Here. Ephraim jumped once more and looked over to the mirror on top of the desk. Deculein's face was reflected on the glassy surface. Professor, how did you? How many times have I told you that you shouldn't sleep when you're alone? I didn't sleep, I just yawned. This is a warning. Yes. Ephraim nodded sullenly. Julie visited the dungeon field. Less than 10 days after sowing seeds, the barley fields had somehow already yielded food. Oh my! You're here, Miss Knight. The residents stopped what they were doing and approached her as she glanced over the abundant fields. It's growing without any trouble. The biggest problem in Recordac was food, as expected. As their provisions were cut off and the number of enemies increased, even hunting had grown quite difficult, but seeing the barley growing made her feel safer. Yeah, with this much, we'll be able to harvest a lot. Even the seeds are big. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Aye, what are you talking about? We have to eat so we can survive, too. Looking at the residents smiling brightly like this, Julie felt warm but sad at the same time. Would she be able to protect them? Could she maintain their homes with her body? If only she could. Hi! A voice from behind the tree cut off her thoughts. Oh, leader! It was Red Garnet's Ganesha, the hero who slowed down the migration by herself. Nice to see you, leader of the Red Garnet. Enough with that kind of greeting. It's embarrassing. She smiled brightly and walked closer. I heard the rumors that Deculein buried dozens of demon blood alive. Yes, Julie bowed her head. Is he certain that all of them are demon blood? She was once again disappointed by how Deculein handled this matter. She thought there was no way she could be further upset by the man, but Deculein always found new ways. Even if they were demon blood, burying them alive is not right. But I already knew that the professor was that kind of person. Without verifying if they were demon blood or not, without meticulous investigation or understanding, 40 humans were buried alive. Hanging them instead would have been less horrible. Burying alive, on par with burning someone alive, was the cruelest death penalty. Even the Empire abolished it as a method of execution. Yeah, I can tell from your expression. Anyhow, you asked Rayleigh to do something last time, right? What? I heard you gave some money to Rayleigh to hire some adventurers. Yes, I did, but for Leader Ganesha. Aye, if you asked Rayleigh, then you have asked me as well. Also, I like Knight Julie. Desmura, she looked back as she spoke. Then one of her members appeared from the shadows. Desmura, one of the founding members of the Red Garnet Adventurers, handed Julie an envelope. That mission was completed by this guy. The findings of the investigation suggest that Veron was murdered by Deculein, and Rockfell's death is quite suspicious, but there was nothing conclusive. Julie flipped through the envelope, her heart stopping for a moment. Rockfell's diary. Yeah, that's right. In addition, these are letters he exchanged with someone. All of his conversations with his family are stored in the crystal. His son and daughter were 8 and 7 years old, respectively. Rockfell's letter was simple. He was being chased by someone, and he needed help. He thought Deculein was trying to kill him. Julie held it tight to her chest. This wasn't something to be checked indifferently by an outside source. Thank you. Yeah, so what are you going to do now? Ganesha smiled as she asked. Julie shook her head. I still don't know. I want to know, but I don't. I understand why he hates me. But Rockfell and Veron, why? She clenched her fists and bit her lower lip. When I find out everything, even if it's Professor Deculein, I will make him pay for his sins. I definitely will. Ganesha gave Julie a serious look. I'll also find out later. For Ganesha, Deculein was no longer an awful and cold-blooded being who wasn't picky about his methods. No, he was a man who loved his family more than anyone else. Don't struggle too much. Otherwise, you won't have enough strength to use your body. Julie stiffened. Yes, I understand. Ganesha's return meant that the time she had been delaying had arrived. Boom, boom, boom. The drum rang, and the monsters marched forward, their ranks stretching into the horizon. Schwar! Arrows blotted the sky above Rekordak. Numerous destructive spells reached out to join them, and an empowering wind swirled around the knights on the battlefield. There's nothing to be afraid of. There are wizards on the barrier. Knight Derek encouraged his men. Just as he said, thanks to the numerous wizards that joined them, there were many people in Rekordak. Until their mana was exhausted, the barrier wouldn't collapse. Tactical weapons specialized in siege warfare. That was what a wizard was for. Boom! A giant monster hidden in the winter fog appeared. It was an ogre, standing tall over the walls with a club nearly as big as him. We need supporting magic. The enemy is an ogre, Julie shouted. The wizard's bombardment concentrated on the ogre in response. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Several destructive spells filled the air in a combination of fire and wind. Schwar! A pillar of fire wrapped around the ogre's abdomen. Black, 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 black. The monster let out a deafening shriek, raising his massive club. Smash! It went flying like a boomerang toward the wall. The wizards manning the barrier were so surprised that they could do nothing but watch as it crested toward them, clang. Until the wood steel blocked its course, the sharp metal spread out like a net, carving apart the club midair. Right afterward, the 19 pieces of steel burrowed into the ground. Schwar! A dark blue flash of light pierced the beast, controlled by an arrogant wizard atop the barrier. Deculein. He, taking part in the war while surveying the area, calculated the scale of this enemy with his eyes, then closed his eyes. He focused his mana and mind on expanding the magic. Goo-woo! There was an unusual vibration. The knights, sensing danger, stepped back for a while. Then, at the very next moment, the ground was ripped into pieces. To be more precise, the surface was divided. A large hole opened up to swallow the ranks of monsters. What? Oh my! The knights pressed against the edge of the barrier. Goo-oog! The cause of the hole was psychokinesis, which was still only at the intermediate level. But it was the most efficient magic in the world, incorporating all of Deculein's theories. Its power seemed to be tearing the ground apart. No, it was tearing it apart. The enemy's numbers, once filling the horizon, had been reduced to less than half. Derek wore a stupefied expression as he looked up at Deculein. He was calm as his coat fluttered in the wind. Like this was as easy as taking a stroll. Seriously, there's a reason for his confidence. Everyone, get ready, Derek shouted and readied his sword. Now that their front lines had been destroyed, they needed to mop up the rest. Late at night, when the battle had come to a brief halt, a bonfire was burning at the edge of the wall. Are there any injured? Julie was busily moving about, looking for injured people. Knights had a bad habit of trying to hide their wounds. Don't move, you're injured. Then Sirio spoke up. Julie quickly approached him. Who is it? We have medicinal herbs, Sirio laughed. The injured person is over there. I'm talking about you. I'm fine. It's nothing big. Don't lie to me. Julie handed out medicinal herbs to him without responding. Sirio shook his head. I don't need them. You won't be able to endure it. Your speed of mana recovery won't be able to keep up with the pace of the battle, and your fatigue will accumulate. You're already contaminated. Gwen moved beside him. Though she was also worn out, she agreed with Sirio. I won't tell you to run away, I know you won't, but you have to take care of yourself. I think this will last for about a month. Okay, thank you for your concern. But Julie closed her eyes for a moment. That moment. Are you okay? The landscape changed. Julie looked around vacantly. She wasn't in the north, but some dark corridor. Where in the world is this? Someone's voice cut through the hesitation she felt. You're here too. an inorganic voice. Julie looked back. Lady Iliade, Iliade's successor, Sylvia, glared at her. I'm not glad to see you in the voice. Meanwhile, I was walking through the corridors of the voice with Ephraim by my side. I don't have enough mana. I used it all to block the migration. By the way, what was that magic, Professor? The ground was split in half. Ephraim chattered, but I didn't even have the strength to answer. What I achieved by using psychokinesis in the battle today was quite taxing even for me. Professor, how about hosting classes in Recordac? There are a lot of wizards looking for you. I want to attend too. You're so noisy. No, Ephraim pouted, sulking. Step, 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 step. We walked down the corridor in silence, but before long, Ephraim broke that quiet. By the way, where are we going? You can at least tell me that. There are many places in the voice. It's also very wide. But I stopped in front of an alley with a sign marked tavern. Firstly, we will go to that tavern. Why? You'll find out when we get there. This was the pattern of the voice's conquest. First, go to a tavern, get a quest, and go on an adventure. Follow me. Yes. We headed to the tavern, soon reaching a door. The moment I opened it, loud shouts, chattering, and the smell of alcohol came flooding past us. I could endure that much. Professor, I stood still, hand gripping the doorknob. What are you doing? Ephraim behind me posed the question. Professor, if you don't go in, I can't go in. Are you going in? Ahem. I feigned a cough and checked the heads of those inside instead. Two heads, one white and one yellow, Julie and Sylvia, I was certain. What are you doing, Professor? Are you going in or not? I closed the door again and turned to regard Ephraim. Don't move. I'm doing this because I have an idea. Okay, I'm sorry. Ephraim looked down. I stood in front of the door and started thinking. Sylvia was one thing, but Julie was with her. Something must have tangled up in the progress of the story or the process of the quest. Forget it. But first of all, whatever it may be, this tavern was my top priority. Even if it was Julie, avoiding people didn't suit my personality. Let's go in. Yes, I swung the door open. Chapter 192, The Voice's World. 2. The world of the voice continued out like a wave. Even she, a developer, didn't know it yet, but the concentric circles that composed it were stored in her memory. So, there could be dead people in this world. Leah explained it to Leo and Carlos. The three were wearing robes and sitting in a corner of the tavern. Leo's eyes went wide as he tilted his head. Why? What? Are you stupid? The memories of the dead are also stored in this world. A dead person can live on with their memories of when they were alive. Carlos's answer was partially correct. Yeah, it's something similar to what Carlos said. But Leah paused for a moment, her eyes darting up. Two named, Sylvia and Julie, were at a table eating, and not only that. Screech, the wooden door of the tavern creaked open. At that moment, the temperature inside suddenly grew cold. Leah and the children naturally looked to the door. No, everyone in the tavern did. It's Professor Deculein, a noble who attracted everyone's attention, and a magical villain who would captivate you if you let your guard down even by a little. He was an irregular that couldn't be expressed by Leah's status. That Deculein. Step, step, his stride was regular, and his elegance flowed like an icy cloak behind him. He was always tidy and clean, to the point it was morbid, and that didn't change even in the voice. Leah was surprised to see him. Ha, ha, Leah, how? SHH. Leah, who was watching vacantly, put a finger to her lips. Leo nodded, and Carlos pulled the hood of his robe down. Leah, what should we do? Should we run? Leah whispered. No, we won't run away. He's someone we are going to meet eventually anyway. Deculein was essential in the voice now that he had become much, much stronger than the original. In the first place, the final boss of the voice was his father, Deculein. Tremble, but suddenly, the table began to shake. Leah noticed Carlos was trembling. Tremble, the child's eyes had already lost focus, and his complexion turned blue. Fear had been imprinted in him, activated by Deculein's mere presence. Carlos was twice as strong as her now, so she couldn't help but feel sad to see him shaking and breaking out in a cold sweat. It's okay, Lowe's. Leah held Carlos's trembling hands. Leo, who was beside her, also put his hand on top of them. That's right. It's okay. We won't get caught. Carlos grinned at his carefree attitude. As soon as the tavern door opened, all attention was on me. I sat down at the bar with Ephraim. I didn't want to associate with those bandits. Professor, everyone is looking at us. Just as Eferen said, everyone was openly watching us, but Sylvia and Julie were desperately pretending to not notice as they kept their heads down. "Is this your first time here?" the owner, who was cleaning a cup, asked. Eferen answered, "Yes, why? I didn't expect to see Professor Deculein in this place." "You know the professor. Is there anyone who doesn't? I even heard of the rumors that he buried the demon blood alive." Eferen trembled, then mumbled softly, wary of me, "That's a bit too much. I want to hear a different rumor." I moved straight to the point. All sorts of rumors could be heard at a tavern, and all kinds of quests appeared. Therefore, it was the starting point in the voice. Rumors. If you were someone else, I would have just snorted at you, but it's a different story with the professor. You have a reputation even in this world." The owner raised his eyebrows and handed over a beer, but I didn't drink such cheap things. Count Demethian is looking for people. People. Yes, to kill the demon covered in human masks. I didn't say anything but leaned back in the chair and watched the bar owner, calmly and peacefully. However, my psychokinesis manifested and shook the tavern, rattling the bottles and tables. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The small earthquake even moved the walls and the floor. This psychokinesis that had reached its peak was becoming my aura. It was at the stage of unifying my will and the outside world. "Whoa, whoa, calm down." The owner was freaked out, and my mana subsided a moment later. The angrier I grew, the colder my heart became, thanks to the predisposition of my composure. "I know Euclan, the clan of hunters, very well. Will you accept this?" Main quest 3333. Voice 1. Goal. Demon hunting reward. Store currency plus 10 units of store currency. It was an opportunity to finally strengthen the quality of my mana once again, perhaps for the last time. I couldn't refuse this. I nodded. "I accept." "Good, you can go inside from there." The owner pointed to the door next to the counter. "Good luck." I stood with Eferen following behind me. Screech, I opened the door using psychokinesis. When I passed through, I could see two men. One appeared to be sleeping on a sofa, and the other was sitting in a chair. He was holding his forehead with his eyes closed. How dare someone, huh? Deculein, he slowly raised his head to reveal his face. I recognized him as Zukaken of the Six Snakes. Deculein, is this the first time we've seen each other since the incident?" When I didn't respond, he straightened his expression with some embarrassment. "It's awkward, but it's a relief. There's no one like you when it comes to knocking down demons." The Six Snakes was an underworld criminal organization. They referred to themselves as a guild and committed all sorts of crimes for money. I didn't have to be nice. "I don't want any small talk. Where is the demon?" "I also don't want to talk to you for long. Here, take this." Zukaken pulled out a briefcase. I took it before asking, "Who is Count Demethian?" He closed his mouth. "That's for later. You go and see for yourself because he's the demon that you'll hunt. For your information, the down payment is 10 brass coins, 10 times that once completed. 10 brass coins are equivalent to 1,000 elnis in the Empire." Tack. I opened the case. There were two pictures inside. I glanced over at the first picture. It was a familiar face. To briefly explain the mission, there is a demon here. To be more exact, a human brought back to life by the voice. Zukaken's words reached my ears and scattered. "They are dolls made by the voice, by instilling parts of their soul. But what if you kill that doll? The voice becomes incomplete, too. This is the most straightforward way of defeating the voice." The person was someone I had never seen before, but the woman vividly remained in Deculein's memory. I spoke her name. "Sierra." "That's right, but don't be mistaken. The memories and mask belong to her, but inside her is a demon. It will act like her, but it's not real, but it should be easy for you." Zukaken smirked. "Because you've already killed her once before." "What?" Then Eferen flinched. "Who is she?" I looked back to Eferen. Her round eyes were blinking on and off like a light bulb. "It's Sylvia's mother." "What?" I ignored Eferen's shock and turned to Zukaken again. "Zukaken, don't you want to maintain the voice?" No, I don't. You think about what I've accomplished in the underworld. Do you think I would want to abandon that gold and my treasures to live in this world made by demons? Also, underworld guys easily fall for these fakes. So, the existence of this place is bad for us. Shouldn't we break this fake world as soon as possible? His words were surprisingly convincing. He didn't seem to be lying. More than that. There's one more in there. You have to take a look at it now and decide." Zukaken's expression became quite serious. I lowered my gaze again. Behind the photo of Sierra smiling softly was another paper. The moment I peeled it away to look at the third, I became flustered. No, I even stopped thinking. Professor, I couldn't answer. It felt like my lips were glued together. Professor, Eferen looked at the photo. Then, in a small voice, she muttered the name written on the paper. Uara van Vergis Manisht. Uara van Vergis Manisht. The first woman that Deculein had loved more than anyone else. At the same time, she was the Easter egg that the girl Kim Woojin loved had put in the game. Maybe it was her alter ego. Who is this? Of course, I didn't have any memories of this woman. In the first place, it wasn't even the real Uara. Vergis Manisht. I also didn't even know this family name that was hard to forget. However, the picture resembled her. No, they were the same. Hers was a face I hadn't seen in a long time. Her black hair and dark eyes, playful lips, it was still vivid enough in my mind. It had been too long, I didn't remember her voice at all. Professor, Eferen shook my shoulder. I heard Zukaken speaking from far away. You can choose between the two. You can avoid it if it's too hard. I understand love, too. I frowned while looking at him. I could feel his insignificant compassion. When did you lose your boyfriend again? Ah, this crazy fool, don't bring that up. Boyfriend. Eferen raised an eyebrow. Zukaken swept his hair back. You don't have to know. Okay. I know what it is, but more than that, who is this person? Zukaken answered Eferen in revenge. She's Deculein's first fiancée, the only one he ever loved. At that moment, Eferen shook. Then this isn't right. Eferen swung her arms around. Zukaken asked back sarcastically, Why not? Why not? Even if it's a demon, she looks exactly like his loved one. It's not that she looks like her, it's the same person. Her memory has also been copied over. Then, even more so, Eferen shouted, It doesn't make sense. How? She started to retort again, while I just looked at the picture. Her face, which I had longed for, seemed a treasure that I had lost a long time ago. Thud. I gently put it down. No, it doesn't make sense. This crazy girl. Let go. Why are you making a fuss? Are you crazy? Whatever, give it to someone else. Eferen. I stopped Eferen from arguing with Zukaken. Yes, I spoke in a low voice. If your father was revived as a demon, would you kill him? Eferen didn't answer. She bit her lower lip, dissatisfied with my question and angry since I killed her father. What about you, Professor? If ever the person you love. I looked into Epherin's eyes. Her eyes were as clear as the sea, not knowing any deception. My face was reflected from them, and I answered assuredly. Willingly. Quest accepted. Voice 1. Meanwhile, Sylvia was glancing at the door by the counter that Deculein went through. Lady Iliade. She was trying to peek through and spy, but the woman in front of her kept getting in the way. Sylvia puffed her cheeks and stared angrily at Julie, who continued without noticing. Are you saying that's possible? Yes, if you want it. Yes, I want it. Julie's voice was colored with desperation. This woman, she doesn't know anything. What a fool. Sylvia kept her thoughts quiet. You might regret it. I'm good. In the world of the voice, all voices and memories from the continent were stored. Therefore, what Julie wanted was the truth, the voices of Veron and Rockfell when they died. Sylvia nodded. Then cooperate with me. I also need a knight. Yes, of course. But may I ask what kind of cooperation you are asking for? Sylvia thought for a while, then decided to speak honestly. My mother is alive in this world. Julie's eyes narrowed as Sylvia continued in a low voice. I know it's only a fake, but I want to meet her once. To do that, I need the help of a knight. There are many hurdles in this world. There's also a tiger. Okay, I understand. Then, us too. At that moment, a high-pitched voice cut in. Sylvia and Julie looked back to find Leah, Leo, and a child they hadn't seen before. The three children came closer. I don't know what it is, but take us too. We can help as well. We need to earn brass coins. Leah made the request. Sylvia frowned, but Julie jumped in to explain. Oh, Lady Iliade, these kids are adventurers. I know, we've met. On the way to Rekordak. Oh, is that so? Julie looked at Leah, who smiled brightly and nodded. Leah successfully protected Professor Deculein during the Great Tiger Hunt. She is young but has incredible skills. So Sylvia stood up without saying anything. Julie followed her, and the five of them left the tavern together. It was noisy outside. Okay. Everyone take this. I have a lot of things you can't find on the continent. There was an actual market. Sylvia tried to just pass by, but a silver dagger for sale suddenly caught her eye. It's good for self-defense. A lady can swing it around, and if you can score a hit, your opponent will die right away. It's on sale for 1 brass coin. Sylvia turned around silently. She was, so to speak, a penny pincher, though in truth it was just because she didn't need to buy anything. If she recalled what she just saw and drew it using mana woosh, an item exactly like the one she just saw formed in her hand. Phew, there goes Deculein. Carlos sighed in relief, drawing Sylvia's eye. Oh, Deculein was walking ahead, and Ephraim followed 3 steps behind him. Ephraim looked depressed, while gloom hung around Deculein. Deculein, Sylvia vaguely understood her feelings towards him. Her love and hatred, those contradictory emotions that couldn't be mixed. Lady Iliade, where should we go now? Julie asked. The 3 children stood next to her. Sylvia didn't like children, but as Julie said, their skills seemed to be useful. Can we join too? Oh, right. From the right, it's Carlos, Leo, and I'm Leah. Leah spoke energetically. Sylvia's answer was brief. I know, follow me. Yes, what a noisy kid. Quiet, lower your voice. Okay, chapter 193, The Voice's World. 3. On the dark road of the voice, I walked while watching Deculein's back. He was upright as always, like nothing had happened. I didn't know much about Deculein. It hadn't even been a year that we've been together, and I spent most of that hating him. I don't think I even tried to get to know him. Yet I was curious about Deculein now. What was he thinking? What was he feeling? Then I realized my feelings a little late. I was sad over Deculein as I looked back on his life as I knew it. A father who didn't trust him, family pressure and conflict. The only woman he had ever loved died in vain. The love that the demon's letter took away. Kagan Luna's crucial role in robbing him of that love. His daughter me. Now I understand. For Deculein, it wouldn't be strange if he hated me enough to kill me. Just because I am Keegan's daughter, he had the right to hate me. But even so, he made me his disciple. He understood my betrayal in siding with Ihelm and forgave my father. He recorded his name as the co-author on his thesis. His reason, I don't know. I don't know. The more that I got to know this person, the more we were together. The more time passed by. The more I didn't know him. I'm becoming a fool. Why did he make me his disciple? Why didn't he reject me? I don't hate Deculein anymore. I'm just worried. If he reunited with his lover, who had been brought back to life as a demon, and if he killed her, if he destroyed her with his own hands, if that happened, what would remain in his heart? A wasteland where not even a strand of grass could grow, where only ashes were left. Ephraim, Deculein called me. I cringed and answered back loudly. Yees, are you crazy? Ah, no, why, what's wrong? Go back. He pointed somewhere with his chin. I looked up in that direction to a huge signboard. Hotel. The hotel that I arrived at with Ephraim was simply a safe point. When you enter the voice, you will open your eyes in a random place, but you could choose to start using a hotel or a house. Room 303. Oh, open this. Open it. Ephraim opened the door with her key. After a moment of hesitation, she walked inside. Tusk. There was a musty smell wafting out. The wallpaper was moldy, and the bedding was disgusting and dirty. Wait. I used encryption to place clean furniture using the mana code in my head, then cleaned everything using cleanse. Wow, that's amazing. Go and sit anywhere. Ephraim sat down and looked around. Okay, by the way, Professor, why here? Let me explain the voice in detail first. Oh, okay. This is a fake world. It is made by a demon. This is a world of waves, different from reality. There are things here that can't happen in reality and things that cannot exist. Also, I closed my eyes for a moment. Using understanding, I recalled the blueprint of the map of the voice that I had seen before. Kim Woo-jin was a game designer originally, so it wasn't too difficult. I transferred what I remembered onto paper. Familiarize yourself with this. The structure of the voice is a concentric circle, a set of circles with the same center but different radii. Therefore, the voice widened toward the outside and narrowed toward the inside. The 2 demons are probably at the center, a wide circle that spread out like a ripple in the water. Their targets would be at the center. Ephraim appeared to be interested in other things. She was looking at me like she had something to say, her lips wriggling. I frowned. Do you have something to say? You see, are you going to kill her, personally? That's right, I nodded. Ephraim wore her sorrow. I didn't know why she was acting like this, but I explained what should be done for now. It's something I should do myself. It is the Euclane's responsibility to exterminate demons. That, but still, even so, Ephraim stuttered. Certainly, this kid still lacked the cool-headedness of a wizard. No, rather, I might be lacking something as a human. Isn't it hard we can look for another, too? Surprisingly, I didn't hate this kind of Ephraim or the way she worried about me, wriggling from her spot, sitting on the bed. It could be hard. Ephraim suddenly raised her head at my response. You, Ara, killing a demon that resembled her may be a little difficult. But I'm not hesitating. I won't run away. Why? Because killing demons is what I have to do. It is what's right for me. Ephraim's eyes shook. She looked down for a while before meeting my gaze again. Professor. Then, I'm curious about something. What is it? That, why did you make me your disciple? It was a trivial question, but Ephraim continued to talk with such a serious expression. Well, just as I hated the professor, it's only natural that the professor hates me. Because, if you were nothing special, I cut her off, giving her a gentle look. I would have just left you alone if you were nothing but trash. Trash isn't worth hating nor worth my attention. Ephraim shivered. But Ephraim, listen carefully. I don't lie. Ephraim swallowed. I twisted my lips, though I don't know if it could be considered a smile. You are a talent that will change this era. I knew this kid's talent. Beyond being a named, her actual growth that I had seen through vision was notable and assured me of her future as an archmage. You will be a part of the continent's future. Her cheeks flushed. That talent, it's different from everything that I hate. I found out about your talent and thought I could develop it. That is all. Nothing more, nothing less. That was how I ended it. Ephraim nodded slowly, but then muttered softly as if something I said bothered her. Professor hated everything about me. I didn't like nor hate her. However, based on Deculein's memories, hating her seemed more appropriate. And it would be a lie to say that I felt no envy or jealousy at all. How much do you hate the things you do hate? Ephraim was still speaking, but I stood. Go to sleep. You can sleep here more comfortably than in the north, and you can also eat more. Then she replied coyly, but there's nothing to eat. I'll go buy something. What? No, that's not what I meant. I'll go instead. Just stay there. I left Ephraim in the room and walked into an area swarming with people and street vendors. The heavy scent of food lingered in the air. Standing there, I looked into my mind for a moment. You, Aura. I had lived forgetting about Kim Woojin for a while, so to suddenly imagine her face made it feel like I was being stabbed. I was catching my breath. Then suddenly, I found a familiar face between the stalls. She looked at me, too. Our eyes met. Professor, Julie. She was holding hot dogs in both hands, and beside her was the boy named Leo. Oh, it's Professor Deculein, Leo pointed at me. You're here, too. I glanced behind them. The half-blood Carlos was who I searched for. Leo spoke. Carlos isn't here. I can see that. In the first place, if Carlos were nearby, my blood would react first. At that time, Julie cut in. Professor, why are you looking for Carlos? This professor is trying to harm Carlos. Leo spoke calmly, though his voice wasn't one of blame. What, Professor, is that true? Are you trying to hurt a child? Carlos isn't even 13. Have you gotten close already? You're quite friendly, huh? Julie's expression grew cold at my sarcasm. Then she glared at me like she was asking for an explanation. I nodded. That's right. It's better for the world if he dies. He's worse than the demon blood. No, Julie suddenly shouted. How low can you become? The dams broke, and venom spilled from her. Not just Veron Rockfell and my knights. The dozens of demon blood that you buried alive. Are you defending the demon blood? That's not what I meant. Julie was gasping and panting. Forget it. She clenched her teeth and shook her head, her anger fading as she gave up. Julie, you hate me, right? Yes, an answer without even a little bit of hesitation. I hate you. That was correct. I loathe you. It was a very welcome emotion. As expected, my heart hurt to hear it, though, because I loved this woman. Good, but I'll give you a piece of advice. I looked at Julie. This much hate wasn't good enough. If she were to get better to survive and become a full knight, she still had a long way to go. If you're going to hate someone, hate them sincerely. Hate them enough to kill them. Nothing will change if you remain indecisive. No, rather, you could die. Julie clenched her fist. Is that a threat? It's advice. Julie closed her mouth tightly, and my eyes moved elsewhere to a street stall that sold whole chicken. I went there and bought 2 for Ephraim, meanwhile ignoring Julie's murderous gaze. I'll be going now. Someone is waiting for me. Just like that, I returned to the hotel. Room 303, I opened the door. Zzz, zzz. Eferen was lying on the bed, sleeping and drooling. But when I put down the food, her nose twitched. With just one whiff, she woke up like she was bewitched and reached out for the chicken. Professor, aren't you going to eat? I shook my head. Go ahead and eat. Well, you don't eat cheap things like this. Eferen tore off the chicken legs. Weirding. Hurry up, Eferen. We're going back to the north soon. Oh, yes, yes. A night where the red moon scattered red fog through the sky. The heart of the empire, the imperial palace, was filled with a strange moonlight. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the most private part of the palace, the emperor's bedroom, where only the sound of the clock could be heard. Safian slowly opened her eyes, shining bright red in the darkness. When she, who had been to the voice, breathed out, thud, there was a presence nearby. Suddenly, the veins in her temple bulged. You! Beyond the darkness, someone dared to enter a bedroom where no one was allowed. A man Safian knew well was standing there. She was speechless at his boldness. Why you? It has been a while, your majesty. Don't call me with that dirty mouth, Rohakan. An idle man completely different from Deculein, the Empress killer, Rohakan. Safian sat down. Did you seriously come here looking for me? In the bedroom where the Empress that you killed slept? Rohakan replied with a nod. I also didn't want to come, but I recently heard rumors that you're exchanging letters with Deculein. That is quite unusual. Your Majesty has shared a personal letter with someone. I thought it didn't make sense, but it's true. Safian now stood up. Her almost infinite mana raged around her. Everyone in the imperial palace woke up, and knights were dispatched after becoming aware of the trespasser. Your Majesty! While enduring that enormous mana, Rohakan asked her, Don't tell me. You have feelings for Deculein. Tack, Safian's mana faded. She squinted at Rohakan. Why are you asking such a thing? No, did you break into this place just to ask that? It's not like that. It's very important. His serious tone bothered Safian. You're such a fool. Your Majesty, I can partially see the future. The future. It was a miracle to see the future, but Rohakan's power grew clearer the shorter his life remaining was. He continued in a low voice. Among them, I saw a fragmentary and a very important scene related to your future. If you want to commit suicide, I will gladly in that future. Da-da-da-da-da, the knights were coming closer. Safian released her mana, reciting the rune language to tie up Rohakan. Now he couldn't run away, but Rohakan continued to speak. You confessed your love to Deculein. At that moment, time seemed to stop. Chapter 194, A Tough Fight. 1. You confessed your love to Deculein. His clear voice broke the darkness of her room. What? It was stupefying nonsense. Ludicrous. Outside the window, the red moonlight glowed against Safian's face. I should rip off that mouth that's chattering nonsense. You, the Emperor, approached Rohakan. His wide-open eyes, his shaking body, a dreadful atmosphere about him, and inside, Your Majesty. It's Lawin, the knights shouted as they approached, stomping up to the door. Your Majesty, if you don't answer, we back off. Safian restrained them. If you dare enter my bedroom, I will behead you. Go back. Yes, I apologize. We suddenly felt the surge of mana, so it's nothing. Yes, Your Highness. She listened to them walk back down the stairs before turning back to Rohakan, still cloaked in darkness. Clack! Rohakan turned on the light. His spiteful face was revealed in the sudden brightness. His face looked younger than before. The wrinkles had disappeared, and his old man's visage was nowhere to be found. Did you sell your soul to the devil? The nonsense that you can see the future too can also explain why you got younger. I wouldn't dare that, Your Majesty. Tusk. Rohakan clicked his tongue. Safian's rune imprisonment binding him evaporated. This formality is so uncomfortable. I'm saying it's too much. Then he sat, as he did often in the past, with a carefree and arrogant attitude. Stop it. There is no formality like this in the desert, even if you are the emperor. It's been a while, Safian. Safian's eyes were bloodshot. She agreed that formality and etiquette were quite bothersome, but when she saw someone behaving disgracefully in front of the almighty emperor, she grew furious. The reason why I didn't kill you just now is that you succeeded in pulling my interest to a certain degree. Rohakan saw the bloodthirstiness in Safian's eyes. But I'm not that happy. Be careful if you don't want to die. From now on, answer only when I ask you. Rohakan smiled. He couldn't believe that the once difficult child became such a stern emperor. Rohakan, did you see the future? Of course, it means I don't have much time left. I might be a unique case given my talent goes in full bloom when my life is almost over. That was Rohakan's characteristic. The sun shines the brightest just before sunset. My death is just around the corner, and I might be greater than Demakan right now. Rohakan arrogantly mentioned Demakan, but Safian could feel it. The glittering spirit of Rohakan right now, and the light in his eyes that transcended enlightenment. Rohakan smirked. I'll tell you to satisfy your curiosity. Safian, you will come to love Deculein. Safian closed her eyes for a moment. She heated up with those simple words, her blood pumping to her head. It was an unfamiliar feeling. Had she ever been so angry even after dying hundreds of times? Rohakan continued to talk. Safian, I also don't know how you can love other people. You probably don't know either. But a subtle smile reached his lips. I saw your face when you declared your love to Deculein. Safian, you were so anxious. Stop talking bullshit. Do you think that such childish romance suits me? It does. Like a bouquet. Safian's complexion became cold, and her eyes tired. Is that the only reason you risked your life to find me, to warn me about those impossible emotions? Rohakan looked at Safian gently. Then with a bitter smile he shook his head. Safian, you'll know it too. His voice grew low. Everyone around you becomes unhappy, no exceptions. Safian's bloodthirst lifted. Her hardened eyes shook briefly and faintly. That is the curse that you are born with. Knowing that, isn't that the reason why you don't keep Crito close to you? Did I have a choice in killing your mother? Rohakan looked at the snow globe resting atop the table. I'm not here to warn you about your feelings. Deculein, I came here to protect that man. He thought about Deculein. He had no talent, he hated him, and all he had was his pride. That man reached his position with effort alone. He even saved another teacher's life admirably, and discovered a great talent like Ephren. With just his insight, he found out that the real threat in this world was not the demon blood, but the altar. Of course, I'm not doing anything, and if you look closely, I've just been on the receiving end, but that guy is one of my few disciples. I have no children, and all I have left to me is to die, but if I have to do something, it should be for my disciple. Rohakan calmly watched Safian. She was Krebam's daughter, but she was born with a cruel fate and a curse. The fact that you will come to love Deculein, the fact that it is you, makes it dangerous. Safian's mana swayed. The light dimmed. Safian, you should never love anyone. Rohakan slowly replayed the future that he witnessed. You declared your love to Deculein. Someday, in the distant future or the near future, Safian would confess her feelings to Deculein. A few moments passed. You killed him with your own hands. Safian looked to Rohakan. I'm saying this because I don't want to see it happen. Safian regarded him callously. Safian, if you care about Deculein, or if you fall in love with him, I'm begging you. A dense air called around them. Please stay away from him. Even at that moment, the Emperor's complexion didn't change. She was pretending that it was nothing to be worried over. Are you saying that you are talking like some newbie shaman, all for Deculein's sake? Rohakan smiled brightly. You came here risking your life. Even so, there was one more thing left to do for Deculein. Then I'll get going. Stop. Do you think you can just go whenever you want? Safian recited the rune language to Rohakan again, but Rohakan dismantled it with a wave. There's no need to be hasty, Safian. The head of the worst criminal on the continent, and the waning time allotted to that old man. We'll see each other again soon. He would give it to Deculein. In Rekordak, the monster's migration was fiercely continuing. Arrows. Do we have more arrows? 2 weeks after the start of the all-out war, the situation in Rekordak was deteriorating. Arrows. Bring arrows up. The automatic crossbows were running out of ammunition, and the wizards were lacking mana. The situation was similar for the knights and prisoners outside the barrier. Knight Julie, are you okay? The forest was swarming with dark energy. Rayleigh, an adventurer and a wizard, shouted. Julie, who was cutting down and freezing monsters in the heart of the battlefield, glanced over. I'm fine, but there were many prisoners sprawled out on the ground. They died while fighting desperately, holding a bludgeon in one hand and a sword in the other. There's no need for sympathy. Rayleigh put her hand on her shoulder. They were on death row anyway. Julie nodded. That was right. Their lives up until now were a series of evil acts. However, she closed her eyes for a moment. Even if it was only a life of sin, it's not worthy of death. May you walk on another path of atonement there. With Julie's words, Rayleigh also offered a silent prayer. "Are you the only noble?" A sarcastic voice reached them from Delric and his Imperial Knights. Their faces looked tired and hungry. "Delric, are you all right?" "How can I be? I haven't even slept for 4 hours in a week. Fuck." As they came closer, they started complaining. The knight's stamina had dropped dramatically due to the continuous battle without even a little break, and 3% of the prisoners of Recordac had already died. Delric shook his head. "Knight Julie, aren't you going to run away?" "I won't." Then you'll die here. No, Deculein is killing you." Julie frowned. Delric had already become cynical. It was understandable that he was tired in this extreme situation, but this attitude was no help. "Then, are you thinking of running away?" "I should if the barrier collapses. Looking at it now, it's only a matter of time. Just look." Delric pointed over at the wall. "The right side is dented. Since Recordac's wall is steel, maintenance is almost impossible, but it has a self-recovery function. However, it's barely holding on because the enemies keep rushing in." Julie could see the dent. Rayleigh shook her head. "Oh my, why didn't I know that? 3 days left before that thing collapses." Delric held up 3 fingers. "On the contrary, it hardly held on for a long time, so think carefully during the remaining time." At that time, a small wisp of smoke rose from Recordac. It meant that their meals were ready. Julie was delighted. "The food is ready." "Fuck, they only serve shitty food like that. Why do you like it so much?" Food was essential for a knight. Just as elephants needed a lot of food to move their massive bodies, knights weren't much different. One knight would normally eat 10 servings, but it was hard to find quality food in Recordac, so they only ate barley, rice, and leathery meat. "Do you think we're livestock?" "Sir Delric, this is not the royal palace. We can't help it because we don't have enough supplies." "HMPH, considering that Deculein is eating all sorts of delicacies in his mansion." "Did you see it yourself?" Delric sneered at Julie's question. "It's obvious. Only that mansion smells luxurious. I'm just saying he has luxurious tastes." Delric glared at Deculein's mansion over the wall. Julie followed his gaze. "Yes, I will ask the professor about that. If that's true, that's something we have to be cautious about. So Delric and the knights should eat now." "HMPH." Delric and his knights trudged down the mountain path. Each of them was limping, with bandaged limbs and scratched-up armor. "There is a rumor like that only Deculein is eating delicious things. That area smells particularly delicious." Rayleigh spoke carefully. Julie nodded. "We'll know once I ask him." Recordac is filled with the energy of death. The food provisions are slowly drying up, and the battle doesn't stop. Ice crystal wolves, trolls, ogres, shadows, gargoyles, winged monsters, mammoths, tigers, and white bears. The monsters are knocking down the barrier. The hearts of those who oppose the war are being beaten. The mountain villagers are relying on us without knowing anything. Today, barley was harvested from a dungeon while there was a snowstorm that blanketed us at night. It's enough to last for about 3 days. The knights eat beast meat caught in the forest and the rice and wheat bread that was supplied. But the wizards who consume both mana and mental strength simultaneously need better food, so I gave them the fish that I caught. I would go fishing sometimes, and before I realized it, we had collected hundreds of fish. So if I supply one fish every 2 days, it will last a week. I was writing a daily record of the migration to report to Safian and acquire a political advantage by describing in detail and honesty what was happening here. I acquired a way to win another person's heart through writing. There about 3 weeks left. However, the remaining time was a problem. Even if the distribution were reduced, it would be 2 weeks at most, and there were tens of thousands of people in Recordac. They would die from starvation here, or while running away from Recordac, or perhaps when the barrier was broken. There were many ways to die, but there was only one way to survive together. Protect Recordac. Knock, knock. "Professor, the fish is finished." It was the resident who became my secretary. At the same time, Julie, arriving at Deculein's mansion, smelled the savory scent spreading outside the door. It smelled incredibly delicious, but she wore a frown. "What is this?" Julie was disappointed once again. She thought the last disappointment would be the last, but his gluttony knew no bounds. Indeed, if this scent were only around this area, the knights would be complaining. Julie swung open the mansion's door. "Professor Deculein." The moment she shouted, she made eye contact with Epheren. Holding a plate, she tilted her head as she looked at Julie. "Miss Knight, Miss Epheren, Julie's expression hardened. I have a matter to discuss with the professor. Discuss? Yes. It's about the smell of food spreading in this mansion. Oh, this. It's a special meal for the wizards. What? Julie's eyes narrowed. Special meal? Yes, the professor and the wizards are being overworked like crazy by taking part in battles every day. So every 2 days, he calls us into the mansion and feeds us fish. Should he have told you in advance? Julie feigned a cough. Certainly, she seemed to have misunderstood the situation. She sneakily changed the subject. It's my fault for hastily misunderstanding. Then, has the professor been eating well? Oh, the professor. Yes, well. The professor is. Eferen stopped suddenly. She pondered over something and mumbled with a surprised face like she had discovered something new. Wait, the professor, I don't think he has eaten anything for the past week. What? Her words dumbfounded Julie. Chapter 195. A Tough Fight. 2. If a knight is a horse that eats and moves, a wizard is a complicated machine. The younger and the less ripe a wizard is, the more thorough supervision is needed. The big difference between a wizard and a knight was easy to identify, without any bias, in how they use mana. The knight's way of using mana is straightforward. Swordsmanship, self-defense, and the like are all acts of expressing their mana. On the other hand, wizards materialize mana as a phenomenon. It is called magic because it is a larger system than pure mana, and if it is overused during a battle, the risk of it becoming uncontrollable is much higher than for a knight. Continuous magic is needed to defend against a large-scale attack in the remaining time. Destruction magic is represented by bombardment and close attacks, and supporting magic protects allies and amplifies their skills. These are the types necessary for a siege. Also, more importantly, it's impossible to satisfy the hunger of the knights. Neither could an elephant's stomach be satisfied by filling it with expensive flowers. It was not efficient. Yes, I understand. I will pass it on and meditate on it. But Julie nodded resolutely before asking back. The professor doesn't eat with the wizards on the first floor. Are you going to eat separately later? I had already starved myself for about a week. Of course, it may be because my appetite had become considerably picky, or perhaps this was also a problem related to efficiency. Iron Man, which repeatedly developed and adapted itself, not only enhanced my body's overall health, but also controlled my metabolism according to my appetite. Therefore, I could dramatically reduce the number of calories I consumed in everyday life. The mana I breathed in could be absorbed without waste, so during emergencies, I didn't particularly need to eat. But to summarize it for Julie, it's none of your business. Julie puffed her cheeks a little and changed the subject with a scowl. Yes, but are you aware? The barrier on the northeast. Yes, I am. I cut her off. I know what you know, and I have known before you. I even know what you don't know. Good for you. Julie was squinting at me. Even that was cute, but I answered dryly. I'm thinking of a way. Don't worry about that, and just do your best in the battle. Maintenance of the barrier was impossible now. But if left alone, it was only a matter of time before it collapsed. In the first place, it lasted this long because I was using Mita's hand. Yes, I understand. Then I'll get going. Julie stood. Whether she had nothing more to say or didn't want to talk to me anymore, she bowed her head and left straight away. As soon as Julie closed the door of the office, Eferen, who was hiding behind the wall, hopped close, hop, hop, hop. Julie scratched her neck, feeling it was awkward for some reason. Yes, it seems to be that way. Oh, Eferen looked surprised. She pouted her lips and mumbled, He really won't eat for a week. I will tell the other knights. Young wizards need supervision. Yes, thank you. I should be the one thanking you. Because of Eferen. Julie paused for a moment. For her, Deculein was a questionable person. If he stayed in Recordac himself, he wouldn't have to look after the wizards. There was no reason to feed them as he was starving. Good luck. You've been through a lot in supporting Professor Deculein. Julie placed her hand on Epherin's shoulder. It's not much. Rather, you're the one who has been through a lot more. An ex-fiancé, ahem. That's not what I meant. She blurted it out without thinking. Julie shook her head. That's okay. It's true anyway. Is it okay? Yes. Rather, I'm more comfortable now that we're farther away. We are more suited as those who hate each other. Then Ephraim closed her mouth. She felt she knew the real reason why Deculein let Julie go. It wasn't because he hated her. Julie bowed her head. Of course. I'll be on my way now. Oh, yes. Take care. Ephraim sent Julie off with a bitter smile. Eucline territory, Haidkin Yiriel, the deputy of this land, enjoying a mild climate even in the winter, was inspecting the territory as their leader. There's no bandits or robbers, right? Yes, thanks to the early preparations you started. The residents of Haidkin were keeping order. Even in this harsh winter, there were no criminals who lost their senses and behaved like beasts. Thanks to that, daily life continued as normal in Haidkin. Children went to school, the knights and top officials carried out their usual tasks, and the tower continued its research. Of course, there was a curfew before 5 p.m., but it was much better than the other territories that couldn't go outside at all. That's good to hear. Anything else? I think there was a little problem last night because of the appearance of the monsters underground, but aside from that, there's nothing else. Underground again. It's a total mess these days. I don't think this has ever happened since I was born, at least. Uriel picked up a newspaper scattered on the ground. The strongest monster movement in history. Is it an omen for the end of the continent? All the newspapers mentioned migration. The outer wall at the continent's border had long been abandoned, and they were desperate to protect the city center. In the kingdom, their borders had already been brought to ruins. Of course, Uriel didn't miss that opportunity. Having an excellent sense of reading circumstances, she knew that this was the mother lode. So she was now letting loose of all the money that she had saved up prior as a penny pincher. What's the situation with the loan offers? The butler immediately replied. Riak and the other kingdoms have willingly accepted our conditions, but Urin respectfully turned it down. Is that so? Urin is not a pushover. The Principality of Urin, their recent reformation still fresh, had a good economic foundation and a good political sense. The truth was, they were also a group that was well prepared for this migration. We will provide 3 billion elnis for Riak and 1 billion elnis for the others. That's good enough. Through banking, trades, officials, auctions, Marek Passage, Uriel had earned more than 70% of that in cash after becoming the deputy of this territory. You know what's next, right? Of course, she didn't intend on giving it away as an investment. Uriel was not that naive. Rather, she was quite heinous. Yes, the officials will make contact. Now, the officials for the Euclid would approach those kingdoms under a borrowed name. They would use the uniqueness of the situation to sell them weapons and food at a higher price. The vassals of the kingdom bribed in advance would agree. Just like that, the money lent through the loan would be returned. That's right. I'm already getting excited. If the migration ended and the continent did not fall, the Euclid would use that leverage over the entire continent. What are the people who hate Deculein doing? Uriel walked around humming. If we defend, our territory will be ruined. Please reconsider it. We'll go bankrupt. It's so funny. They would all be ruined if not for Deculein. Wasn't Miss Uriel the same? Then the butler's remark came in quick and sharp. Uriel flinched. I did it while cursing him. There's a big difference between those who did it properly while cursing and those who were forced to do it. Yes, that's right. But thanks to that, Haidkane was the second safest city on the continent. Oh, right, I should write a letter to Opar. What? Uriel mumbled thoughtlessly, and the butler next to her looked at her in shock. What? Why? My lady, did you just refer to him as Opar just now? Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. What are you talking about? When did I? No, also he is my Opar. Now that we're done here, let's just go to the next location. She climbed into the car as she was making excuses. Let's go. Yes, ma'am. Uriel was lost in thought for a while, pondering over what to write to Deculein as she enjoyed the scenery of Haidkin. She wanted to be a lord. She wanted to be the official lord of the Euclid. Not a fake one, but the real one. But that couldn't happen now. She wasn't a Euclid. Not only did she not have a drop of Euclid blood, but she was also someone unwelcome on this continent. But still, it didn't matter. The head of the Euclid was Deculein, and she only had to stay beside him. That much was enough. I am fully satisfied. He considers me as his family. I don't want to be greedy for more. There was no need for that. Is the next destination the hardware shop? Yes. Okay. Uriel leaned against the car window and smiled. In the sanctuary of the altar, deep underground, where humans couldn't survive, a group of fanatics gathered. Black, black, black. Black, 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 black. Black, black. They conversed using the language of ancient times, and they worshipped like in the times when God was not yet killed by humans. Black, 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 black. Black, black. Black, 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 black. Black, black. Black, 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 black. The chief priest shouted and shook his cane, then the dozens of believers bowed their heads. Seriously. Arloes was disgusted by their elitism and annoyed by their words that she could not understand, but she couldn't mess up her chance to make a profit because of such things. She had worked too hard to earn their hearts. Black. At that moment, their conversation ended. The religious fanatics of the altar gathered their robes and prepared to leave the sanctuary. Hey, where are you going? Arloes grabbed one person and asked. Are you a doll? We're going to destroy the North. The North? Yeah, we're going to annihilate Recordac and Deculein. Deculein. That name bothered her for some reason. Is that possible? Haha, why don't you go and see? Listening to his confident reply, Arloes fiddled with the recorder in her robes. What magic are you planning to use? Can you tell me a little? I'm so curious. Haha. Well, uncivilized people like you must be curious. They were very sensitive to magical surveillance, so she made use of their ignorance of machines late at night. Arlos's doll, the one in the form of a child, visited my office. We will use summoning magic. You wouldn't understand this kind of technique. It was a recording of what Arlos heard and saw. This is good information. How much is it worth? Arlos asked about the price first. 3 million elnis in cash. I thought this was nothing special, but it's quite expensive. You found something big. Is that so? I can only see what you saw. I played the video on the camera recorded by Arlos again. Here, some summoning magic techniques are disclosed on this board. Boasting about it, she showed the summoning magic techniques that they researched and developed. But this was a huge mistake. Of course, they wouldn't have thought much about it. They would never think that Arlos would sell information or that the information sold would come to me. Is that relevant? It's a completely different technique to the modern one. Yes, that's right. I laughed. It's completely different. So this has absolutely no value for other wizards. But Arlos, I'm Deculein. So, theoretical understanding, analysis, and dismantling of techniques, there is no wizard better than me in any of those areas. Summoning magic was the most vulnerable to technique leaks. Once destroyed, not only would you lose the ability to reverse it, you might also lose ownership. Are you bragging? It's not bragging, it's the truth. I stood and looked out the window. Not far from Recordac, the altar was in the middle of annihilation. This group of religious fanatics finally made a move. This was the outbreak of war that I had been waiting for. Not only that, this is the first technique of the altar that I saw. I looked to Arlos again. She gave me information worth something close to 1 billion elnis. I can learn everything using these sections. In a week, I will be able to distinguish, understand, and destroy the structure and technique of the altar's magic. Even with my confident tone, Arlos wore an unknowable expression. Is there anything else you want to ask? She shook her head. Stop bragging and just give me my money now. Hurry up so I can leave. Chapter 196. A Tough Fight. 3. The altar's magic didn't seem to have a special system. The circuit flowed and wriggled like a bug, looking like a revolting but living organism. It was a technique that Arlos, who once studied under Adrian and was from the ashes, had never once seen even as a modern wizard. I can learn everything using sections. In a week, I will be able to distinguish, understand, and destroy the structure and technique of the altar's magic. But even so, Deculein was confident. Is there anything else you want to ask? Arlos, a respectable wizard, was curious, but she shook her head. Stop bragging and just give me my money now. Hurry up so I can leave. Ahem. He feigned a cough and took out a stack from a drawer, 3 bundles of 1 million elnis each. Then I'll be going now. Arlos took it and was about to stand. Knock, knock. This is Knight Dare. I'm with the deputy director of Freyden. It was Julie. I'm with a guest, so please wait. Arlos changed her appearance to have blonde hair and beautiful features. It was the true appearance of Cynthia. It would be unreasonable if your guest was a child. But this is amazing. How did you make this? Arlos was still amazed by the recorder and camera that he made without using mana stones, even now after using them. Hadekane Hardware Shop. Once he has the concept, Rockelark can make anything. I'll continue to use it. Arlo stood. As she was about to leave, she suddenly glanced back at Deculein. He was writing down what he saw through the camera. Will you be able to analyze the technique? Deculein answered, without taking his eyes off the video. His vision was brimming with blue mana. The outline and form of the technique are random, but analysis and dismantling, research and destruction, all of it are possible. Arlo smiled a bit. Whether it was bluffing or pride, he was a unique person. Work hard. Squeak. Arlo swung open the office door. Night Dare Julie was waiting outside. She trembled upon seeing Arlo's, her eyes widening in wonder. Arlo's did not explain. Our business is done. You can go in now. Oh, yes. Arlo's passed her by, but Julie watched her leave. If you don't mind. Where did you come from? Arlo's paused and looked back at Julie. She could just make up something, but she felt mischievous for some reason. So with a somewhat coy voice, she put her hand to her mouth and mumbled enchantingly. It's not, MHH. Should I say that it's still a secret? Then I'll be going. Julie's expression hardened a little. Yes, Julie nodded and entered the office, but hearing the voice that followed, Arlo smiled a little. Your guest just now was gorgeous. She doesn't seem to be from the north. Who was she, and where was she from? She couldn't speak straightforwardly like that, so she asked about it in a roundabout way. Leave the documents and go. I don't have time for small talk. Deculein didn't get the message. Yes, I understand. Oh, it's not much. She was just so beautiful that I couldn't forget her face. Get out. Yes, Julie was kicked out of his office. The next day, early morning in Rekordak. Goong. The sounds of battle could be heard occasionally over the wall, and Ephraim, who was on the night watch, felt like she would die from fatigue. It wasn't a joke. She was really on the brink of dozing off. Herr, knock knock. She reached Deculein's office while yawning. Professor, knock knock. Professor, the great tiger robe is finished. Sun-dried. Or whatever it's done, so just take it. Take it so I can go to sleep. There was no response. Ephraim squinted. Hello, you said I could only sleep once you see me. Why aren't you coming to answer the door? I'm so sleepy I could die. Knock, knock. There was still no response. Hey, come on, you're not even in the mansion. Ephraim knocked for the fourth time. Silence. Hey, come ooh-wooing. I said I'm sleepy. Ephraim, growing more agitated, had deep dark circles that were no different from a panda under her eyes. Bam, bam, bam. Gah! She pounded on the door and opened it. Deculein hated it when people opened the door of his office as they pleased, but she was so sleepy right now. Ephraim was lost for words. She looked into the office, dazed. To be exact, she looked at the chair. Oh my, Deculein was sleeping there. Of course, his special suit was still flawless. His back wasn't leaning in the chair, and he seemed to be studying, but there was no mistaking it. Deculein was sleeping. The professor is dear Arad. No, Deculein couldn't be sleeping like that, so he was dead. Ephraim sprinted to Deculein's side. What? But as she got closer, she could hear his breath. His pulse was normal, too. What was going on? Would the sun rise in the east tomorrow? Does it already rise in the east? I'm so confused. She was out of her mind with sleep deprivation. Ephraim shook her head and looked at Deculein's desk. It held his research conducted thus far, and the new documents were properly organized. Oh, I see. He hadn't eaten anything for more than a week, so it was normal for him to be overworked. Take the robe. Ephraim placed the great tiger robe around his shoulders. Nevertheless, he did not wake up. How tired he must have been. Ephraim watched Deculein sleep. She always fell asleep first, so this was the first time she had seen him resting. He looks younger when he's sleeping. Aside from his wide shoulders, he could even be her little brother. She smirked and closed the curtains of the office. Goong, oh my gosh. Those vibrations that she couldn't get used to, she kept waking up because of that as well. I'll also go to sleep now. Harem. If she took a nap, Deculein would wake up first. He might feel disgraced to have been caught sleeping, but well, he brought it upon himself. Ephraim laid down on the floor of the office with a blanket and a pillow. Zzz, zzz. Her quiet snoring filled the spacious office. It didn't take even 30 minutes before Deculein opened his eyes. After 3 hours of deep sleep, he stood, noticing a moment later the robe falling off him. It was a treasure-class item with gold embroidery on a black background. The great tiger robe, it was a robe with incredible performance, but there was no time to appreciate it. Ephraim was sleeping on the floor, snoring very comfortably. In other words, while that kid came in, he was this, he grumbled earnestly, sweeping back his hair drenched in sweat. Fucking, Deculein became like that. He never felt so disgraced before, at noon in Rekordak. I climbed up on the barrier and looked over the horizon. Iron Man's eyes provided clear sight beyond normal vision, and so I could see the army of demons marching ever closer. Professor, this is the limit. The Imperial Knight Delric ran up, his face gaunt. We can still abandon Rekordak and run away. I shook my head. If Rekordak were abandoned, the difficulty of the main quest afterward would increase significantly. This place would become an outpost for humans to annihilation, so it must be protected. It's not far away, even this tough fight. I could see the end. The monstrous troops that covered the ground were almost uncountable. How do you know that? I can see it. Also, I can feel it. What? If you closed your eyes, bam, 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 the sensitive perception of Iron Man could feel the vibrations of what was to come, the echo of the men marching beyond the reaches. The last battle is not far away. It will be hard, but if we can withstand this, we can survive. But of course, Delric and the Imperial Knights who followed him didn't seem to believe in my words. No, they didn't want to believe. I looked at them. Are you tired? The knights' faces were pitiful to behold. Many of them were coated in dirt and dried blood. Are you asking that now? Delric bared his teeth. His voice was tainted with malice. Delric, yes, your family is in the institution. You want to see them again. Of course. The mutiny was likely to happen during such extreme situations. I could understand this much. I asked again. The same is true for the people behind you. All the knights nodded. That's why we should go back now, Professor. We are also at our limit. Delric, I spoke again, but I could understand this much mutiny. I could only understand. I'll ask you again. Your family is in the institution. Yes, I want to see them. You won't be able to see them if you leave Rekordak, if you continue with this brazen behavior. I took out a piece of paper. It was a transfer paper provided by Josephine. What are you talking about? Then I looked at Delric. I understand your complaints, but I won't tolerate it. If you want to leave Rekordak, go ahead and leave. You don't even know where you stand, yet you show me that kind of unacceptable attitude. Go ahead and do what you want. Understanding what I meant to a certain extent, Delric's eyes widened. But suppose you're exhausted if you don't want to fight if you're driven into a corner. I had no choice but to thrust more blades in. There will be no one left in your family. Delric was left speechless, his mouth opening and closing like a guppy. The other Imperial Knights wore similar expressions. I won't allow this kind of. Who would allow it? I looked around. No one answered, and more than half of Delric's knights avoided my gaze. I'll allow it. Me, the head of the Deculein house and the captain of Her Majesty's guards. I approached Delric as I answered to whisper in his ear. Delric, you are just a mere knight, so don't take liberties on your own. Work like a cow and devote yourself like a dog. That's the only way you'll live. Your life will change depending on what you do. Gulp, Delric swallowed. His murderous intent dissipated like dust in the wind. The Deculein remembers favor and spite. We repay loyalty and kill the dog who bites its master with no hesitation. Keep that in mind. I placed my hand on Delric's shoulder after I finished talking. His body tilted sideways under the weight. Then he bowed his head. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Good. Tap, tap, I was about to go down the barrier, wheeling. An unusual wind blew over us. The sky grew dark, and a light gale swirled over the barrier. I looked down the path. A dark fog appeared not too far from the barrier, climbing up toward us. Professor, that, Delric, now gentle like a sheep, asked. I took a deep breath and answered. The wizards of the altar. The fog moved as if it were alive, spitting out dozens of humans. The group of wizards wore their robes inside out, stood behind a line of warriors to protect them. If it's the altar, thud, thud, I looked over to see Julie, Deputy Director Primian, Luina and Ihelm, Leah and Ganesha approaching. The child Leah in particular was making a big fuss. Professor, Professor, of course she was dragging the others along. Professor Deculein, those guys, stop chattering and shut up. I turned her down. Leah pounded her chest in frustration. No, it's not that. Boom. Dark energy radiated out. The guys below were preparing for their technique, but I paid them no attention. Rather, the dark energy stimulated my murderous energy, temporarily amplifying my body. Leah shouted and stretched out her hand. Those guys. There's no need to make a fuss. Why? It's simple. Guara. The wind kicked up, and their power cohered together to form a giant surge of dark energy, but at some point it snapped like a thread being cut, then died down like a match being blown out. There was silence. I smiled. Those guys were hilarious. This whole situation was hilarious. A roar of laughter followed, probably due to the influence of the dark energy. Ha 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 ha! I looked at the knights, now wearing odd faces upon the barrier as I was laughing. Chapter 197. A Tough Fight. 4. It was solely due to the quest notification that Leah noticed the altar's movement. Main quest, Altar 1. No matter how low the strength of the altar was, they couldn't be ignored even if the system had fallen into chaos. This was because they had chimeras that had been transfused with monstrous blood. Therefore, as soon as Leah received the notification for the quest, she gathered everyone inside the barrier. Ah! Leah stuck to the barrier like a barnacle and looked down at the group of altar wizards that finally appeared. The second half of the main quest was about this fanatic group, the spirit of the ancient era, and the evil referred to as the cause of the collapse of the continent. Of course, even the greatest evil in the world was considered justice by those that believed in it. Goo-woo, the dark energy that the wizards of the altar were releasing, was 100 times rougher, sharper, and more heinous than mana. Though, those guys. Leah was about to warn them with a loud shout, but Deculein stopped her as she acted pathetically. It's nothing to make a fuss about. Why? Because it's nothing. What do you mean nothing? Leah was frustrated. Of course, this professor's stubborn personality wouldn't go anywhere. Gara. Their energy was condensing as it continued to boil. All their energy was focused on one point of high pressure and heat. Leah could feel the chilly energy, and with it, the promise of death. No. When she was about to shout tack, the dark energy disappeared. No, there was at least a trace left in the feeble smoke drifting up. There was a quiet laugh. Leah looked at Deculein, her brow furrowing. Ha ha ha, he burst out laughing. It wasn't a loud laugh, but considering that it was Deculein, it could be considered wild. The altar down below looked taken aback for a moment. It was just for a moment. They picked up the dark energy again and performed the technique. Deculein spared them a glance. BZZZZZT. There was a spark in the air. Then BZZT. BZZZZT. There was a series of sparks, like turning off and on a stun gun, or like a mosquito burning to death in an electric fly swatter. Tadadadak, tadadak. Leah, who was deep in thought, belatedly realized what this was. Magic war. It was usually a battle of destructive magic, so it may not suit this outrageous situation right now. But Leah knew. BZZT. BZZZT. What was happening now? No. What Deculein was doing now was instantly calculating the magic being used and dismantling it. He interfered before the magic was even completed by calculating the technique and circuit of the magic circle as it formed. The so-called mana interference technique. However, this kind of battle was usually impossible because it was more advantageous for the magic user. The defender must break down the core of the technique by knowing the attacker's magic, the technique and circuit, the logic, and the combination, and see through it entirely, all in a matter of seconds. BZZZT, BZZT. Therefore, this scene wasn't something any wizard could create, but Leah had seen this before. There was a similar scene in the scenario with Archmage Damakan. In his first appearance, he revealed the dignity of an archmage by dismantling all the techniques thrown around by the various magic schools. But how could Deculein? Ah, dark energy, Leah shouted without realizing it. She could smell their dark energy swelling on the edges of the barrier. Dark energy, Deculein's and Eucline's characteristic. That blood was the kind that demons found most revolting. They were a special family with a power that transcended itself the moment it received dark energy. Then, did Deculein have an instinctive and animal-like sense even for magic made by dark energy? So now, the instant he had insight into the magic, he could completely dismantle it. Dark energy. So it's the blood of Eucline. Next to her, Ihelm chimed in. He smirked as he watched Deculein. Well, the Eucline has that tradition. They become stronger or something when they are facing demon-like opponents. It wasn't a tradition. Leah scowled at Ihelm before glancing back at Deculein. In the past, she came to her own conclusions that Deculein was a villain. Not a three-dimensional villain, but a villain that was flatter than anyone else on the continent, someone who had no room for enlightenment or reformation. The concept of Deculein inside the scenario, that prejudice against him, had made her negligent to think of this until now. What if Deculein turned to our side? What if he could be used for good? He was innately close to being invincible against dark energy. No, just looking at him now. BZZ, BZZZZT, BZZZZT. The sparks began to subside. The altar wizards had used all their dark energy. Is it over already? So, in other words, at the very least, Deculein was not close to being invincible against dark energy. Well, it's my fault for expecting something from guys who gave up their humanity. Less than insects. No, he could be invincible. It's no fun at all. These lunatics have lost their minds. Pathetic trash who are worse than clowns. Who would dare with such a half-wit magic system? Of course, after taking in the dark energy, he appeared way more violent than usual. You are outstanding. Then Deculein glanced over. That's right, bring it on. Leah cheered him on, then lowered her eyes. At a ceremony in the royal palace. Silence consumed this place, holding magnificence and great dignity. It was as if the whole world had lost its color, and the rain that followed had darkened the hearts of those within. If you had not forced them to defend. The purpose of today's ceremony was to hold a meeting and oversee state reports. Safian shook her head as she rifled through the documents from all over the continent. The fall of the empire must not have been an exaggeration. Her subordinates kept their mouths shut. A lot of them, including Romalek, who had opposed Deculein's prediction last fall, had their heads down. It was certain now that this migration was the most dangerous in the history of the empire. Your Majesty, shouldn't you send the knights to support those territories who are suffering the most? Also, there are enough supplies at the Eucline. I won't listen to any of you. Safian shut them down. Based on this report and the current situation, I will personally decide on rescue and support, in whatever shape or form. These fucking bastards, except for a few, would decide on supporting their hometowns, their friends and families, and so on. But Your Majesty, the moment when Romalek rebelled again, Your Majesty, beyond the door, the Imperial Knight Lawin and the Imperial Court Wizard Dewar appeared. Your Majesty, there's big trouble. Lawin and Dewar intruded on the ceremony. Safian sighed. Go ahead. I, Lawin, think that last night's mana tremors were strange, so I investigated the palace's garden and the outer walls. But, rising, he showed a torn piece of a robe. Safian knew it at a glance. It was a fragment that Rohakan left on purpose. I found a piece of the robe that was caught in the railings and found it suspicious, so I requested for Lord Dewar to analyze it. Are you saying there is an intruder in the palace right now? Romalek frowned and asked. The knight nodded and replied with a more serious look. Yes, but it is even more serious than that. There's no time for this, Lord Dewar. Yes, Your Majesty. Not long after this robe was discovered, someone's mana was still lingering around. I just in case compared this mana with a sample of a criminal's mana stored in the palace. Dewar, swallowing nervously, looked around. Those around him wore mystified faces, but they were afraid of the shock that his next words would bring. It was Rohakan's. Almost everyone began to murmur among themselves. Romalek, who had a connection with Rohakan, trembled and went pale. Your Majesty, the palace has been invaded by Rohakan. Safian nodded calmly. Her ministers were usually slow, but they noticed it quickly this time. Your Majesty, what should we do? You have to make a public statement first. Then we need to strengthen the defense of the palace. Just leave it alone. There's no need to add chaos at the Imperial Palace to the already pressing matters of the continent. Safian cut Lawin off. Then Romalek bowed. But Your Majesty, if it's Rohakan, he will take advantage of this chaos, and Romalek, are you just spitting out whatever you can imagine? I can't be beaten by someone like Rohakan. Safian stood. But a wizard should deal with a wizard. Rohakan. He didn't have much life left, but that didn't make his sins disappear. No, he wouldn't want to be forgiven just for that reason, so he must have left this on purpose. Deculein will deal with him after the migration. He was kind enough to leave his clothes behind, so if an adventurer wizard uses simple tracking magic, he will be easily taken care of. Safian left the conference. Many knights and wizards were trailing behind her. Soon afterward, after arriving at her bedroom, she laid down and looked up at the pile of documents and paper stacked like a mountain on her desk. She stared up at the ceiling and repeated what Rohakan said to her. Those words that she had never even thought of even after living hundreds of years. Are all those around you unhappy? Everyone around me is unhappy. Indeed, she lived a life that scattered unhappiness, but that fucking bastard who had never experienced life with only death and pain. Are you listening? Safian smirked and looked at the snow globe on the table. Keron. It was hilarious to be concerned about these things after living for hundreds of years, but she still repeated it. Do I make people unhappy? But whether Rohaken's words were true or not, the future he spoke of would not come true just by telling her about it. I can't love that guy. There are no planned emotions in this world. Safian knew it better than anyone else. There had never been a day that was the same no matter how many times she came back. The tiniest variable, the very small act on Safian's part, made huge alterations. So the nonsense of Rohaken could be prevented even if it was true. Tap, 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 tap. There was some sort of signal rattling against her window. Safian climbed out of bed and looked out. "Oh, I can see your honorable majesty." An adventurer was looking at her from the garden. She smiled and handed over a letter. "Your Majesty, this is a letter from Professor Deculein. In the north, Recordac at night. Under the starry skies, I was standing as a night watch. Zzz, zzz. At the bottom of the barrier, Epheren was lying down and sleeping, and Luna and Ihelm were playing cards together. This was the last calm before the storm. I checked the performance of the Great Tiger Robe while I had the chance. The Great Tiger Robe, information. The finest robe made from a great tiger's leather. All effects have been upgraded by Mida's hand. Category 3333, Treasure Robe Special Effect. High-level magic resistance. High-level physical resistance. High-level tiger's energy, Mida's hand. Level 4, magic resistance and physical resistance weren't that uncommon, but the high level was special. That was usually an option with an asking price of a few million elnis. But more importantly, Tiger's energy. This option, Professor Deculein, a voice broke my attention and drew my eye over. Ganesha. "We are going to go now. Is it okay if we leave?" Next to her were Leo and Leah. I firmly shook my head. Ganesha smiled brightly. "Then, what are you going to do?" "I, Deculein, am proposing a mission to the Red Garnet Adventurers as the head of the Eucline." "Oh, I was worrying over when you do it. We don't work for free." I took out my checkbook and handed it over to her. Ganesha's eyes turned to Elnis when she saw the amount. "Oh my, this much? How much is it? I want to see it too." Leah and Leah were greatly surprised after seeing how long the number was. "Did you achieve your goal over there?" The adventurer group had repeatedly traveled between the barrier and Annihilation, looking for something. "I heard you are going to the hospital. It seems that the herbalist wants some medicinal herbs." Ganesha carefully picked up the check. "Did the hybrid get hurt?" Then the adventurer's expressions hardened. Leah pouted her lips and looked at me. That expression was unbearable. I turned my gaze towards Ganesha. "Isn't the word hybrid only used for beasts?" "Ganesha, I am holding back my anger right now. You should just be grateful that I didn't look for him and kill him." There was some heat in my voice. Ganesha tilted her head slightly, then scratched the back of her neck and feigned a cough. "Ahem. Okay, sure. Well, the professor is the one who buried a lot of demon blood alive, just because they have dark energy flowing in their blood. Carlos, no, that child is a little hurt, but we will fix him. We will also use all of this money for that. So, can you please just let this slide?" Ganesha flapped her pigtails and spoke. I looked between Ganesha, Leo, and Leah before nodding. "I won't do anything." Wheeing, a chilly wind swept through my hair and fluttered my robe. "If you can't fix him, I will do everything I can to kill him. The same is still true right now. If he appears before me, I will surely kill him." Their expressions were a bit stiff, but Ganesha soon nodded. "Yes. Well then, we will prepare for the mission first." Ganesha went down the barrier. Then Leo followed after her. Leah, who was left, was still staring at me. "I get lost." "Yeah." Leah went down the barrier hurriedly. I watched her leave and shook my head. Then I took out a book. The history of the imperial family. I read while I waited for the last battle's approach. Recordac's air was endlessly cold. Chapter 198, The End of Winter. 1. The altar, which retreated from the barrier without achieving anything, was surprisingly calm. Arlos, still staying in the altar's sanctuary, found it interesting. No, the ecological system of this sanctuary itself was strange. This sanctuary is divided into several facilities. While walking through a dark hallway, Arlos asked the soldier-ranked priest, who she had become close with recently. "Accommodation, schools, restaurants, training center for nurturing priests. We have lived here for decades." "In this darkness?" "Yeah, but we won't need it soon. If God incarnates, he will punish all of those who killed him and live with us in a new and clean world." They held a lot of very strange beliefs completely different from the history on the continent. "God killer. That's right. In the distant past, the people of this continent murdered God and made their own country. It's an unacceptable sin. The people of the continent, to be exact, their ancestors, killed God. Therefore, all of their descendants were also God's killers. On the other hand, the altar was a disciple of justice, following a God who had already died. Their main mission was the resurrection of God, and he would bring down punishment upon the continent. That was what they claimed. What would you do now? They planned to break the barrier with their vanguard and annihilate Rekordak by blocking their escape route. However, because Deculein showed power worthy of his confidence, a hilarious situation took place in which the vanguard retreated 10 minutes after starting. The priest did not answer. He was more tight-lipped than the lower ranks. Drarag, he opened a door in the hallway. "This is the room that you'll be using. Come in." Arlos looked around the inside. From the finest mana stones to the chisel knives, the threads and needles, the awls and saw, and more, there were all sorts of things that could be used in making dolls. It seems to have everything. Of course. But before that, the priest gathered dark energy in his palm. Then he searched Arlos from head to toe. "You don't need to use other mana stones or equipment. Go on in." Arlos nodded and went inside. Then she took out the tiny device that was left in her pocket. "Will you be working for the month? I think I can make some pretty good dolls." "I know. Good luck, barbarian. Your cooperation will be rewarded with your survival in the future." "Survival? Yeah, then I'll get going. The Elder will bring down a more detailed report." Drag. The door closed behind the priest. Arlos delivered her message by pressing the buttons of the machine in code. Tap, tap, tap. Her actions and words would be closely monitored in this place, so she created a different way to deliver messages. I received Arlo's code. It wasn't very good information, however, only things I already knew about. Should I expect it to go deeper? I muttered and looked ahead. The barrier was right in front of me, its damaged side to my right. I placed my hand on the wall, closed my eyes, and began to commune using understanding. My aptitude was fire and earth. When those two combined, it would make steel. Of course, my metal enhancement hadn't yet been completed, but this understanding was a preemptive condition for its completion. If it was completed, it might get tough for me due to a lack of mana. I won. A voice rose behind me. I looked back to see Julie and Raphael. "I finally won," Julie was shouting after winning their practice battle. I wasn't able to watch in detail, but if she could beat Raphael, then she had grown. "Finally, finally. Are you that happy?" I grinned. She continued to shout. After finishing understanding again, I went up the barrier. Level of understanding, 53%. This was what I gained after consuming more than half of my mana, but I was satisfied. "Boss, you're here." Luina, set on night watch duty instead of me, smiled brightly. I nodded and sat beside her. It wasn't too far away now. It's quite peaceful these days. Atop the wall, Ephraim was mumbling to herself while eating. There were only a few pieces of meat on her plate and a mostly empty bowl of porridge. Chew, 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 chew. Ephraim was chewing it like gum. How long had she been working on that piece of meat? "A storm is coming soon. We should get ready." The reason for this calm was simple. The other monsters fled from this area after being overwhelmed by the power and energy of the altar wizards. "Is that so?" Deputy Director Primian answered. She was still in Rekordak with a portable heater beside her. "HBBP, Hara." Then there was a yell from under the barrier. I looked down. Clang, clang, clang. Sirio and Julie were sparring. Sparks splashed out every time their swords met. Clang. Their blade met again with a loud rumble. Oh, Sirio, defending against the sudden attack, shouted in surprise and stepped back. "Oh, Julie, you've gotten better. What was that just now?" Julie quietly adjusted her sword. Sirio continued to regard her with a broad smile. "What was that?" "I transformed it. I used my pattern, but it doesn't work like it used to." Oh, Julie's skills had dramatically improved, thanks to my advice. The other knights were also thinking the same thing, as evident by how Raphael and Gwen were pacing up and down beside me. "You guys lost to Julie, right?" Raphael and Gwen flinched. The two bit their lips and faked a cough at the same time. "It's more trial and error rather than lost. Isn't that right, Raphael? Should I say that Julie's sword has suddenly grown dirtier?" "That's right." I flipped to the next page of my book without saying anything. I was continuing to read 3333, The History of the Imperial Family. It may look like I was reading because there was nothing else to do, But this book that dealt with magic had 500,000 pages. It was the essence of history, and the times when the empire was a kingdom, and then when the kingdom was a tribe. Can't you analyze us too? Gwen finally broached the subject. I raised my head. No, I think we might have made a mistake. It helps. You have great eyes. That is true, Raphael added to Gwen's pleas. I'll think about it. Then Gwen's eyes widened. Think, why? I will decide based on your results this time. First, survive and kill as many as you can. I answered like that, but it appeared enough to convince the two. Well, winning is our priority. Weirding, a cool breeze wafted by. Raphael went down the barrier, and Gwen went to Drent, who was drawing a magic circle on a piece of paper. I took my eyes off the book to look around Rekordak. Here, this is the firewood. The residents were cutting firewood from the forest and putting it in a wagon. Wizards would make arrows from it by combining wood and steel. And here are the snacks. You must have been so hungry, so eat while you work. Heh. Wherever they got it from or whatever it was made of, they gave 6 pieces of it to the wizards. Since sweets were valuable, the wizards didn't refuse. I'm sending an arrow up. The finished arrows were sent above the wall, and supplies needed for the siege were sent up one by one, such as buckets of gasoline, explosives, and more. Professor, I think we need more gasoline. I experimented, and if you use fire magic on gasoline, its power increases by 3 times. You always talk very assuredly. What? It was when Ephraim was chattering boom. There was a huge vibration. Above the barrier and inside the barrier, everyone's actions momentarily stopped. Boom! I stood and glanced at Delric. Nodding, he spoke to the people under the barrier. Everyone, except the knights and wizards, get back. The residents hurried back to their houses. What is it, Professor? Ephraim asked me as she approached. Dense fog surrounded the army over the horizon. Among them, an individual stood out. So, there's a gunboat. What? Gunboat, literally a boat with guns. In actuality, it was a monster that resembled a giant turtle. There was a cannon on its shell, and someone was shooting dark energy from the inside. It was one of the chimeras that the altar made. Boom, boom. The turtle, slowly approaching with an earth-shaking rumble, turned its body when it reached its range and aimed at its target. Guo, get ready for battle. Get ready for battle. The knights rose in response and amplified the barrier. Guara, a shot of dark energy rushed in a moment later, aimed at the right side of the barrier. It was the most vulnerable point of their defensive line. Guara, a direct hit from the cannon scratched the solid barrier. Oh, Delric was startled to see cracks forming. Of course, it was still a small gap of boom. It had spread like a spider web following the second shot. Delric was afraid that the barrier would collapse. Boom! The third shot followed. Delric and the knights wanted to run away, but the feeling quickly waned. For them right now, rather than seeing the barrier collapse or dying from the surge of monsters, they were twice as terrified of Deculein, who was watching them from above the wall. If they died fighting here, their family would survive, but if they ran away to survive, their family would die. No, if it were Deculein, he would certainly find and kill those who ran away. What are you doing? Knight Delric, Julie, arriving on the scene, woke them up. Delric was startled to see that Deculein was also next to her. Delric and the knights forgot about the situation and bowed their heads. You're here. Relax. No, because of this barrier, Deculein came closer and looked at the barrier with Ihelm at his side. Boom! Fragments of metal clattered down, signaling the collapse to come. Tusk, Ihelm clicked his tongue. I don't think we can salvage this one, unless Rosario comes. Delric quickly cut in. Yes, it is collapsing, Professor, so we have to create some countermeasures. There are already countermeasures. Boom, the 5th shot. At this point, Ihelm grew serious. Where are they shooting this from? I already sent Ganesha. There was no other named that surpassed Ganesha in terms of maneuvering. Lear and Leah were with her so that the mission would be a success. I will also follow you. You, I blocked Julie as she was about to step up. Don't be cheeky. Someone injured like you will be no help at all. You'll only be a burden if you get caught in the dark energy. The cannon was firing dark energy. So if they cut through that turtle's belly, a great amount of dark energy would explode out. Know your place and get lost. Delric and Ihelm were surprised by his harsh words. The dark energy spreading like a fog over the barrier was making Deculein more violent. Yes. Julie moved up the wall, then Deculein placed his hands on the barrier. Ihelm questioned Deculein as he had closed his eyes. What are you going to do? He didn't respond. Bararam, the sixth shot. The barrier was gradually collapsing, and the upper part had already busted open. Nevertheless, Deculein was, as always, calm and relaxed. He had his eyes closed, as he seemed to be having a conversation with the barrier. The seventh shot. When a part of the barrier fell, Delric and the knights took a step backward. Deculein murmured, "Demonstration." With that one word from Deculein, his wood steel connected with the barrier. Metal enhancement. He would strengthen and restore the barrier, even with an output of 99%, as his skill wasn't complete yet. Goo-woo, the dirt around them was swept away by Deculein's mana. In the midst of that, the eighth shot connected. The march of their foes began, their near-infinite ranks emerging beyond the barrier. Then, Deculein opened his eyes. He warmed up his body while looking at the wood steel attached to the barrier. His mana was swirling like crazy, triggering a magical circuit that was engraved in his body. Light poured out in response. The magic technique was completed by consuming all 4,000 mana, but it was marked with a very simple message. Self-mastery achievement. Metal enhancement completed. Purifying the quality of mana attribute added it was a very satisfying result from Deculein's standpoint. Shwaya chapter 199. The end of winter. 2. Self-mastery achievement. Metal enhancement completed. Purifying the quality of mana attribute added purifying the quality of mana, and an attribute was added, a magical aura. It meant that the mana now had a characteristic, and at the same time, it was an indicator that I had reached a certain level. Mana purification, metal abrasion. In simpler terms, mana purification was when my mana was washed off of its original impurities and filled with a specific property. So there was a countermeasure. Ihelm nodded. The barrier, which had been shaking like it was about to fall due to the constant firing of dark energy, was already repaired and held up now with firmer mana. It possessed the dual properties of metal and abrasion. Just as Julie's mana was filled with ice, shadows permeated into Josephine's mana, and the wind swirled around Sirio. My mana had also reached that point. I looked behind to the group of knights and wizards, some named, standing there. "I'll take care of the barrier. You prepare for war." "Oh, okay." Delric and his knights moved first, followed soon by Julie and Raphael. But then Ephraim stealthily crept beside me, and with confidence she shouted, "I will protect the professor. Get lost." "What?" Primian, who was loitering around, cut in. "It's a waste for a wizard to protect another wizard. It's not efficient." Ephraim puffed her cheeks out. "You go and help the knights above the barrier." That was more suitable for Ephraim. The quality of her mana capacity, and her talent with destructive spells were all more powerful than mine. "Okay." Ephraim turned around with a pout. She walked begrudgingly, but after the ninth shot, it turned into a dash. "You're good, right? Tell me what to do as well." Primian wanted me to relax. I wasn't too comfortable knowing her origin and knowing that demon blood flowed in her, but at the very least, she wasn't a death variable right now. "Protect my back." Thud. I took a step with my cane to support my mana. In that state, I focused all my attention on the barrier. The 10th shot hit, but it didn't even make a tiny scratch against my mana. At least, this dark energy wouldn't be able to penetrate through this abrasive mana. Beyond the wilderness, an army of 10,000 was gathering. Leah flicked her forehead while watching them gather. If the barrier were broken, if their defenses fell, this would spell the collapse of the continent. In other words, it would also mean that the overall difficulty level of the main quest would suddenly increase. "Leah, can you do this?" Ganesha checked on Leah, who was biting her nails. They were now observing the turtles inside the dark energy forest. "What? Oh yes, of course I can. What about you, Leo?" "Me too, of course." Leo was his typical self, eager for a fight, his fist extended up. "Whoosh whoosh, I also learned boxing from Leah." "That's right, phew." Leah let out a big sigh. After calming down her body and mind, she turned to Ganesha. "We are ready." "Good, good." Ganesha smiled brightly and picked up a branch. The twigs in this forest were full of dark energy that would burn human flesh, but Ganesha was unscathed. "I'll break the turtle first. Just follow me after that, understand? Trust your battle senses. It's also important to develop your senses, so." She stretched her hand backward like she was about to throw a spear. Then, shoo-woo-what, she threw it. It burst forward with a boom, embedding itself in the turtle's cannon. Goo-wah. It probably hurt immensely. the two characteristics of Ganesha, diamond transformation and transference. Diamond transformation hardened her body like a diamond, and transference spread her body's strength to everything she used. In other words, the ordinary branch that Ganesha had just thrown away became as hard as a diamond the moment she threw it. Humph! Ganesha threw one after another, but her location was soon revealed by her loud firing. SSSSSSSSS. The altar's wizards collected dark energy. At times like this, Ganesha was surprisingly useless. She lacked ways to effectively counter magic, other than beating the user to death. Leah, okay. Therefore, Leah came forward. She closed her eyes and focused her mind, a thin blue veil of mana leaking from her. Quara. Right afterward, the dark energy came flooding in, but it could not penetrate through her veil. Shwara. It sprayed harmlessly around them. This was the talent of the character named Leah, the Dismantler. Whether it was dark energy or mana or whatever, it was a high-level attribute that dismantled and consumed mana. This way, Leah could block the magical counterattacks while Ganesha threw branches to disable the cannons, and Leah was taking care of the monsters climbing up. It was a perfect combination and rhythm. Ha! But Leah felt something strange. There were only a few wizards, about 10, who were steering the turtles, yet they had no soldiers protecting them. There had been a few hundred of them when they first appeared. Ah! Leah realized it too late. This is a diversion. An excursion? To where? Leo asked back while swinging his fists. No, a diversion. Leah shook her head in frustration and pointed over the barrier. The altar's troops right now are probably at the back door of Rekordak. The altar would storm into the place with the least knights and prisoners. Boom, boom, the sound of magic exploding. Shwara, the sound of the crossbows firing. Don't run away and kill. For Her Majesty the Emperor, show your loyalty. The screams of the knights on the battlefield, you fucks. Die, go ahead and die, you asshole. And the cursing of prisoners with weapons. The war gruesomely continued as a long-haired man watched from afar. They seemed to be holding out somehow. Zeit von Bruggen Freyden. He was standing on a mountain ridge not too far away from the entrance to Rekordak. Deculein is protecting the barrier, and Julie, that child, is engaged in battle. While he was watching their struggles, Zeit's eyes opened wide. Wheeing, a black wind blew, and a group of uninvited guests wearing robes appeared from behind the stronghold. Ahem! They were prepared to march towards Rekordak. Their thirst for blood was burning, and strange, dark energy roiled above them. This world won't leave me alone. He didn't come here to help Rekordak in battle, but he couldn't just sit still. Zeit, fiddling with his chin in contemplation, jumped off the ridge. Bam! He narrowed the distance in a single jump and blocked the altar wizard's path with his body. Like a great tiger crossing a wall or a flash of lightning in the blue sky, he proved an unexpected appearance for his foes. Who are you people? Then, one of the uninvited guests who stopped moving, a priest from the altar, solemnly called his name. Zeit. Zeit's influence was well known even to the altar, who despised the barbarians of the continent enough to be afraid of him. He was one of the reasons why they had been hiding and trying to grow stronger. Yeah, that's me. But Zeit enjoyed the horror they felt. I listened to my old brother-in-law. He's going to be the most powerful on the continent. Because of that, I made strong defensive preparations. Crack, crack. He loosened up his hands as he spoke. That is why. There were hundreds of the altar wizards, and Zeit was by himself. I'm saying I have some time left. However, the ones taking a step back were those of the altar. I came here to waste some time. Crack, this time, the sound came from his neck. His normal movements and sounds weighed down heavily on the altar, but I'm too shy to show my face. Thud, Zeit took one step forward. I also feel sorry for my naive sister who doesn't know anything. His mana was burning, causing steam to rise off his body. His aura suffocated the altar. It's even more so for Professor Deculein. Zeit, mumbling bitterly, let out a sigh and scratched his head. Anyhow, I'm not feeling so good these days. The air changed suddenly. He looked up straight at them. His carefree expression grew vicious like a tiger's, and his hair swirled with mana behind him. I don't know if I can release this frustration. This man was referred to as the strongest on the continent. The altar, having not planned on facing him, hurriedly prepared a technique so they could retreat. I should beat you all to death. Zeit rushed in. Para. His speed created a sonic boom behind him, shaking the earth. The ground turned upside down under his feet. It was accompanied by SHRRRRRRRRRKKKKKK, the sound of tearing flesh and krarek, the sound of bones breaking. Garara. Finally, the screams of those whose arms and legs were being pulled off. Og. Now an unknown battle was happening in Rekordak. Welcome to winter. Know that it's an honor that I'm your last. The war continued, the battlefield filled with the sense of blood and death. Krarag. A swarm of monsters ripped off a prisoner's head, then cut off a knight's arm and tore off their legs. Quack. A monster's hand reached a knight's heart. Julie cut down the beast and approached the fallen knight, but his eyes had already lost their light and vitality. Without having the time to pray for his soul, she closed her eyes and swung her blade again. Quara! The support of a wizard came just in time as a wind-bearing oil and flame passed overhead. The screams from the burning monsters were deafening. Humph! Epheren used intermediate fire-type destruction magic. Julie and the knights continued to battle with her support. Ha! However, Julie's breathing grew ragged. Her chest was gradually becoming heavier, and her heart was in pain. It felt like someone was carving out her insides with their fingernails. It was because of the dark energy worming its way inside her. Julie's eyes gradually grew blurry. Her body wasn't listening to her. Julie, are you okay? She came to her senses with Gwen's shout moving again. Overcome. There was only one word in her mind right now. Overcome. 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 If she couldn't overcome this dark energy herself in this place, if she collapsed like a sick person again, don't be cheeky. Someone injured like you will be no help at all, even with Deculein's words. Know your place and get lost, even with those words. You'll only be a burden. Even with all of his contempt, it was impossible to retort. She would only prove it to be true. Ah! Her body tumbled to the ground after being pushed by a monster's attack. Her armor was already covered with blood and dirt, but Julie stood again. She knew this injury wasn't something that could be overcome by force of will. She was diagnosed with a time limit when she was first injured in the dungeon. With only 6 months to live, she was told that she could never live as a knight. But Deculein, Rockfell, Veron, when she thought of those that he hurt, she couldn't lose to him even if she died. No, I won't die. I will overcome this myself. I will win over him, she shouted and swung her sword. Quara. Her mana froze the world around her. Oh, Julie, Sirio cheered for her. You're okay now, right? Gwen was worried, and you seem to be working hard. Deculein, Julie was greatly surprised as she glanced over. Ah, was this a hallucination or reality? It was so unrealistic that she couldn't tell. But Deculein was standing with a cane. Don't look at me, look ahead. Julie, following his line of sight, prepared for battle again. Now she knew the reason why Deculein came here. A demon. The tsunami of enemies that never seemed to end her behind that endless wave, a demon had appeared. Chapter 200, The End of Winter. 3. The Wave of 10,000 Monsters. The presence of the demon was clear even amid their endless ranks. Julie was naturally aware of where the demon was. The demon looked peculiar. Julie couldn't even find a way to describe its figure. It was over 3 meters tall, but its shape was of an entirely different configuration from a human. It was like making a person of clay, but then crushing its body to where it would move forward using 3 legs and 4 arms. In a way, it was like watching an octopus trying to move on land. What a revolting creature, boom! Deculein knocked his cane against the ground. Julie looked back at him in surprise. It's the demon of hallucination. What? It portrays a human's imagination and creates a being that has never been seen. The simplest example was an alien, though they weren't human, and everyone described their face or skin color as entirely different from humans. The basic factors such as walking on 2 legs and having 2 arms were the same. Yet this was putting together a being that had never been seen before. That guy uses human memories and experiences, so he would look a little weird to you. If it was a named demon, its appearance and identity were obvious. Even if it weren't in the game scenario, it would be recorded in the many ancient books that Deculein had read. Julie stared at Deculein, leaning in a bit closer before nodding. Yes, but, she answered under her breath and turned her sword to aim at Deculein. Professor Deculein is not an easy character to copy. Deculein, no, the demon who took the form of Deculein stared at Julie silently. He did not ask stupid questions such as how she knew. Rather, he would have known already from her memories. Nevertheless, Julie kindly explained. Your face is growing distorted. There wasn't even a need to look closely. She was confused for a while from looking at his side profile, but it was clear from the front. Are you supposed to be a halibut? It was so ridiculous that she almost laughed. At that moment, Deculein's form shifted as he looked through her head to find another appearance. But at the same time, Julie's sword pierced his shoulder and cut down to his hips, a bitter cold filling him. You don't seem to have a special form. She grabbed the hilt of her sword with both hands. Extreme cold freezes even gas. Crarak. His body froze into a sculpture. Julie was briefly lost in thought, recalling Deculein's voice. If you're going to hate someone, hate them sincerely. Hate them enough to kill them. Knight Julie, what is this? Rayleigh came running. Julie shook her head. It's nothing. Just focus on the battle. Julie swung her sword again. Far away, the demon was still there advancing. It was different from the one who imitated Deculein. Ah! Julie grabbed her chest. The dark energy fog had already become thick, but it was bearable for now. Rayleigh! She quickly ran out and cut the monster on Rayleigh's back. Rayleigh sighed and let out a small chuckle. Thanks. Focus. In the next moment, a clear wind passed between them as Sirio arrived. Good job, everyone. He gave Julie and Rayleigh a small smile. Ka-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. Mana swirled around Sirio's sword like a storm to sweep away the enemies. Boom. The earth began to shake under Raphael's sword some distance away, the ground rising around them. Gara. Raphael's superhuman strength was somewhat comparable to that of Zeit's. Hup! After that, Gwen's rapier came flashing in. Schwar, it drew sharp and thin lines that pierced only vitals. Show your loyalty. Delric's roar cut over the din of battle. To whom was he showing his loyalty? Whether it was Deculein or the Emperor, there was no questioning his skills. Sra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. His sword stretched like a snake through the battlefield. He could freely change the size, length, and strength of the sword, making him particularly excellent in close combat. Perhaps that was the reason why Deculein refused to let him go. Lord Delric, can you see the demon over there? Gwen called out. Delric nodded as he looked back. I can see it. An odd-looking demon stood still over there. No, not still. His stomach was sloshing around like he was readying to throw something up. He's trying to spit something out. It was already too late. The demon spewed out dark energy from the holes in its face. A fog of dark energy wrapped around them. Fortunately, all the knights were equipped with gas masks. Julie. Gwen looked for Julie first. Fortunately, Julie already had her mask on and a thumb up. The tough battle continued. The knights tore into the monsters with the wizard's support magic, and the monsters tore into the knights, encouraged by the fog. Then, at some point step, faint and light, a single set of footsteps cut across the battlefield. Step, the composure of his stride, was enough to attract attention despite his silence. Step, the first ones to look over were Lear and Leo, who joined the knights in battle. The two children, more sensitive than adults, found him before anyone else. Step, there was dense dark energy all around. It was toxic enough to melt even armor, so the knights fought carefully to avoid damaging their masks. Just like that, their gaze shifted one by one. Step, the owner of those footsteps, didn't suit the battlefield, and the knights who saw him watched in shock as he continued forward. Delric began to shout out, Professor, it's dangerous. Deculein, without any defense other than a thin robe and a cane, was walking through the chaos to the middle of the battlefield. Step, Deculein, what are you doing? Gwen shouted in surprise, but he was calmer than anyone else there. Protect the professor, Delric shouted. There was no wood steel beside the professor right now, as they were sticking to the barrier and acting as a catalyst for metal enhancement. I don't need it, he sighed. The dark energy in the area permeated his body and aroused the tenacity imprinted in the Euclid blood. Deculein glared at the demon pouring out energy. At the same time, he took out a small crystal that burned both hot and cold, the snowflake obsidian. Professor, the dark energy is too dense. Don't make a fuss. He lightly dismissed Delric. He stared into the endless waves of foes and activated the snowflake obsidian. The beautiful metal floated according to his will, and a vast amount of dark energy gathered under his feet. SSSSSSSS. The body of a Euclid purified the dark energy it absorbed and burned it as fuel. Right now, the dark energy purified by Deculein far exceeded his limits. Goo-woo-woo. It erupted from the ground because it couldn't fit in his body. Goo. Dia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. The ground vibrated like a volcano about to explode. Above it, Deculein calmly pulled in the dark energy, then infused the purified mana into the snowflake obsidian. Annihilating demons is the Eucline's tradition. At that moment, his eyes went wide, those crystal blue orbs capturing the entire battle. Be afraid, you demon. His mana permeated the snowflake obsidian. The thrumming of the metal brought the chaos to a halt. At that moment, snowflake obsidian manifested as blue lights spun around them. As if time had stopped, as if space had stopped, only the snowflake obsidian spread out amidst the standstill. The metal that froze and burned, the snowflake obsidian swallowed everything. 3 days later, the migration was finally coming to a dead end. The knights who had used up all their strength and mana still moved outside the barrier, and many exhausted wizards were manning the top of the wall. The residents came with food, water, medicinal herbs, and hot towels, but it couldn't help overcome their mana exhaustion. Leaf, are you okay? Ihelm asked. Today was their 5th straight day of fighting, but the war was still raging on. Yes, I'm fine. I think it's almost over. Ephraim watched the rising sun. It had been a while since she had seen it not covered by a thick fog. Great job. Of course, many had fallen. Almost 90% of the prisoners on the front line died, and about 100 knights were killed. 10 wizards were badly injured. But how did it not collapse? The barrier protecting Rekordak remained intact. Ephraim tapped on the wall and smiled softly. Is this because of Deculein? Is that guy still out on the battlefield? Yes, he left 2 days ago and hasn't come back yet. After the demon appeared, Deculein crossed the barrier and still hadn't returned. Is he dead? Ephraim narrowed her eyes to glare at Ihelm. He's not. How do you know that? Have you called him? She shook her head and shrugged. Then she took out a piece of wood steel. If the professor is in danger or if he's in trouble, this will make a fuss. That? Yes, it's something that I received from the professor. This is a very expensive piece of steel, you know. She triumphantly exhaled through her nose. As if finding it ridiculous, Ihelm grinned and tapped the wood steel. Hey, don't touch it. Ephraim kicked Ihelm away. Ihelm sneered. Hey, are you crazy? Don't you know who I am? How dare you, little? Ah, forget it. Tusk. So how do you know? Is he talking to you with this? No, that's not it. Ephraim pouted and placed a finger on the metal. Then the wood steel burned red and started to vibrate. Oh, that's right. Just like this, Wearing. It would change like this if the professor was in danger. Oh, I see. Ihelm nodded. Wearing. The wood steel continued to vibrate. Ephraim smirked and patted it. That's enough. You can stop now. Wearing. The vibrations didn't stop, nor did its color change. I said you can stop now. Ephraim hesitated a little and tapped the wood steel. Then gar-ar-aring. The vibrating became stronger. Why, what's going on? Ephraim grew increasingly flustered as it shook. Ihelm waited a moment before chiming in. Does this mean that he's in danger? They looked at each other for 3 seconds. Wearing. The wood steel shook again, now as if growing frustrated. Oh, you're right. Only then did Ephraim realize the real purpose of the wood steel.